Coming off more record highs as of the close yesterday. Markets back in positive territory so far this morning. Both the Nasdaq and S&P 500 in the green to start things off. That's how it's the lay of the land right now. 0.2% right now for the Nasdaq on a daily chart. This thing's still up, up and away. The SPY, same story, 0.04%. Same story, back to all-time highs. Ever so slightly by the end of the day yesterday. We just got durable goods data there for June. -9, I'll blow this up a little bit so we can see, -9.3% versus -9% that was expected, so a little bit worse off on the month-over-month number there. If you take out transportation for June, 0.2% to the upside versus -1% expected there. Budget balance data coming up at 11 o'clock for Canada. Big week next week. We get Bank of Canada, we get the Fed. Of course, Fed's not going to do anything next week, but coming off what happened yesterday, if you missed it, the impromptu press conference with Powell and Trump, that was must-watch TV. If you haven't, go back and watch it yesterday. It was kind of hilarious. I felt bad for the guy, man. Like, just
it was so awkward,
Yeah.
cringe to watch.
But I mean, it's exactly his playbook and how he rolls. So I mean, I think it was expected at some point. But yeah, I mean, good on Powell for standing up to him and clearing the air somewhat, I guess, on that construction cost. But anyway. Yeah, Fed coming up next week. We'll get to Bank of Canada next week. Neither are probably going to do anything, but it'll be really interesting to hear all the questions, I think, that he'll get now after that little meeting with the president yesterday.
And he told her he was doing a good job. I mean, he's just like, you need to lower rates. You're doing a good job, but lower the rates. So should be interesting. Lots to talk about today. Intel reporting, guys, and major changes coming there, especially to their foundry business. More on that on the rundown, but they're down substantially here to start the morning, 8.5%. Also, crypto taking a big hit overnight. Bitcoin specifically breaking 115,000 momentarily, and Paramount, finally, the deal goes through. We'll get to that. And Tesla, a little green today. Brendo and Palantir getting an upgrade, as well as Carvana. So there's some upgrades to speak about.
Yeah, a little bit of relative strength for Palantir this morning. We'll have a look at that, I'm sure, coming up. There's IBIT right now, a little bit of a downtick currently, but yeah, huge gap for the ETF, obviously. Here in the pre-market, coming on the back of what Sharif was just mentioning, this LIDR, we were talking about that yesterday, keeps popping up in front of me once again. This morning, also still flying around. But a lot to discuss this morning, a lot to think about going into next week. Yields are higher today, so keep that in the back of your mind. It's been 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row to the downside, so a little bit of a bounce back here this morning, maybe putting pressure on equities. If you missed it yesterday, if you weren't with us late in the day, we're going to do a little bit of a juggling act today as far as the scheduling is concerned. Neil's going to jump in with Sharif for the midday. Joe is with Sean over at the big desk right now. Good morning, guys.
Yo, it's Joe. How's it going, man? Yeah, good to see you again here on the desk here with us. You have you're off to a
Joe, mute.
You're muted. You did the Neil move, man. You took over his spot and you did the mic.
Does he not have anything?
That's great, man. That's great. Good.
We're good.
You're off to a bachelor party. That should be fun.
Yes.
What is that? Just Friday, Saturday, or what do you guys?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
Oh, so you're off Monday as well.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday.
Ooh la la.
Yeah. So we got a lot of things going on. There's
Obi will be covering for you on the midday. Okay, good. Yeah, well,
yeah.
welcome Joe here. Yeah. We'll have some things to talk about today. I mean, Bitcoin's down. We just talked about that.
Bitcoin's down.
Ethereum.
Tesla's making a little bit of a move in the pre-market.
How are the veggie trays?
The veggie trays are still coming, apparently.
Okay.
So yeah. You know how.
I thought that's what you were bringing.
No. I brought my own thing.
Oh, what was your
what's your
contribution?
So the thing, so I brought some chicken wings, some steaks, and everything.
Okay, good.
But we have a friend going to Costco who's going to grab everything.
Okay.
And then,
so everyone's chipping in, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Chicken wings from Costco are important.
You have to bring them.
That's the best. You get so many chicken wings from Costco, but watch out for steaks, man. Those beef prices, I don't know if you've been noticing those lately. Where's the beef?
The quality ones. Yeah.
Did you see their most recent South Park?
I heard there's a new episode that dropped today.
Yeah, no, it dropped. I was watching. We were just luckily watching. I was watching Comedy Central, and I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday. There's some funny things about Trump at the end, and it's funny because they canceled Colbert because of his opinion on that Paramount, and there's a whole bunch of different things going on. Paramount today gets approved. But, and then they just paid, these guys, what are the guys' names? Matt and Trey Parker there. $1.5 billion for the streaming rights for
to South Park.
South Park, and then they put out that episode, which was absolutely hilarious. So, yeah, go check. I'm glad South Park's back. I like to watch that. That's one of those goated shows.
I think it's hilarious.
But then my 10-year-old daughter comes down as we're watching it, and because it's on at 10 o'clock, so she was getting ready to go to bed. But we had a game that night or whatever. So, anyways, we had to put it on a little bit of mute. I don't. That's not a show.
Yeah, not yet.
Not a show for kids.
Not
I won't even let my 13-year-old watch it. No, it's too much. No, because the opinions are, it's a little bit.
Yeah. I mean,
a little bit much.
It's definitely adult humor, that's for sure. I remember I used to watch Beavis and Butthead as a kid, and my grandparents did not.
Beavis and Butthead, I think, was okay, though.
That one. I mean, I don't know.
No, I think if you compare it to South Park, I think it's a lot different. I mean,
Fair
but anyways, Intel today, wow.
Yeah,
I mean, disaster, man. I've been calling this thing a disaster for a while, and just been sitting here with my money in Intel, burning, and now you're back down to $20. Here we go, Andre. Why don't we look this up right here? There's Intel right now down 9% and getting lower. Missing. We did the market recap show last night. I want to thank all 3,000 of you guys for watching. I mean, I was just spinning bars for basically 30 minutes yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, it was just like going on and on and on and on and on about everything, and then all of a sudden, we had one name report yesterday, Intel.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't too much talked about because Intel wasn't doing anything yesterday pretty much, was relatively flat, and then we come in here today and see whoops-a-daisies downside. And it's funny because they're talking about cutting jobs and getting that workforce down to like 75,000 or something like that, which is almost less than half of what it was 10 years ago. But Intel anyways, flying to the downside right here today, down 9%. We'll see if that gets SSR. Maybe we get an SSR bounce, maybe we don't, but it should be okay. But yeah, we're excited here. The market, I came in and I said to Joe, I was like, you know, are we finally gonna get a down day? We were maybe down into here, and then this happened, and now we're green again. So yeah, we like green days. And right now I got Intel, Palantir, Tesla, the market on my mind, plus a few other things. And then yeah, what's up with Weibo? I mean, I know you're a Robinhood kind of guy up in this building. That's been really well, man. 101 change. Looks like that wants to hold out near highs. Obviously, it's high. I didn't even realize it got to 110 there, Joe. That was a crazy trade.
Yeah, I think it went to 113 actually.
It looks like there was a little bit of a high wick there. And then Weibo today back down to 15 and change. We played this a couple times this week. That got up to 18 as well. So yeah, it's Joe and I here on the on the open. Neil and Sharif on the midday, and then I guess Neil and I'll be closing it out, and then hopefully someone will join me on the market recap show, and then we can have a fun time doing that as well. But we have Michael Noss coming through very, very soon. I don't know if he's coming. Oh no, tonight we have Steve Tileman coming from Trade the Pool, I believe.
Oh, this evening. Yeah, my guy Steve. Yeah,
not in the building.
Did he talk about his Hims position? How's that working out? Or
yeah. I mean, everybody says the same thing. You know, they recommend something when you ask them about it, and it doesn't work out. They're out of it. You know. So,
yeah, well,
those are the plays. So I don't know, man. I mean, sometimes I feel like I'm the fool that holds on to losing trades. Everybody else seems to get in and get out immediately. And when they work, they're still holding. When it's out, they're out. So yeah, I mean, you got to have discipline, and that guy does. So shout out to Steve. But good question about that. He had mentioned, I think he was on vacation or something when they lost Wegovy or whatever that was, and one of his stop orders triggered. So that's the other point, right? It's like if you're going to trade swing trades, you should have ins and you should have outs. And when they violate, you got to get out of there. And that just reminds me.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as intraday trading too, right? You want to have somewhat of a game plan, and
let's hit our favorite thing.
Read Batman.
I think you and I have lost combined a lot on marijuana.
Oh, I'm 99.9% negative on ACB.
That's good. I have some 100%.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Out of there.
But I mean, long
deposit 4,000, open up account, see zero.
Yeah.
Well, plus you have to pay the fee to buy the stock.
There you go. So we're even negative. Yeah, negative some game there, guys. But yeah, no, ACB has not been working out good for us. We're gonna probably take a big hit on that one.
A big hit. Yeah, I've tried to get out of all of those stocks. Some of them don't even trade anymore, the ones that I have, so that's great. All right, let's go back over to the desk. It's 8:40. We're about to have a good day one more time. It's Friday, so let's see where this market winds up taking us and go back and see if we're ready. I'm not sure if we're ready for Michael yet or not, but we'll go talk to the guys on the desk and we'll finish up our sticky note.
Yeah, don't worry about Michael. He's fine. We'll get to Michael in a second here. I wanted to mention MicroStrategy first off real quick, trying to hold on to 405 right now, down a little bit this morning, obviously with Bitcoin. If you missed it yesterday, I mean, it was 2 days ago, they came out saying the $2 billion upsized $2 billion offering to buy more Bitcoin. So that's coming through on the pricing side of things today. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row here downside for MSTR once again.
Yeah, and they're announcing pricing of an initial public offering of this SRT stock. So sorry, do I have the right thing over here? IPO. Why is this coming under MicroStrategy?
Where?
Yeah, MicroStrategy files prospectus for initial public offering of SRT, aiming to raise 2.47 billion. I'm just seeing that now, Brendo. That just came in at about 8 o'clock or so. Here it is. Here's the headline, guys. Interesting look. So this, what's it called here? SRT, a perpetual stretch preferred stock known as STRC. Offering is going to be about 28 million shares, priced at about $90 a share, with the issuance expected to settle on the 29th of this month, subject to obviously the customary closing conditions. So should be interesting here. It's going to raise about $2.47 billion. I wonder what he's going to do with that money, Brendo.
At some point, he's just like, what else can we sell? And buy more Bitcoin. Anyway, MSTR, worth keeping an eye on today. Let's bring in, as we mentioned, Michael Noss on a Friday morning, sending me a message this morning saying he found a cool study that he read and wants to share it with us about moving averages. Mr. Noss, happy Friday.
Happy Friday. I don't know what I'm doing studying the market and everything. I should just be borrowing $2.7 billion to buy more
Bitcoin.
Just easy.
Everybody's doing it.
There's no way that this ends badly. There's no way we're sitting here in a year's time saying, man.
I mean, listen, people have been saying that for a while now, and
started.
Here we are still, so good on him.
Yeah, I guess. Good for him. Until it doesn't, good for him, we'll put it that way. But yes, as a nerd, I'm not raising $2.7 billion to buy Bitcoin, but I found a cool study. And anytime I find something cool, I want to bring it to you guys. So first of all, here's the study. And it's essentially moving average distance as a predictor of equity returns. And the idea was, as opposed to a lot of people use moving averages to say, hey, I want to buy it when it hits this moving average or sell it when it hits this moving average. Essentially what this person did, these group of people, so they just went through and they studied what happens if you just own the stocks that two moving averages are different enough, right? So there's a big spread between those two moving averages, and the ones they choose were the 21 SMA and the 200 SMA. And the idea was you take all the stocks, they use the S&P 500, but I'll show you the study that I did on this in a second, but they did this study based off of the S&P 500, and we're just basically going to buy things as they hit, new highs, but we're just going to rotate into the ones with the largest spread. So where the 20 is above the 200. And what it makes sense to me on this is that you're smoothing out momentum. That's essentially what moving averages do. So instead of just saying, I want the stuff that's up the most, you're going to say, I want the stuff that's been up the most for a long time, because it has to have, for the 20 to move that far from the 200, it's got to have at least a little bit of sustained momentum. And yeah, this chart right here is a study that I've done where I just said, okay, well, what if we do it for all stocks? So the idea is you take the top 5 names every week, and you just say, I want to hold whatever has that widest spread between these two moving averages. And I went back 25 years and ran a back test. And you can see not something I would trade personally, right? It's especially the last couple of years, it struggled a little bit, but dramatically outperforms the S&P 500 in the long run. And I just wanted to show you guys kind of the basis of, if you are going to get into systematic trading, this is the kind of stuff we spend our time doing, because we don't need to, be watching the market all day long. Whereas I may not trade this. However, this could be the basis for a particular trading strategy in the future. So the next chart I have here is I basically just pulled from yesterday what are the top handful of names. I will put this on my Twitter as well. I've just kind of have it over here. I'll post this when I'm done here so that you can go, and I just have a Google Drive. You can click on my Twitter and go and get those there. And some good looking names. So as always, we're going to take this kind of study and we're going to take the proof that we have some edge here, and we're going to just not follow it blindly. We're going to apply technical analysis and our own trading eyes and everything to that and see if we can get some edge. So funny enough, the first one that popped up there you can see is Tron. And this is one of obviously these crypto treasury companies. This was SRM. And yeah, SMR is a nuclear one. It was SRM. And then the guy who owns Tron bought into it a bunch and they converted it to Tron. So you can see the spread. So our pink line is always the 21 moving average, and then the blue line is the 200 moving average. And we're looking on a percentage basis, which are the widest. And here you can see Tron. Nice looking kind of little pattern here, little flag type pattern. So if we get a continuation move in crypto, I know we're down a little bit here on Bitcoin on the open, but if that recovers, around $9 or so, this one looks interesting. Next one, again, another crypto treasury company, and BMNR. This is Tom Lee's one, and you can see the spread between those two moving averages. One thing I like about this one is it's been consolidating actually really tight. Now, if you zoom in, those are still wide range candles, but it hasn't really gone anywhere in a number of weeks. So that could be a simple base to play out of if you like that one. This one, the next one, I'm just kind of showing because it shows you how these are finding winners. I don't think there's anything that I'd buy right now. This is absolutely nothing I've ever heard of this one before. PTHL. It's just a holdings company, and from $1 to $30 in pretty much a straight line. So it'd be interesting. I think the 200-day moving average is just getting printed there, but just to show some of the benefit of what potentially you could find if you find some of these names. So the next one here is RGC. I remember this one a few times going crazy as a bioscience type company. You can see last time it broke kind of a downtrend line. It had a pretty wicked spike. So maybe if it breaks this downtrend line again around $15, it can do that. These are crazy one. So what we've learned from this study is, yes, there is edge to holding these, but by doing this just on a percentage basis, the way I think it was done in the study, it's basically just trading incredibly high volatility names. So a good hunting ground maybe to go and take the top however many names and find the move or the distance between these two moving averages. But these aren't the stocks that I would just want to buy and hold for a month and then rotate into next month. So it could be a nice area to get started if you're going to build a system. And then from there, you want to add some things that would make a little bit more sense, which is why it's important not to just look at the equity curve, but to go in and look at the results of what you would have traded to see if you'd be comfortable trading them at all.
Just to recap, so we're looking for the 21 and the 200 and the distance between them, and then maxing that out, the top, whatever, 50, 100 names?
Yeah, so the study I did was just the top 5. I think they did the top 15 in the study. But the idea was that if you have just a random volatility spike, then you're going to see that in price. But by using a moving average as long as the 21, 20 would probably be pretty much the exact same results. You're basically saying that it's held up enough for a month to have that moving average catch up, and you're just buying the ones with the largest spread between the 21 and the 200. So it's basically saying short-term momentum is holding up, and then long-term momentum hasn't quite caught up to the short-term momentum. And yeah, some really great results from a study. And again, I love nerding out doing this stuff.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting look, and not maybe all that surprising that a lot of those were crypto related, given everything going on.
Absolutely. And hey, if crypto holds on, then these might be the bucket to go to when we get that turn. If we start pushing back up to highs, a lot of them were like Ethereum, Tron, Solana type stuff. So I don't know, maybe it's telling us that that's the next wave in crypto.
DJT Jr. saying Ethereum massively undervalued this morning, shockingly. But anyway, have a great weekend, sir. We'll see you Monday.
See you Monday.
Thank you, Michael. The last time Trump talked about Ethereum, it was at $4,200. It went down to $1,400.
Yeah, with that, I think the all-time high is just under $5,000.
Yeah, I think it's 40 something. Yeah, but thanks, Michael, for all of that. I mean, that's what everyone essentially is looking for, right? Is trying to find that little tidbit of information of, that's sort of how Open Door was found there. And, the same guy that called Carvana put out a piece on Open Door, said it was going to be a 100-bagger. It really reacted obviously to that. When you get stocks, especially that are lower price stocks, and then you get all these message boards going, you put something up on Twitter, then it hits on Reddit, then it hits on Wall Street Bets, which is Reddit, and then it hits on
this snowball effect.
Yeah, and then next thing you know, we're talking about it, and the stocks start to go. But this BMNR actually has Tom Lee, it has Kathy Wood. I'm adding Ethereum right now to the sticky note. Joe was just mentioning, that's been pretty strong there today. So I think this is one that we could definitely look at. SPET, of course, the other name here. Just hearing some news about that right now again, SPET. So we'll have to watch out for that. Is that starting to go upside again? So lots of movement here, lots of great opportunities. Michael just mentioned, hit him up on Twitter. He'll send you that, or he's going to post that Google link there with all of those names in there. Go have a quick look to see if there's anything that catches your eye. But SPET starting to move around here. And then CNC this morning, Centene with not good and then good all of a sudden, as we were down from $27 down to $23, and we just ripped up right now. So we're going to watch out for CNC right here. Has had a bad go of it, obviously, in that same space there, UNH and whatnot. We're going to have to wait to see what happens with this name, but you're right there at 29. This is what I was trying to bring it up for. We've just bounced off 29.50, which is right into there. So if this news continues higher, I kind of like this stock. We didn't look at UNH yet today, although I should. Yesterday it held 280-ish. Okay, so you're still at 280 again. So, UNH just doing these moves. But, thanks, Michael, for a couple interesting names over there. You got CNC on your mind?
Yeah, I got CNC. I'm looking at CNC as well, too, here, guys. So you can see that we ran into some key resistance zones right here, and we've rejected it in the pre-market. So just keep an eye out for this. If we do break and hold, then maybe we'll get a little bit of a continuation to the top side. But that's something positive that you want to see, a nice recovery off of these lows. And then you do reject that resistance. But I think at some point, if you do have the ability and the momentum to crack, then we can continue this trend to the top side. So we'll keep an eye on CNC. But for me, it's Ether. We were trading that yesterday, guys. It worked out fantastic, and we're going to continue and look to go back towards it today. Bitcoin was selling off last night, and Ethereum held up relatively well. So there's some relative strength there, and we're going to look for the continuation. Tesla moving higher in the pre-market. So those are the three of the names that I'm going to be looking at this morning, and we'll see what else pops up on our radar, because I'm sure there's going to be plenty of things going on. INTC Intel down about 9%, as Sean mentioned earlier, and looking like it wants to continue lower. So that's another name that we can monitor as well, too, guys.
You and I are going to have much different weekends. I just got a note. Tomorrow is family movie night.
Oh, okay.
So we are going to be watching Happy Gilmore 2.
Okay.
We will be having, I could see on there, nachos apparently has been added.
And cheese.
And yeah, probably some cheese on there.
All right, some cake.
I'm going to see if we can put on some, I like to slip a little jalapeno in there. The kids put those on the side, see what's going on there.
Dice some tomatoes.
We'll get, that's what I'm figuring, because I just saw it there. And then it's make your own pizza. So we got, because my wife made this crazy pizza a couple weeks ago on the pizza stone.
Oh. So you guys got your dough.
We've got the stone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes a big, huge difference.
That's crazy.
And then last night's baseball game got rained out, so unfortunately. But we already have another.
You know what you got to do? Don't tell
anybody
another rain
that
out
you're
tonight.
gonna do it. What?
Stuffed crust. Don't tell anybody you're gonna stuff.
That's too complicated. I'm
no
gonna
way.
stuff my own crust.
Man, come on.
You fold it over.
Yeah, you just fold it over. You put the cheese.
Don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Everyone, we're all gonna be making it together. I'm just gonna be slipping
it's gonna be a low key move, right?
Slipping in some mozzarella in there.
Yeah, exactly. And everybody's gonna want yours after. So. I remember in high school cooking class, I
like
did
to
that.
put olives and stuff on mine. The kids don't. Yeah, high school cooking class.
High school cooking class.
Slipped in some cheese.
Yeah. So it was make your own pizza day, and I made stuffed crust, and I actually got one of the better grades because I was like,
that's very, very smart of you to do that.
So,
maybe the stuffed crust is on.
You got to throw
with
that
a little garlic parmesan, something like that going on there. Maybe you're making a calzone, someone said in the chat.
Calzone, panzerotti. Maybe.
Yeah, whatever. What is the difference between a panzerotti and a calzone?
I have no idea.
All right, same. Okay, let's get back over to the desk to two guys that won't be having pizza, is my guess.
I like pizza. I like pizza.
I just don't like carbs.
I was just looking at Tesla here, trying to hold on to 308. There was a note, it was an hour ago, but San Francisco, robotaxi coming this weekend.
What?
With safety drivers in the driver's seat. So
California lied to us when they said that he didn't apply for a
Shocking.
permit. What's happening here?
Yeah. So apparently this weekend for anyone in SF. There was a huge move down late in the aftermarket yesterday for Tesla went all the way down to 301.50 and now back to essentially highs after a pretty good day yesterday for Tesla as well. We were just talking about this one a little bit. ASTS earnings down big time, bounced off 55. It's trying to hold right now, but there was a spike there as well. Weird, maybe a deep print. Back to essentially where it closed yesterday. But zoom out on ASTS if you haven't, because wow.
It's insane. I want to show, if I can here. So this is the weekly chart, guys, on ASTS, which is obviously a space mobile company, a rocket company. So we'll drag it here for May of 2024, and we'll take it to that high that we put in earlier this week. It's up 2,600% in the span of a year and a half. But this is not the only one that's been running in that industry. We've seen Rocket Labs as well, especially when Donald Trump started, dropping rumors that he could cancel some of SpaceX's contracts. But he made statements against that kind of trajectory yesterday, saying he wants Elon's companies to thrive. Right?
Yeah, so we'll keep ASTS on our mind here as well. I mean, there's a couple of other crypto-related stocks flying around here right now, but thoughts on this one, guys? Earnings after the close last night, not good, but still really, really constructive chart here.
ASTS, yeah. So I saw that yesterday, and yeah, we did have a decent. Actually, we didn't even cover this yesterday. Was this? This was last night. Okay. Yeah, there's the move down there. Oh yeah, yeah, $54. Right, we did have this. This was almost immediately right off the jump there. So yeah, again, we like the space that they're in. A pullback into again another support level right into here, $54. So it's just funny how sometimes you could have a bad or a good report, and either way, it just kind of comes back in and has muscle memory. So as Brendan just mentioned, yeah, the chart seems fine on this name. Again, we like the area. The move that this has had, quite incredible. AVAV, another move, another name that you could get involved with here instead of Astis. But again, good ideas charting around here today. Ignore all of these little upside moves there, but that $60, $60.50, I don't think we're going to get up to that level, obviously, but if we do fall back into that 54, we've just kind of identified an area of support. So why not look at $54? But the thing is, it's down 6% there. I was just going to review. I actually missed all the notes that Brendan was mentioning. It is in our note here, the mobile space there, float name there, higher and then after hours, $500 million private offering. So that's the situation, right? So as soon as you get into some areas of support, I think it's worth looking at. And remember, we saw the same thing happen in Webull. We saw the same thing happen in Coinbase. We just talked about it happening in MSTR. When you get offerings, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's anything wrong with the business. They're needing some more cash to put it to work. And I mean, that's what you're looking for. Some of these other companies, like a Google or an Apple or whatever, they'll put it back into form of a dividend, raise the dividend, give special dividends, whatever, buybacks, right? Share buybacks. So right here, ASTS, if you like the spot, down 6%, might be a great opportunity to buy it. People probably getting a little FOMO here around that $60 area. Now you get an opportunity to grab this maybe at 54 later on today. And so I think ASTS right there, yeah, not too bad. Repurchased up to 135 million of its own convertible notes, so that's good. 225 repurchase last month. So that's it, man. The new offering will be used for, it looks like, capped call transactions, so whatever all this stuff is, and general corporate purposes. So yeah, I mean, assuming that they understand what's going on, with the 21% short float, I think it's worth looking long. So I'm glad Brendan just sort of brought this to my attention here, because it was in our note and I did kind of sleep on it. So right there, $57 break is VWAP. I think that could be something that gets going here, 21% short float on a stock that we know people like.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. So you do see this initial move down to the downside here, guys, and then starting to recover and gain a lot of that back in which it's lost. So yeah, keep an eye out on this one just in case if you do get that recovery. Maybe you head back to the open of this candle. I think that'll be a bull case on this one. Maybe look for also a continuation. Just read what the price action's telling you here. But at the end of the day, it's not too bad of a look. You want to see this type of volatility, etc. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out on ASTS as well too, guys.
All right. Yeah, and I just wanted to go over one more name here because Webull reminds me something similar as we brought that up. And I did, at the beginning of the week when we came back there on Wednesday, we had looked at Webull and thought that this little break there of 1650 was something. You're coming right back in again into 15 again. So this little level there, 15, goes back to May, comes back into here. We were having a little bit of a problem breaking, and when we finally did, we went up to that $18 mark again. So on a couple bad days here, Webull, nothing's changed. I still think this is a good name to get involved with. Obviously, I'm long at $11, so it's not about talking up our own book. It's talking about trying to find opportunities. So back down in here into $15. If I just didn't want to forget about this, if Webull can come into that area, I think that would be also a decent spot to buy as the Nasdaq's trying to figure itself out. Another opportunity to buy things are on upgrades and downgrades, and it's Sharif at the board.
All right, guys, Tractor Supply down, but 1.5%, but getting an upgrade today from TSLA Advisory Group up to $70. Likewise with GE Vernova, getting the nod from TD Cowen with a price target here of $6.85. Likewise with Deckers up markedly here in the pre-market, 13 and a third percent, just under that, to $128. Getting the nod from Needham, and then Hovd Group. First time I'm seeing them. They're upgrading RRO Financial Corporation up 1 1/5 here. On the other side of the equation, Mobileye reported yesterday, and it was a good report. They actually caught an upgrade yesterday, down just slightly here to start the morning, down 0.6. TD Cowen downgrading them with a price target of $20, as well as ST down about 0.75% on a TD Cowen downgrade. Guggenheim also downgrading CMG, Chipotle Mexican Grill. This one reported earnings a couple of days ago, and it's been selling off quite aggressively since then, starting out the day here a little red as well. And Humana catching a downgrade from Baird, but starting out the morning positive, guys.
All right, Joseph, any of those names catch your attention?
Yeah, you know what? Chipotle was all right. You can see that it sells, and you get this big time gap down here, Sean. So maybe look for somewhat of recovery. We do remember it split. What was it split? A 50-1. And I mean, that's the thing. And I mean, not to compare apples to oranges here, but looking for names like Costco and some of the more expensive ones to split. Now that we received that in CMG, maybe you get some more retail involvement, but you can see we're also heading towards some key support levels on the daily. So I'll keep an eye out on this for a potential bounce as well too. So CMG, not too bad, and I think it can recover at some point. But honestly, I personally have only been to Chipotle a couple times. I don't think it's fantastic or anything along those lines, but I can't complain. I know a lot of people like it there, Sean.
Yeah. It's hard to judge, when you're looking at a stock, about the company itself. Half these companies that obviously we trade on here, we don't know too much about other than what they tell us. So right here, as the NASDAQ tries to bounce off, yeah, CMG actually caught my attention as well, because we had that same kind of a bottom form yesterday. And I think when patterns are there, you got to sort of take advantage of them. And I'm just a support and resistance trader, pretty simple. So I'm looking at this, and I actually think it's a break short right here on another downgrade, day 2 activity there. As Sharif mentioned, there's the earnings.
It breaks through some of these key support levels.
Yeah, I think it's not even. I just think right here, whatever this is, I didn't even zoom back out. This is $45. So I think Chipotle breaking through $45 is something today. Again, on a downgrade. Sometimes day 2 plays continue to form out. We're going to talk about with Tesla as well. And then if you zoom this back out, this is what gives me a little bit of interest in the name for sure. Is you mentioned the split, so that was that, but right into there. I mean, we held yesterday. If it doesn't hold, that's it, right? So okay, so Tesla's behind pace on Elon Musk's goal of producing 5,000 robots this year. Okay. Let's just have a quick look to see what's going on there. I mean, stock note comes out, stock does not much, but right there, 5,000 robots. Hey, what do you think about that? I think that's pretty easy target for them to hit once things are rocking. I mean, the way that they get those lines going there, they can produce like a couple cars a minute there. So I think once that gets going, I don't think that'll be a number.
I think more of the issue, the demand for these two as well. So I'm curious to see.
Right, and I think that once they get those robots and they can show use cases, factories, so on and so forth. What's up, Fabian? Once they can get all that sort of popping, and then Amazon puts an order out to buy some. I mean, the big thing about Tesla is what happened to those semi trucks. I mean, they were supposed to have a whole bunch there. Yeah. Pepsi and all this, Walmart getting into the semi. I still think Tesla has a lot to go. We're going to talk about them in a minute. They're on the sticky note today, which I'm just about to push send on. I just want to make sure that we got.
There's a lot of these semis in Austin. My friend was telling me that.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I mean, I think
he's quite a bit of them. I haven't seen any of them here. Obviously, it's only Cybertruck and some of the standard vehicles. But no, other than that, I haven't seen any of the Tesla semis.
See, and this is what we're talking about. Like, get into our chat immediately. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, get part of our group right here. But basically, Miami Dragon there. I just want everyone to know that you have to go immediately and find Sharif's TikTok. This is very, very important. We need to get as many views on TikTok as possible.
Yeah, go check his TikTok.
Yeah, check out our TikTok immediately because it is very, very
one's rolling. Important. One's rolling. He's got a bunch of views on this one, so it's
he's got
to catch some steam.
Yeah, exactly.
On there,
that's what I'm saying. Let's get over there, man. We've got all the socials going. So I just saw Ramin come in there and immediately put you to work. It's 9:00. Yeah, you can go to work now if you want. Get these things popping off. Let's go back over to the desk.
6401, guys, that's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. So it's the first time we actually closed 25. That's going to be our resistance level if we can maintain that 6400 area. We're above it right now. The overnight low, 6401. So look for that, Brendo, as support.
A lot to get into this morning. If you haven't done so yet, jump down to the description of this video. Top link there will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list, as always. Absolutely free. Every single morning comes right to your inbox with everything you need to know in the pre-market, what's moving, a little on why, and then you come hang out with us. We'll talk you through how to deal with it ahead of the open. Intel basically at session lows here right now. We're trying to bounce off 2060, but a pretty ugly look here this morning to start things off. A ton of cuts in this earnings report right across the board. I mean, obviously worse than expected numbers to go along with that, but the talk at least was in the right direction.
Yeah, and Lip Bhutan, the new CEO, he's all about cuts. Just to build on your point, Brendo, he's going to shut down a couple of foundries that are under construction in Europe. We'll get to that in a second. Revenue, $12.86 billion, easily beating the $11.92 expected by the street on with adjusted EPS of minus 10 pennies. Not comparable due to a 20 penny impact from an $800 million impairment charge related to excess equipment, so no comparables here. The net loss widened, though, to $2.9 billion, guys, or 67 cents per share. That's from $1.61 billion last year over year, where they lost about 38 pennies per share. So profitability remains elusive. They expect, though, with the guide here, Q3 revenue to be $13.1 billion, with EPS a little bit below consensus at about 4 pennies. CEO Lip Bhutan, in his second earnings report, Brendo, confirmed major layoffs, sadly, with 15% of the workforce reduction expected, and plans to end 2025 with about 75,000 employees, give or take. We'll have to wait and see how the foundry business goes. The operating expenses are also being trimmed by $17 billion in 2025, and he's streamlining management and personally reviewing chip designs. Never heard about a CEO doing that. So good hands-on there. They're also canceling their fabrication buildouts in Germany and Poland, and they're slowing down their Ohio factory construction due to overinvestment and lack of demand. They're also testing assembly ops and will be consolidated in Vietnam and Malaysia. New investments like the 14A process that they're dropping the 18A process for will not be going ahead unless they have confirmed orders from clients. So good look there. In their foundry business, reported $3.17 billion in operating losses, Brendo, on $4.4 billion in revenue.
Probably a good idea to have sales before you make the thing to sell to people. He just needs to start making them in his oven, in his kitchen, like Benton, and then it's fine, right? And then everybody will.
Yeah, that's Jensen's look, Brendo.
Just a heads up, Trump is making some comments right now. He's talking about the EU and the chance of a deal, 50-50, he's calling it right now, for a trade deal with Europe. So there was a move down there in the market, but right back up here, guys.
Okay, so yeah, good little talk there about Intel.
So,
like
yeah.
you were saying, man, it doesn't matter who the CEO is, I don't think, at this point anymore. I mean, Lip Bhutan has been, when he took over, it was around the same price, and now it's right back in here into $20 again. We had that huge run up to $24, and I just feel like, I sit here and I talk about like how stupid to have money in this thing, because I'm thinking that there is a chance for it to finally get going, Joe, and every time it does, it kind of makes these moves again. I mean, the way to trade Intel is to buy. I mean, if you kind of get rid of my mug here, you'll see, there you go, thank you. You see a little bottom there, up to the same level, so that's basically 19 up to 20, let's call it 25 to 27. Right back in again to 18, 19 again, right back up. This time we really get going. I think this was the new CEO announcement right there, up to 27, 28. Then guess what, Joe? Right back into 19, 20 again, right back up to $26 again, right back down into 18, $19 again, right back to 24. The only problem that I'm having right now is that's nice, and you make a higher high there, and you think, okay, maybe it's time to go, and then we get all the way back down, but then we don't make it high, another high again, and then we kind of make a lower high right there, but then we make a new higher low, and you're like, okay, maybe it's all good. Then we get right back up to this level again, and we can't even take out 24, 25 bucks again, and now you fall right back. So I'm just going to play the game this time. If we can get back into 19 or 20 bucks, I do actually think it's probably a buy. Get some of this sort of froth off this quarter, and let's just hope that rejuvenated workforce of the cutting of 15% of this workforce, gets them a little bit more efficient, gets them to where they need to be. I think Intel's a buy at some point, but it's not a buy until $19 or $20 because price and memory don't lie. And I think as long as we get into this level, then it's a buy for me. And it's on today's sticky note, which is now out. I put some different things in there today, put some headlines and whatnot that we're talking about. Google, Intel, Deckers, Newmont Mining as well. But there's Intel right there. I don't know if we're going to get back to 22, but it was obviously a weak release. Plus, you get those staff cuts. I like fading of the pops. I mean, you don't cut staff if things are working well. Now you're down that 9%. You didn't get much of action yesterday, but once we sort of broke through that $22 mark there, and I stopped the charts at 430, but we were holding 2250, 2250. All of a sudden, once we broke out, those floodgates opened up, and now you're well underneath. The $22 was the 200 period moving average when we were writing this thing down. Obviously, as we come down in, we're going to watch out for that. So the other point that I put on the sticky note was, let's just wait for levels to develop. We don't necessarily need to smash this bottom right there of $20.50. We've done that before and it hasn't worked out as Intel's gotten a pop. If it was supposed to be a bad quarter, why is it down 8% tonight? Why wasn't it down a lot more earlier on during sort of that initial release? So I think that the market kind of liked the release, then they didn't like the talk afterwards. Yeah. So for me, let's just wait to see. The boss of everything is price action. And once we see it, Joe, then we'll be able to trade off of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it's an early banger trade.
No, and I agree with you there, Sean. As you mentioned not too long ago, is that looking to cut about 25,000 jobs. No, I'm good, thank you. So yeah, looking to cut around 25,000 jobs. But if you want to talk about sitting in a name and then not doing so much, this is the price we're essentially trading at since June of 1997. So, I mean, that is not too good of a look. And looking to sway from its foundry business as well, too. So, I mean, just keep an eye out on INTC. I believe it's his first full quarter. He got half of one. Obviously, fact-check me that there, chat. But I'm pretty sure it's his first full quarter. Give him a couple more to see what he can get going on. But, yeah, this name is really, really in tough. And for me personally, I don't trade it that often either, right? Just considering it's a repeat offender, you get these moves higher, you come right back into the middle of the range, and then essentially it does the same thing over and over again, is what Sean was kind of explaining. And for me, if the stock is doing that, it's not going to be on my radar. I won't be grabbing it and hoping that when I buy it, that it's going to hopefully change its tone. I don't think that's going to be the case here in INTC. We need some big time things to change, and I think that's going to take multiple quarters under Le Boutin, even if that does happen out there, guys.
All right, let's go to Bitcoin. If you missed it overnight, so I'll show you the chart here. That was there we go. That was a move downside we had overnight. We get all the way down to 115,000. Nice bounce up to 116 right now on a bit of a pullback. I mean, overall, if you zoom out, yeah, it's down, but it's not that big of a deal considering the way this thing can move if it wants to get going. So everything in this group going to be downside a little bit here.
Yeah, and it was funny because I felt like we were going to break through 120,000 again yesterday when we touched it, but not really. So it dipped, guys, here about 104. It depends on your exchange, obviously, because they all show different numbers. 114,518, dropping about 2% in 24 hours after flirting with that $120,000 level. It later rebounded and is continuing to rebound back up to 116, but volatility remains high. Then the drop actually triggered about $140 million in Bitcoin liquidations in one 24-hour period. Across the crypto market, Brendo, there was $532 million in total positions that were liquidated in a 24-hour period. 142,000 traders were forced to sell, with 70% of losses actually coming from long positions. So it's not short sellers here piling in, according to this article. It really highlights the over-leveraged market conditions and trader sentiment misalignment, according to this article. And XRP led the decliners amid the breakdown, falling below $3 at psychological support before rebounding back to $3.12. About $16.5 million in XRP liquidations occurred yesterday as well, in the same 24-hour period. And now XRP's dropped more than 10% since July 21st, making it one of the weakest performers of the bunch. You had Solana drop 2.8, Doge drop 2.3. Ethereum, though, Brendo, defied the trend, at least momentarily, rising up 2%. After BNB also climbed 0.9% after hitting new all-time highs of 808.
A lot moving around on the equity side of things for crypto as a result. This morning, I'm just keeping my eye on more Trump comments coming through right now. They're talking about more deals to come before August, but nothing significant. Guys, just be aware Trump's still speaking.
I mean, as for Bitcoin, if we take a look at the weekly chart here, you're just continuously stair-stepping. And I've always talked about the lengths of the consolidation. So you get a leg up, you consolidate a little bit, pulls back an additional leg up. So, I mean, if it's done it once, if it's done it twice, I'm going to be looking for it to do it again. Obviously, we want a nice, steady incline up into, obviously, people are looking at $250,000, whatever it may be, whatever your price target is. But it takes time. But as long as we got people like Michael Saylor, and then now we have the Bitmine, Tom Lee starting to grab this stuff even more hand over fist. I think at some point you're just going to go on a big time move, and his bull case is $1 million in the next couple of years. With that being said, if that does happen, you're going to see some big time moves in Bitcoin. It's just you just got to be patient with this name and let it do its thing. But you can see it's just steady appreciation from these lows in 23, and then we're up approximately 594% from those lows. So just keep an eye on it. I think it does continue to grind higher. But for me right now, it's all about ETHA, Katina, man, even Ether, just because of the Genius Act. I really like this. And for me personally, I'm just trying to follow trends, essentially. And I think that we got a good one here with...
so what's the Genius Act
it's the one
front of this? Why is Ethereum popping so much on that?
Well, because the majority of the stable coins are built on the Ethereum blockchain and on the Ethereum network. So that's what
Ethereum is so expensive to use. That was always the thing that I had thought.
Yeah, well, the gas you're referring to, right? Yeah, when you're using gas. Yeah, and I agree with you on that front. But it also does have the ability to generate a yield as well too, so you can stake.
Right. Yeah. Some of mine is staked.
Yeah, you can stake it, so that can generate some other passive income as well too. And I think there's another. I don't know if it's IPO'd yet, but the Ethereum machine, it's kind of like a MicroStrategy system where they're gonna you want to buy the shares, but then they're also going to stake the Ethereum, so you get the appreciation of Ethereum plus the stock and the staking as well too.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Hey man, in the world of fake money, Ethereum and Bitcoin seem to be number one. I mean, I really like it. I was actually talking about adding to my Bitcoin position. I talked about this yesterday live on the show, actually. And the call that I had made was, and it's funny that you had just mentioned, I have a similar, actually I closed my BTC chart actually, but was once we break through 120, why not just go crazy with it and try to find support, like just go in.
Yeah.
Because if you're in this for the long term, like we said, is Bitcoin, I mean, we have another halvening. That could create some action there.
28, I think.
Yeah, I think it's 2 or 3 years from now, so I think there could be some action there as well. But what's going to slow it down? I mean, right now we're in a pretty big bull market.
And sorry, also, Katina, one thing as well too, Bitcoin is usually stronger in the second half of the halvening cycle. So you get this chopping around for the first couple of years, and then in the latter half is when it starts to really make moves too as well.
Hey man, I mean, it's so funny because all of us have stories about being in Bitcoin at $1,000, being in Bitcoin at $5,000, being in Bitcoin at $30,000. Are we going to get back into it at 120? All right, so I have Ethereum right here on the note today. Why not? Let's go, man. It's a sticky note. It's up there. We put it out in the chat. The most looked at thing here, social media-wise. We only have 600 views today. I have to refresh that. It's probably a lot higher. But right there, let's go with Ethereum right there. I said it's holding up real well considering what we've seen in Bitcoin land as well. There had over 6,000 views yesterday. Let me see what it has today. Right now, 1,300. Okay, we'll get that going. But right now, Ethereum, again, I like the stock. I was looking at it at this break spot right here, 28.50. Try to take out some of these weekly levels. Obviously, you get back into where we were at the beginning of the week up here at 29.25. But why not? If it wants to be strong, this is 28.50. We bounced off of it yesterday. We sort of didn't get to it on Tuesday, Wednesday. Monday was a high up there of 29 and change. I think we can retest. You know, I mean, do you want to be short this over the weekend? Probably not. We just talked to Joe about the Genius Act and why people are liking Ethereum. It's down 1%. Let's see if it gets going. We don't have to trade it early. We just have to trade it late. And when it breaks that 28.50, I think that's going to be on my mind. So let's go Ethereum breaking 28.50. I don't think that's ETHA. I don't think there's much risk to this trade. Worst case scenario, you can get out at 28. 28 is where the VWAP is. 50 cents worth of risk. If you're not here for that, then maybe not the right thing for you, because I don't think you should be scalping in and out of 5 or 6 cents of these things. If it goes, it goes. It's something that you could hold all day. And then again, if once we get news or anything for some kind of a reason for it to move, then you can act on it. But play the momentum long. That's all. I mean,
I've been building a position in ETHA. I plan on holding it for the foreseeable future.
You know, it's
right?
I mean, it's Friday, right? I mean, the market's gonna be relatively flat here to start with. Look for crypto. Crypto's down 1%. IBIT's down even more. I mean, that could be where the juice is, especially if this market gets going. People could look to buy the dips and rate.
Yeah, exactly. If it sells off over the weekend, guess what? Bright and early Monday morning, who's buying more?
Joe.
Joe is. So there you go.
And Joe can single-handedly run up Ethereum stock. This is the kind of buying power. This is the kind of money we pay this man to get in there, put his paycheck into Ethereum. So, yeah, that would not be a good idea, Joe.
No,
but, you know, you never know. You never know.
Hey, you got to put on risk, right? You want to make big money, you got to put in big money, right? So that's how it works.
That's what we're talking about. All right, back over the desk. It's 9:20, and we still have a little ways to go.
Palantir, Piper Sandler with a positive note on Palantir this morning, initiating coverage, talking all kinds of positively as well. We'll get to some of the details here. Just keep an eye out right now, actually, 155 coming into play, that high in resistance area from yesterday.
Absolutely, Brendo, and it's a hefty price target here. They have a $175 price target from Piper, implying a 13% upside from yesterday's close. Keep an eye out on that. Stocks are already up 105% year to date, but analyst Brent Bracelin sees more room to run based on fundamentals and long-term positioning. He sees them as a unique growth opportunity as well as a great margin play. He says the rare blend of 30% revenue growth and 40% free cash flow margins is rare in the industry. He's also said they're going to grow into a $4 billion revenue run rate over 22 years and a $24 billion run rate by 2032. That's pretty substantial there. He also sees them as a secular winner in the AI revolution with catalysts across both the commercial and the government verticals, and he believes their 30% CAGR compounding annual growth rate can continue into the future, supported by $1 trillion in addressable market, their TAM, total addressable market. Last but not least, Brando, they did acknowledge the rich valuation premium and the high risk associated profile, but he sees the upside as justified for long-term investors, and the unconventional leadership, let's call it that, and culture at the company stands to benefit.
I like that term for them. I mean, ton of relative strength here, guys, for Palantir today versus the market.
There's really not much else to talk about here. This stock is up over 100% this year. It just continues to go higher. It's going to, unfortunately, I mean, again, you know, shout out to everybody looking at the same stocks today. I mean, I think we always tend to look at these stocks, but there's 156 there, Piper with coverage. We like it. I like the AI story. We just talked about the margins continuously improving there as well. And, you know, that's the other thing. When you're software for service and things like that, you just looking at your margins because they already have this moat around them. They've been approved. They're Foundry. Everything is good to go with Palantir, man. As more companies look to get in this AI rates and use data, they're managing the data for you and providing, you know, all the answers. So I like Palantir here today. The fact that it's up 0.4, it's already at its all-time high. Its all-time high is 155.70, I believe. We might actually be above it already on the all-time day. Yeah, 155.68 made about 4 days ago. 155.68 right into there. So we're already at all-time highs. It will take it out on at 9.25. There will be a Palantir buy imbalance. Is going to be what I'm thinking. And there goes 156. So for me, I'm going long at 156 on a Palantir break because why not? I mean, we know that this name wants to run, and when it does, it is very excited. So we'll watch out for Palantir. I don't know always taking these breaks here today, especially with the market being flat, but hey, man, we've seen Palantir. You want to get on the back of it when it's moving. It's a big-time Momo stock.
Yeah, absolutely. That's for sure. All right, guys, big news for Vietnam's green mobility shift and a major win for VinFast, NASDAQ, VFS. Starting July 1st, 2026, Hanoi will ban gas-powered motorcycles in its city center, kicking off a nationwide move towards electric transport. VinFast is in its prime position to benefit with major investments in EV tech, battery production, and charging networks. It has a strong head start while others scramble. VinFast is ready, and this policy only sharpens its edge. Check out VFS there, guys. Yeah, so as for Palantir, we know this is obviously a fan favorite amongst the chat and even Katina Man, but how could you even argue it? This is the April lows. As you mentioned, you're up over 100% from that level, 134%. So it's looking really good. Everything about Palantir continuing to grab more commercial and government contracts. So it's absolutely fantastic. But kind of just to sway, I know Katina Man likes Palantir, but we also like Robinhood as well too. So I mean, 278% off of those April lows was a really good look. But yeah, Palantir, look for the continuation in strength, guys, as we're continuing to climb earlier in the pre-market sessions here, and then maybe you get a break of some of these 155 levels. Once those hold, look for this stock to continue to the top side for sure.
A couple more to get through here. DEC actually trying to get going right now. That's 120, what was it? 122, I guess, was the high after the close yesterday on this better than expected earnings report. A little bit thin here this morning. Not a lot of volume or liquidity, but a good report.
Yeah, and a 15%. Who can argue with that? Big breakout there, guys. So let's talk about how they did. Q1 net income of about $140 million. That's up from 116 last year. That beat the expectations, guys. So they printed about, let's just say, 93 pennies per share. The street was looking for around, I believe here, 68 pennies. So good beat there. Revenue also rose substantially year over year to 17%, just under that $1 billion, 964 million, Brendo. And I know you'll be interested in this. The Hoka sales. Is that how much? Is it Hoka? Yeah. Up 20% to 653 million. UGG sales up 19%, up to 265. And their channel breakdown here: wholesale revenue surged 27%, and their direct-to-consumer rose less than 1%. We've been seeing that a lot in the industry, with Nike kind of rolling back direct-to-consumer as well, and so are they. So interesting.
Yeah, Hoka and ON. Just crushing the marketing game right now. I actually switched to Brooks, and I won't go back.
You were telling me, and those were like discount shoes when you and I were
so
growing
good right
up,
now.
right? Like,
yeah, so good right
not
now.
Anymore.
Especially for endurance and longer term. Bouncing right now here, guys. Again, just real quick, ASTS, if we don't get to it, 500 million in on offering. There's 135 million in buybacks announced as well, on top of a 4.25% convertible note. So ASTS down here, but trying to bounce as well.
Are you good?
Yeah, the Decker coming back to this report high, looking pretty good. ASTS we touched on earlier. You get that sell starting to cover as well too there, guys. But the continuation, you break through some of these pre-market zones, I think it's looking pretty good for a long here on DECK.
All right, not much going on here. You mentioned ASTS. ASTS, there does have a buy and balance, and we talked about liking that stock because of that short float. And again, just an offering. So to me, that's not the end of the world. That's already been discounted right there. So there's the offering, there's the discount. Now just let it trade. And I think that, a break here of $57 gets this name going, and you're going to regret not taking ASTS if it does come through. NVIDIA starting the day off. I don't actually have this one written down, despite it being P&L number one for, what day was I back? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I think. I'm going to ignore NVIDIA for now, but I do like that 174 take and break. People are asking me what trades I have ready to go. Okay, so I have Ethereum ready to go. If this takes out 28.50, we're going to go long up there. I'm just reading off. The sticky note is now out. You can go find it at Trader TV. Sean, I'll put it once again in the chat. I know SPET got a new CEO. We'll talk about that as the market opens up here a little bit. I like Google, and Google on a day two play, man. I mean, we really liked those dip buy opportunities yesterday. Obviously, we got hit early on it. It was the only red stock that I had yesterday. We went 4 for 5, but there goes Google to the downside right there into 191. We'll see if that can hold. I was actually waiting for 194 break, so right there. So I'm going to wait to see if Google wants to go upside rather than downside right now, because that's where it's going. It's heading lower, so maybe 191 for some kind of support. I'm not in love with that. I think if Intel can somehow rip, which I don't think it will, then we're going to watch out for this 200 period moving average. That's 2150 right there, but 22 was the mark that I had made. I'm going to leave that alone. I think we've decided on that right here until we get some levels. I will be long Palantir big time. So hopefully this one can go through. And I'm actually going to lower the shares a little bit because we're right here right now. So we'll go, whoopsies. Tesla, did Tesla just break? Because that one,
yeah, it's a little bit higher.
Okay, so Tesla, unfortunately, the order that I used does not get me in the pre-market, so that's okay. That breaks through 309, so I'm actually going to take a little bit right now on that. So there goes the 309 break. We're into Tesla right here to start off with. The other, yeah, because it's a trade I wanted, right? I mean, we're only a minute away now. We're in it a little bit early on TSLA. Joe and I both in this. Welcome to Trader TV Live. And then Palantir, Google, and then the TQQs, which was the market. So I'm actually looking at this one breaking through 89, which is right up here. If you look at my bottom right of my screen, that's been the weekly high right there, $89. So we'll see if the NASDAQ wants to get going. But right now we're in Tesla, and we will be in Palantir right off the open. That's the scary moment because we could either miss the punch or it does the break and fake. So Tesla right now for me is what we're looking at.
Nice, good look there. Yeah. So I got out here real quickly. So it was a nice scub. I don't want to hold this into the open, but a nice little move right there. We won't complain about that one.
On.
If we do get a move back to VWAP, Katina man, we're right back in the same with along with you right there. Boom.
What up,
Fabian ringing the bell this morning. Sean and I ready to rock and roll, looking to see if we can find some moves in Ether. And there it is. We're open, guys. What do we got cooking up? What is Tesla doing? It's kind of relaxing right now. Nothing
and there goes
crazy.
Palantir, of course.
There goes Palantir to the top side, as you just mentioned. Tesla's slightly coming in here, guys, not breaking through some of these resistance zones, the pre-market resistance zones, that is, but just give it a couple of seconds. Anything can happen on this name, Sean.
All right. People are tired of me saying this, dude.
It's another one? It's another one.
It just worked, man. Okay. It just freaking worked right there. And there it is right now. This could be one of the biggest trades in Trader TV. No, we always say it, but hey, man, I mean, we're upping our shares, right? We're not going that way. We're going the other way. We're going higher right now. So there it goes, man. What a break there for us on Palantir. What a break. Hey, dude, we've got $2 on Tesla right now. We've got $2. We got $1 and change on Palantir. Hey, you are welcome back here anytime, my friend, because right there, we now have, it's the biggest day of July for me right now. And there it goes, dude. Whatever, it's quick. Hey, man, we'll talk about it. We hit it with a couple shares there. So we're pretty happy with what's been happening now, Joseph. And there it goes, man. It's Palantir. It is now all-time highs. And oh boy, that's a big number that we just put up on the board right there. So congratulations to everybody else that also hits this. Boom. Big one, Joseph.
Nice move.
Absolutely big one.
Brother.
But unfortunately now I'm done. So the show is yours for the next couple hours.
So you can, hey, listen, you can just go grab your stuff, take the ride up with me to the cottage. We're rocking and rolling at 11 o'clock.
I got commitments, but I would love to do that, my guy. Right now. We are $4 in the money, Joseph. $4 in the money.
Palantir. Yeah, that thing is absolutely insane.
Bye-bye.
Here goes Tesla. I'm keeping my eyes on ETH just in case, but it's kind of dead right now. Not moving like some of these tech stocks, but there it is. Boom. Katina man with a big time move. I was like, I don't want to hold this to the open, but there you go. Katina man rocket to the top side. That's a really nice one there. And it's continuing to climb higher, up over 1.5% because
what are we even doing?
He's done. He's switching spots with me. He's going up to the. Oh yeah, you got movie night.
I got movie night. I got tonight. We have baseball again. I coach the girls tomorrow up there. But right now we're $5, $6 in the money.
There you go. So good look there. Beautiful stuff there on Tesla. Keep in mind. Oh, there goes Google as well. Oh, what a missed opportunity. We'll wait and be patient. Ethereum kind of setting up how I want. We'll step back into this name just in case it wants to get going as well. So Ethereum coming back towards the volume weighted average price. I don't know why it's different on two different, I have two different charts here, and you can see VWAP right there and then VWAP down here. So we're going to be a little bit patient, but Tesla continuing to grind higher, Google moving to the top side, and Ethereum, my play of the day, starting to come back in a little bit. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Yeah, I mean, we traded it yesterday. It worked out pretty well for us there, Sean. So why not go back to it the following day, right? And there it is.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So we'll just the thing about it is like Joseph and I, we all trade on a prop floor, right? And so the purpose of trading here is so that we can use other people's capital, and we're able to use as many shares as basically our risk can hold, right? And so sometimes, you know, when you're seeing something and I'm celebrating because we're $7 in the money, you know, if I was trading my own account, you know, I don't have that kind of buying power to actually make it, you know, that significant of a play. But when you're here doing things like this, you're able to do whatever the.
Oh, Katina, man, there goes Ethereum. Let's go.
Let's just keep going, man.
Yeah,
I mean, this is just like right here. We're up $3 on Tesla.
Rock and roll.
And again, it's just one of those things, Joe. You know, we talk about this all the time. Sharif's got the TikToks. Neil's got his note. You've got your thing up as well. This is the sticky note right here. I mean, we've got Palantir 156 long. That is $3 in the money. It's $9.34 right now. Tesla, we have 308.50 or the pre-market high. That is also $2, right? So it's just like, it's just about trying to, yeah, it is a props thing, but it's just about trying to follow what you're doing. There's nothing else. Like, don't trade. I don't want you to trade my book. I don't want anybody to trade. I want them to do their own thing, but at the same time, I think that's probably the best thing about what we do around here, sharing the ideas, sharing the sort of the experiences that we have, getting excited when we have winners. I mean, you know, I've been around a prop floor obviously my whole life, literally my whole working life, and I know how tough it is, and I know that, you know, there are traders out there that get frustrated all of the time. They join these competitions. They're doing this, they're doing that. Well, I'm just trying to show you that these are plays that if we make them and they're proper, then right there, I just made the whole week up in 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's
so it's just like those are the opportunities that you have, and I think it's worth it to celebrate those and to talk about them. So there goes Tesla, there goes Palantir, and we just made multiple weeks right there in 5 minutes. So it's just it's just one of those things. We can also lose. Yesterday we had that bad experience with Google going against us, and some days they go against you, some days they go for you. And if you're not celebrating your wins, then you know you're kind of just hanging out, right? And so for me, that's what I'm doing, and obviously pretty emotional when we were able to do some trades like that. So again, congratulations to anybody that's in those names. Nice. Palantir and Tesla, we both got the, well, you were in and out there of Tesla, but there goes Tesla still now.
Got a little Ethereum here as well too. We got out of that trade as it came back in. We punched through some VWAP, but yeah, Sean, to add to your point, I mean, we get excited and everything, rightfully so, in my opinion, because we tell you when we lose. And we're like, hey, we take everything on the chin. We're totally open and what it is. And we like to have fun. And obviously, when we make money in our account, our personal accounts, and even on the floor, it's exciting because this is a tough game. But as for trading other people's book, it doesn't work. Mirror trading doesn't work. You have to interpret your own DNA into your trading style. You can see Katina Man put on some really nice trades in Palantir and Tesla, essentially done his day. I'm trading a little bit of Ethereum and Tesla as well too. Tesla's still going. It's going nuts.
We're $8 in the money.
Yeah, so there it is. Fantastic stuff there from Sean. And yeah, Ethereum working out pretty good for us as well. We'll hop right back in here momentarily, but that's what it is, guys. You got to trade your own book. You got to interpret your own DNA into your trading style, and sure enough, you'll be able to adapt and generate your own trade book. But yeah, you don't want to mimic other people's trading styles because it doesn't.
No, the thing is, I mean, I'm looking at the chat, like people want, you know, and they think it is obviously. We are somewhat bragging about the positions that we have on. This is what it is. I'm sure last week Neil and Obi had $7, $8, $9 as well, things like that. Everybody has different styles, and like you just mentioned as well. So take it for what it's worth. We don't discuss P&Ls on this show, so we just have to talk about the trades that we're in. Yeah, so there's nothing else to do. So you like that Ethereum trade. I like that one as well. Let's have a quick look at Intel because right now, there it is, man. I mean, you know, for the first 4 minutes of the show, yeah, we're going to talk about trades that we're in. So let's go. Now, here's Intel. Again, I think we had nailed this one when we had talked about it, that we were going to wait for something to happen. And I was not that excited about Intel today, and I think for good reason. I mean, look, not much has happened, right? I mean, Intel, the number has come out yesterday. It wasn't well received initially, but it wasn't poorly received either. But then overnight, during the read, it obviously made that move down. So right now, I'm only in about 17, 18% of Palantir. I'm going to get another piece out right now. Just don't want all this stuff to sort of collapse back in. We've got to make sure that we are taking profits. Our best outs were 159. What's up, Sharif?
Escape, Sean. It's not up. It's more like down to the tune here of 8% after getting a price target upgrade yesterday from Goldman, up from 2 to 3. Selling coming in today fast and furious, boys, trying to hold 11.5.
500 there. Okay, thank you for all of that. We have Centene as well today. CNC, that was having a nice move there. And we can look at Astis to see what that's doing as well. Centene continues to make that move higher here. We did have a good break right in the open there. That was at 840, 850, and then we faded back out. And here it is since open. Nice move up for Centene, back up through 4% right now. ASTS, look, without looking at this, I like the 57 break. I haven't looked at it yet. down to 55. So there it is. Look at that 50. Again, I commented it before we looked at it, right? So there it goes right there. 57 does not break and fades back out. So this is at a level right here. I mean, look at this, 54, 55 bucks. We talked about that with Brendo and Sharif earlier. It's like you get that offering, you come right back in, and now you're just hanging out again in and around 54.50 there for ASTS. So let's watch out what's going on right there with Astis again, possibly. People asking about where the out for Tesla is. I mean, we're $4. So right now, I have less than 10% of this left. Once this ripped up, we got a lot out there at 310, to be honest with you. Like, we got that 308, we punched into 309. This is what's on the sticky note. So we had 308, we have written on here 308.50. The price I'm long at is 308.15, but we were able to get a dip buy early, so we did take advantage of that. Punched in there, doubled our position off the 200 period move, off the 50 and VWAP. Then we went to the upside. So appreciate that, Joe, but there it goes, Tesla. Stop order, let's just use the 50 period moving average. Again, we have 10% left, maybe 309 or so break there on Tesla. So we'll have a check in on that as well. But that's what we're doing right now. And a good couple outs there on Palantir as we're fading right back in on that one. We just took down VWAP. Let this thing settle down. The market obviously hits to the south side as well. The only other trade that I was looking at here was Intel Ethereum. You're into that. And then how low did Google get exactly?
Google went a little bit
bounce
lower.
off the same level again.
Yeah. So let's see if we can get a move. I'm looking at Google right now, Sean, just as you mentioned it. So we're starting to recover. We'll be patient on this name to see if we can get a possible entry here right around the volume weighted average price. Let me pull it up. Good thing we got out of Ether as well, too. So we took a little scalp on that one. Nothing substantial, but we're going to keep an eye on Google just in case it wants to continue to the top side. Great numbers, decides that it wants to sell. Sharif, what do you got for us, brother?
Holding on that trade that Sean's got, here it is, guys. So they're Tesla planning to launch the robotaxi in San Francisco this weekend, and we have more details about where that's going to be. So they're gonna cover large swaths of the Bay Area, including Marin, much of the East Bay, as well as stretches of San Francisco going all the way out to San Jose. Expect that this weekend, despite reports yesterday from California that they had not applied for a license.
Yeah, very interesting, but a positive catalyst, and you can see the move that we're experiencing in Tesla starting to come back in towards VWAP. But I think with the strength, one thing to note here, Sean, is look at the volume really start to stair-step down. So for me, that can give it another good opportunity for the continuation to the long side. I think this is what investors want to see from Elon as well, Sharif, is that just a continuous get into more cities from Elon. Get into more cities, and start sending in those applications. So, I mean, yeah, a pretty good look in Tesla. Volume starting to pick back up. Maybe we're going to get involved in this name once again here, Sean.
Yeah, and that was trying to figure out his dollars. If we got down into there, maybe we would smack that short, but right now it does not, and CMG now up 1.7%. What's up, Andre, and everybody else over there? There it goes up to 46 and change, 45.50, 46.50. So CMG nicely cooking here on day two play. Right now $3. Tesla continues to go as well. Netflix, I talked about Netflix. Oh, no problem. Yeah, keep
stream
the stream
is lagging. Yeah,
keep the stream going. If the stream is lagging, it is frozen a little bit there as well. We have had some issues lately with that. So yeah, if you are having any issues, please refresh it. Andre has.
Oh, there goes Google, Katina, man.
Which level? Which level?
We're at 152
okay.
now. Yeah,
that 191 was a buy.
Yeah.
Stupid of us not to do it. Did you get long?
Yeah, I'm in some Google right there. Yeah, 192.46. We're getting about 50 pennies on that one there. So we'll pull up Google. We're still long Tesla. See if we can get a continuation on that one. But there it is. Google starting to climb higher for your boy there. So we'll take a little bit more off these highs and see if we can continue and break this key pivot. But Google right through the volume weighted average price. And there we go. We get another pop right there, Katina, man. So not looking too bad.
Minute for
Joseph. Google. Yeah, so that's a good one. Still sitting in this Tesla. But yeah, Google, Ethereum, we get a little pops on those. And let's see if we can hold VWAP here on TSLA, guys. Not the best entry. Comes back into VWAP. We'll hop out of that trade. No problem at all. Small potatoes, small potatoes.
There we go, man. I like it. like it. I like it a lot, dude. Good trade on that one for sure, man. I mean, it's really nice to see you putting on some risk there and taking that nice trade there on Google. We'll see what happens now. I'm still waiting for that 194 to break, but wow, that 191. And just before we go over to Sharif, I just wanted to show everybody, there it was right there. We talked about Google getting into 191. So what a great opportunity that was in for Google. But oh, hell yeah, to what kind of a day it's been here today. Rest in peace, my guy, Terry Bollea, Mr. Hulk Hogan. What's up, Sharif?
Sentiment entirely, Sean. What's not up again is Alibaba down here 1.5% with most of these Chinese ADRs. Here's what's happening, guys. So a lot of these Chinese tech firms are dropping their prices for AI, charging about 1/5 what their actual international competitors are actually charging. So Alibaba breaking through 119 at the low day.
All right, yeah, we take a look at Baba, but first we got to take a little bit more off here on Google as we climb towards some of these pre-market highs. Let's see what Baba is up to. You know what, Sean, didn't take crazy size on that one there, but a nice little move through the volume-weighted average price. So we'll see what we got going on that one. BABA, Tab NY, dude. Yeah, starting to sell off here, negative 1.3% on the day. Coming back in towards the volume-weighted average price, so keep an eye out on Baba. But we like Google right now, Katina, so we'll keep an eye on this one. We're out of Tesla as well, too, as it's coming through the volume-weighted average price. I think there's going to be another opportunity to get involved. Just have to be a little bit more patient around the volume-weighted average.
Yeah, we basically have nothing left on that. Tesla.
Google, wow.
10%. I'm still trying to get Google, by the way, going 194. I'm still going to take it, and it's coming in right now. Oh, wow. There goes Palantir, though, man. Another huge trade for us. We have zero. Obviously, we've only got into 2 trades, but I'm going to take that 194 break on Google. So it's going to come in. I lowered the shares because of where this came from, man. It's already up $3. So 191 up to 194, $3, and literally, as my kids would say, literally a straight line right there upside on Google. So how's Milo doing, by the way?
He's good, man. Well, yeah, I mean,
you're gonna miss that guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss that guy. I'm okay with taking a break because I was up at it with 4:30 in the morning, taking him outside, decided that he didn't want to go to the washroom.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we're living that life right now. But that's my best friend, man. That guy's my guy. He's good. He's good stuff. So yeah.
Every time I get home, Belle is literally at the door, crying, running outside. See it as soon as she sees my car come around the corner. Marissa tells me it's game over, and it's like, you know, when they say a dog is a man's best friend,
it's very true.
Yeah, and I know Sharif, of course, all of us sans Neil actually with a dog world. Okay, so. Right into there. Google, see, I mean, that's what we were talking about, man. The little bit of the fake and then the break. So it is a good thing that we did lower our shares a little bit. I'm going to try to buy something down here now at 193 and change as it does fade out a little bit. Now it gives me the average price of 85. I don't like this trade anymore, man. I mean, we don't want to give back what we've made, obviously, on Palantir. Well, we're going to give something back, what we've made on Palantir and on Tesla right here today. But for right now, Google is getting taken downside right now. I'm going to take a little bit off if I can around that 50 mark. We just stopped around there. Try to stop some of the bleeding a little bit. We were able to get something long down there near 193, so that's helping with a little bit of this trade. There it is. We get some out there at 50 as we start to break a little bit higher right now. I'm going to take another piece in the 70s, and then we'll just let it run, man. I mean, again, we don't want, this is what risk management's all about. If you're going to take $7, $8, $9 winners, don't take the same of a loser. Try to protect your day, and there it goes, man. As we talk about this, Palantir is absolutely on its way to $200, Joseph.
Even more,
yeah, this is just absolutely rocking right now. Look at Palantir, what it's doing. 159 and change right now. And then, by the way, bye-bye Google right now as we take some profits on this name now, up to 194.12. We're going to go 3 for 3 huge today. And just, again, welcome to the jungle, Joseph. You are welcome to be here. Obviously, we miss Neil. He's sitting over here to our left. But right now, we've got Google on board, we've got Palantir, and we've got Tesla. And it is, for me, P&L-wise, the best day I've potentially had in a long time.
That's good, brother.
Yeah, man, we're pretty, we're pretty happy with that one right there.
Oh my God.
I'm going to give it over to you, but I do want to bring everyone's attention right here. And thank you to everybody in the chat there. Trade R Gib is here as well. We sort of didn't see this until right now. This guy ran the account from $246 to $2,100. That's a face slapper right there in 1 week. So congratulations on that. Lucid Alibaba Rumble. Okay, no trades today. Good luck, Joey and Sean. We thank you for that. We also do have a new member here as well. Ragu. I like Ragu right there. I mean, it's one of my things. I guess a little.
You like Ragu?
A little bolognese.
I like
not
Wagyu.
Really. Yeah, I like Wagyu. Wagyu is what it is. I was just thinking about the bolognese meat sauce. But yeah, if you are in the chat, wow, Google's still going, dude. This is an absolutely banger opportunity today. Palantir, by the way, is now at 159.50. Let's just wait to see how high Google can go. I'll take another piece out on Google right now. But this is who's winning the bet right now, SBET. So I can refresh this. Let's refresh it at 10 o'clock. But for right now, they want to talk about SBET. There's Palantir, there's CNC and Tesla. So get into the chat. All you have to type is $ something, and you will get showed up there. I really like Oscar as well, $14. Okay. All right, President Trump talking all about Russia right now, which should mean good things for what? Palantir, again, right now, as that continues to go upside here as well. As I'm going to take out one more piece, and then that will be that for Palantir. 159.75, monster trade alert there for PLTR. Probably the biggest single winner I've had on this stock. So again, just really happy with that breaking through 156. We did it, man. We did it. Nice. And then the other name was SBET that people wanted to talk about. New CEO involved with SBET today, and that sort of got it going. Now you're coming back into the downside. So I think if you're playing this name, you're just playing it from momentum, and right now the momentum is downside. So let's chill out on SBET. Again, congratulations to everybody that's been trading today. It's been a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to get involved in some more Tesla here, Sean, just in case it wants to climb higher. So we'll get involved in that. But there is our Google trade. I know you're still involved in this name, but there we go. Pop through, view up, boom, 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 boom. Anything compared to what I had on or putting on with this Tesla trade to see if we can get a continuation of this trend. But that is said and done. Google, really nice move for us there, guys. And now let's pull up TSLL. We'll go 1 for 2 on this one, but we're back into it again. So we take a little scalp right there. We try it once more, and then we get stopped out. But now our risk to reward is vastly better because we're closer to the volume weighted average price. Let's see if this is going to be the move where we head and go and test this possible high of the day. As it's starting to come back in, that's all right. Maybe we'll get a little bit more in around the volume weighted average price. But TSLL is the name of the game. Yeah, and guys, make sure you hit the like and subscribe, all right? Zakitina Man and I, we only got, how many people watching? 8,000 people watching, and we only got 10% of the likes. Come on, we don't ask for too much around here. Boo says Sharif. Let's see what my guys got for us.
DR, Joey, up 32%, despite the fact that they're looking to increase the amount of issuable shares up to about $24 million in placement shares here. Good continuation for LIDR. Keep your eye on this one.
That there. The like button for Joey over here.
Yeah, hit that.
I mean, we should be at 8,000 likes.
Easily.
I mean, we're lucky enough to have you here today. We want to thank Neil for taking your midday.
Very much so.
Look there. So yeah, we could check. We could check in. We can. I mean, Neil could put on his mic. We could check in to see what he's doing so far here today. Okay, so Palantir, nice move higher. I mean, no one's. I don't know if you guys want to know what Neil's up to. Put it in the chat. We can get a look on that. Yeah, right now I don't want to. People are saying don't get too greedy on Palantir. Yeah, so I'm under 10% now on PLTR. We just got a 160 print, guys. I mean, it's 159.90. We just ripped up to. That's where we're at right now. So as this breaks 160, you could probably even add to this bad boy if you did really want to do that. So here it goes again. I will take one more fill just right now. So let's get out there. It is. We offered 80. We got it. There it goes. Bye bye 160. See you later on the other side of that one. Right now 160.50. Let's just put an order out somewhere around there. And take that. So we just broke through 160. Now we could get a little bit of a pullback on PLTR. But wow, man, that's $4 straight fire right there on what I used more shares on that trade. So we're pretty happy with that one. There goes Google. What's going on with your Ethereum right now? Because right now Bitcoin's 166, sorry, 116.060. Palantir shares up 3%. Ethereum didn't get that move that I was looking for, Joe. But it does come into those levels. What just hit for me? Oh, we got some more shares out of Google. Google's Google's okay. We just took a 193.75 there. I think we did the right thing by lowering our default when we ripped up that level. I mean, I was really confident in taking a 194 break with much bigger. So I basically put it down 25% of what I had. So if we had 400 shares, we took 100. You know, like that kind of math. Just because of the fact, shout out to math. What are you looking for?
I was looking for the bang because
the bang, that's what I was gonna say. We don't have a math one there yet, but that's
let's go.
I should be able to do that kind of math right there.
The math is mathing. It's mathing right now, Katina, man.
Math.
We're getting the move here.
Yeah, dude.
Tesla, let's go.
So my next mark out for Tesla. Let's talk about yours because you're trading TSLL, but I'm going to be sitting up here at 311.75. I want to get out just before this 312. Basically the high of the day. Let's see if Tesla wants to go, man. I mean, Google's been really good, and Palantir. I mean, this is what the market is, man. Today is absolutely a killer day. We want to thank everybody for watching. And then, man, we are obviously upset about the likes. But Joe, it was at 800. You asked for it. Now we're at 1.3K right now. So let's go. Let's get going a little bit more than that right there. 8,800 of you watching. Give it up for my guy Joe, the best luck charm for me so far here today. But there it goes, man. Let's go Tesla. Let's see if we can get that. We're at 311.75. Let's go, Joe. Let's go, Joe.
Yeah, we hit the reload on that one there, Katina, man. Now it's starting to cook up a little bit for us here. So we got in here, boom, boom. We take it off quick, and then we hopped in again, too early, a little premature on that one. But Sean, we enter, and then we double the size up right there as well, too. So a nice little pop in Tesla. I'm going for this high of the day break. So as long as we can see continuous strength in the tape and we don't sell too aggressively, as I speak about it, we're kind of doing that. But we'll take a bunch off. I still have a lot of my position remaining. I did only take about 30% or so, so not too bad of a look here in the continuation VWAP hold in Tesla, and you want to see those flushes on the tape at the ask as well too, guys, and we're starting to see that displayed, so pretty good looks. Yeah, Google big time continuation. Should have hopped back into that. Why isn't that? Why isn't my trade showing?
We're $1 now. Google's at the day's high.
Google's really cooking up. I don't know why it's not displayed on my chart, but that's all right. We got other things. No, I'm out of it now. I'm only in Tesla because I completed that trade here. We'll pull it up here momentarily. So yeah, we were all out of Google. So there it is. Boom, all the way up there. Boom, boom, boom. Consolidation holds it, volume drops off, and then you get that move. But Tesla, we hopped into that, and that's starting to really work for us once again there. I thought you were going to hit the I'm reloaded for sure
on Tesla.
On Tesla,
yeah, we could have hit that one there, but we'll take it out right now at 311.50s. So we actually changed. We're at 311.75. I pushed it to 50, but there's 75. Just gets hit right there. So we'll go ride that bull today. Wow. Joe, this has been a great one. So we want to thank everybody for watching us one more time in here today. Let's just check out Intel, what's been going on, and then we're going to check out NVIDIA. You remember what bye-bye, Intel. Remember what NVIDIA's all-time high was?
175 or 173.
Let's go with 174.25.
Yeah, all right, there we go.
New all-time highs right there for NVIDIA.
Sharif,
right now, taking it out right now. And new. In current. But you know what? It's not new champion.
No.
You know, this is current. Reigning,
so
undisputed,
there we go.
heavyweight champion of the world. It is Jensen, it is NVIDIA, and it is Trader TV Live right now. You're rocking with the best of us right now. It's Joe, it's myself, we've got Neil over there. We've got the man, the myth, the legend himself, our own Hulk Hogan over there at the desk. It is Sharif right there. Those are big shoes to fill though, Hulk Hogan.
The Hulkster.
Sharif kind of, I mean, he's like the leader of the pack around here. I would say Sharif is kind of, what kind of wrestler? There we go. I think, I was going to say.
No, you know what I said? Okay, so you remember.
Like Kevin Nash? I'm not sure.
Oh, you think? No, he's Scott Steiner, man.
Scott Steiner's just known for his. Sharif's much more than that. That's what I'm saying. He's like,
sorry.
Kevin Nash, like the Wolf Pack. You've got some leaders on there. We got Razor. I got Razor Ramon to my right over here.
Maybe you can throw Edge on there. No, I'm Carlito Caribbean Cool, man.
Oh, you kind of do look like Carlito.
Carlito Caribbean Cool. That's what they used to call me. Yeah, that's cool, man.
That's cool. You said cool. That's cool. You're cool.
No, because when I used to have dreadlocks in high school, that's what they used to call me, Carlito.
You used to have dreadlocks in high school?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
was high school rough for you, or was it all right?
It was great. What do you mean? I'm J Dubs, man.
I love it.
We were great in high school, man. I lived pretty good.
Having too much fun with you, my guy.
Oh wow! Let's go Tesla. Big time
Go, dude.
move here.
What are we even doing right now? Tesla, $4 in the money. Palantir, $4 in the money. Google, 30 cents in the money. We're running the register, ringing it, and running it right now. Yeah, we're gonna have to put a meme with dreads on, and then we can put that out
Sharif
there. And
wants to see that.
Let's break TikTok with that one.
With that one there.
How about
yeah, they
that?
were down to like down to like here at one point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honestly. All right.
Yeah.
So you've never had a piece of pie.
Yeah.
Katina Man, he has pictures of those dreads on his phone.
This
it was 2013, Katina Man. I will buy it.
2013? No, those were gone in probably 09.
Joseph?
Joseph. 08 or 09.
Sharif and I were on the same page here. He was reading my mind.
You guys need
you need to produce a picture of yourself in dreads at some point. There's no way. Neil and I went to high school about 40 years before you did. Yeah. We have pictures of ourselves in high school. Yeah. There's things called yearbooks and whatnot. There is a picture floating around.
No, there is.
Of Joe Miami, Miami Joe, with dreadlocks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I deleted I deleted my Facebook back in 16 or 17, 2017. But if I were to log back in, we would have plenty of content of that stuff.
But you said you deleted it. I don't know if, can you just log back in?
Yeah, you just log back in and everything pops right back.
Okay, so we have the solution.
Yeah, we have.
All right, perfect. All right, there it is right there.
No, but hold on.
Sharif, we got it.
There's always a catch. There is always a catch.
Not really.
I will not. No, there is. Hear me out.
Okay.
If we don't get 2,000 likes by the end of the show, that's it. That's it. That's all it is. 2,000 likes. That's fair.
That's a wrap.
And then I will find one come Wednesday when I'm back on the show. I will show everyone the picture of me, but we need 2,000 likes, and we're
that's a wrap then. I mean, basically, that's as good as gold.
If we're going to do it, let's go Tesla.
I do like that. I mean, right now, Joseph and I are absolutely on fire right now as we go, because Tesla, this is the thing, man. We're both in this. He's got TSLL. We've got TSLA right there. And there it goes. Nice upside move. We're already at 1.6K, guys. Get into that chat. You want to see my...
Oh, there it goes.
I mean, this is what happens when you're having good times, man. I mean, this show continues to rock. It's now 10 o'clock. We've got Sharif on the desk. He's going to bring us some news. We've got Neil coming through with Hot Fire on the midday show, so that should be a lot of fun. I don't know if it can get any hotter than these kind of trades, Joe, but for right now, this is what we're doing. It's trading. It's what it's about, and we continue to fly high, no lie, and you know this.
Ooh, we're balling.
It's 10:01 right now, so there it goes, man. Google trying to make some moves upside now. Palantir and Tesla just continue to go. I'm a little weary of that 160 level on PLTR because we've already bounced off of it, so we're taking some more outs right now. I still think we can fly higher, but that's why we didn't punch in to that 160 level. I mean, sometimes moves don't continue. I mean, when you get to key levels there, you know, you're now $40 away from two bills. That could be the next major level that we get to at Palantir. Our boy, Jim Cramer, I know that you're a fan of his. I hear you talk about that all the time. Been watching that guy forever. He's called 200 on this, and you know, so he was calling that when it was at $100. So it doesn't. So
okay, so we're trading at 160. Do you think Palantir?
Are we ready to go to Shreve?
Yeah. Oh, are we going to Shreve?
No, keep going. We'll go there in a minute.
I was gonna say, do you think Palantir hits we'll call it 180,
yes,
185 before NVDA hits 200?
No.
No?
No, I think NVIDIA. No, the reason I say that is that next week, and it's a good thing that you brought this up. Thank you, Joe. Great discussion right here. Next week, we've got big earnings. We've got Amazon, we've got Apple, we've got Microsoft. These names are going to come, and if CapEx is any sort of an idea on what, based on what Google's been giving, if they can give similar numbers, guide forward. And again, I heard our guy Kramer talk yesterday. If you're not putting money into AI right now, you're almost waving some sort of a white flag.
Absolutely.
Because the minute that you find out that Google's pumping money into it, what choice does Meta have? Meta's already out there offering hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts to try to bring talent in, right? So what do you think Amazon, what do you think Bezos is doing? Man, this guy's not just chilling on his yacht. This guy's thinking about other things, right? So these guys are all building their own LLMs. They're getting bigger and better. So to answer your question, NVIDIA's already at 175, so already has that $25 sort of lead here on Palantir. I know you said Palantir 180. I just think more has to happen. Palantir's more of a cult stock. NVIDIA, there's many more people that believe and are on the back of NVIDIA.
Yeah.
So I would say, for me, it's NVIDIA. Sharif, what do you think? NVIDIA or Palantir in the next month? And we're going to throw it over there. And we don't have to hold anybody to this, but just...
No, yeah, just to see.
What do you think?
Going. I think, well, there's too much going for NVIDIA, I think. I think NVIDIA hits 200 before Palantir hits 185.
Okay, perfect. Let's go over to the desk and see what's up with Sharif.
Are you guys looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the S&P, or even Bitcoin? Well, guess what? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, baby. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. And the best part is you choose your own path. You can choose the instant funded route, the challenge route, or even choose a pro account and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. Guys, in the last 90 days alone, they paid out over $10 million and have earned 1,000 plus five-star reviews from real traders just like yourself. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan that QR code or head on over to top1futures.com and start trading your way to your next payout. Guys, Donald Trump making statements right now about the trade deals, saying he sent out over 200 letters in anticipation of that August 1st headline with respect to Canada, basically saying he's not really negotiating with Canada and it might end up being a tariff as opposed to a deal. Tough for us on this side of the border. He's also saying he's not really concentrating on a deal with Canada, and he'd love to be able to use some of these tariff rebates that he's getting in from other countries to give back to Americans, guys. So we'll keep an eye out on any more statements from Donald Trump with respect to tariffs.
I think that's a way that he can start to win back, some of the base for sure. If they start to, they did that trillion, that big beautiful bill. So they essentially are giving money back to the people as they start collecting these tariffs. But the tariffs aren't in effect yet, right? August 1st. So we'll have to wait to see exactly what winds up happening right there. But wow.
Do you think JD pushes them to prolong it once more?
JD Vance?
Yeah.
Well, he the one pulling the chains?
Well, he told them twice to hey, push it back, push it back, push it back. With the initial one, I believe, which was in April, he's like, no, we got to push this back one more time. Or was it Scott Bessent? Sharif, was it Scott who told Donald, or was it JD who told Donald to push back?
I don't think JD's telling Donald anything.
To push back the tariff deadline. Was it Bessent or?
Bessent.
Yeah, it was Bessent. So
Bessent.
sorry. Yeah, it was Bessent.
Yep.
So it was Bessent who told him. It wasn't JD Vance. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
Well, you could have corrected me. I knew it was either Bessent or.
No. I was just saying. I don't think he listens to JD Vance that much at all. I was waiting to see the answer.
No, it was either or, right? So it's not Bessent. Yeah. So
did you see that he's the odds-on favorite to be the next president, JD Vance?
Is he?
By far. It's like there was a poll that went out. It was like 29% or something.
Tesla.
The reason I don't understand is this Tesla is just so stupid, dude. Look, man, I'm glad to be here with you trading this as we continue to go higher. And anybody looking for these trades, every day I'm here, we're posting these up. And, I can show you yesterday's sticky note is kind of just same kind of thing. We can go over, and this is the best thing about having Twitter, is that you can put up these notes. Like there's yesterday, we had NVIDIA 168, the Amazon 226. We had all of these plays. And then today we include this with Palantir. There goes Palantir right there from one of today's trades, 156 long. And then there's Tesla right there as well, 308.50 long. So that's what we both have right now. And it continues to move higher, as does Google. So we're going to go 3 for 3 today with a couple good trades.
Nice.
Hitting our blotter. So good job on that one. Your Robinhood was starting to go off a little bit as well today, so that could be something to look at. But there goes Tesla back up to 314, 315. The reason why I liked it was just continuation play. We had that dip down yesterday. We really absorbed 300 quite well, man. The bottom was 302, 303 or so. Obviously the bottom was almost 300, but that was a pretty safe level there. And we weren't going down this morning, so based on that news, if you don't go down, you kind of go up, and there it goes right now. Bigger move there for Tesla. And then the day 2 continuation play in Google. We're, like I mentioned already, man, we're just going to trade 3 names today, and they're all kind of breakout names. Google broke out through 194, had that huge move to the downside, absorbed that 191 beautifully. The Palantir, like I said, for me, again, big trade, but broke out again through 156. So we say it all the time, and I say this, Neil says it, you do, we all do. It's about trading The style, I've been pretty confident in breakouts, especially in stocks that I like. So once that happens, we're going harder on it.
Yeah.
And that's what we wind up doing there. So there it goes, man. Nicely taken there to the upside on that one. So we will get it.
Yeah, I've obviously been observing your trades for some time, Sean, and I noticed that you're really good at playing those pre-market high. I don't know how you necessarily look at it, but for me, I noticed that he plays the pre-market high and the pre-market low breaks very, very well. So as soon as if you have a nice solid consolidation, as soon as those highs or the lows are breached, he's in the direction of the trade, and I think that's a big time skill. But as for Tesla, I know Ronaldo who said this? Yeah, Reynaldo says, yeah, I told you about that. What's up, Ray? What is that? Okay, yeah, Ray. Oh, I was thinking Scary Movie Ray. You don't want that one. Yeah, anyways, but yeah, there it is. We took this Tesla trade right here. Katina Man was long from here, and then sure enough, we wait for that pullback. But why was I in this? Is just essentially look at the volume, right? So as we're starting to pull back, it started to cool off and stair step down, and you can see it even more definitively on the 5-minute time frame. So there it is. And then as soon as we start to turn around in price, the volume starts to accelerate as well too. So that worked out really, really well for us. That Tesla trade, boom, boom, boom. We enter right there, double up the position, and then we take that move all the way to the top side. But Sid Gurdiri, thank you. I am learning a lot. New question for someone starting out. Do you recommend jumping with N number of contracts and then taking profit and riding one till end of the day? Absolutely.
Keep doing this one, yeah.
Absolutely. So I'm assuming you're talking about options contracts. For sure, if the trade's working, say you have 5 contracts, or we'll make it simple, 10 contracts, trade's working out really well, you can obviously sell half of that, lock in some profit, leave the other 50% for a runner, and then as it starts to appreciate, you just slowly lock in some more contracts, and then eventually you just leave a couple left for the dream and see if it just continues. But there's nothing wrong with locking in some money. I think a lot of individuals would agree on that one, but we are off to Sharif.
There, guys, up nicely here to the tune of 3%, trading at the high, 197.30, catching a couple of upgrades today. They caught one from Baird and caught one from Jefferies. Jefferies with a higher price target here from 150 to 200. Basically they see cybersecurity spend as remaining robust and will continue to hold steady percentages of software budgets in the coming years. So Cloudflare, guys, trading at the highs.
Look, I'm trying to tell the Bachelor chat, go check me out. Everybody's already ready to rock and roll. I'm saying, hey, man, go check out Trader TV Live.
Yeah, that's right.
We're live here. I should tell them.
And just let everybody know, like, just in case your friends are watching,
Yeah,
Joe's been pumping the chicken wings, the steaks, all of that kind of stuff.
Everything.
So my guy is definitely on.
Well, I've been trying to.
And if you guys bring any pie, make sure you take a picture on.
There will be no pie there. It's not on the list. It wasn't on the grocery list.
It probably was, and then it got scratched off.
And it got scratched off.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to scratch the veggie trays, to be honest with you, but
I heard about
I
that.
got no backing on it.
I think you need to have some kind of. I mean, if you're gonna have the chicken wings, you get a little bit of.
Out of the veggie tray, but we got the fruit trays and stuff like that.
Okay, fruit is.
My thing is, though, I'm not a wasteful individual, right?
So you're just thinking they're not going to get.
Yeah. I think it's probably one of the cool, like the least hottest commodities coming out to the bachelor party, but you never know.
Yeah. I'm still that beef and the chicken wings. That's
That's
what do you guys? Are you guys more? I heard you talking yesterday.
Yeah.
Is it more of a beer crew? Is it more of a seltzer crew? Is it going to be a?
It's a mixed bag. Yeah, it's a mixed bag. We got everything going on, man. We don't cheap out on these things. We got the boat. Yeah, we got the boat rolling.
We're gonna have the going on over there.
Yeah, we got everything.
Popping bottles and everything.
Yeah, no, literally, we got all champagne bottles. We're gonna do a little bottle pop and everything like that. So we.
When is the wedding, anyways?
I know it's not. In September.
September.
Yeah, September 8th or something like that.
My birthday's September 17th.
Ooh, let's go! Bang, 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 bang.
No, it doesn't matter. I was thinking. Fall is my favorite. What's your favorite season?
Summer all day, but I guess I'm a fall baby, right? I'm October 5th. So.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I'm October 5th, but
is that
summer
Virgo?
all
I don't know,
day.
I'm Virgo.
That's Libra. I don't know. They're gonna talk about it. I don't know my own one.
All right, so thank you right here to Ogre. OGRE. Can you look at Liberty Energy earnings, LBRT? Thank you again for the super chat as we, let's go to live chat right here and see everybody. Who's there in the live chat? There it is. Fish, says Mike DeRider. I don't mind. Fish hard to barbecue though, for sure. I like the shrimp.
Better to smoke.
Shrimp on the Barbie.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Right now, but yeah, this LBRT, thanks for bringing this one up there. They highlighted the fact that, hey, it says right here, despite industry-wide environment and softening completion activity, they're in the oil fields right now. They're adjusted EBITDA 181, up 8%, but down from 273 a year ago. So 273 million a year ago, 181 this year. Diluted EPS of 43 cents. So they're making money here. Net income 71 million, revenue $1 billion, up 7%, 10% year over year. So LBRT continues to work, it looks like. So I want to thank Ogre for bringing this out. And then honestly, this break right in around here of 14 bucks, you might have one. We like the base. To me, this is coiling up a little bit too long from April all the way here into July. You would have liked to have seen Ogre a break there of $14 on a report like that today, but still up 2.5%. Thanks for the lookout on that one. Let me just double check for you, LBRT. What exactly does the short float look like here? Oops, I meant to go to details on LBRT just to see. It's not a very well covered name, I don't think. I've never really heard of it. 9% short float. So there is reason for this name to possibly go a little bit higher as well. So this is the Benzinga Pro platform. We'll continue to monitor them for different ideas and whatnot. Peter, how are you doing, my friend? Good, some thumbs up over there. This Peter over here, that one day when we were asking Meta green or red, and he said green, the stock shot up huge that day, by the way.
Get this guy back on
So,
here.
I mean, Joe, if me and you don't perform quite well enough,
throw him up.
we might be replaced pretty soon here. I think I might be replaced sooner rather than later anyways. Okay, so there it goes.
Right.
There goes. Look, man, we talk about LBRT. You're welcome there, Ogre. We were just at 2.7%. Now you're at 3.3% as it gets the Trader TV Live bump. And we don't have to pay anything for this. You know, we don't have to go on CNBC and make these pump ups, pay for our spot, mention a stock, make all of our clients happy. We're doing it live right here. And by the way,
What do we got?
what is this like count at right
Yeah, we're at 1,800. I told you guys 2,000 likes.
2,000 likes. You get my friend over here.
And then we'll find a.
Especially that we have your friends watching right now. They're going to make sure that
Well,
you
I just told them now. I said, hey, the boys are rolling. We're buzzing already. We're having a great time.
Okay.
So I said, tune in to Trader TV Live.
That's right.
Your boy Joe's cooking up a storm.
No, but you're still avoiding the point here.
Yeah.
Joe's boys.
Yeah.
If you have this picture,
They
Dreads.
they got the receipt.
you know, they've got them. Okay, so make sure
They've got the
they get
receipt,
sent in
for sure.
pronto.
These are my high school buddies.
Right.
So
So
we've
they
known
got-
each other for probably 16.
You guys all
When I
good. You guys all-
graduated.
We're just playing around, but I'm glad that you're a good
Yeah.
good sport on that one. The question is, will Palantir break 160? I mean, it's bouncing around. I'm going to hold out for that break. Right now, I have only 5% left. Let's see if we can get into something else. Right now, JP Morgan. And this is a good time. Actually, let's just do this. I'm refreshing this right now. Let's get that chat buzzing. You just mentioned that. I like that word, buzzing. Let's get it buzzing right now. Okay. So this is what it looks like. People want to talk about so let's just have a quick look right here. We'll screen cap this. We'll go over some of these names. AMD, because we don't want to just throw these votes out right now. So AMD, we haven't looked at that yet. We will. There's NVIDIA on the board. How's it going, Brendo? We've got Palantir. We've got LiDAR, Tesla, and SPET. So these are the names that are on here. We've got Oscar Health with CNC movement today as well. So that's going to be a name to look at. Robinhood, Coke as well. I'm not sure what's up with that, but that's there as well. So we'll have a big look at all of these. But we'll have a quick look at AMD. But for right now, let's give this thing a fresh start. So get into the chat. I'm restarting this bad boy. It's AMD time. You're still in TSLL. I'm going to call up AMD. Give Joe a second here.
Yep.
What do you want to talk about?
Let's see Hood here. I think someone said Hood is on the move to the top side, Katina, man. Yeah, and we're up almost 2% on the day. Wow, right back to 103. So Hood looking really, really good there, guys. Thank you for calling and pointing that one out there, Gary, or someone who did. I think it was Gary, but he just put the Robinhood ticker in there. But yeah, there it is. A really good look in Robinhood. And then we got the stock visualizer. We're going to hit a refresh. We are now at 1,900 likes. Another 100 likes, and I will dig up that picture, guys. So make sure you please hit that like and subscribe if you enjoy what Katina Man and I have put up through the day. Or Katina Man and me, whatever you guys prefer. To each their own. Tomato. Doesn't really matter now, does it? But there it goes. 37 subs on AMD. Keep getting those votes in, guys. Fantastic, fun morning with all of you. Gonna be missing my boy Sharif as always, though. But hey, we got to do some certain things, man. We got to go out and enjoy and live life a little bit and have fun and celebrate those who are getting married, and that's what we're going to do this weekend. So, yeah, it's going to be a good time. As I mentioned before, the crew's already rolling, the group chat's blowing up, and we're having a good time. Especially now that you get to end the week even a little bit better now, considering we put on some of these good trades for all of you. And that's the thing, right? It's for me personally, it's just like not only do I want to do it for myself, but I also want to display to you guys that anything is obtainable. All right, so just keep that in mind. Keep working, and then eventually, if you're not there already, you will get there. It's just keep working. But Tesla worked out really, really well for us there. Thank you, Reynaldo, on that one. Reynaldo. Oh, 2,000 likes. There we go. All right, so 2,000 likes come Wednesday when I am back. I will have that picture for everyone, and yeah, we'll see what we got going on. What young Joe looked like back in the day. Google's starting to come back in here as well too, guys, so keep an eye out on that one. No continuation within the trend, but I mean that VWAP pop, this is, okay, I know why now. Customized dialogue, I don't have display execution. Let's see here. No, let's see here. We'll just do this here. Partial fills. Apply. Let's see if that worked out there. There it is. Bang. And that's what we got going on with Google earlier in the morning. So a couple good opportunities throughout the trading session there, guys. Google, break of the volume, weighted average price, pop. We take that move, and now it's starting to come back in. Still hovering around some of these neck of woods on Tesla, but Tesla, nice move. We took a loss there, a little bit premature on the continuation of the trend. We're patient. VWAP holds, volume cooling off, and then once it starts to kick back in, boom, we hop in, and there you go. Tesla making another move to the top side there, Katina, man. So this one looking really good. Yeah, we'll take some more off right there. Tesla. Definitely the trade of the day. I think Palantir and Tesla for Katina, man. Tesla for me. We attempted some moves on ETH. We got a little bit of a move higher, but then it started to come back and sell aggressively, kind of the same with the likes of Bitcoin. So there it is, Ether. You get this move through VWAP, boom. We take some off, but then we do get stopped out the majority of the position. Looking for the continuation and trend. And I'm telling you, at any form of dip, I'm just going to be buying more. You guys see my position yesterday in Ether. So yeah, I'll just hand over fist. I'm gonna be grabbing this stuff here, especially Bitcoin as well too. So that's what I'm concentration. Big Kyle. All right, let's see. I got to read this first.
What's this guy up to?
You packed on the boys' campfire, Kogi, Sean Fire, a hot dog cannon for. All right, $4.99 super chat. What's up, Big Smile? Hope you're having a fantastic day.
Why did you avoid the party? Wants to know how many underwear you packed.
Yeah.
Well, why that is there, big smile.
Well, listen, I got more bathing suits than underwear. I'll tell you that right now. Because it's cottaging, right? So I'm just going to be in the bathing suit essentially the whole time, right?
Yeah,
so yeah, we got 4 of them, one for each day. You hop in the lake and do your thing.
Yeah, like I got 4 I don't even own 4 bathing suits.
No way. You gotta when you go on vacation, you gotta wear a new one.
I never go on vacation really, but
in Boston.
Yeah, but that's not.
I get.
I just got. Like, yeah. No. But I think you're right. Like if I was going to a beach, like or like a lake, right? Yeah. I don't know, man. I could see wearing one. Well,
no, man. You can't be the guy who shows up to the pool party in the same bathing suit like 4 consecutive days in a row.
My understanding is you're going with a bunch of dudes.
Yeah. We are. That's all right.
That's very all right. It's very all right, man. Nothing wrong with that. I just got an email. Speaking about going on vacation next week, I'm in Ottawa on Friday because we have this Memorial Gold Glove tournament, and I just got the email. 74 teams competing in this tournament.
Oh wow!
So,
how do you think your chances
win?
Oh yeah, you think you can take the whole tourney?
Yeah, well, that's 74 in total. There'll probably be about 10 all-girls teams.
Oh, okay.
So we did lose. We lost the one that was at Royal York. We talked about this on the show. We we lost that tournament in the finals to an East York team. I hope they're coming because revenge is a dish best served cold, and we will be looking out for that one there, my friend. $5, $6 now in the money on the Tesla call, which both you and I had in the pre-market. On Tesla. So it's not like this is a surprise to either yourself or I.
Yeah.
As soon as it broke 309, that high of the day there, we got involved in that in the pre-market, and there she goes right now. So Google breaks 193. We get out some there on that break of 193. It really kind of bounced there off VWAP. So I was debating getting a little bit more, but I'm going to hold on into this. We said because AMD was the #1 stock on Fabian's beloved scanner board there, we can now see that Advanced Micro Devices, what a move again, man. Up another 2.5%. Like we said, with this CapEx story continuing and everything like that. Yeah, we're not going to answer those questions from Kyle there right now. If you guys want to get part of the chat, make sure you get part of the chat, because then you'll be able to see all of these super chats. We want to thank you, Kyle, for coming through again. And I hope, hey, man, if all of you guys are liking, I mean, I want to really, really appreciate Joe. So throw up the ones in the chat right now for Joe. Thank you for filling in right here. It was Neil filling in.
Yeah.
Actually, so we want to thank Neil for doing that as well. So, you know, let everybody.
To the cottage.
Yeah, so it starts immediately at the end of the show.
Immediately.
Like it's 11:01 and we're out of here.
It's a bachelor party. Obviously, it's going to be a bunch of dudes, but yeah, it's gone.
Obviously.
Hey, everything.
I was only making that comment about your choice of fashion. Like,
Hey,
I don't know if any of your friend, any Speedos involved, or?
Hopefully not, but you never know.
For
right?
you?
Yeah, for me, no. I've never worn a Speedo in my life. No,
Okay, thank God. All right, it's a good one right there.
You got to be I think the sub 50, and then you can rock. I mean, north of 50, you can rock the Speedo after that. You know those.
Like in 5 years, you want to see me walking around in a Speedo?
Because I think that's an older.
You want to talk about putting
thing. You know those
TikTok
guys
on
at the
fire.
beach where it's like those old guys.
The banana
No,
hammock.
it's perfect. The old Italian guy with the gold chain.
Yeah, trust me, I got the hair, no problem.
And the tan.
Yeah. We're all about that. Shout out to my wife. She would love that. There's actually, if Marissa's watching, there's an old thing about, I think she had done it before, but Borat, he's wearing that banana hammock thing with the strings, and put my face on it. This was like before all this. It was like something there. But Daisy Dukes for Joe, banana hammock for everybody else. Okay, so yeah, just quickly, AMD, I mean, a huge move up as we started talking about this a little bit there. You know, they're not all alike. This is not at all-time highs or anything like that, but what a move. It's acting like it might as well be. A great move there for AMD. And again, we can always look back and sort of scan through. Back in last October there, we had a 172 high. Now, whether or not that's going to play or not here, it will very soon, next week. That would be the next sort of breakout level for us to look at 175, but we did top out to 170. We'll see what winds up happening right now with AMD, but a pullback in right now, this is about as healthy as it can look. All of the indicators that I have are all in and around this 164 to 165 area. That's the 200 period. That's VWAP. That's the 50 period moving average. So any dip down here on Advanced Micro Devices is where we're looking. So I like that level, man. 165, 164, 165. We like that level for Advanced Micro Devices. So guys, thanks again for bringing that all up. And then before we go over to hear about one of our sponsors, I do want to just quickly have a quick look at this, see what is leading the way right now. So we've got the beloved Robinhood, we've got Tesla. Tesla's $6 in the money, so we'll talk about that. It's nice to see Webull up here. We've talked about Webull a little bit there, up that 1.60%. Palantir, man, I don't know if it's going to get above that 160. We've sort of talked about getting out of that one, as we have less than 10% of both Palantir and Tesla left. LiDAR, big shot yesterday, a big shot today, up 42% is LiDAR right now. I don't like to see Amazon in the red, but it is right now, down to almost 0.5% right there, Amazon, but 231, you got to be happy with that for AMZN. Report next week, and you used to ask yourself this, after that Google report, I know it was only up 2%, but I don't think we want to be short things right now heading into next week's big numbers, although Apple could be a decision that needs to be made. I'm interested to hear about what their idea of CapEx and what they're looking to spend money on, but Bitcoin right now, 15.5, Joe.
Yeah, big time pulling in there. Guys, with Trade the Pool Swing Traders program, you can get access up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk. Thanks to a one-time evaluation fee, no monthly payment, no hidden costs. Take Vincent J, for example, one of Trade the Pool swing traders. He's already locked in $23,082 in profit, his top performer and max. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in $6,700 gain. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code. Enjoy 10% off. But yeah, Katina Man trading, Palantir, same thing. We're just sitting in the same positions throughout this session here, guys. So nice long. We took the temp here in the pre-market, get this nice move up, and that's what Katina Man was involved in. I'm like, if we're really going to be strong today on this pullback, you can see the volume start to cool off, and then there we go. We're just double these sizes here, so we enter there, double it up, and then boom, we were fortunate enough to catch this longer leg to the top side. So yeah, a nice move in TSLL. Google was a nice trade for us as well too, guys. As you can see, it broke through the volume weighted average price. Volume is starting to cool off as well too, so maybe you can get a continuation within that trend. I think that would be something positive. Boom, boom, you get this kind of bull flag type pattern that fails. Maybe it just needed to absorb a little bit more liquidity before it was going to take that additional leg higher. So that's what we got going on. Ethereum was really small. We didn't get the continuation on that one. Bitcoin, potential double bottom here as well, guys. So take a look at this one. I know you and Obi like to take a look at that, Katina, man. Double bottom at 65.70. So see if that holds up and if you can get a move back in towards the volume weighted average price. But you can see we got consistent lower highs in IBIT there, Sean.
Take a look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get another piece out here on Palantir, but let's go over here and look at the Fed Watch tool, because yesterday, of course, we got that nice story of such a nice, friendly, discussion between Jerome Powell and, of course, President Donald Trump discussing everything about the renovations over there at the Fed. But right here, this is the same percentage as yesterday, so maybe nothing's changed. Yeah, 97.4. So we'll hit a quick little refresh. Of course, next week's a big week for everybody, as we do have all of those earnings as discussed, of course, and then we also have Fed on the 30th of July. So we'll wait out for that. The 30th, I believe, is Wednesday. Yes, so next Wednesday. And again, it's going to be 97.4% chance of no rate cut whatsoever. So we're going to watch out for that. Then you go into September, and then you get a little bit more of a chance. There's 65% chance that they're going to cut the rate there in September. I'm kind of thinking no, but we'll wait to see what they do there. And again, Powell's doing a great job. Is he? I mean, this guy wants to get fired. He doesn't want to get fired, but it seems like his job is in risk at all times. But $50, yeah, everybody just relax. Right now, says Fabian, 50% of a chance there that we're at that same rate so basically, pretty good opportunity for one cut, at least by September, and then heading into the October number. Actually, that's what we're looking at right there. And then by December, that's where there is right now odds-on favorite, 43% chance that we have half of a rate point cut come September. So we're going to have to wait, come December. So that's going to be the last one. And then we can extend it out, but I'm not going to do the forward year. I mean, we're now already looking 6 months ahead. All right, today's stories here. He's President Trump announcing something about Australia, I think, right now. So we'll hear if Sharif says anything on that one. Is Sharif still over there, or is it Brendo? It's Brendo. If there's anything, I don't think so, but I'll keep bringing you guys the news as we go. But there goes Tesla. I'm thinking about a 312 break, so let's just get out of that if it does go to the downside right now. Again, we're long at 308. It's been a great trade. Both Joseph and I have this. I'm going to get stopped out if it breaks through 89 again. Less than 5% of this position left on board, right? And so might as well get out of that one. Look, we did have, let's go over a little bit of earnings there. We did have strong earnings report from Deckers. So Deckers comes out today, again, up now, up 13%. Nice Q2 beat. Hookah, as we talked about, and UGG brands leading the way for them again. So, nice move up higher. As retail's not dead, man. I mean, people on good products, there are, there it is. Yeah, so there's the headline. Yeah, thank you for that, Fabian. Again, Australia to take U.S. beef. Oh, that's what it was. U.S. beef. Did I say USD? I think I said USD. U.S. beef for the first time. Put that back. Can you put that back up there? I missed that little last part of it, but anyways. Okay, so good move up there for farmers, I guess.
Have you noticed that we have a lot more Australian cuts now over the past?
I did not, but okay, so maybe there is some sort of a trade.
A lot of Australian beef coming into the likes of Farm Boy.
Really? Okay, yeah. My wife was at Farm Boy yesterday, and yeah, we did have, she made sort of like a taco salad is what we had for, so we did have some beef there, so I should rummage through the trash and see where it's from, but no, in all honesty, I'm surprised to hear that for Canada, because Canada, that's where we're known.
Yeah, for
that. So is the United States.
To be honest with you, I think our cuts are substantially better too, so. I like them more. I didn't really.
I've had kangaroo before, actually.
I've never had
jerky.
Kangaroo. Have you ever had? I think alligator.
Yes, yes. We talked about that when we were in New Orleans for one of our friends' bachelor parties. Neil and I, honestly, dating ourselves was at least 20 years ago. We had gone there for bachelor party, and our friend didn't wind up getting married for years after that, but it was a fun time, and we did have some alligator there. We had po' boys, we had everything, we did it right. Everything in New Orleans, everything fried, really not great for you, but a great time, needless to say, there in New Orleans. And one of our friends thought he was all funny-like, and he wound up trying to dunk. We were all, I think we had a few, as you like to say, wobbly pops there, and he was trying to dunk on a man-made net that we had made up, and wound up cutting his poor hand just a little bit. And we never let him down for that.
Okay,
but
so the fail,
anyways,
dunk fail.
Shout out to Vikram. That's right. I just called him out right there live.
Vikram.
Vikram.
No.
Great guy, great friend of ours, and there's a group of us that are all pretty tight, and there's a chat that I try to avoid because there's like a million. You never know when you're in one of those group chats, and it's like, so you take like a week off or a couple of days off, and you realize there's 780 missed messages.
We'll have that in
I just sometimes exactly.
We'll have that
Exactly.
in a day.
I just kind of like, I cannot read all of these, so I'm going to take an extended break from it. But shout out to again having good friends.
Our group chat gets the most heated during hockey season.
Yeah, and let's say ours is basically all about football.
Exactly.
So if I mention hockey, people may. There's a few of them on there that, I mean, Neil likes to talk about hockey. Some of us do. Some of them don't. Okay, so I was going to say Decker's there, up 12% on. You own any Uggs or anything like that?
No.
My winter boots are Uggs, and they're actually quite nice. So. To Tom Brady. All right, we had Newmont Mining again. Pretty for gold stock. Pretty muted report early, but then they get that huge bump right off the open. So Newmont now up 7%. So congratulations to anybody that was been playing that gold bug. I mean, it's not just all about Bitcoin, right? I mean, this is flat, straight gold, mining company there. Nice move to the upside. We can actually have a quick look on GLD. And this is what I'm saying about Bitcoin. I think you're getting a great buy opportunity right now, but you don't want to be so diversified that that's your only thing in your portfolio. GLD today also down 0.94. We had Paramount again. Nice move up, just up that little bit, 2% there, as an $8.4 billion merger now agreed upon with Skydance. U.S. regulators give it a stamp. It's the only stamp I have, but approval, not of fail, right there for Paramount. So that stock will be gone right there. Merger with Skydance Media now approved there. And we talked about it. The only late night show that I watch is Colbert, and he's canceled. And I don't think it was necessarily that good. Sometimes Kimmel's okay. He has some good bits. I can't really stand Fallon that much. I don't know what you watch, but last night was another late night. We didn't get home.
I don't watch the late night show.
Yeah, you guys are in bed too. I think I'm the only one that stays up somewhat late.
Yeah, I never was a big fan of.
They're not great. Letterman for me.
David
was the
Letterman,
best. I mean, we always like Conan as well. He's been huge. Not anymore, but he was huge. I really like Conan O'Brien. He was a writer, of course, for Saturday Night Live and for Simpsons and all that. So lots of stuff there. All right, another lagger in the day. I'm just going to review a couple bigger stocks here. It's only 10:35. We still got 25 minutes. Shout out to Joe for being here as well. Yeah, that Gutfeld on Fox. I've never seen that, so I don't even know if that is really here too much. In Canada, but Intel down 8% today. That just hasn't got going. And again, Intel was on the sticky note. If we did make a run on Intel, we wanted to short it, but it didn't really get going there today. On a double miss for Intel, not the greatest guide, and cutting of the workforce means bad. And then as you get Intel downside, you get NVIDIA up 2%, you get AMD up 2%. We get CNC down as well today. That's had a nice move to the downside, down 10% on a surprise quarterly loss, 10% early, now back up 5.5% as the market seems to like that a little bit more than ChatGPT does. Tesla as well, nicely cooking today as we look for the names that are moving around. Down 9% yesterday, gets a little bit of a relief rally today, really on nothing, but just on the fact that Tesla, again, with their robo-taxis, hopefully talking about a nationwide rollout. We got news of them rolling forward with that again here today. So we really like all of those names. And I believe we have to go over to Joe.
Yeah, let's do it up. Traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights. game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, folks. Yeah, there it is. So you've seen what Katina Man's going through. We're still sitting in this Tesla trade. It might come back to our break even here. It seems that the market's starting to cool off. But the SPY and the Q is trading pretty well. Let's take a look at Amazon. Did you look at Amazon today?
Remember, I saw it was on that board. And it was
yeah. So we'll take a look at Amazon to see what it's been up to.
Amazon,
and it's red. Yeah, I love Amazon.
Okay.
AWS. I think you have to like Amazon. Well, you don't have to like anything, obviously, but just from the hyperscalers and everything along those lines. Cloud. Yeah. So you have to like Bitcoin?
You always talk about long Ethereum, long Bitcoin. So I'm like, if anybody has to talk about liking something.
Yeah. You gotta like that stuff.
So what do you think about Amazon? Why is it down here today even?
I don't even know. I mean, you got to think about it. So let's pull it up here. Let me grab something. It's kind of been lagging, but it did start to play catch up. And I mentioned this not too long ago. So off of the April lows, we'll take a look at Amazon, AMZN. It started to recover. We want to go to a daily here, but you can see in the likes of Microsoft beat on cloud the previous quarter, and it just went absolutely bonkers from there and essentially hasn't looked back, Katina Man. But we're up 42% off of those Liberation Day lows, and we're still about 5% off of the all-time highs there, as you can see displayed. So just think about it. What I like about Amazon is obviously AWS. I could care less about the retail space and the e-commerce space, to be honest with you, but I think AWS is the king of, well, no, I shouldn't say that. It's one of the bigger, obviously, cloud providers, but then also Zoox. You've heard of Zoox?
Is that their electric car?
The autonomy sector, right? So that can be emerging as well. So I'm going to be looking for a beat on cloud. All this AI spend, I think, and CapEx spend, you got to store the data somewhere. And I think the primary beneficiaries are going to be obviously Microsoft's Azure. We've seen the Google Cloud numbers just going absolutely monster. And then now we need AWS to kind of come in on a beat. But I think it will beat growth expectations without any question. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. But the thing is, though, it's just so much CapEx going into this AI infrastructure. I think someone's going to be the beneficiary of this, and Amazon's going to be a part of that for sure. So yeah, that's it. That's
a little bit of a headache.
Yeah, it happens there, brother.
Ibuprofen.
NVIDIA going to be number one. Yeah, well, NVIDIA is number one, right? It's obviously the largest market cap stock out there, so there's no questioning that NVIDIA is number one. We obviously love this name. I'm so glad to have started grabbing this as it broke down this downtrend. But it's soon 85. Are we at that? No. So we're about almost 100% off of those lows. So a pretty good look. Another $6 if we want to call it 80 flat off of the Liberation Day lows. You go up to one. Okay, so we're north of that. We go to 80 flat. But yeah, really good look. And I think now that the H20 is back on the table, it's only more upside here for NVDA, Sean.
All right, QBTS. Yeah, and I was actually just going to go talk about something very, very similar as we talk about quantum names. I mean, we saw Google, making their move today. We're in that name. We weren't in any QBTS today, but you are down that 3%. And I just wanted to say, just like that Oscar Health and things like that, this is going to be a relatively well-shorted name. Let me just double check what the short float is on QBTS or what we're talking about right here, because I thought it was in the 20s and it might even be higher. Yeah, it's 18. So D-Wave right now, the key thing about this is
they got that upgrade.
Right. So they got upgraded today? No,
it was
yesterday.
2 days ago.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
2 days ago.
That was right into there. So anyways, right at that $20 marker right there for QBTS. But the big thing for me is right there, August 7th. So in 13 days, you're going to get that report for QBTS. So again, with 20% short float, we'll see if that position gets added to it as we're not breaking through $20. What if they turn profit, something happens there? We'll have to check out that. Let's check out what Rigetti's short float is as well, when their report is. I don't see when they report, but they have a 17% short float as well. Let's go into the calendar right now and find out when this name reports. It looks like they may have already reported 2020, that's 2026, so that's wrong. Okay, there it is as well, August 12th. So they're reporting as well, August 12th. So there's gonna be some big names there. IONQ would be the other one that we're going to look at here. IONQ down 1.3%. Also, that's in 12 days. So IONQ and QBTS on August the 6th. On August 12th, we get Rigetti. So most of these names, again, looking to get blown up a little bit here against the short float. So it looks like IONQ is the least shorted there at 12%. So it's going to go D-Wave, number 1 on the short side of things, followed by Rigetti, then IONQ there on that short. So I just, real quickly here, I did get another piece out of, that's Palantir. I did get another piece out of Palantir at 50s here again because it's just doing this. You know, a drop back down below 158.60. That's VWAP. That's probably a good out. Let's just give a quick check on how's it going, because if people actually want to see you in dreads, we got to get 2,000
Yeah,
likes.
we got there. We're at 2,100, brother.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is, man. We will see.
We'll find,
next week, we will find a fun picture of that. We want to, again, thank Joe for coming through and helping with this beginning show, first show.
Oh, thank you, guys.
Again on board. Yeah, I mean, you're making, you're doing obviously a great job here, and I am fear of course, my position.
Yeah.
There's XRP right there today. Sharif highlighted this as it broke through $3. And Sharif, you're right there again. So we'll see what $3 is doing right now for XRP, down 13%. And as these altcoins, otherwise known as something else kind of coins, they sometimes move quite dramatically, and you just have to be ready for that, right? I mean, we can't like say, oh, womp womp, we're all the way down here, down 13%, because we celebrate when it goes up, and we have to acknowledge the fact that these are very volatile, you know, and they're not like, I mean, Ethereum's been volatile to say the least, but it feels like crypto and Bitcoin's been very, very steady over the last little while. So we'll see if that market cap can continue to grow. But what I want to get at too was Tesla leading the way, man. We're still $4 in the money. We do have our stop in on Tesla. I thought we put it in breaking 312, so we're getting very, very close to that. That's where this little marker is right there, breaking down through 312. But on what's leading the way today, Joe, I don't know if you have any talk about any other stock, but I'd like to hear maybe your opinion on Robinhood.
Yeah.
Because I know that's something that you've been watching very closely, and a lot of traders respect you for your call there on Robinhood. So that's up to 105, over 3% rate now. You like it? How's it looking? Are you thinking about any more options-related plays at all? I know you used to play them weeklies.
Yeah. So well, I used to write weeklies, right, for just the consistent income. But then I kind of just swayed from that, because writing weeklies during the, obviously what we're experiencing with Trump's tariffs was not good because of the volatility. And when you're writing options, it's very, very dangerous game. You obviously want to try to catch it at its peak, but if you had continuous retruths or pauses throughout that duration, it's very bad for the options writers. Why? Because you get hit by a volatility crush. But for me, there was a trader who was asking us about this not too long ago, Sean, and that's like, how do I get involved into Robinhood without chasing it all the way up there? And this is perfect how we can lead into this conversation, because that's going to lead you to CSPs, cash secured puts, and it's kind of it's a really good strategy in my opinion, right? So you can start selling CSPs a couple months out, whatever you're comfortable with and how much premium you are looking to collect, or even if you want to get assigned the stock. So for me personally, considering the moves that we've been on, CSPs are the way to go. And if you're not familiar with it, essentially what it is that you sell an options contract with the intention of getting assigned. But if you don't get assigned on those contracts, you still make money. And that's the beautiful thing about cash secured puts. One, you get to own the stock at the precise price that you want. And then you also, if it doesn't come into that direction, or it doesn't fill you, or you get assigned, you still get the ability to make money from the premium you've collected. And those options contracts just go to options heaven once it's expired, worthless. But then you just do the same thing over and over again, and then eventually you will get the price that you're looking for. So to answer your question, CSPs are the way to go, I think, in my opinion, with Robinhood. And in the likes of even some bigger names, this is more expensive, but that's Microsoft. Do you want to be chasing Microsoft all the way up here? No, but there's another way that you can profit from this, is that you can sell these cash secured puts. You obviously need quite a bit of capital in order to do so, but it also allows you to be profitable in the short duration and get the stock and the underlying asset at exactly the price that you want, not punching and praying, hoping that things work your way. It's precision, 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 and then you also have the ability to make some passive income on the side as well too. So we got a $5 super chat here, Sean. Oh, is that the okay, no, here. So Sean or Joe, do you have a percentage formula how you get out on your long day trades for profit when you are getting a piece out? Me personally, no. I think Sean might be the same one, but I'll obviously let him speak for himself. But if the stock's moving, we're just looking for it to climb and then we'll just partial out. I think that's a completely subjective thing within day trading, which a lot of it is. But yeah, stock's moving higher, we take the trade, we start piecing it up and locking in profits as it continues to appreciate in price, Sean. I don't know how you necessarily feel about that.
Yeah, no. Sometimes I panic, and it's like today with Palantir, right? I mean, it's when we're talking about the trades that we put on here. Once they work, we've kind of coined something that was like the break and then the fake. So sometimes when it goes, nothing wrong with like piecing out at least half of it with at least a 1-to-1 risk to reward. Like when we punched into this 156 right there, we were going to use the low of the day there as 154.50. So we were going to give this one anyways about a buck 50. So as it starts to rip up, you can see right there, this is 157, 157.20. So as it comes up, we're getting a lot out. And then as it blows up into 158.50, and you start to see maybe some consolidation. And maybe even if I zoom in a little bit, you can see that we started to really consolidate here. So every time we wicked higher is where we started to sort of cash out a little bit on that one, right? So that was something that I think is important to look at for sure. But we do have to thank our sponsor right now. And if it's savvy Canadian traders are who you are, then you want to be looking to boost your exposure. You can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily levered ETFs. Featuring, and this to me is the most important, we talked about this yesterday, they're built-in FX hedging. So we're not sitting here worried about what the US dollar is doing versus the Canadian dollar. This aims to amplify short-term market moves while minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. And as per usual, read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus, betapro.ca before investing. We do want to make sure you do scan that QR code right there on your screen, betapro.ca. Thank you so much for that. And they are also our primary sponsor of the Market Recap Show. So we want to thank Global X
Shout out to them
for that as well. They like us. So we want to say thank you to them for sure. But all right, I had a question to ask you, and now I forget what it is, huh? All right. Yeah, it was a good one about the Palantir. I just want to say as well, like, see what Palantir is doing right now?
Yeah.
You scan this, you get one free. No, you don't get anything. But right there, I'm just getting out. So as we continue to go, we are now well under that 10%, man. We're under 5% of both Palantir and on, but Tesla's at the days. Let's go, man. What diamond hands you and I on these ones, man.
Prop that one up there. Or yeah, this one's even better there, brother.
Yeah, you like that one there. Yeah. Yeah, this is, again, just whoopsies. Did I just go long there by accident? We're now long on Tesla. There. I don't even know how that happened, to be honest with you. I wasn't even thinking I was even on that stock. Right now, whenever you go long something that you don't necessarily mean to, you should probably be getting out. So let me just get out of some right here. Just quickly there, we'll get some out at 50. We didn't necessarily mean to punch in there. Now my Tesla trade's not going to look as hot fire as it did before. But, you know, we talk about that all the time on the show. If you do make, okay, Tesla.
All right, we'll take that one. Yeah, nice. There you go. Money, spin it.
We say this, man. Sometimes when you're reading something and it's just hot fire, even your keystrokes tend to make you a little bit of money there.
When you're hot, you're hot. You know
I mean, I believe in that. We talked about that. It's same as sports gambling and stuff like that. Once you're, finally reading the tea leaves is when you can get hot. I mean, similar to poker or anything like that. Obviously, you need the cards, and you need to find the right bets. But if you're finding the right stocks, and you just seem to be a little hot on something, you can get this going. But there goes Tesla again, back up. Let's take another advantage of this. But we got out pretty much of 75% of this error right there. But I guess we probably meant to get out of Palantir, and instead we got out more. We got into Tesla there. I don't know what I was doing. I'm going to put another offer here.
It's working out for you, though. So
yeah, I mean,
Tesla.
You know, I talk about this all the time. Sometimes when you make keystrokes and stuff like that, and it works out for you, it's great. But it's not like it's not a
consistent.
You can't replicate. I mean, look, some traders close their eyes and punch long or short.
Have you ever done that? Have you been like?
Maybe. I mean, look, it depends on
the punch and
just for fun. I mean, we sit here and we talk about, doing things for fun. And no, I would never do that. But sometimes I do feel like when there's a news story, when there's a story that comes out and you don't know that much about it, like right now, if I heard something like, oh, China's buying blah, blah, blah planes, I would just go over to Boeing and punch long. I mean, I've done that before.
Well, I mean, there's a backing there's a backing behind it, right?
That's what I mean by closing your eyes. I don't mean physically closing your eyes. I just mean like, you're sitting there, you're looking, and you haven't done the work, right? And I think that if you haven't done the research into something, then that's kind of what I mean by, you just close your eyes, punch in and out of a stock without really fully understanding, what the technical levels are. I do not advise anybody to do that.
No, it's funny how good Google's numbers were, and it's kind of just hovering around. It's still up about 0.4% on the day, but Tesla is just like, all right, we got other plans on our agenda today, and just putting in a new high of day here, guys. Up 3% on the session. This is TSLA, so we'll be up 6% there. So yeah, that's a really good look on Tesla. Maybe you get the continuation, and I think if Google starts to get the ball rolling here, guys, then it's going to drag the market higher. NASDAQ really strong. I didn't take a look at Microsoft today because this thing has just been absolutely on a tear since that earnings reported. It has not looked back. It's gone absolutely parabolic. So we'll keep an eye out on Tesla. I know this is Sharif's favorite stock right here, Apple. So we'll take a look at that one to see what is going on. Obviously, a little sarcasm there, but not doing too much either. So maybe a little bit of market breadth helping the NASDAQ continue to climb higher. Tesla most definitely leading the way there, Sean. So yeah, we'll see what we got going on. We don't got too much going on for the rest of the day. We got 7 minutes left, put in a new high of the day. We'll wait to just a couple minutes left to take our last out here on TSLL there.
Yeah, I just put it up there near 315 for Tesla. Yeah, so far so good. With the success of this, people now wanting to know if there's going to be a Sharif and a Sean show. So you never know. We are, part of what we've been doing here as well, and behind us is we are completely changing. So shout out to everybody for putting up with all of the renovations and whatnot. Studio 8, we have definitely, there it goes, man. Dane, Juan Padilla, everybody wants to see that kind of a show, but pretty soon we're going to be showing, hopefully all of us, as we all have our own individual style, and we want to make sure that, we get as much of us obviously on air as possible. And so that's going to be happening very, very soon.
I think that would be a lot of fun and exciting.
Right
there it is, right there. Boom. There it is.
Right there. So, yeah, look, man, I mean, Joe and I are hopefully we're bringing the energy, hopefully we're bringing the trades, we're bringing the heat today. I'm going to assume that you're probably positive on the day. We're positive over here. We've only had 3 trades today. It's Google, it's not Palantir, it's Palantir, obviously, and it's Tesla. So as we continue to watch out for some of these moves, there's Google. This has fallen back in, so we're going to wait to see. I don't want to say like this is going to be a great trade here for us on Tesla on Google. It hasn't really worked out. I mean, we did get that nice dip buy, and then we got that move as well. But for right now, Google just kind of going up and down, not looking very healthy on that side of things. It's Palantir that we just wait for that 160 break. Again, not sure we're going to be getting anything near a 160 break, but if we do, we would definitely want to support that. So we'll wait for a 160 break on Palantir, but watch out now. As we come back in, I think we've done a good job, both Joseph and myself, of explaining to you guys exactly sort of where we lie in all of this. I have less than 5% and even less than that on Palantir. I just got out a couple minutes ago. We talked about getting more out there of PLTR. So we're enjoying ourselves here today. I hope you guys are as well. With only 4 minutes left, I'm going to go hit the gym. We're going to throw it over to Sharif and Neil, who will do their best to obviously entertain and get going with you guys on the midday show. So we want to thank them for doing that. We want to say safe travels for you, Joe.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, good luck with everything there. I hope there's not too many veggie trays, but
we'll cool off on the old veggie trays.
Nothing wrong with that as well. The market with Bitcoin heading to the downside right now. What is up with Bitcoin and Tesla right now? Tesla's a nice move. Yes, there it goes, Tesla. Spin it again for us, man. Good trading here today on TSLA for sure. My number one P&L name will be Palantir, but Tesla, hard to deny the money that we made over there as well.
For sure, yeah, good look there, guys. Yeah, Mike P, you know a lot of those are going down there, brother. A lot of wobblies coming my way. I don't know what I just clicked there, so we'll exit that. But as for trading, guys, I think I only have about 3 or 4 trades myself, so that's going to be in TSLA, 3 of them here, so you can see entry 1, we take it off. You do get that move right out of the open to the top side, but we look for the continuation. We take 1 stab at it, doesn't work out. Guess what? We take another stab, but then we double up the size there on that one, so that worked out really, really well. Glad to be in the same thing as Sean and just putting on some good trades for you guys, so that was lots of fun. And then Google was also a monster as well. I know Sean was involved in this as well too, so Google right at the break of the volume weighted average price, you get that move higher, and then boom, 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 and then we didn't get quite the high of the day, but that's okay. We'll take that. That's a beauty trade right there. And then ETHA was also a trade. We take a little bit there, but nothing substantial, and then we get stopped out break even. And good thing we just hopped out when we did, because it is starting to move to the downside quite aggressively here, Sean. So I think it's time for me to start buying a little bit more of this this ETF here. So yeah, that's what we got going on, guys.
All right.
Fantastic stuff. Thanks for all the likes and showing all the love. I know you guys have been having a good stuff there. Once again, 2,000 likes, we hit that target. So I will be looking for that picture, and I'll bring it to you guys bright and early Wednesday afternoon during the midday. So yeah, we'll look at that. Other than that, guys, solid day, solid session. I'm sure there's a lot more going on. You know, Shreve's got his small caps. Those things rip like no tomorrow. Go ahead. No, just I was going to say, like at any given day, these things are ripping 40, 50, 60% in the middle of the session. And I don't think you necessarily get that with the mega caps, especially considering, unless there's a specific catalyst. But I think that's the beauty in some of the small cap trades.
Well, I was going to say, actually, don't sleep on midday, because even on mega cap names, we had some great trades over the last couple of days. We had Tesla made that move down into 300 in the middle of the day. And the cool thing about it, and I was talking to actually Brendan about this as well, Trump and everything, like a lot of these tariff talks and all that seems to start to happen in and around noon, so on and so forth. We had that deal with the beef there today with Australia. So where's the beef? Apparently in Australia. So that was a good deal there. So we're going to talk more about that heading in to this midday show. So don't sleep on anything. We do have a super chat in there about, or mention there about Amazon and all of that. I was just going to say, like, heading into earnings next week, if you are a little excited about your positions and maybe you have potentially too big of a position on some of these names, what I was going to suggest to everybody is you can either buy the VIX. We talked a little bit about that yesterday, as that's been near huge lows, the VIX. And again, that is going to be the fear index, and it's right here. And you can see this has been, another move down on the VIX. I mean, today it looks like we're roughly flat on it, but you're into a great level here on the volatility. So this is a daily, it's not a daily chart, this is a daily chart, just to show you guys what I'm talking about here. But there it is. So you could buy some protection this way, or if you really were just like very stock specific, worried about your Amazon, worried about whatever you're worried about, you could see right into here. 232 is a great level for Amazon. So Microsoft, anything reporting into next week, there is something to be said about all-time highs. And so you're right here, right now. Unless you're just long like this week or brand new positions, pat yourself on the back, take some off, buy yourself a nice sweater and or a banana hammock or whatever you're buying yourself. And
buy some ET.
And buy some, I wouldn't necessarily put it into ether, but what I would do is take some profit and sit on cash. And then if you are a little nervous about your positions, you're less nervous. You know, if you have, argument's sake, $1,000 in it, take off 500, take off 300, whatever lets you sleep at night, because that is what it's all about, right? Profits are one thing, they're one thing when you have them, but the losses seem to sting a lot more.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you feel bad about this.
I mean, I love swing trading, and I obviously I disclose everything to you guys about my positions. I took a loss on MU the other day, but then when we do put on things, they work out pretty well for us. And when they work out, as Sean just mentioned, you want to start taking stuff off, lock in those profits, don't be overly greedy, because the market can turn on a dime just like that.
And just like that, Joe, be safe, man.
Thanks,
Travel well.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you, Neil.
Take care of yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Obviously, and we want to say shout out to Joe. Hopefully he enjoys himself. Shout out to everybody there today. Thank you for hitting the like and the subscribe right now. So enjoy. You're back on Tuesday.
No, Wednesday.
You're back on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Just come back on Thursday, man. Take
come
the
back. Oh,
whatever, man. You deserve it. Joe deserves all of the praise. So thank you, Joe, for making the morning show a fun one for all of us. And with that said, let's go over. Thanks, Brendo, and everybody that's watching us today. Ciao for now. I'll see you guys at 2 p.m. It's big midday show today.
Ooh. Cheers, everything.
Whoa. That's Neil Roberts.
We got to do squats?
Hey. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, it's the bro show, man.
Oh, it's the bro show.
You got Donald, you got the squats. Yeah. It's a little different over here. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. That is not Joey Options. That's your boy, Neil Roberts. And I'm Sharif. And where is everybody, Neil? Let's shut him out.
I need to eat some pie for everybody to switch things up. Some cookies, and then we'll light it up that way for sure. No, a great job, of course, in the morning.
Absolutely.
You know, let our boy be able to get to that bachelor party. That's what it's all about. Just got to step up for him. Oh, I know you're watching that LiDAR that's going absolutely ham.
It is going ham, Neil.
Tesla's going nuts today.
Absolutely.
A little bit of that. I want to see if we can't get back into that as well. It sucks to be Intel, everybody. They absolutely got smoked. Oh my goodness, that's nasty. I gotta wait till this. So I gotta wait till the chat loads back up.
That's okay. Oh well, yeah. Another thing you can thank Joseph for.
No, I found something out. Yeah, Joe doesn't like Chrome. He really, really dislikes Chrome so much so that I can't even make it work on this PC.
Pie, Chrome. He does. What else, Joe? I mean, I'm forgetting some of the list items over here, but
it's all good.
Copilot.
What's wrong with? We love Copilot. No, I'm just kidding. I never use Copilot.
All right, Neil, let's have a look at LIDR because, as you mentioned, this one is on the warpath to the high side, guys. Here we go. LIDR had a catalyst yesterday, pulled back a little bit into the afternoon, but it's going gung-ho again today. Bless you, Neil. 478 high a day, zigging and zagging, but be on the lookout for a possible double top. Neil and I were discussing this off camera before the show came on. I'm just going to show you guys the 15-minute real quick here on LIDR, and there we go. We are at yesterday's high at the open. That's the implied balance high, right at 930, printed there. So be on the lookout. If this clears it and clears it decisively, Neil, we have higher lows, and now we'll have higher highs.
Oh, good.
And there it goes, LIDR taking out 490. Here comes 5. So I'm going to be looking at getting in on the micro pullbacks now. We're going to put the 5-second chart up top and keep my eye on this one because this one is really catching a bid, Neil. This has done 162 million shares on the day, but there is a seller of note at 5. Can't shake the seller right now at that level, to be expected as we get into psychological areas of support. So I'm going to be working my way into this one. What are you seeing on your day today, Neil?
No, the first thing I'm looking at is Alphabet breaking trend. Google, obviously this was a name that we think got beaten up unfairly yesterday on earnings. Let's be real about it. And it seems like, again today, it cannot get past this 194.5. So when in doubt, zoom out, wait for it, and it's breaking the trend as we speak to the upside. Someone just turn the lights off. Turn them lights down. Let's go. Why not? Hey, we can do that too. We can get some R&B, all that kind of stuff.
Hey, yeah, right.
SBET, you saw what was happening with ETH, man.
Yes, man, absolutely.
You can get a discount on ETH if you like it, but when ETH goes down, so does SPCE. That's the problem with these treasury plays, man. I'm not a fan. I think you can just be in the underlying if you want to. You get outsized moves, but as long as this one's trending down in ETH, then I'm looking at this underneath the prior low. This is every now and then, and I got to tell you, we're creatures of habit when we're trading. Sitting on the other side, you guys can't tell this. Sitting on the other side is like driving on the wrong side of the road. I am constantly like moving my mouse to the wrong spot to do things.
That's okay.
All morning long, which is fine. It's par for the course. But SBET, I'm looking short underneath the prior low. While looking short, I am short. Just took that one on, and as I said, Alphabet trying to hold on to this trend break in the volume weighted average price. The other thing is I am looking for an entry back into Tesla. I had this off VWAP. It stopped out under VWAP actually initially and then took it back through. Now what I'm looking at is if it breaks the trend line, some people would usually go short. I'm one of those that usually shorts the trend line break, but I'm going to look for a pullback to VWAP to go long if this breaks the trend.
Okay.
So up 3%. We like what we see here with Tesla. The boys have both had that one. I think off the open, I had it written down, but at the open, I was still trying to figure some stuff out with my layups. I'm only in 2 names as we speak. And, well, I'm in this silly DNB thing, but that's a buyout, so don't worry about it.
All right, I'm trying to work my way into LiDAR here. We punched a little bit at 82s. I'm well aware that it is a little extended. It's a $5 break right now. Here are the levels that I'm seeing. I'm seeing a topping tail candle here at around the $0.50. It doesn't quite make it down to the half or up to the $0.50. The topping tail candle, I think, goes to $4.42. But right around that level as well, right around $4.40 is the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So I'd like to pick it up off a key level if it's possible. Otherwise, we'll go with the trend. So what I'm looking at is the 5-second chart up top to see where the buyers are stepping in or where the liquidity grabs are. So here we go, zigging and zagging back into the 80s right now. Let's see if we can get something possibly in the mid 80s on this one. I haven't quite added into this position yet. So we still got 82. So 480, there's a seller, and that's a predictable area of selling because that was another area that we rejected right at 1102, and I'm giving you like micro times because what I'm looking at up top is the 5-second chart. So I have a dip trade here right around the $0.50 to front run what I perceive to be a possible psychological area of support, okay? So we've talked about the $0.50 and the whole dollar being psychological areas of support and resistance, and so that's what I'm keeping my eye on now. I'm also keeping my eye on the 5-minute chart, and I'm looking to see whether the current candle, which is a red candle, albeit a hammer candle, maintains its higher low position. So the prior candle low was $4.55. The current candle low is 63. So we have higher lows. So that what I was looking for was to front run the higher or the low of the prior candle by putting my order a little bit ahead of it. Alas, it is not making its way down. And I find it now is a little consolidative here in the high 60s to low 70s. But there's an overall general downtrend on the 5-second chart that I'm looking at on my top screen. So what I'm waiting for is a hold of the $0.50. Or that 10 exponential moving average as we talked about. So a little out of the money on this one, but not really, I don't want to say I'm not concerned. You're always concerned trading these small cap gappers because they can flip on you in a second. But what I'm not very, very concerned about right now is because we still have a higher low on the current candle. So that's what I'm looking at, Neil. I want to set up on some others, but LIDR has my intention at the moment.
Yeah, I think LiDAR is definitely a big one. Look, Tesla doesn't seem to want to break this trend. So if it's not going to break the trend, it might just have to be a try to go long off the trend. So the plan of action, I think, is going to be for me to look for it to break the high and then try to pull back in to the trend line. So maybe a little bit of a failed break, like that kind of a dip and dive. And I go, oh, finally the chat loaded up. There you go. It's
not your
weird
fault.
because there's something about Microsoft Edge. Like when I open the stream, it takes like 5 minutes for the chat to open up.
I know it's.
And I don't
bizarre.
understand
Joe
why.
knew
So
that
like
happened,
now I can see you guys. You have to bear with me a second while I set this up. There we go. Yeah, now I can see you guys. If you have any questions, just let me know. What are you guys looking at? Like, what's the name that interests you the most? As we speak, not Apple, Alphabet here is trying to hold on to VWAP. It's not doing a very good job. This one did break trend in here, and I'm giving it to the prior bar, which is what I love. That's what I love about that setup. Is it's always very binary for me. So this, SBET, got the eyeball. Of course, the eyeballs on Tesla. It goes without saying. Like, there's no way you can get away from the absolute freight train that is Tesla. Palantir as well, obviously having a really, really big day. Hit enter twice, there's Tesla. But it's not breaking that trend line, and we're not really flying, so I don't want to force my way into anything at this particular point. Like, it's that time of day, like it's weird because when you start the show, you're like, oh, it's the open, and you're always trying to get into stuff.
Right.
But in the middle of the day, at this point, like I find you're a little bit more particular
100%.
About getting into some different names and making sure you get into the right levels. And I have to remember where I'm looking to. This is the hilarious thing. It's like I'm not even looking at the camera. I'm on the wrong side.
In case you guys haven't noticed, Neil does not like sitting on the left side. That can throw me too. That can throw me as well.
No, it's not a like thing.
It's your habit, man.
No,
I mean,
it's absolutely a habit
completely
thing.
normal.
Like I'm just used to like certain things. Like when I'm talking to Sean, I turn right. When I look at my charts, I look up, and I have to look further up. That's the other hilarious.
You know, I've
thing
never
about
been on the morning show ever.
never done
well,
one?
other than obviously being on the desk, but
No?
not at the trading desk. Never, Neil. So I've never had to actually switch anything off this computer, which is a little funny because I'm almost 3 years deep next month. In
3 years.
3 years.
Oh,
man.
I don't even have my key for that. Or I'll do this.
What do you got? Okay, there we go. Oh boy.
No, like I have. This is what I have. Oh, the other thing, you guys can't see this. Look, first of all, Joe's a young man, which means he's got great vision, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Boy.
You guys can't see this. There's no way for me to show you this.
It's our Stream Deck, guys.
Stream Deck.
Yeah, so I can show them mine right here. So that's
I
what
can't
the Stream
pull
Deck
mine
looks
far
like.
enough. Mine is all. You see, you have those graphics in there.
Yeah.
He just has like what it says,
Yes,
like what
right
each
there.
thing is, written in the tiniest font possible. So if I want to hit
Get
the
it,
bank,
Joe.
like I gotta lean in. Does that say this is wet the beak? And I have to lean in to try to read this because the man's got good vision. So shout out to Joey Options
got
for
good
that.
vision,
Look,
too.
I don't know
Pretty
why
copy,
it's so. I don't know why it's all tiny like that, but.
All right,
We
Neil,
sure-
I just want to cover LiDAR.
sure-
LiDAR's breaking out, guys. All right, so we got 68s on
LiDAR.
right now. We just wet the beak at 85. Go, LiDAR, go. We have a candle now with a higher low and a higher high, but here's the seller at 85 that we can't shake. Barely any size posted at the gateway, yet it's a brick wall, and boom, he gets taken out. Let's go. 89's now showing up. Let's see if we can wet the beak here in the mid-90s. That's where I'm posted, Neil. We got shares on this one too, so we can wet the beak as well. Over here, LIDR, guys. Higher lows, higher highs. There's that seller at 89 again that we can't shake. My concern about LiDAR was what Neil and I were talking about off camera. This has a very, very close area high yesterday to where we are today. So I'm expecting the bag holders to come in here and put a damper on the party, and they are already. Down into the 80s we go. From almost being at the 90s, we're long 68s. Now, what's my move? I can put my stop at prior bar low and try to keep it super conservative and simple. But what I'm seeing is potential on this one, and I like that $0.5 retracement. Even if we fail this level, I've kind of seen this before where we think we're kind of creating a range in the bull flag breakout, and I'll submit to you, I perceive this to be a bull flag breakout. And you think you've got the range established only to get a zig above and a zig below, and then it continues on its merry way. So I'm going to maintain that same plan that I'm talking about, which is the $0.5 retracement I'd like to add into this one, Neil. So packing my patience here. I think the best print we have here is 90s, but this one is not showing that kind of aggressiveness to take out the $0.5 at 5 that I had hoped for. Maybe it shows up a little bit later, but currently, not really.
Look where the dip would be into. 420, baby.
Oh, I like that.
Contractually obligated
Absolutely.
to buy the dip on a small cap at 420.
Elon would be very proud.
I mean, I feel like if you don't buy the dip at 420, that's just a problem. I'm just saying. I'm just going to leave it at that. You always want to buy the dip at the 420 level. A couple people have mentioned a few things here I want to get to.
Yep.
Look, Rivian's making a move probably based on sympathy to Tesla. I think Tesla's the one, but Rivian is also tracking towards a pretty big, what is that, wig breakout? That's nonsense. The breakout's at 14.5 right in here. So Rivian's tracking toward a pretty monster level on its own. I think this time of day, I'm not thinking breakout on Rivian in the middle of the day. If this happens in the morning,
Bang.
I'd be thinking break. At this time of day, I'm thinking revert, and I got the eyeballs on Tesla. If I see Tesla show any signs of weakness, then I'm going to go over to Rivian, which I know we've got free locates on.
Bang.
But I'm checking anyways. I always make sure I check each time. And now all of a sudden, here's something to keep an eye on. ETH is trying to bounce. Okay. I saw in the chat someone like ETH is trying to revert. Well, I'm short SBET, and part of that was you just made a fresh low. Well, we're breaking this trend line. I might get some of this out flat if I can on SBET. See what's happening here, everybody. ETH, if we make any kind of a bounce to VWAP on ETH, I feel like the move on SBET might be a little bit more harsh. And look at that topping. Look at that candle there. I might be able to just try to finagle my way out.
Finagle.
For sure.
Appreciate that.
Savage, what up, brother?
Get it, Savage.
Or sister. I don't know. I have no idea. Absolutely love the switch up. It's cool to see different dynamics on the crew. Yeah, you know what? All that happened was like Joe sent me a message, and he was like, "Look, he's like, I need to leave early. Obi's not in, Adara's not in. Going away to a bachelor party. Can you swap with me?" He asked me this on like Monday or Tuesday. I'm like, "What kind of a question is that, man? I'm here all day anyways."
The Chilean Nightmare reminding me something very obvious. You guys like the stream. If you like the setup, hit the like button on the screen. How else are we supposed to know? How else is YouTube, Neil, supposed to know that they like what they see? You know, I mean,
it's just facts. That's how YouTube should know.
Boom. Okay. Neil, you know what else is facts right now? That $5 break.
$5.
Boom! Neil, there we go. 517 HOG, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, those $5 shorts got burned. We're waiting at 15s next, then 24s, then 32s. Let's see if we can get going here. You good?
No, I want to hit something for you there.
Oh, my bad. Let's see if we can get going here. There's been a seller, Neil, at around 10 or 11. Sometimes they're posted at 9. It feels like the same short seller coming in with a short sale order in and around the same area. I want to say 10-ish, okay? You can make of that what you will. Here we go with 9s. 10s again showing up. 11s, 12s. 14s. Can we get 15s? That's where I'm waiting. So we'll zig and zag here. Can't clear 15. This the high of the day is 17 currently. So we're unable to take out that level. But there's 14 again, and there's that same seller again. Let's wet the beak over here just to take out some. So where are we long? We're long 64s right now. So we have literally the bottom because we've exhausted the shares from 82s. So it's first in, first out. Don't forget that, guys. That's why my price changes. And boom, there's 15. Now can we get some more? We're going to 24 now.
Yes,
that's where I'm posted. Yes, we can. I'm posted at 24, but we're unable to take out the seller at 19s. Here we go again, back to that 19 seller. There is literally fixed size at every penny posted here on LIDR. The shorts want this one bad. You kind of feel they're looking for their mean reversion. Shout out to my boy Obi. But right now, it is LIDR zigging and zagging with $5, guys. Good trade so far. Let's take out some more as we'll look to lock in some profits, Neil. So I'll keep my eye here on LIDAR. I want to also mention...
Did you see the super chat?
Oh, no, I didn't. I'm sorry.
It was a LIDAR super chat.
Oh, I love Casey, man. Casey 526. You've been trading a lot of the same stuff that I've been trading. I feel like we like the same things here, Casey. So shout out to you. Thank you very much for the $10 super chats. 5s in LIDAR, hit the cash register. You asked for Casey, you get it. There's the cash register. I hope you printed up multiple storms in there. And I just wanted to mention quickly, guys, NEGG, N-E-G-G, also it's more expensive, but I wanted to show you guys this one because it's pulled into the 10 EMA on the 5, and this could be a long. It's about 37 bucks and change right now. This is let me show you what I'm seeing on the side chart. There is NEGG on the bottom left of your screen. This thing has been a buy program. It's pulling into the 10 EMA for the first time, I want to say, Neil, since 10:10 a.m. So, you know, it could be a possible long here off that 10 EMA. Trade this carefully, guys. It's spready and expensive. Okay, so for the small cap traders out there, you guys know the drill, man. These are around here for a good time, not a long time, Neil.
That spread is that's always concerning to me. Like I'm not a huge fan.
Neither am I, man. Adara is the only one that loves these.
I don't mind eating a good spread. That's about. No, but I'm just saying.
Of course. Who's going to say no to a good spread?
I don't want it to get
kind of a psycho.
Twisted. But no, seriously, with the thing. Why you got psycho?
No. I said, what kind of a psycho doesn't want to eat a good spread? I mean, like, yeah.
Okay.
You know, who's going to say no to that?
You take it to I'm not going to be level up here. That escalated like just very quickly. But what also? Wow, Tesla just did this.
Get it, Tesla.
Tesla just broke to the upside here. So the second we were underneath 316, you know my plan of action is the second I see this look weak, I want to take a shot at Rivian in, out for a couple of cents. But the way I want to play Rivian, 25 pennies to VWAP, now 30 pennies to VWAP. If I can find an entry where I'm risking less than 5 cents on a trend break, that's the plan. But I don't want to be against the grain with Tesla. Going back to Alphabet and its quest to do something, it's so range bound right now. Like it did break. What's with that wick? It did break and hold above the volume weighted average price, but it couldn't get past the $0.50. So in long in front of 23s when it can't break that $0.50 yet. I think that's a big yet. This is hilarious. I saw someone in the chat say, I gotta find it again.
What happened?
No, I got, I'll just search for the word cousin.
Okay. That's actually smart. He used a search for that. That's actually quite brilliant.
T-Pens. Neil might be my long-lost Canadian cousin. There's a running joke about that. Sean went to the gym, but he'd be able to tell you this one. And in our high school group would say this. If you're from the island of Antigua, you may or may not be my cousin.
Okay.
My grandfather, I'm just going to throw this out there.
I want to hear it.
Gramps wasn't playing around. Now, at the same time, I have no trouble saying this. I met my grandfather once, and I'm happy that I got to meet him. But that's all I need. That's all I need to hear from him. You know what I'm saying? Like
Seriously,
that's the story.
Interesting.
My grandfather had, we say 27 kids.
Wow.
And
look, I know old timers had a lot more kids.
No, but hold on a second. Let me tell like it is.
I want to hear it.
They had like 27 kids.
Okay.
And that's what's like known and acknowledged.
Okay.
And let's just say he wasn't a big part of all their lives, and it didn't work much in his lifetime.
Okay.
All right. So I met the man once to meet him, and that was enough.
I got you.
That being said, it means I got a lot of damn cousins in Antigua.
But you're good with
That's
cousins.
Oh, look, man. Of course, fam is fam. But I call it like it. I call it like it is.
That.
And he was my grandfather. I respect him at the same, like it is. But at the end of the day, what it takes to be a father isn't just making a baby.
No, man. It's
know what's up?
That's showing up, man.
That's what. Showing in life. One of my favorite movies of all time was Keanu Reeves' that baseball movie. Because it's like everything is just about show. It's like he had a line in, what's the name of that stupid film now? I can't even remember it. But he just says, showing up, you're blown away by your ability to show up, the kids, when one of their teammates died. Because most of life is just showing up.
It is, dude. It is.
Being there for your family. Yeah. Being there for your friends. Being there for you, the viewers on the show. Being there, it doesn't even matter. Like, just being there and showing up.
Hardball.
Every single Hardball. That's the movie. Yeah. Check that one out if you've never seen it. Anyways, what does Joe usually say? Boom to the high side, something like that.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, finally, Alphabet's going. Tesla just went darn parabolic. Ooh. Tesla just went up, and bear with me because usually I'm a little quicker. I'm looking the wrong direction to go switch the chart. Tesla now 318 to the upside. I got to make sure I have an offer. Ooh, SBET didn't go up. That's a good sign. But Tesla continues to absolutely rip faces off. I should always look at the higher time frame. I just want to show you guys. We could reclaim the 200-period moving average on Tesla, 318. I think it's a good look. It's filling in the gap. The gap is to about 321, some prior lows. I think you could find a little bit of resistance in that range, entirely possible. I know you're chuckling over there.
I gotta show what the Chilean nightmare sent me. So he just sent me this screenshot right now. He asked Gemini,
yes.
Are you dumb?
Yes.
I like how you're bullying the AIs.
Yes.
I do the same thing, but can I tell you, I regret it every single time because they will rise up against us and they will come after us. I do the same thing, Fabian. So he's like, are you dumb? It's like, I'm a large language model trained by Google. Okay, thanks. So you are dumb. I love it.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. No,
but they're not perfect.
They're not. They're not even close, Neil. They're constantly hallucinating. Constantly.
Yeah.
Every day I'm doing my morning pep. You see me because we're in the morning as well.
You also complain about it more than most.
Yeah, I do. Because look, with humans, I don't like to repeat myself. If I say something once to you, I expect you to listen the first time. I don't enjoy repeating myself in life. So that translates into how I deal with AI as well, Neil.
What does it translate into?
It translates in how I deal with AI, right? Like if you're not getting it right the first time, I'm gonna get agitated. Very funny. I was like, what is he talking about? I'm right beside him. All right, let's look at LiDAR
it's
for a
over
second.
now, bro.
It's over. I'm gonna get what? Can't hear you. Remind me again from now on going forward. I just know it. I shouldn't have told him that. No, but LiDAR is on the warpath, guys. But here we go. A topping tilt into 536. The best print I have is 34s. But this feels now, if we make a candle to make a new low, this could be the beginning of a reversal, or what we call, what Obi likes to call the reversion. So be on the lookout here. Here we go. We just made a new low on this current candle. We're losing 5 right now. I've taken out the majority of the position, thankfully. I've got a few shares left. We're going to hold on to this one break even. I got 64s on, but the good news is my entry price is above the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA now show me 1075. So what I'm thinking about doing is waiting for that 1075 retracement and then adding to this position. Okay, this has been very respectful. I'm talking about LIDR. It's been quite respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. As you can see here, top left of your screen, where it says LIDR, it's been basically above the 10 EMA all day. Albeit, this is the biggest candle retracement on the day. So it requires a little bit of respect. You know, keep a look at it. It doesn't have to find support at the 10 EMA. It could be a reversion. So what I'm looking at for here is a 10 EMA retracement. I'm going to add small size on that 10 EMA retracement. If it holds up there, I can add back on the way up. Okay, I don't have to get the full position at the 10 EMA and then give back a lot of profits. Add to your positions. That's one thing Joey's been doing. That's one thing I've been really trying to mimic from Joseph, is to add into winning positions. He's quite good at it. So I'm going to be looking to do that here. So let's go ahead and we're going to throw a small share size in the low 70s over here. I'm just going to wait at 75, even though 75 is not the technical level. I'll front run it. So that's what I'm looking for on LiDAR, guys. This one's a big mover on the day. It's up 67%. It's got a catalyst. It's had a catalyst. It's a second day runner. So it's not a trade de novo. It's not a new trade. We've been watching this for a while. And so if it keeps going like this, you know, one thing that I talk with the boys about is that,
I have a question.
go ahead.
What's a trade de novo?
Oh, it's really bougie. I pretend like I'm smarter than I am, Neil. And so de novo means new in Latin.
Okay.
So it's a new trade, like in the sense that it wasn't running in the pre-market. Okay, I just got the ad here at 75. So let's see if this one holds up at the 75 penny level, okay? This is the 10 EMA on the 5.
Get it.
Anything below 60, we're gonna risk 9 pennies on the remaining amount. So let's go ahead and throw in the stop there. 459 will be the stop. And then we'll give it to 50s. And I'm gonna post orders. And there it goes up again. And now I'm gonna post at 88s. It's showing me 85s. There's a seller here at 85. We'll wet the beak there as well. Let's see if we can get something on this ad. I'm also gonna post in the 90s, the low 90s. There's that 85 seller again. So someone's short here at 85. We can't shake them. Now they're posting at 84. Watch for that ass creep, right? As it drops down, it was rejecting 85. Now it's rejecting 84. Be on the lookout for that. That is kind of how the short sellers show their hand. Buy the level 2. Let's see if this one can bounce up anything below 59s, Neil. I'm Gonzino.
Absolutely, Gonzino. I heard of something else when you said ask.
It's hard. It's hard when you're speaking so fast.
Ask.
Yeah, I see the chat there. Huh? Immediately, Neil.
No, but
immediately.
I'll be straight up. I'm one of those people. If I don't know something, I'm just gonna ask. I don't care. Ask. If I don't know something, that's just straight 100%. But Tesla. Look, we know Tesla is squeezing at this moment. Come on, where's that high of the day? Alphabet's got something happen at 194. I'll just throw down the black chart because I want to hold it on Tesla for a minute here. 194 has been a problem for Alphabet. I'm still bidding down to get more at 93. If we come back down there, great, fair enough. But look at all the rejection up at this 194 level. We get up there and put in another topping tail. I'm going to jump out of that trade and just take the profit and look for another long down around the volume weighted average price. But Tesla continues to go absolutely parabolic. 320 is going to, at this rate, it feels like 320 is just going to happen. So as we approach it, there haven't been any red candles to be able to get back in. VWAP is flat out just not going to happen without something incredibly extreme. So I feel like the only way to get into this is to watch it maybe on a lower time frame. I'm going to put up a 1-minute chart. Oh, my side chart, I'm going to put up a 1-minute chart, but I like a 3-minute. And I'm going to look for any kind of a dip and rip signal on a 1-minute chart, which could happen at any second. But this Google cannot seem to go at any point through that 194. It's almost losing the bid again. Don't love what I'm seeing from Alphabet. I wanted it to break away from 194. I know Sean was looking for that too as well. And really it was just the dip buy into 91 that you should have had. The other thing I want to pay attention to for everybody out here, if you've been watching the show, you know that I like trend lines. So even when I'm looking at a 1-minute, like look at the trend on the 1-minute. Like it's holding this, and this is since the morning breakout around 3:15. So 3:15 would have been your morning top. There's your break away from it. There's your new line of best fit or trend line, whatever the heck you want to call it. And it's now closing right above it. So losing 318 now would be losing the trend on the 1 minute. Closing this one above gives me a place to get long in front of 318 with a 318 stop. That way I can have a tight stop. Now that I'm saying it, I'm going to jinx it and it's going to go down. That's just how things work. But hopefully I want it to close above the trend line. And I can be long with a stop at 318 into 320. That way I'm not punching 320 because I don't want to take the breakout this time of day. SBET, despite the fact that ETH is coming back up, SBET's holding flat. So I do like the fact that the market is trying to bounce and it's really not going against me. All right, one last chance, Alphabet. This is your chance.
Do it, Alphabet.
It's its chance to get through 194 here. Here, I can show you where we're at here. I mean, Tesla's not really doing much of anything. I can go right back over to Alphabet. Ooh, I just clicked in the wrong place again. It's been happening to me all morning. I'm literally clicking the wrong. I'm staring at the chart that I need to click on to call up the symbol, and I'm literally just in the wrong spot. That's what happens. I just went to cancel this order because it's not VWAP, and I again clicked the wrong spot.
Are you able to cancel? I remember Katina telling me that you can activate chart trader.
There is chart trading,
is, right? And
there's click to trade. There's chart trading if you want. I just find you do what you're used to. Fair. I don't want to be sending a bunch of orders to the chart when I'm used to clicking on a level 2.
Makes sense.
So again, that's just for me. Oh, there it is. It's doing it again. I told you guys what would happen if we get another topping tail, and it looks like we're getting another topping tail wick on Alphabet.
All right.
So I'm jumping out of it. Well, I'll get out of it 193.8. It goes VWAP and tries to break 194, but I don't mind just taking the scalp trade at this time of day. I think that's what you have to do, and then move on to an entry potentially in Tesla. Look at that rinse. They just rinsed 318. They just grabbed 318.
Wow.
Big time.
That's bullish engulfing right there. That's that's really good.
Maybe I should just take a 319 break and see what happens.
Okay, guys, let me just put SMX. Shout out to, SMR is breaking out too, but SMX is obviously more my wheelhouse. All right, guys, so here's the deal. At a LiDAR, so we got stopped out for the last remaining amount, and then this one did have a seller at 85, as I mentioned to you. So I did get long once that 85 seller got taken, but I'm now seeing almost very substantial size at every penny, 88s, 90s, 91. So this has become very thickly traded at this level. Now, it doesn't mean it's all over for LIDR. Quite the contrary, I would submit to you. Why? Because it's still actually higher, the price action that is, above my shortest moving average, which is the 10. It's still holding the 10 quite well. In addition to that, it's generally around that $0.75 area, which sometimes acts as both support and resistance. So I don't have to be first into this trade. It's got a 536 high. So if you're assuming we just make it back into the high of the day, well, that leaves quite a bit of buffer between the breakout level here, which is about 5, and that 36 high. In addition to that, there's no hard and fast rule that says this thing is capped at 536. We can certainly take out the high of the day. We have multiple times today. So LIDR, for the moment, I'm done this trade, but I'm happy with how I traded it. My only really regret here was how I didn't have size posted far enough into 5. So this one spiked into 536, and I had to kind of chase it. I should really be putting in resting orders if I'm not using hotkeys for these small cap gappers. My strategy is to have resting orders at key areas because it's just super hard to catch them when they're flying through levels like that, and they don't spend that much time at any one price level, and anybody who's traded these kind of knows that that's the case. So now we've got another 5-minute candle here. And it's got a higher low. It doesn't quite have a higher high yet. So I'm watching here LIDR for a possible entry again, especially if we can clear 5. It's holding the 10 EMA quite well. This is a nice setup right here, but it's not guaranteed because we still are below this area crest. So long as you're below that area crest, you're in danger of making a lower high. That's always my concern. So yeah, you find support initially at the 10 EMA. It looks great with a hammer candle that closed green, blah, 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 blah. You're still a lower high. So be on the lookout. It's never guaranteed. Now, shout out to my other pair of eyes, AKA Bhavin Patel, in the chat, bringing to my attention SMX. And aside from the fact that it's only traded about 8 million shares on a dollar name, I happen to like this pattern, Bovin. And the reason is this seems very bull flaggy to me, right? There's the breakout from the low at around $1.14, $1.15. You pop all the way up into 160. And now we're doing a compression pattern where you're getting lower highs, but you also have higher lows. And so what we're looking for here is two things. One, support at VWAP, we got that. Double bottom into VWAP, found a support, followed by subsequent candles to make newer highs. So check there. Now, what about that 10 EMA? In fact, we're above the 10 EMA right now. So check there. How about higher lows and higher highs on the successive candles? If we take out 46, that will take out a triple top. And we just took it out. So now it's time for me to go long on this. Let's see if we can get, oh, it's not even letting me in, so I have to chase it. It's a 1 penny spread, bro. There we go. So now we got 47s. Let's post up at 50s, and then we'll layer orders possibly into the high of the day. What gets me out of this trade? What gets me out is a loss of VWAP. A loss of VWAP is below that $1.35, and there's a $1.49 already. Now it's just going to be whether or not the short sellers are going to insist that selling at the $0.50. We just popped up into the $0.50. We couldn't take out the short seller or the sellers there. Who knows if they're short sellers? There's 50 again. Barely any size posted on the gateways you can actually see, but it's always the hidden sellers. The iceberg orders that keep us down. They rarely will show their hand. And so, boom, we take them out, Neil. Let's see if we can get 52s now here on SMX. Shout out to my other pair of eyes, Bovin Patel.
Bovin.
Get it, Bovin.
What I love about is that some of the traders and some of the viewers, they're just different. So like I'm not used to seeing some of the names, which is really cool. There's some that I recognize, which is fantastic, great. Sometimes from the aftermarket show. Let's quickly go in. I did have the break on Tesla. They said we'd take this one if it held on to that trend, but immediately those stupid sellers came right in and sort of rinsed it back through the trend line, which we'll see if it respects it. It was a quick scalp trade, but it never really, it couldn't take the $0.50, which it's trying to do now. While that was happening, I've tried to re-engage because now all of a sudden you have something different happening with Tesla breaking and continuing higher and Rivian going down. So this is more or less what I wanted to see. So I'm trying to I tried to jump in here to the south side. I'm still hoping I'll get picked up because I feel like Rivian's breaking trend while Tesla's continuing to go higher and higher and higher. Someone just said, I believe Google will break the 191. I'm of that plan too. I think Alphabet's going to break 194. Did I say 191? 194. Yeah. 194. That being said, I just did it again. I just hit escape while I'm clicking on the chart. You guys watch me do that. The volume weighted average price, I don't want to get this on the way down. I feel like taking it on the upward trend is going to make a little bit more sense. Yes, I want it to break 194. I think it can break 194. I think the quarter was good, all that nonsense. It doesn't really matter what I think can happen. Right now, there's a brick wall in front. So when I'm going long off VWAP, I'm selling into it, and no matter what. And I might hold on to a piece if it looks a little stronger than the last time. But I'm going to look for that re-entry off the volume weighted average price. Zoom in so you can see that better. We had it when it broke the trend before. There's no real trend here down. I'll just wait for it to make some kind of a rounded bottom there. But eventually, SBET had to go. Like, the whole time ETH was trying to bounce, SBET wasn't going anywhere. I'm like, okay, well, that's good. It could be another leg down. But this is what we always talk about. And if anyone's watching for the first time, someone's like, did you get stopped out? I'm like, if I have a strategy and show you where my stop is and tell you where it is, you just simply not go, unless I make a mistake, you are not going to see me deviate from that very often. So like when my stop is this prior bar on a trend, that's where I'm getting out. It's that simple. That broke, my order got me out, no questions asked. 10 times out of 10, I might be missing this Rivian train. I can't chase this because I think a lot of what I'm looking for is a pullback into VWAP on Rivian. So if I try to chase this move down into 30, suddenly you're 10 cents from the goal, you're 15 cents from the high. That's no bueno. So I got to hope to get picked up here on Rivian because I really don't want to force. I mean, Tesla, I could just try to short Tesla off 320 if I don't given that I'm not into Rivian in here. for sure. And Zion Lala.
Get it,
Yeah,
Zion.
the change is for a day. Like, I'm coming in because Joe wanted to be able to leave early today so that he could head out to a bachelor party. They're having a fun weekend, and he just wanted to be able to head out. I said, I don't mind jumping in, so I'll be doing the midday and I'll do the close show like normal.
We should have.
I just thought of something.
We should have given him a hard time.
Well, I'm going to give him a hard time about something.
We know he's hitched up, right? And now he's going to a bachelor party.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I'd like to make him feel uncomfortable, if that's okay.
You want to make him feel uncomfortable?
Absolutely.
Look, man, it just occurred to me now when I said that out loud that I'm doing the midday and then coming back for 2 o'clock.
Oh.
When's a brother supposed to eat? Y'all know I'm always hungry.
Look, I think you should be able to take some time. Maybe I can do like the lesson of the day and you can get some food in.
Oh, I will be eating on the midday show.
Okay, that's fair.
Because when else am I supposed to eat? Straight up. I'm going to eat on the I'm sorry, everybody, but you're probably... You're gonna have to watch me eat my salad. Because I'm not going to 4 o'clock without eating. I don't eat. I do like time restricted eating to a certain extent, and so I don't have anything till about 8 o'clock in the morning.
Fair.
And then even then I don't have much. So suffice to say, when it gets to noon, I'm a little hungry. That's why you always see me like munching on this. I'll have I can sympathize the fruit in the morning. All right, Tesla's making a bit of a curl. I didn't get Rivian. I'm looking over. I'm not going to get Rivian. So Tesla's clearly, I mean, look, on a 3-minute, it broke. I tried to take this as it was wicking the trend there. I tried to grab it and play that long. It's not working. So I am now in the short. The prior bar high is simply the high of the day. So that makes it very, very easy for everyone to figure out where I'm going to be getting out of it. I should almost be adding to. I wish I could have something a little bit tighter to 19. So I don't want to chase too far. I'm just going to get an order out a little bit closer to the 19 level and see if we can't get some evens in there. So just in Tesla as we speak, but Davin just said bulls at high of day. I wanted to go back because as I got out of SPET and saw it running, ETH just did that.
What?
ETH just broke the low of the day. Where is SPET?
Where is ETH?
Can I get back to this?
ETH is down 3.5. It's more than Bitcoin. Solana's tanking, Neil. 6% on Solana.
No,
We're really dropping here on some crypto names.
I got to jump right back into this trade.
All right, let me show everybody exactly. So as you organize.
When I say this trade, I mean SPET because I got out of SPET and just tried to break up. But if ETH is going down, then I got to be right back into this trade.
Guys, crypto is really taking a hit here. I wanted to mention this over here. Let me just expand this. So BTC down 3. We're barely holding on to 115. ETH, oh my God, we're going to lose 3,600, down 3.5. Solana already down below 180. It's down 6% on Solana. I don't know what XRP is at. When I did check today, XRP had taken the biggest hit in the last little while. So be on the lookout for that. Keep your eye on crypto. If you're looking at maybe shorting some of these names, you can take some derivatives like IBIT or ETHA, for example, ETH. Is there a Solana ETF now? Or, fact check me, chat. Is there a Solana ETF that I don't know about? I'd love to know about it if you guys.
SOLZ?
SOLZ? Don't say Z, Neil. They get very upset. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. SOLZ.
Oh, that does 0 volume. You can't trade that.
Yeah, it's 500,000.
I mean, we could trade it. It might even be blocked in our system.
Yeah, let's give it a try. Let me try it. I'm going to try it super quick over here, see if we can weasel into it. I want to keep
it's blocked.
It's blocked? Yeah, okay, it's fine.
The volume, so just for anybody out there, like one of the things that happens at real trading, Tesla, it might break that run at the high of the day. You know where my stop is. It's essentially just a penny or two above that high of the day. But if the stock doesn't have enough regular volume, that didn't break the high, did it? Yeah, it must have. It must have broken the high. Like barely broke the high there on Tesla. Only go long, apparently, everybody. Went long 3 times and only 1 short, and that's where the L's going to be on Tesla. Let's see what happens at that 320 level. I don't mind taking another breakout trade, but up here, everything's going to be tight stops looking for a home run. Like VWAP is $6 away. If you get it good, then you only really need the 1 trade. But it doesn't mean I want to hold it super far against me. But just to finish that thought, if there's not enough liquidity or regular liquidity on a given on a given symbol or on a given, it could be equity, it could be in this particular case we're talking about ETH.
SOLT. 2.5
SOLT,
shares
that's better.
open for us. It's two times
that's
leverage,
better.
though. Be careful.
What'll happen is
yeah.
when you're trading on a prop floor, you have a lot of leverage. Like your buying power would be very large. So therefore, your ability to throw a massive order is there, and you get that big risk. Well, there's a downside to that. If the stock doesn't have any liquidity, you could find yourself getting into a position that you could take all day to unwind, or you might not be able to unwind. So certain symbols will get blocked for that reason.
I think that's fair, especially when you're dealing with somebody else's money. I mean, they have the right to manage risk, right?
I could tell stories, but
I bet you can. Neil was a floor manager, in case you guys don't know, for a long time. So he's seen some stuff.
I've seen some. Well, the thing about it is traders, if you've traded for a long time, then you should have some serious stories.
That's fair.
Because that's just the reality. That's why sometimes you'll see me drop into, oh, and this happened on this day, and I remember the flash crash, and like I've seen a single stock flash crash that was simply created by one group of idiots.
Really?
As well. Oh yeah, just on a small cap. It was a smaller cap stock. And what happened was you had some people that thought that they were like the big wigs on it. And don't get me wrong, when I traded penny stocks, there was actually myself and another trader that I traded next to.
Okay.
There were months where we were 10% of the volume on a penny stock. Yeah, back in the day.
That's crazy.
But these weren't doing like 100 million shares. No, we weren't like that. They would do like 4 or 5 million shares.
Okay.
Maybe 10 million, something like that. But there were traders that were doing similar things on some maybe a little bit bigger stocks. But they were all trading a similar strategy and all averaging down. And what ended up happening, and they didn't realize this, there was just a whale that wanted to unload this thing.
Oh boy.
And
they were the
and they were the recipients of it. And took down an entire trading floor in a single day.
You did tell me about this.
I think I told you.
You did tell me about this.
In a single day.
The conclusion of the story reminded me of the story that you told me. Yes.
And that just came down. It's one of the reasons you have a rule like that, because just because you have the buying power doesn't mean you should deploy it. Like Tesla has 61 million shares here, everybody. You were never gonna. There's almost no situation in which you're not going to be able to get in and out of this thing. Like if I get into a short, I can get out right away. I'm not going to get slipped. I'm not going to have any troubles with it. I should be just fine. But Tesla, wow, there's another wick at 320. Ooh, hold that 320. Maybe. The other thing that's coming in is if we fail under 320, this might give me my chance to get into that Rivian, and then I can use the lower high on Rivian and Tesla's momentum. SBET's still kind of going sideways, but we're back under the 320 here on Tesla. Ooh, man. Tesla is absolutely rocketing. What's crazy is I'm eyeballing this 320 level, and you're seeing a bit of a battle going back and forth. Let me just throw up the level 2 so you guys can follow along here. And there's an absolute war. Well, we'll see if it's still happening. Just a war going on at that 320. And of course, now they're not buying it back up through. What was happening before is anytime it would get underneath 320, it would snap back up almost instantly. That just spent a few seconds down there underneath the 320 level, and they're starting to hold it up. But it's all D-prints. This is all dark pool. Like there's someone just sold there. You can see kind of came in like a real order. Everything else is dark. Someone just sold again on some weak gateways, and then eating right back up on the dark pools who are winning the battle up here. So, yeah, they just rinsed. They just rinsed somebody, because what you can see is all dark buying and then a couple of lit sells, yet somebody that is a real trader just got bamboozled out of their long, or maybe just tried to short from what I can tell at 320, and they're temporarily stuck. That's what it just looked like to me on level 2.
Guys, someone who I want to shut them out. Jameson, can you look at MCVT today? I was a day early. Here's what I see, man. MCVT, you know that I have 2 rules and 2 rules only for these small cap gappers. This breaches one and passes the other. The one that it breaches is the pre-market high rule. I will not trade a small cap gapper long if it is trading below the pre-market high. That means, to me, it means the sellers are in control and the bag holders could still be there. I don't want to base that. And the short sellers also look for that pre-market high. If I'm looking for it, they're looking for it. So here's what I see. I see a 450 pre-market high. I see an actual high of day, a regular trading hours high of day of 380. So this is above VWAP, but below the pre-market high. Those are literally my two rules. Oh my goodness, look at SMX, Neil. Boom, into the high side. Goodness gracious. What's happening? Why am I not able to take out anything? There we go.
Sometimes they don't let you.
So frustrating.
Sometimes
okay, so there we go. I didn't get the fill, Neil. It came in for like 1 second, 1 penny below. That is so frustrating. I really tried to get more share size there. It missed me by 1 penny. I don't know why I was under the impression I got it filled there, but there goes SMX, guys, through the high of the day, 175. What a rocket ship, flat top break, ascending wedge, predictable higher low, higher low, higher low. All the while, that 152, 153-ish was our area of resistance, and then up through that we go when we take out the high. Keep your eye out on SMX. Shout out to my man Bovin in the chat for pointing this one out. It's still going, guys, so this one is on the warpath to the high side. Try to catch the momentum as it goes. Don't be a schmuck like me and fumble with the keys. That's very frustrating on my part, but hey, that's exactly what happens. So SMX doing its thing, 25. Now,
Did you zoom out that stock?
Pardon me?
SMX, if you zoom that one out, this
really?
has a big time double set of topping tail candles
trouble.
at 180
That's
to 185.
Right there. That's trouble, yeah.
Like that's the first, I always like to zoom out. Like this 185 level, that would be a place I'd usually look for a mean reversion. But if you're watching Tesla and to me trading Rivian off of Tesla, then I have to keep Tesla up. I don't have a level 2 to dedicate to that one. Yeah, I sort of have to stay in a single lane. So Tesla, that battle that was happening, I got one at 320 a little bit there, and it's now starting to come back in. That did give me an entry into Rivian. Again, like type it in. Enter in the right spot, Neil. Rivian came right back to the shelf that broke. I missed entries here on the way down at 14.39. I was able to get some 36. I want to get out in front of VWAP again with a relatively tight stop underneath the lower high here. SBET's doing the same thing. But Jack CW, how would you treat a potential SMCI recent high break?
Good question, actually.
Oh, but it hasn't broken this high. This 54. Are we talking about this on the Jack? Are we talking about this on the daily? Like this 54 change? Because like I take it one step at a time. And if it's going into this resistance level and 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row when it got to 54 it rejected, then my first thought is look for a reversion short, worry about the breakout after, because it needs to have buyers above 54 to be going, not at 54. Because it's getting to 54, it's just completely rinsing you if you go long off of 54. So my first approach is to look for a mean reversion trade in front of it, and then maybe break out above the quarter or break out above the $0.50, maybe even 55, something along those lines. I think that's where I'd be headed on SMC. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. That's I don't know if that's the level you're mentioning, but if you're saying breakout on an SMCI, I'm not sure what else we could be talking about here outside of that 54 levels. That would be my 2 cents. I might throw that on, if I can find a side chart, I might throw that one up there. SBET, we re-entered to it when I saw ETH was going to the downside. This is just not moving much anymore. I'm literally bidding, I guess I could bid at 22 instead of under to see if it'll break. Get a 90, get a bid into the 90s, and then get a bid into the 80s. If it's only going to move that much, then I'm going to respect the fact that it only wants to move that much. So let me know what else you guys are watching in here, because I saw Kelvin GTS mention Coin. You know, I haven't looked at Coinbase today. And Coin is about to go green. You have this weird divergence that's happening. Like, we weren't all that strong in most of crypto. You know, ETH is still heading back into the downside.
Bizarre, eh?
But yet you've got Coin's got a bottoming tail and is breaking out. So one of these things is built.
You know what?
Is built like the other, but not like the others.
I don't mind the disassociation between the miners or the. You know what I mean? If I want to punch into the coin, Neil, I'll punch into the coin. I hate that with Bitcoin and the Nasdaq. We always complain about that, the correlation between the two.
I don't mind it either.
I personally don't mind that whatsoever. So, guys, I want to mention here SMX. So I got back in at 64s, and now we're going to stop out for the rest. So this one I tried to catch back on the move up, punched in 64, scalped up to 70, but this one doesn't have the juice, and I'll tell you why. Here's what I'm seeing on the 5-second chart. Entertain my just craziness for a second. So that's where we got up into 75. And then we pop back down only to find support at a predictable level. Why do I say predictable level? Because 60 was a resistance area. Look out, holds to the T. But that was the good news. The bad news was we rejected 70. So that's a lower high. Pick up on these micro trends. The only way to do that is to be like, have an eidetic memory like a Dara and look at the level 2, or you pay $100+ a month for Bookmap, or just use the 5-second chart where you can refer back to it at any moment in time and see where the buyers and sellers were stepping in. So that's what I saw, 175, 170, lower high. I don't want that smoke, so we'll get stopped out now. If it wants to take out 175, we can have a different conversation. So SMX, looking good, but catching some resistance here to the top. So I'll be keeping my eye on that. Neil, I also want to mention LIDR. So this one topped out at the highs, and it has been stair-stepping back down. It's lost the 10 EMA. It's lost the 20 EMA. The only thing really standing in its way right now is VWAP. You're dead. Is VWAP, nice. Which is at 4 and a quarter.
Over here, like.
You gotta send a message to these guys, Neil.
Let them know.
Yeah, we gotta let them know, man. They can't be messing around while we're on the show over here. So what I'm looking at, guys, is this 4 1/3, 4 1/4. We have price action resistance from there initially, so look for it to act as support. In addition to that, you also have the volume weighted average price taking a nap down there. 4 1/4. LIDR, 4 1/3. We're already in a 4 1/3. So now we're in the zone, that 1/3 to a 1/4 zone. It's never going to be really one price level with these crazy small cap gappers. They're just too volatile. So be on the lookout now. LIDR coming into a technical area of support. Does it though find support here, or are we going to give back the entire move? Guys, the loss of the 10 EMA at the 1145 candle, which is this candle right here, that was the first time LIDR lost the 10 EMA on the 5 on a closing basis all day. Okay, so there could be a move down here. I thought Ramram was freaking out or something back there. Yeah, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Get it, Ramram. Oh my God.
Team Ramin.
Oh wow, really, eh, Neil?
Well, I'm
still going with that.
Still going. I've always been Team Ramin.
Wow.
Right, Ramin?
Don't throw anything at me, man.
We had a discussion about this, and I simply said,
is Brendo up there?
I said, Ramin, if you're gonna throw something at Sharif, throw something real. Like it's gotta, don't hurt him.
But if it's real, it's gonna clip me.
You're tough.
Oh boy,
he's a strong dude. I think he'll be.
If it went the other way around, I'd be walking out of here in some, right? You know
what I tell the kids at batting practice?
What do you tell them?
I said, look, here's the thing.
Okay.
If you're scared to get in the box, and if coach accidentally hits you,
fair,
then we can do this. If I hit you, then at the end of practice, I will stand in the box. I'll have a bat in my hands that I will not swing.
Okay.
And you can stand at the mound, and you can just throw, and I will not swing, and I will not move out of the way. And the funny thing about it, the only kid that took me up on it was my daughter.
No way, because she trusts you.
What do you mean trust me? She's
throwing it at you. She knows Daddy's not gonna get me back if I hit him with the ball, right?
She got me a couple times. She got me a couple times.
I love that.
Which is fine. But I was just trying to, because you can't be afraid of the ball, and you want one of the biggest things, and this is true in a lot of aspects of life. Being able to just stand in the fear of getting hit, or being able to buy the dip in front of what looks like a freight train, but you like the level. You've just got to be able to do it sometime. So at that age, because our kids are all 7 or 8 years old on the team, for a lot of them, it's their first year playing.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to get them to stand in the box without moving their feet when the pitch comes.
Absolutely, man. Is it fastball?
So it's coach's pitch. We play one inning of tea,
Okay.
and then 2 innings of coach pitch.
pretty cool.
And then you do an inning of tea, and then it goes back and forth.
I like
'cause
how you do
they're
both.
coming from t-ball, and the reason you do some of it is it's at an age where a lot of people are starting. So at the beginning of the year, we had kids who had never swung a bat before.
fair.
So to expect them to be hitting without the tee is crazy.
No.
But now everybody on our team can hit because we get people out to practice. And I had this discussion with one of the coaches as well. Like, at our game, you don't keep score until the tournament at the end. That's the way the league works.
Okay.
But our kids always keep scoring. And we waxed the last team we played.
Really?
Like, we had like 3 home runs, legitimately, like they're hitting it over the outfielders and past them and then just running, whatever.
Right.
And the other team wasn't as advanced. And one of the other dads was like, man, you guys really have it together. Our kids are like cheering.
reason for that,
They're
though.
on the bench and
Yeah.
they're cheering the name of the person at bat.
You're kidding.
And then they're like, wow, you guys. I'm like, well, we have like 80% attendance at practice the last 2 months.
Yeah.
And it's
Well,
been
there you go.
fantastic. So like that's what
earned
we're able
that.
to teach because you can't really teach as much while they're playing.
That's fair.
And once they start to learn, they absolutely love it. And
All right,
you have to try to build that. Anyways, we can get back to trading.
We gotta do this, Neil, over here.
we do?
Looking to trade futures, guys, like the NASDAQ, the S&P, or even Bitcoin. Well, guess what? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders a chance to manage up to $1 million in capital, and you pick your own path. You can choose instant funded, you can choose the challenge account, or even the pro account and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. And guys, just in the last 90 days alone, they paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders just like you. So if you're interested, use that discount code, super simple, TTV, to save on any account. Scan that QR code or head on over to top1futures.com and start trading your way to your next payout. Shout out to Top One Futures.
I don't think my new service is working right now.
What's going on?
Well, but something's going on with Hims.
Okay, let me have a look.
Hims is down $5 in one candle.
Price spike. I'm getting price spike as well,
that
Neil, but
is
I'm not
not
seeing
good.
anything on it. Guys, if you're seeing it in the chat, tag myself or Neil. I'm seeing the alert that it's dropping like crazy, but I'm not seeing anything to account for it right now. Big time move here in HIMS.
Here we go.
Go ahead.
Lawmakers press FDA to target compounded fake GLP-1 drugs.
Well, it's ridiculous
So that's
out
going
there,
to
man.
punk them. What is Lilly doing on that? Because obviously,
Good point.
Lilly with
Great point.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's going to be
100%, dude.
got to go to the real.
Yeah.
That's going to be good for Lilly and bad for Hims. But let's see what the action is saying. Right now, they're still selling it off down into 55. Yuckity yuck. Look, Hims is a momentum stock. What's crazy about, oh my goodness. Yeah, what's crazy about this is it's actually going to be pulling back into prior high support because it was like buyers at 52 like crazy on this sucker. And if it gets anywhere near there, I'm not saying it gets to 52. I'm just kind of pointing out that if it does, that would be a nice little place to try to hit the buy key. All right, Tesla's going ham again.
Jeez.
I just got to quickly pivot.
Yeah.
So we gave you guys this story here, and we'll go back
look
because
out.
Hims is probably going to move a ton. But I just saw Tesla bounce back through 320, and it seems like Rivian doesn't want to go all the way to view up. So it'll just have to be this scalp trade in here. We're able to get in, tried to add to it at 37, 38, but that was on the way down, so only got the trade on the way up. But if Tesla's breaking highs, then Rivian might hold on to this low instead of getting all the way to the volume average price. You gotta try to pick your spots here, and I don't want to be fighting all of these EVs. And as I said, Tesla back through that 320 and continuing its ridiculous upward trend. What an absolute beast. But yeah, Hims is trying to bounce here. It's trying. There it goes. Let's see.
It's like people are making these in the pharmacy, Neil. Like
Well,
they're compounding it by
yeah.
hand, dude. I mean, there's no quality control.
You gotta do what they gotta do. People
I
try to
get
do
it.
what they gotta do.
But
It's expensive.
It made sense when it was on back order, Neil. It's no longer on back order. You can't be throwing stuff together willy-nilly in the pharmacy and just people injecting it into their bodies. I get the people who are doing it are pharmacists, are trained, they're pseudo-chemists. I get all that whole shebang. But to me, if I'm putting something like that into my body, I want some quality control standards.
Fair.
You know what I mean?
I 100%. I 100% agree with you. 100%. But That being said, I like it for Lily.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing about that.
It's my
That makes
number
pure
one
sense.
non-tech holding
I know it is.
in my long-term account is Eli Lilly. So, yeah.
That's a good
Hims,
look.
I have nothing against Hims in particular at all. So let's just get real. I don't. That being said, Google did come in there for me into the volume weighted average price, so I'll try to get to that. What I was looking at in this pullback is what happens as we get into the lows into VWAP. And if you can't hold through VWAP, I want it to calm down. Like, you're still in the post news. If we slow down and sort of hold underneath the volume weighted average price, I might look to short that bad boy. Just because it's bad news, and if it holds the trend to the downside, it even broke an all-day long trend, you feel like there's probably some longs that might still be offside from the last couple of days buying those dips. And you have a supply zone clearly around here as well. From yesterday, there were sellers at the 57.5 to 58 level, and that would be underneath the volume weighted average price. So that's what I'm waiting for on Hims, and I have to remind myself, is it free to short? Answer is yes. That was just me testing to make sure that it was free locates, because if you don't have Boros, believe it or not, you can't go short. At least you're not supposed to. And I could name some firms out there that are belly up right now because they broke those rules during the financial crisis.
Yeah.
Well, Sean and I,
Take your own risks, man.
we are our top two traders on our floor. They both left us, and I couldn't even hate. They both left us for another firm, and one of the perks at that other firm at the time was
What?
they were shorting things that were not shortable. Eventually, that caught up with them, but in the moment, I couldn't even say anything. They were paying a higher percentage, and they were doing things allowing them to go short and make money where you
How do
couldn't.
you do that? Naked shorts?
Yeah, well, just didn't have the Boros. It's illegal. And like
I was gonna say,
like
yeah,
I
how
said,
does
a
that
few
work?
years later,
Yeah.
it caught up with them, and they were done.
Okay.
But at the time, I remember when they approached us saying we're going to go, and I was like, you know what? Even if we match the percentage, you come in every single day, and there's things that we can't short.
Well, yeah.
That's just how it is. So anyways, we're coming into VWAP on Hims. I'm going to eyeball this closely. By the way, I am in SBET, and SBET did just get to the low. I'm going to hold on to the last 20% to see if it'll flush even further. But eyes on Hims as it is losing. It just lost under VWAP here, which is 57.40. If we close underneath, I'm going to take a pot shot at my first pot shot at shorting this sucker.
Okay, Neil. So here's the deal. SMX, we're doing it again over here, guys. Look, this was a pullback into the 10 EMA. I added at 52. Scalp, scalp, scalp out. We're almost out of our shares. We add again into 68. Scalp, scalp, scalp. And now we're 1 penny off the high of the day. But there has been a seller here of note at 74 that we just can't shake. And here we go. We're rejecting it again. I've been looking at the 5-second chart. We can't shake that seller. So what I'm concerned about here is we reject this area. So here's the deal. 168 and I'm out. So if it loses 168, we're gone, and we're going to get stopped out now as it drops down into 69. So we'll get out there. But I'm really happy with how this trade happened. So let me explain what the hell happened over here on SMX. So this was the candle that got me in. This one right here pulls back into the 10. And as soon as I saw it pull back into the 10, we punched. We scalped up into this area. And then I saw, I'm like, okay, if this candle here, the 1205 candle, makes a new high above the 12th candle, I'm going to add into this. I got some slippage. I tried to add at 67. I didn't get till 69, which I don't mind, right? Then we scalped up into 73s. We couldn't shake the seller at 74s. I had my order posted at high day at 77. We couldn't shake them. Let's see if we can shake the seller at 75. Because guess what, man? SMX has one hell of an uptrend over here. Now, albeit it is $1, right? And we still really haven't broken above that, 60, 70%. We're still dancing around 50%. But this, if it clears $1.75, which it has a previous area of rejection before, it's got a bunch of higher lows. This could be kind of a pseudo flat top break. Keep your eye on SMX. It's continuing to go. By the same token, look at LIDR. You've got two hammer candles, bottoming tail candles into the volume weighted average price. That's the good news. What's the bad news on LIDR? You're not putting in higher highs. You got a higher low currently on this 5-minute candle, albeit barely. But what you need to see is not just support off the predictable area trend or predictable area support, which is VWAP. You need to see trend change. In this case, we had a downtrend off that high today. Now you need to start seeing higher highs and higher lows. You're not seeing that quite yet. Doesn't mean you won't see it on LIDR. Be on the lookout for that. So that's what I'm looking at right now. LIDR, SMX, they've both been good to me today. Let's see what they've got. I also want to cover this one. MCVT. Why didn't I punch into this? Because I was concerned about those pre-market high people. Look what this thing did. 450 high a day, it dropped. And then when you guys told me about it, I started looking at it at VWAP. It caught a bid. I'm not saying it's not tradable, just not under my system. I won't trade it. It catches a bid right off VWAP, rockets into an actual new high of day, pre-market included of that, 462 high. That is the pre-market high, above the pre-market high, as well as the regular trading hours high. And then it drops almost $1 right down to 370 in one 5-minute candle. Alas, it's still trading above VWAP. So if it can get above and stay above that 4.5, I'll get involved. But this is why I fear these pre-market highs, for exactly this reason. Okay?
Have no fear.
Have no fear. Look at that ugly topping tail, Neil. Ugly, ugly as hell.
You know what? Actually, I think you should have fear in trading.
You should have. Well, it keeps you sharp.
It keeps you sharp.
Yeah, I completely
It's
agree.
actually one of the most like.
It shouldn't
It's what you do with it. It shouldn't debilitate you, but you
100%.
should you should have it. You should just not have it affect your decision, like your actual actions.
Agree.
But it is a good thing to have in a general sense, as long as you said like it's not debilitating.
And it's like in sports as well, especially like boxing, these combat sports. You need to have that like anxiety a little bit. Keeps you sharp, right? Like it keeps you tough in training, keeps you sharp in the fight. So. Yeah. All right, guys.
My goodness, Tesla. All right.
What are we doing?
I got to follow. This is me punching out. By the way, I'm going to take another shot at HIMS. I had 2 trades in HIMS. The first one was off the low, quick scalp out when a buyer emerged at the quarter mark. I had 50s to the quarters, but then I re-shorted it and it broke VWAP, so it broke that prior bar and I got out. I don't mind getting back in. That's the trade I'm hunting for as we speak. But I did just punch out a Rivian. And you'll say, well, why would you punch out of Rivian if it was still in the money? Well, because Tesla did that again. Tesla is just churning. Let me get rid of this trend line for you at this particular moment. I had a long off VWAP earlier for a scalp trade, and then I had a scalp win, scalp loss off the 320 area because it wasn't exactly 320. But suddenly, through the high of the day, it's got a very nice upward channel which is forming, and I cannot draw this there because it just made a new candle. But there you go. We're making higher highs and higher lows here on Tesla. So it really needs to break in either direction here on this. It's just super strong. And if I'm trading Rivian to the south side, whether it works or not, yeah, fine, the short worked. If Tesla's going, Rivian was going on sympathy. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to anticipate that Rivian is going to catch a bit of a bid off VWAP and maybe head toward the highs and jump out of the short. The other thing that's happening is PLTR just broke to 160. Look, that was gorgeous. Double bottom at the volume weighted average price, and then not quite breaking the high of the day because the high of the day was above the 160 level, but attempting to break that 160. It's now retaken the trend. It was doing nothing on that bull flag. So now that it's woken up, buy into the prior high is always the plan of action. Come on, Google. Google's trying to make a move off of the volume weighted average price itself. But as this comes back to 159.5, that's where I'm looking. It's this, it's HIMS, of course, that news that just dropped. And if you're, let me try it. I'll read it for you guys again. Essentially, where is it? Here we go. Let me try and find that news for you on him. Because at the end of the day, if you were just tuning in for the first time, you're probably wondering what the you-know-what happened to HIMS. So essentially, there was a report indicating lawmakers were pressing the FDA to target compounded GLP-1 drugs. Eli Lilly up, HIMS down, essentially. That's all that happened there. Obviously, the move on Eli Lilly was nice, but then obviously HIMS fell a heck of a lot more then Eli Lilly was moving to the upside. So look, it just rinsed underneath or above the volume weighted average price. And so we get back underneath that 57. I'll take another shot shorting HIM to the S.
All right, guys, I'm looking at LiDAR again over here as that VWAP bounce is beautiful. It's 2 green candles in a row, each with higher highs and higher lows. In fact, it's 3 candles in a row now with higher lows because this red candle, the last red candle there on your screen, the subsequent candle has a higher low. So here we go with that 4.5. So I pulled up the 5-second chart again on LIDR on the top screen just so that I can see these micro areas of support and resistance. I've seen this story before though with these small cap gappers. They lose the 10 EMA from the north to the south side, and then they find support at some other area of technical support, in this case VWAP, right? Then they approach the 10 EMA, this time from the south to the north side, and they use the 10 EMA as resistance in the same way that they used it as support. I've been lured into this many times before, where I wait for that VWAP bounce, punch in, maybe not exactly at VWAP, a little bit before, but the distance, the price distance between VWAP and the 10 EMA on the 5 is just so close, there's really no room for profit there. So that's exactly what I'm seeing right now on LIDR. It's coming in to that 10 EMA on the 5 from the south to the north side, and I can't drag the screen. There we go, and look at this. It's using the 10 EMA now as resistance. So unless we decisively clear on a closing basis that 10 EMA on the 5 on LiDAR, I'm not getting involved. I just won't, okay? I've been lured into this many times before. So LIDR looking good, but it needs to look a little bit better. Let's go to SMX though, because SMX was another winner, and this one is continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows. There it is, right back into that 175. There is a flat top brewing here at 175. I think the short sellers are going to get absolutely smoked on this. Let's punch in to this one, and I will work my position into $1.60. The reason I say that $1.60, that's the 10 EMA. So we've got 73s. There's 75. There's the high of daybreak right now. Good move into, let's post at 78 as well. There's 78. It's not crossing. Let's see if we can get the fill. And I'm also going to put, no, so we didn't get the fill at 78. Let's see if we can get a fill now at 78. There it is, 77s again. The short sellers coming in fast and furious on this one. Okay, we did get the 78 print. Nice. Now we're waiting at 82s. Let's see what we get here on SMX. We've been in this a whole bunch of times today. Let's post as well here so we can wet the beak. We're getting some selling here in the high 70s to be expected. This is a penny stock, so you're going to see layering of orders almost at every level. But I do want to defend this unless it really, really tanks and drops aggressively below that $1.60. So that's what I'm looking at right now. SMX, it's been a good one on the day, but it's got to take out a $1.80 so that we can really make our way into 200. We're only up 56%. And if you've seen these small cap gappers before, they can do triple digits quicker than you can drill through that hole. You know what I mean? So that's going to be the situation right now. Let's see if we can continue on our merry way. Now, Mike, the thing that I'm asking myself is, all right, so you like that $1.60 as support. Great, Sharif. You're in at 173, though. Do you flatten out at 173 if it loses it or loses support and then punch back in at 160? And that's exactly what I'm going to do. So we're going to take out that break even, come what may. And I'm going to wait in the mid-60s, mid to low 60s. So let's go ahead and wait at around 65. Oh, boo, it's already going without me. Crap. So we'll have to wait there for that one. So I'll wait out $1.65. Sorry, 1 second. $1.65. We're going to wait for that level to come in. So I'll post there at $1.65. It's losing the bid a little bit over here, Neil. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. SMX keeps putting in higher highs.
It does, but I can tell you right now, the market is always putting in higher highs. The market is always putting in higher highs. It seems like every single day. And Canadian traders, at least the savvy ones out there, that are looking to boost their exposure can tap into the NASDAQ 100, the S&P 500, with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in hedging of FX, which is important these days. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. So, whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, These ETFs are built for active day traders to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure.
Read it.
In the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code you see right in front of you.
Boom.
And shout out to Beta Pro. Not 3x leveraged is HIMS. Although there might be one. I think
There's
there is.
HIMZ.
I know, but I don't think
No,
we have it in our
can't.
system.
Yeah. Fair.
There is. I think it's 2x actually, but there's tons of these. HIMS is catching a bid, and you can see this. We took it instead of taking it on the wrong side of the V, we got back in at 57 or just underneath 57 on the right side of the V. But as you can obviously see, and anybody can see this here, it just held the same 55.8. So on the way back, I threw a bid to try to pick it up back through 56, and we'll get the scalp trade. So again, just 57 due out in front of 56. Had to wait until it calmed down, as HIMS seems to be catching a little bit of a bid off that negative news. I would venture that maybe Eli Lilly pulled all the way back. Eli Lilly was trending down, so it seems that big move, not a big move, but the nice bounce that it had in the volume weighted average price comes right back to where it was. I suspect that HIMS is not going to go all the way back toward its highs, but it's catching a bit of a bid. I'll jump out of the trade and then just sort of move on to the next, which had been in Alphabet off of the volume weighted average price. What's up with that wick? I'll zoom in. I feel like a jinx if I get rid of that wick. We're still bouncing off VWAP here on Google, but we're not breaking the 194. All these sellers here that have been winning on 194 want to be long into the 94, looking for that break continuously. Still hasn't happened, and I'm still in SBT, which it's tried to go. I mean, it tried to bounce. I was in it short when it wasn't moving. It stopped me, and then it kind of did a bit of a failed breakout, jumped right back in when it broke the next bar down. It just hasn't broken through the low of the day yet on SBET. And what you have to watch if you're watching, I'm watching SBET. You don't have to do anything. You do whatever you want. ETH is still trending down.
Get it, ETH.
It's made a nice low, but unfortunately, this is a bit of a down day for ETH. Super strong. It's been good. It's been a fun party. We know how it goes. It goes Bitcoin first, and everyone just sort of follows along.
There you go.
And then eventually that train runs to end. Oh, that being said, Solana's train ended sooner than the other.
It did.
Because ETH strength tends to, punk Solana a little bit. They haven't been very good.
No, they haven't
at all over in Solana.
It's been a tough one, Neil.
It's been rough.
Guys, SMX, oh my goodness, this is the gift that just keeps on giving. Multiple entries into this bad boy. 1 penny below my out, I'm gone. Currently 78 highs. We actually have the high of the day right over here. Okay, so now we're posting up at 77s. Now we're showing 74. So what happened over here? Remember, we added at 152, scalp, scalp, scalp out. And then added at 164, scalp, scalp, scalp. Added at 172, scalp, scalp, scalp. And so that's exactly what we're doing right now. SMX is on the warpath to the high side. It's not the biggest mover on the day, but predictably higher lows off the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. That's one thing. I want to point your attention to LIDR. I complained profusely about the 10 EMA acting as resistance to the top side once we lost it from north to south. That's over. That has changed. Now we're above it. Now we need to concern ourselves with the resistance that exists at this 470 area. Look at how many times we used 470 as support. In fact, I got in multiple times at that 470 level for exactly that reason. Now we're approaching that former area of support from the south side. This time it acts as resistance. Resistance flips to support and vice versa, okay? If you're a newer trader, if you're experienced, you already know that, and I'm already telling you something you know, but that's not what we're doing right now. We're trying to make sure everybody understands. So what I'm waiting for here is a decisive clearing of that level, and then we can get involved possibly. While I wait for that, I'm going to continue to monitor my trade here on SMX. We're still having trouble here in the mid to low 70s with the short sellers. Despite the fact that the high of the day is 78, we're having a lot of trouble clearing this level decisively. What's going on over there, Katina, man?
Just real quick, guys, some people in the chat wrote on $89 break there on the TQQ. So we're long right now on the TQQs. That is the stock market. And of course,
We put this all in the sticky note. There's the break right there on the weekly. So yeah, man, like I said, there's so many great opportunities all day here to trade. This Tesla right now, Sharif,
Yes, sir.
$17. Oh, we're long at 308 right there. And then we reloaded it by accident right there at the 50-period moving average. And then that goes all the way up into 322. So today is a good day. And I come back to hear my guy Neil over there celebrating Palantir. We're still long 156 right now on Palantir. So nice little move there. We just got a couple more outs there.
Man, what's the plan for that one? Since I got you over here, is that one going to stay in the long term for the next little while?
I'm not. Okay. I was thinking about getting some out maybe today again. I mean, up another 3%. I don't know. It's
Neil says don't do it.
Some dude told me never to sell at all time highs.
I should. Yeah, I mean, I think you got to trim something out here with earnings coming through. We'll have to wait to see. But, oh, boy, good day alert happening. I mean, the market's been really super hot. So shout out to everybody that's out there trading. I know you guys are, Sharif anyways, trading some of those small cap names there. There goes Google. We really love that name as well here today. I think it's today a lot of people were expecting maybe a free fall Friday type of thing. We didn't get great earnings, obviously, yesterday there. Google kind of fell back in. So did Tesla. But today is a new day, and the market keeps going up as we had the TQ trade, right?
How was it, Jim, brother?
It's pretty good. It's not too busy. It's really warm outside.
It's ridiculously
humid. And it's really easy. Like to drive in today was only 30 minutes. Like there's a lot of, there's not too much traffic. Yeah, exactly.
It's hot, man.
A lot of people off.
Want to stay home, especially the hybrid people.
There goes the market, by the way. Another new high as we are long the TQQQ. I mean, there goes Palantir. Forget about it. That one's gone. It's this trade. It's the futures right now. This is gonna be actually P&L. One is Palantir, two is Tesla, but these TQs. And again, I've only traded 4 names today. We'll go Google long right here as well. That's working out. We have Palantir right off the jump. That's what it is. The TQs is right there as well. And then Tesla. So 4 trades today for me. And I think that's the best way for me to continue my path because the more I trade, sort of over trading. Oh, wow, there it goes. The market's on fire. I got to go.
Good stuff there, brother. All right.
Market
Neil,
is flying. What do you got?
you know this one. We know it.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Look how he walks off the screen. It's so good. It's so good. There goes SMX into the high of the day, guys. This one is going. Shout out to Bovin. I'm seeing it, Bovin. You're talking about 185. It's selling into 185. There's a monster seller right now that's preventing this one from ascending above $1.85. Good look for SMX. It's now up 65% on the day. Where did we get involved in this thing? Initially at $1.46. Okay, so good look here. We're going to continue to watch this one. It's got green candles, plenty at the moment, okay? All with higher lows. I don't want to jinx it. I don't, but I'm going to say it anyway, Neil. This one's had fewer bamboozling entries and exits.
Why would you even say that?
I know. I shouldn't have done that. I jinxed it. Now
it's probably
turning.
literally at a big
It's going to turn.
resistance level, too.
It is. That $1.85 is actually an important resistance level. So keep your eye out on SMX. And while you're waiting for that one to set up, or maybe you're not, maybe you're already involved in it, I want to bring your attention to this candle right here. As we kind of predicted, it rejected off that 475 area, drops all the way back down to 4.5. What's operative here is that we have an even area low on this current candle. Now, if this current 5-minute candle breaks 475 decisively, this could be another move up for LIDR. Be on the lookout for that. It already caught the VWAP bounce, and that was a great trade for whoever took it. I didn't take it. I didn't believe in it, just full disclosure. And I will believe in it more if we can take out that 470 level. So be on the lookout right now. LIDR, sorry, Neil, and SMX.
You just apologize for yawning?
Yeah.
Speaking of believing it, remember when I punched out of the short in Rivian because Tesla was continuing to go higher?
Yes, sir.
You know what it turns out? Believe it or not, and this is a complete shock to me, and I'm sure it's a shock to Randy.
Let's hear it.
You know Rivian is not Tesla?
It's really not.
Yeah, it's really not. No, I'm just joking. No, at the end of the day, I told you the reason I got into the trade was that over-under that Tesla did. So my entry was literally because Tesla made a turn, Rivian was at a lower high, bouncing. Let me just enter the trade because of what I saw on the tape in Tesla. So when I see the same thing in the other direction, I get out of the trade. That's sort of the thing. Like this was like, if you look at it, this doesn't even look like a moment that you would short Rivian. But
I
on the
actually
way
like
up,
that entry, man. That's a great entry.
no, I don't think
because
so. I
it's
think
lower highs after that. You got in a lower
no,
high.
but the same price here would be a good entry. Is my point. Like a normal entry
Fair.
would be like as it's curling.
Sure.
But I simply got in because
of the
Tesla looked
tape.
like it
Yeah,
was
yeah.
turning
Okay.
and it was coming to the upside. What am I don't get rid of this. I don't need that line. But anyways, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, as long as you have a reason for your in and your out, that's where everything starts. Google's trying to bounce. I want to come back to SBET. As long as nothing distinct happens that's positive, going over in ETH, then I want to hang on to this through the low of the day. Like right now, down 7%. It's just bouncing off the lows. We've already taken some out in front of the lows of 21.5. So let's see if it breaks the bottom. I can see this continuing and just abjectly flushing. The last couple of sessions, if you look at what's happening on SBET, the last two sessions, like it tries to go early, and when it broke the trend, it really held short the whole day. So I'm seeing it like that. If I've got the curl, like it's almost like if I got this move, let's see if it holds through the low of the day, and then I'd get out if it fails and comes back through. So I want to try to hold on to this short because the pattern tells me that it could just go short the rest of the session. TLTR is making that break, trying to hold that 160 level there. So this is the first time you've now got buyers that are trying to hold it above the 160 level for the first time. I know it didn't get to the volume weighted average price just there on that pullback. It actually held the $0.50. So I guess we got to go for the $0.50 if we're not going to get anything deeper on Palantir. And Tesla, the volume is tremendous every time I look at it. And I don't mind. I might use Tesla as another signal to short in Rivian underneath the volume weighted average price. I don't mind that. It's the way I see it. Like if Rivian's going to drop on its own, it'll certainly drop when Tesla drops. That makes a ton of sense to me. And look, there's a lot of people in the chat, but really, it's like three things I see in there. Okay. Tesla, Palantir, HIMS, and obviously LiDAR and SMX. It's basically the names that you would expect. Yeah. That being said,
yes, sir.
If there are other names that y'all are interested in us discussing, calling up, answering questions about,
man.
then type $sign and whatever symbol floats your boat. Don't just type anything in there.
Hulk Hogan won by like a
MSFT.
mile yesterday.
Of course, Hulk won.
Yeah,
Although Hulk was a stock. It's Stanley something on the OTC. Hulk's right in there again. We got Mara. I don't even know what that is. What? Huh? Depends on what, huh?
This is the ultimate bag hold indicator.
Hood. Why does that have to be bag hold? Some of these are good companies.
Nightmare says.
Oh, I haven't seen PDD. That's the first time I've seen PDD in there. Rigetti, Riot, UPS, CNC. Wow, that's stuck for them.
Everybody's voting.
No, their earnings did suck. SOU, oh boy.
What? Ashley, you got to type in the ticker, not the name of the company, Ashley. You can't spell out the entire word.
Why you gotta call people out like that?
Well, because I want her to do it right.
You gotta
or
punk
him.
Ashley like that.
Goes both ways, right? Like, he can be Ashley Cole. He's a defender,
True.
right, for Chelsea. He was a defender for Arsenal as well. Shout out to him, Ashley Cole, one of the best fullbacks that wore the English uniform.
We like I shouldn't say. You're an England fan, right?
Pardon me?
You're an England fan, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, good.
Absolutely, no question about it.
I was
like
pretty
Brazil
sure
as well because, like, if I could choose a country from every continent, I kind of will, right?
I grew up with my dad obsessed with the Brazil.
Well, yeah, same. Exactly, my dad. Well, I'm assuming he was around Pelé and the Pelé days, and that was probably what drew him.
And then I ended up with England because remember the story I was telling about my grandfather?
Well, you have family in
he
England,
eventually lived in England,
Okay.
and when I said I have a lot of cousins, my cousin played for England, but it's like I have a lot of cousins.
There you go.
And then that's how I became an England fan, and partly because we're better now.
We're really good.
We're much better. We're much better now. But
Really
when we
good.
were younger,
No.
if you were trying to, we're not into the World Cup. So what are you
It
going
was
to do?
hockey or nothing.
It's hockey or nothing.
Yeah. Now
That
it's
said,
like
they're much
the
better.
Canadians are absolutely blowing up on the world stage. It's not just Alphonso Davies anymore, guys. All right, guys, look, SMX, man. I mean, you always feel bad when you don't have shares left and it continues to make higher highs. And then you look at the chart and be like, oh, well, look at this. There's no candle that broke the prior bar low. Well, you should have saw that during the time when you punched out. Because right now I have no shares left on SMX and it's continuing to make higher highs and higher lows. So I'm a little disappointed with myself right now. I'm going to wait for a pullback into a moving average, and then we can set up on that. While I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. Remember we were talking about that initial 475 rejection on LiDAR? Well, here we are again. Right back at that 475 after dropping into 440. And what's more important this time is we have higher lows on these candles. So the buyers are picking this up at higher and higher levels on every successive pullback. So just wait for a good clearing here. You're likely going to encounter resistance even when you clear 475. You're going to encounter it at $5. It's psychological resistance. Shorts will get in. Profit takers, the longs will also wet the beak there as well. So there's going to be some selling likely at $5, with the ultimate high of the day anyway being that 536. So that's what I'm looking at right now, guys. I'm continuing to watch SMX and LIDR. In my estimation, they are the best small cap gappers tradable right now in the market. We'll have to see whether or not that maintains as the status quo or what. Top VoIP, voice over internet protocol. Shout out to my man Top. Have a look at ABAT. Bouncing off the low, nice range today, right up your alley. Say less, my man. We're gonna load it up right now. All right, ABAT, right? ABAT, a bat. Speaking of bats, did you see the Blue Jays bats yesterday? I don't have to tell you, obviously.
No, you don't.
I know you know. Say that again. What about voice over an internet protocol? You know exactly what it is, especially you, Fabian. You're gonna know exactly what it is. No.
Fabian knows what's up.
Yeah, that's his wheelhouse, man. That's all he does. He's killing it these days with all these software programs that he's making for the show. By the way,
I have to address something from Scotty H here.
Shout out to Scotty H.
Because this is important. Because in the age of AI,
did you know?
One of the things that'll be important is it's easy to imitate people because there's hours of our video. There's hours of everybody out there, like tape. So they had it with someone imitated Marco Rubio's voice and trying to get trade secrets. And voice security is now useless right now.
Altman talked about that specifically.
So it's important.
Yeah.
And there's certain things, like if you hear my voice say certain things, you know it's cap. Like when Scotty H says, do you know that Neil Roberts became a Dallas Cowboys fan?
That's
he
what I heard.
eventually denounced the Bills and decided it was time to pull for America's team.
All hell is breaking.
Now, but this is the thing. You would know exactly
that's fake.
That's the easiest way to tell because even if
that's funny.
Look, the Buffalo Bills could go 0-17 this year.
Okay.
They could go 0-17 next year.
And they've had bad years.
They could go not like
and
that.
you were good with them.
They could have all of that stuff could happen.
Okay.
And I would still be a Bills fan because there are some people out there that just latch to a team because they happen to maybe they won 3 Super Bowls. You know, maybe they had one trade of a legendary running back that set them up for years. And then after the fact, people become fans of that team. That's fine. I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people
right there?
I'm a fan, like many Canadians. I'm a fan of the Buffalo Bills, and I will always be a fan of the Buffalo Bills. Win, lose,
Speaking
or
of
draw,
running backs,
because
did
Bills
you see
Mafia.
AP catch hands? AP got he got caught.
We call him all day.
I know, but
I call him AD.
all day on that.
I call him. He's not. This is the thing. He's not A. I know it's Adrian Peter, but his nickname is AD. No one calls him
all
AP.
day. Oh, okay. So
he's all day.
Yeah.
He's AD. That's all.
Well, I don't know
AD,
where he was that day, Neil, but he caught hands. Like he was actually in a.
But
bar
he's
fight.
But I mean,
Shouldn't
just
have been-
because you're strong and an athlete doesn't mean you can fight.
The guy was much smaller than him too.
Yeah, but sometimes it has more to do with how much you had and whether you can throw a punch. I mean,
Yeah,
or
maybe
also
he was drinking,
or duck
actually, yeah,
one.
good point.
I don't know.
Good point.
Maybe he didn't want to Joe Mixon himself and end up.
Oh,
That's okay. What?
shout out to Joe Mixon.
Yeah, but I'm not saying anything. It's crazy. The guy literally on tape knocking someone out.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean,
That's
someone
fair.
out. He literally knocked the girl out, and it's on tape.
Yeah, there's a lot of football
And
players.
he's like
that
twice
seem
her
to be doing that
size.
these days.
You could have just. Anyways.
No, but
Joe Mixon.
yeah. I don't know did you guys see that AP thing or AD? Sorry, Neil.
AD.
In Sharif Speedo, bro. Why are you still in the chat? I'm gonna have to block you, man.
What?
I don't want anybody called Sharif Speedo in the chat. I don't like it.
We
I don't wear
always-
Speedos. That's for the other guy that sits here sometimes. He's the fan of the short shorts.
Hang on a second.
Hold on.
Because
Hold
you
on.
guys literally.
I just heard something.
You guys
here.
literally had a conversation the other day about wearing short shorts on the show.
We
Did
did.
you not?
Yes. And your friend Joe is okay with the 4-inch cut. Neil, I'm going to go ahead and go on the record right now. I'm going to say 4 inches is too short. It's 5
happen.
and up.
Not gonna happen.
All right, you know what I mean?
gonna happen.
So
I wear basketball shorts. Even when I go to a track workout, I'm in basketball. Well, I mean,
no, it feels like the '90s every time I wear those, or the early 2000s. You know what I mean? Like those. I got those. I wear those as PJs. I wear those as my pajamas, right? Like a loose shirt and loose shorts.
Oh, PJs,
So you're
that's
all comfy and stuff like that. That's kind of the way it is. Not the Speedo. Not the Spanish. Shut up, Bora. You're hilarious. Oh my God, Roger Noonan. How about Sharif Skort? Roger, you're gonna get blocked, buddy. Yeah, you're gonna have to make a choice. He's misspelt it. Think about that. All right. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here's LIDR. Now we're talking, baby. Now we're at that 475. It feels like it's going to be a flat top break because it's 3 wicking candles all that have rejected that area only to be pre-seed or post-seeded by a higher low. So here we go, guys. This could be it. Now look for the bamboozlement. The problem with this 475 break, though, in my estimation, is you're going to meet resistance very close by at that $5 area. You're likely going to have a $5-ish seller. It could be in the mid-90s, high 90s, whatever. Here we go. Now we're taking out levels. We're above the 10 EMA. It feels like LIDAR is back in the game here, baby. And we're moving back up into the mid-60s percentage. There's a seller of note at 80s. Here comes the lottage. The lottage coming in fast and furious into that 80 area. Already hidden seller there. Like that wasn't enough. Now you're actually getting posted sell orders at that 80. So what I'm going to do is we're going to load up LIDR on the 5-second chart so we can take a gander of where the buying steps in. And it is selling at the 80s, no question. What I'm looking at the 5-second chart for is the higher lows. I want to see if the buyers are picking this up at higher levels, at least on the micro time frame, on every successive drop, so I can kind of try to make my estimation of whether or not we're going to get that flat top break through 80. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We'll keep an eye out on LIDR. SMX just lost the volume, or sorry, the 10 EMA on the 5 for the first time on the day. If it closes like this, it'll be the first time it closes below the 10 EMA. It did find support initially, at least right off VWAP, maybe a penny above VWAP, right into that 160, and now it's rocketing back up into 167. It's forming into a bottoming tail candle right now, a red hammer candle nonetheless. So keep your eye out here. SMX could be a good entry point. We're going to keep tabs on that. Back to LIDR. So that seller at 80 still can't shake them. So where the buyer stepped in last time, at least on the micro time frame, was 462, 461. If it loses 462, 461 area and drops into the 50s, I don't think this one is setting up in the right way. So let's keep an eye out on that as well. So LIDR, SMX, I hate to keep repeating myself, but those are the ones I'm looking at. Those are the ones that I'm running, and those are the ones that we're going to try to extract money from. Soothing Nature.
Soothing Nature.
Yeah, it seems to have a nice name. Let's see what he says. I want chat with Sharif Gobriel, not some joker thinking he is cute. I don't even know what that means. So I'm just going to move on. Let's see what SMX is doing. So right back up off that $160, right into that 171. So now we have a doji candle. We were just talking about a red hammer candle. Now we've got basically nobody on this candle. So maybe here above that $176, $177, that new higher high, SMX could be back in business. So we'll keep tabs on that. And yeah, MCVT, I want to mention this one to you guys again. You know, it's straddling VWAP, but that double top is the ugliest thing I've seen in quite some time on these small cap gappers, especially with probably the longs who got caught in this area here. It doesn't feel good. That's why I insist on this pre-market high nonsense. It's not some random rule I just made up. It's not even my rule, okay? It's another small cap trader's rule that I adopted, and just full disclosure. So that's my look there, Neil.
Well, you have to have rules. I mean, where you get it from. I think you want to try to adapt rules as well. Like, I don't know if I do something just because somebody else did, but certainly if it makes sense.
It makes sense to me.
Then why not?
Yeah.
Fourth time, maybe not a charm, but I might get back into Alphabet, but you're not really seeing a heck of a lot of strength anymore. It just lost VWAP. It's putting in lower highs. It did this all morning long, where initial break and then just sort of trended down. Holds VWAP, but then you're still getting lower highs. So I'll jump out when we're underneath VWAP. I don't mind getting back in if we can retake the volume weighted average price and start to look a little bit stronger. But at least for now, it's going to make some sense to dip out. I just saw something which is just, come on. Maracas, open price target 82.
you kidding me, bro?
If, you know what?
I'm not gonna say.
Why not?
We saw GameStop. We saw
We've,
AMC.
yeah,
We've seen
you know
it.
what? Crazier things have happened.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That said, this is the first day since Open went crazy that I have not traded it. I traded it we traded it on the up day. That was like the infamous, hey, I shorted 350 and got it down. It was wild. It halted down.
Have a lot to do with the restaurant business, Neil. So, like, as the restaurant business goes, so does this company.
Oh, this is a squeeze, though.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm talking just fundamentals here. Obviously, the squeeze is what it is. That's its own beast. Yeah, no question about it. But like, what I was going to bring up was when we were talking about CMG the other day, we saw foot traffic drop. We saw that with Mickey D's as well. I know that that's not their main thing. It's more like a sit-down spot, but the weakness in the money spending on restaurants.
Exactly.
That's kind of what I'm thinking there. That's
well, it's. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I just don't think we're moving on that.
No, certainly not. God, no.
Yeah, and I also don't think we're moving to 82 on fundamentals either. If it's, no, but if it's going to 82, it's because some kind of an epic squeeze happens. So you'd have to have a lot more hedgies loading into this thing.
Good point.
Which, I mean, it could happen. They're in control right now, the selling. It's not even moving all that much anymore. What I can tell you is, yesterday, it was more of like a 250, the 250 level, which was a good short here, and then was a good long yesterday. Now it's back to being a sell off of the 250. So I mean, it's worth watching. It's worth watching for a break. If it can break above 250, it's a matter of how far it could go. Like, see, like 250, holding underneath there. Now it's above VWAP. This could be a breakout over 250. The volume's not nearly what it used to be, but that's just how things work.
Oh, this is residential real estate.
It's just not going to go.
Yeah.
But it's a 100% pure squeeze play. And if I'm looking at a squeeze play, you've got to get through points of resistance. And 250 right now is a point of resistance on Open, which is great.
Yeah, Artemis, exactly. That's
We'll see what happens. I was
thinking about Open Table, not Open Door.
Table?
Open Door is like Zillow.
Zillow, that's a stock I have not heard in a long time.
Yeah, remember that one? What?
Well, I mean,
Z?
it's not.
Is it? It's Z, yeah. Z, okay.
It's not gone. You say
$80.
You can say either one, man.
Oh man, I get trolled. You're not in the midday chat, Neil. They get so upset. The Americans are like, why does that mean that?
I'll go back and forth because
let's go
around home. Around the house, it's like my daughter will correct me if I say Z, and I just say. Then I ask her to sing the alphabet song.
But to be fair, British say Z as well, right? So it's not like Canadians in isolation. It's just the Americans.
Well, I care about the British, man.
Well, I care about the British.
You
I love
do?
the Prem, baby.
Well, that's okay,
I got 1 foot in England, right? And don't forget, I lived there for a little bit.
Okay, that's
England, right?
True. You have a much bigger reason.
Well, you got family in England, Neil. You always get on me
You
about
were literally
talking smack
trash
about
talking.
Leicester,
Yeah,
right?
that's true. Shout out to Leicester.
It's a pretty big pond. How big do I swim, says the Chilean Nightmare. Splits? Oh, I got one leg, I got you. Okay.
What are you, Van Damme?
I know, right? Straight up. Remember that, what was it? It was when he did the splits on the chairs.
Yeah.
What was that, Bloodsport?
Oh, you're talking about the movie. I was talking about that silly commercial.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're thinking of Bloodsport.
He was doing it because he did it in Bloodsport in the commercial, for sure, because everybody remembers that, right?
Fabian, he was never in Mortal Kombat. He was in Street Fighter. Jean-Claude Van Damme was in Street Fighter,
Guile.
which was hilarious because Guile was an American.
And he's got this very, very, very obvious French accent that he can't, and he's not even French.
He's Belgian.
He's Belgian. Exactly. Right?
The best line from that movie is, this is the collection agency buys in, your ass is 6 months overdue.
I forget that one.
And the funny thing is, it's not even a bad line, but when he delivers it with his accent, it just becomes hilarious.
I'm going to give you one
watch
guess
it again, trust me,
who my
it's so
favorite female fighter in Street Fighter is, given that we just spoke about something right now. So there's Chun-Li, obviously. We know that. She's obviously from China.
That's 99% of people would be Chun-Li fans.
It's not, though. Come on. There's another female. She's from a country we were just talking about. Cammy, Neil.
Okay, but I'm not going to go there because my first thought... Well,
okay, there's a story?
No, now I have an idea of why you probably like Cammy, but that's neither here nor there.
I like her because of that spin move that she does. She has like that... it's kind of like the Bison spin move, but...
I like Chun-Li because she was better to fight with in the game. I think you've just told us a little bit about your preferences, which is cool, bro.
Oh, Neil, I'm studying Mandarin. You're forgetting that. You're forgetting that, right?
Okay,
I got an affinity for both, baby.
That's true. I never fought with games. I was also more Mortal Kombat. To me, was the better. And what? They're both great games. But I was just I love Mortal Kombat. I always thought that was the more fun game. But to each their own. Like it was one of those, like, you were usually team one or the other, Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter.
Yeah.
And we had like our high school. There was like a convenience store near our high school we'd go to, and they had no. They had Mortal Kombat and NBA Jam.
Oh, okay, fair.
And those were the two arcade
Those are the
machines
games,
that they had. So that's what we played with our Magic quarter.
Did you put the quarter down next to the guy so that you could reserve your turn? Did you guys have that rule?
No,
Like,
our boy had a quarter on a string.
I forgot about that story. That's hilarious. Yes, I know. I don't know, because the rules were back in the day, if you wanted to come in and you were next, you put the quarter down, right? So you reserve your spot. Uh-oh. There's SpaghettiOs. Shout out to Big Smile, as he's now known, Joe. $4.99 super chat. Just getting here. Joey really picked up a tan. Oh my God.
True.
At the Bros Karaoke Campfire.
True.
Booty short get together. This is not Joe.
This is Joe.
No, it's not, Fabian. It's not Joe. Big Smile, always walking on the edge there. Eh? Yeah,
he's having fun though.
He is having fun.
Just
I like
keep
him.
having fun,
I
Big
like
Smile.
him.
Keep having fun, Big Smile. Do you? No, Joe, I know you're just tuning in right now. First of all, Big Smile, what are you into right now? Usually you're short something.
He's short
Usually
something.
you're short something.
He's been taking Tesla long lately, by the way, though. I want to tell you that, yeah?
Well, that's probably a good move.
Yeah.
That's probably a good move because Tesla's been rebounding. But I can tell you what is also rebounding. Hey, I'm only in one thing left. But SBET just came right back in. We're only shorting it off the prior day low, and it just picked me right back up after it was just breaking low of the day. Now it's starting to pick back up. If you're watching this, remember, you've got to be watching what's going on with ETH, which is trying to break. Oh, boy. This could be interesting because ETH could break this little down channel, and I could still be short SBET. So, and I know it doesn't always make sense, but look, I'm shorting the pop in SBET. But if ETH breaks this little downward channel, that to me is a bottom. The only thing that wouldn't get me long ETH here on that bottoming tail was the fact there was no volume. That's usually the prerequisite. To just enter without a trend break, I want to see some more volume in there, and there was no volume. But this is like a trend top breakout on ETH. If it happens, I have to make sure I have a level 2 up for it, which make sure I type in the right place. I'm telling you, it's like driving on the wrong side of the road.
There you go.
And there it is. I'm just putting it up on another chart so I can track that as it goes. But we did short that pop in SBET because that's the one place we are looking for the short, was that prior day low on SBET. And obviously a lot of these treasury names is what I want to call them, have been taking it on the chin. This is a simple trend continuation. Didn't have it at the open. I didn't really do much at the opening because I was trying to set my layout up and had some. It's not that big of a deal, but it's just everything is reversed for me, so I had to make sure I had everything arranged. But this was one pop, drop, pop, drop. There's only a couple of days like pop, drop, pop, drop. Like it's been fading pretty much, and most of the time when it's done this, it's ended at the low of the day, at least near the low of the day, pretty much at the low of the day. So until that trend is gone, then I want to look to be shorting pops on SBET. But you got to watch out for any strength that does come into ETH.
How much would shorts on LiDAR cost me?
On LiDAR?
Yeah.
I can check.
Because it feels like it's going to flat bottom break through VWAP.
It's real trading. It's going to be cheap.
Yeah, well, it's always cheap, yeah. And I always appreciate you and the Katina man as well, always hooking me up. Sorry, what was that, Assassino? Headline? Oh, there it is. Reports, Intel spinoff. Intel reveals plan to spill off networking business. Say less. Thank you guys for that, by the way, because Adara isn't here. So let me have a look at that, see if I can see it on my blotter.
It's not even that.
I'm not even seeing it on my blotter quite yet. Looking. No, it hasn't come up on my blotter yet. Shout out to Big Spal. Not too much trading today. Jameson, ACHO. I'll get to that one in a minute, brother. Midnight, long-time viewer here. Love the show. Miss some of the old hosts. How are Ian, Luca, Pradley, Arun doing? Missing them all. They're all doing really well. I mean, I see Luca a lot on Instagram. We talk sometimes. I see Ian as well. Not so much of Prad. And Arun I haven't seen in a long time. He does actually go to a gym very near my place, so I should reach out to him. I think they're all doing quite well from what I've seen with Ian and Luca. I really keep up with them. They're doing fantastic.
Yeah, they were at poker night.
They were at poker night.
Yeah, Ian and Luca were at poker night. Like, that's the thing. Like, a lot of the traders are all, they stick around.
Oh, yeah.
Talk to each other. Max was at poker night as well.
Max is always
It's
visiting.
always good fun. He's always visiting. I know he's doing well. I mean, it's actually, as a matter of fact, Max got married. Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And then Luca's doing absolutely fantastic.
DL, because he didn't put anything on his Instagram. Yeah, okay. Interesting.
Congratulations to him.
Well,
But-
congratulations to him, man.
And but it's the same thing. The only one that I haven't seen in quite some time is Arun. Like, we used to be in touch.
Yeah.
We'd be back and forth. I chat with him all the time.
Yeah, I haven't seen him either.
But it's been a couple of years since I've heard
you
anything,
go.
which is weird because like there's old traders from like 10, 15 years ago that I still stay in contact with, and because that's just how it is. But yeah, unfortunately, I haven't. Maybe I'll reach out and just ask
I
him
should
what's
do the
up,
same
'cause-
thing, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. But everybody, you know what else you can do? Check out VinFast. Why? Because there's big news with Vietnam's green mobility shift and a major win for VFS on the NASDAQ. Starting July 1st in 2026, Hanoi will ban gas-powered motorcycles in its city center, kicking off a nationwide move toward electric transport. VinFast is in prime position to benefit. With major investments in EV tech, battery production, and charging networks, it has a strong head start. While others scramble, VinFast is ready. And this policy only sharpens its edge. Scan the QR code for more information. Shout out to VinFast.
Bang.
Appreciate them. So I hate to pour cold water on this spin-off of the networking thing for Intel. But that's the volume. I'll zoom in so you can see the volume spike and the 10 cents that it went to the upside. That was, I guess, a chance for everybody to go out and short the volume-weighted average price in Intel. It went down 10%. It's going to be SSR, which means today's Friday, which means on Monday. Well, that reminds me of something. That means on Monday it is going to be short sell restricted.
Oh.
But we're also supposed to. The package came great. We're supposed to
Jose
get
put it on his
some
stuff, yeah.
brews or something. We're supposed to do for the afternoon show. I'm just saying.
Tonight?
Well, that was the plan.
Oh.
Remember we got all those super chats last week.
A substantial amount.
And we were supposed to wait till this Friday, and we did, despite somebody's objections. I don't know who that might have been.
I don't know.
We love it. Just right back into the markets, everybody. Let us know, like, if there's anything, any questions you guys have, you can always just jump in the chat and ask us. Mike Peter Ryder, you did hear beer.
Get it, Mike.
You did hear beer. And Rivian Millionaire, I want to get to GoPro in a second because some of those squeeze names bear watching. That said, 22 on SBET. So I reloaded at 22.22 because why wouldn't I? I love the number. By the way, I saw Will Clark on some. You don't know who Will Clark is.
No.
That's fine. He's an ex-MLB player. Okay. So I saw him on some podcast, and he was talking about hitting, and the guy is super. He should be coaching, man. Like, he really knows his
Team
edge.
did he play for?
He played for the Giants and he played for Texas.
What years?
He would have been in like the late 80s, early 90s.
Okay, no, no, I wouldn't remember that far.
guys
I know our team from the early 90s and the late 80s, but I wouldn't know others.
They called him Will.
Unless some big names like
Will the Thriller. He had a home run in his first college
Will the
at bat.
Thrill, I like
He had a home run in his first professional at bat.
You kidding?
He hit a home run with his first major league swing
So he gets home runs?
off of Nolan Ryan.
No, okay.
And if it wasn't
Well, there you go.
if it wasn't for injuries, he'd be in the Hall of Fame. But what I loved about him, he was just a straight gamer. If you looked at him, you could walk. If you didn't know who he was, you walk down the street, you wouldn't tell he's a professional athlete. But he was like the guy.
Very interesting.
There's some people that got the most out of their abilities.
Hey.
He was one of those. Another one that should be in the Hall of Fame is Jim Abbott.
All right,
I'm
Neil,
on that.
I'm going to do the news. Is there anything you want to cover before I weasel into the news?
Just make sure you add the Hims news.
Him's news,
And
absolutely.
ignore the nothing burger that is Intel trying to spin off, which will make them pennies.
I'm just going to do the Intel report, that's all. But we got to cover that because they reported and it's an important company. So let's do it. So Intel. Look, I still think that there's a shot for Intel. I'm just speaking for myself here. I just think the politics are too much in favor of national security for a domestic chip company not to make it. I just think you can't rely on Taiwan. Taiwan's here today. It's not here tomorrow. I'm not going to go down that road. But, let's go. Revenue. Okay, for Intel, 12.86 billion. It easily beat what the street was looking for there. They were looking for 11.92. So almost $1 billion beat on the top line. But the adjusted EPS was not really comparable here because I had one line item for $800 million that threw off EPS. But just to give you guys, the actual print was negative 10 pennies EPS, but there was an impairment charge, a one-off impairment charge. In addition to that one-off impairment charge, the net loss, the money that they were supposed, usually net profit we're talking about, but here was a net loss of almost $3 billion. Now, just keep in mind that the previous CEO, Pat Gelsinger, had a different philosophy for where he wanted to take this company. He wanted to make them into like the global foundry business, and that's super CapEx heavy. We'll get to what they've changed about that strategy in a second, but just keep in mind that they were spending a lot of money, therefore a net loss here makes kind of some sense. But they did increase the net loss. They lost about $1.6 billion last time. Now they lost $2.9 billion. Now, how about the guidance? They expect Q3 revenue to be in the range of about $13.1 billion. The midpoint there is about 12.65. The EPS guidance as well below consensus of 4 pennies. About, a bit of a miss there on EPS. Let's talk about Lip-Bu. Lip-Bu Tan, he's the new CEO. He's the guy that took over from Patty G. It's his second earnings report with the company. He confirmed, sadly, that there would be major layoffs at Intel, essentially to the tune of about 15% of their workforce. He wants to have about 75,000 employees total by the end of 2025. His operating expenses here are also being trimmed by about $17 billion. Obviously, one of those things that's helping trim that 17 are the 15% workforce layoffs. He is streamlining management as well, so cuts there. It's not just the lower levels. And apparently, this kind of stood out to me, Neil. He's actually personally reviewing chip designs before final production. He's obviously an engineer by profession, so it's nice to see he's getting his hands dirty, so to speak, in the actual nitty-gritty of things. Let's go on here to their fabrications, their fabs. That's what that stands for. So they're canceling 2 major fabrication plants, one in Poland, one in Germany. So all right off the bat, you can tell they're canceling the international fab plants, really to focus on domestic. And that makes sense with Donald Trump pounding the table all the time about everything made in America, made in America. It would be a bad look for Intel to receive all that government money from the CHIPS Act and then go build in other countries. That's just my little opinion there. They're also slowing down production at the Ohio factory construction due to what he calls overinvestment as well as, sadly, a lack of demand. They're testing and assembly ops, which will be consolidated in Vietnam and Malaysia to reduce costs. That's kind of interesting there. And their new investments, this 14A process that Lip-Bu Tan really wants to focus on, much to the kind of dismay of the engineers working on the 18A process. So the 18A is akin to Taiwan Semi's 5 nanometer chip. The 14A chip process is more like a 3 or 2 nanometer, which Taiwan Semi just started scaling. So you feel here, Lip-Bu wants to be at the cutting edge, not about, historical or like dated chip design. So I do like that. But according to him, he's only going to really move ahead with that 14A mass production if he has guaranteed customer commitments and buy orders coming in. He's not going to make them and then hope for the best. That's kind of the feeling I got there. Let's talk about their foundry business here. posted about $3.17 billion. That's a new business for them because they were a chip design company, remember? Now they're looking at being a chip manufacturing company for others' designs, and that's what the foundry business under Patty G was supposed to do. $3.17 billion in operating losses on $4.4 billion in revenue. Still lacks a major anchor customer like an Apple, which makes their own chips now, making the future outlook highly uncertain. And Lip Bhutan emphasized no more blank checks. All CapEx, Neil, must be justified by return on investment plans. Any comment, Neil, on the Intel report?
Well, you know what? I like a lot of what new CEO Lip-Bu is trying to accomplish. One concern I would have is if you need to have your CEO, for lack of a better term, micromanaging production to that degree, it signals that you're identifying that there's a problem that needs to be solved, which is to improve your process. They fell behind in terms of when everyone was going to 5 nanometer, they were at 7, and when everyone goes to 3, they're at 5. Like it's just, and what ends up happening, and I get it, is that you're trying to play catch up, and then you're not getting the job done because you're trying to rush to play catch up, and at the end of the day, you've got to do it right first, and then you can try to grow. And I think that focus is correct. That being said, I believe in the foundry play too. I believe you need to be producing chips in the United States.
Exactly.
But they flat out have told us that that's not going to make them money. They went from 2026 to potentially 27 or 28. And they told us that.
Yeah.
So yes, I believe that's there. I just don't know when to expect it, everybody. And if anyone trying to bottom pick, at least it's not going down any further at this point. I think we've caught maybe a little bit of a bottom, but there's something, they need a few wins. They need some W's. And for them to still be missing on, they like to not get ETS, it's just like, come on, man. At some point, you've got to start winning again.
Agreed.
But let's go back. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know if Intel's going to be that exciting. I do expect, because on a Monday morning, it is going to be SSR, that immediately sets something up for me. Like, regardless of what levels this is at, if this thing is, look, it's going to be 10% down and they hit it today. On Monday morning, if we get a chance, almost any single level, if it's $20, it's $20. If it's $20.50, it's $20.50. I always just look for that mean reversion and bounce play. And the day 2 play is often better than the day 1 play, for sure. So that's what I want to be looking for. I've seen a lot of people mentioning that Bitcoin, and someone asked,
we're going to get that one next.
Is Joe looking at IBIT?
Oh, well, Joe's gone.
Well, Joe, I was going to say Joe is Joey Options. He's gone, but it's actually creeping higher as we have a little bit of a rounded bottom. We're back to 116 on IBIT. That's like 66, just underneath 66, and we're at 66.17. So we're almost back to where we were at the open. It's broken its trend and heading higher, despite the fact that ETH is still struggling to get out of its downward trend. Finally, weakness in Ethereum.
There you go. Top VOIP. I told you I'd look at ABAT, so I'm going to pause for 1 second. Look, brother, this breaches both of my rules. This print here, actually, it's not technically a breach of my rules because this high a day right now, 389, that was actually regular market hours, and that's why you see it posted there in the green. That was the implied balance high. But since that time, it's made lower highs. It's approaching VWAP, 330. That's where the volume would. I'd be looking for resistance there. Now, if it gets above VWAP, this could be a good trade, but it would have to be. For me personally, I'd like to see it above 390 before I start trading it, as well as obviously reclaiming the 330 area, which is VWAP. So ABAT, American Battery Technology down 7 1/5, but looking to recover off those area lows. Top VOIP. Sorry about that, brother. I did mean to actually cover it, but you know how it is. We always end up talking about stuff. All right, let's talk about the crypto market liquidations. I wake up this morning, I'm about to smash a sesh at 5 a.m. I look at Bitcoin, it's like 115,000. I'm like, what happened? I just left this thing at night, it was 120. So yeah, Bitcoin briefly dipped according to certain exchanges down to $114,518, falling about 2% in 24 hours after flirting yesterday with that $120,000 level. It later rebounded and is continuing to rebound right now, but the volatility remains. The drop triggered $140 million in BTC long position liquidations. Long positions, not short sellers entering. That is per CoinGlass, that data point right there. So the wider liquidations in the crypto market as well, it just wasn't Bitcoin. You had $532 million in total positions liquidated in crypto within 24 hours, with 142,000 traders taking a hit. 70% of the losses suffered in the last 24 hours, which is about $383 million, came from long positions, okay? This really highlights the over-leveraged, so to speak, market conditions and trader sentiment misalignment. I don't agree with that statement, but that's what the article wrote here. Let's talk about XRP, because they also got smacked. They dropped below $3, which is a psychological area of support before rebounding back above $3. About $16.5 million in XRP longs were liquidated in that same 24-hour period. XRP, though, despite the fact that we've been speaking highly about it, it's now dropped more than 10% since that July 21st high, making it one of the weakest weeks, I should say, one of the week's worst performers. I can speak English, I promise. Some other bad performers: Solana down 2.8%, Doge slipped about 2.3%. Ethereum, though, at least when this article was written, was bucking the trend. BNB as well, a name that I'm just getting familiar with for the first time. Let's see if it's available on my platform over here, Neil. No, it's not. Yeah, not there. BNB climbed about 0.9% after hitting a new all-time high for BNB of $808. That's not available on my platform, so I won't be able to follow it. But yeah, not a bad
BNB.
Yeah, BNB. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. That's the wire, man.
Any comment, Neil, about the crypto liquidations that we saw last night? And into this morning, obviously.
It doesn't mean profit taking. It does not surprise me whatsoever. If there's one thing, I'm a Bitcoin guy, but if there's one thing that I'm not a huge fan of, it's as we get all the adaptation that we want, and everyone here can get involved in crypto in their retirement accounts, in their swing accounts with the TFSA.
Right.
And you also have the president looking to open up. I don't know if it's probably not official yet, but looking to open it up to retirement accounts in the U.S. as well. Those are all good things. But in getting all of these products out there and the ETFs, well, there's just so much leveraging that happens in the space, which pretty much goes against everything that Bitcoin's supposed to be about.
Exactly.
Which is, it cuts both ways. It's great for us to be able to trade it, to be able to hold it in my teeth. I'm happy about that, but at the end of the day, that kind of goes against it, and it does sometimes exacerbate the move. So when you get these liquidations, like you look at XRP, that's perfectly healthy on a daily chart.
Sure.
But that extension down maybe goes a little further than you would expect. But I think it's healthy. There were not many down days from 220 up to get to that 360 area. So it would make some sense that you could have a rapid drop and you get liquidations when a key level, like an obvious one, gets lost. Then we tend to have these ridiculous drops. What I found is if you get really fortunate on the weekends, it used to be that if you see one of those hammers on a weekend, like a Saturday morning or something, if you happen to be on the bid in the right spot, it's just like an instant bounce back.
It's funny how they always move on the weekends. They make big moves on the weekends.
Yeah, well, I think. Obviously it's a 24-hour market, but then when everything's going to go 24 hours, that said, crypto is 24/7.
Yeah, can I say something?
Even if we go 24 hours here, well, I don't know we're going to be 24/7.
It's probably 24/5, I'm assuming. They're talking about 24/5. But can I say something to you before the future opens?
23/5 technically.
23/5? Yeah, because there's that 1 hour.
There's going to be, when the markets go to 24 hours, it really won't be 24 hours.
Fair.
There's still going to be that 1 hour of a break.
Clearing and whatever. Before the future opens up 6 p.m. Eastern on Sundays, I'm looking at BTC from like 12 o'clock onwards to try to gauge where the market's going, which I hate because, again, I don't want that correlation between BTC and the Qs, but it's still there. So anyway.
All you care, that's the thing. Like, I don't want it to correlate, but sometimes it can be very useful when it does.
Exactly.
I think very, very useful. We got a super chat in here, and Kelvin TS, I'm sorry to hear this. We're trying to go over to this chart so I can go to HIMS. Hey, boys, you're riding a 3% P&L day and look down at your phone and it dropped to down 0.5 because of the HIMS news. What are your thoughts about the news? So
Look, Neil, they've been smacked before, haven't they? They keep coming back, though. Remember the Amazon news? Amazon's going to compete against them, and then there's the sorry, not the FTC, but the, what's it called?
It was the FDA.
The FDA, excuse me, yeah, news.
Where they basically told the FDA, no, we don't care, with regards to halting, with regards to halting one of their trials. But look, I went to the daily chart for a reason here, so you can at least see that while it dipped, and I know it can't be fun, especially if you were in this, outside of a little bit of pullback and it tried to hold underneath VWAP. And then look, it's still in the process of filling in the gap. And look at where this bounced at 54 on HIMS. So regardless of what you think about it, since this got the biggest the big bad Novo news, it has held the low, broken the first bounce resistance, held that low, broken that resistance, and now on bad news again, we've held in front of prior resistance. So regardless of what anybody thinks, the dip is being bought and previous resistance is turning into support on the stock. So at least from a trend perspective, until that abates, it seems okay to hold it. This is the difference between, remember we were talking about how trash that dip buy, and I say trash, but like you could have made 5 to 7% if you bought, it was, oh my goodness, UNH.
UNH, yeah.
If you bought UNH on its quadrant, you could have made 5 to 7%. If you bought it the second day, and I know a lot of people did. I don't know what anybody else did with it. I know some people, maybe they took the small amount of profit. I ended up essentially flat on the trade despite holding it that long. But we were saying it's just not going anywhere. Like HIMS makes the bottom and then starts putting in higher lows. This made the bottom, started doing a little something, which is barely moving 3, 4, 5% at a time, and then it lost a bid. You know, at least with HIMS, you have some kind of a bounce, which is holding up there. So I'm presuming by what you said that you are still in the trade, and if when you looked at it you were down, it is recovering. So I'd imagine it's getting a little bit better. So as long as it can hold on to this, dead cat bounce, whatever you want to call it, doesn't look all that bad. I've seen this one in the chat multiple times, NBIS.
Yeah, I'm asking him what the actual time frame that he wants us to look at, because right now it's flat. It's down,
not moving.
0.81. Yeah,
and it's still not, and it hasn't moved. And sort of, we don't mind looking at anything, but I'm always curious, like, what's drawing you to make you ask about
Well, that's why I asked about the daily. Was it the daily that he wants me to look at? Because we were talking right now about HIMS on the daily, so I figured maybe he wants, but he'll respond. I also want to shout out Kelving's GTS. Thank you very much, brother, for the $10 super chat. Thanks, guys. I can't day trade without this channel. Great work. I'm riding that HIMS back up. Hope you're printing up multiple storms and you continue to print up multiple storms, my man. I mean, goes without saying, I want everybody on the other side of that screen to do really well, because if you guys do well, you'll join us again. So I'm a little selfish in that regard. Ram, 3,300 now. Yeah, I know, right? Sure, maybe a bit longer term, says the philanthropist Baker. Sure, we'll pause for a second the news and I'll look at that one for you. 1 second. So it's NBIS. Let's have a look. So let's go to the weekly. Let's start off with the weekly. What happened here with NBIS? Did it stop trading? Nebius Group, Neil, did this thing stop trading from April? What is this? Do you have this on your screen? Go to the weekly for a sec, or is this just
weekly?
My crazy ass chart over here?
Hang on.
What do you got on that bad boy?
I'll do a monthly because that'll tell you. When did you say it started?
I see data blank from
October 1st.
From October.
Yeah.
So okay, so you see it as well.
That's right.
Okay, so yeah, there was trading before that on this, but it goes back with. I have to figure this out. I'll ask chat. I'll see what Perplexity has to say. So stop trading the week of February 28th, and then it started trading again February 28th, 2022. And then it started trading again the week of October 21st, 2024. So I'll ask chat what's going on there. But the weekly, look, it's got higher lows and higher highs from when it started trading. So if you're looking at that area low at 15, you have another higher low at 17. If you're looking at this area high back February 2025, that's at 50. Now we've got 57. So it's higher lows and higher highs on the weekly. When you go to the daily, let me have a look. Yeah, and you're still seeing that same look on the daily, higher lows, higher highs, generally at that area. So not a bad look, but nothing that I'd be interested in day trading, to be quite honest with you. It just doesn't have the range for me. Hope that helps.
I'm just sort of reading about it. These guys seem like a European.
They were suspended when the Russian-Ukraine war started. They were a Russian company, but now located in the Netherlands. That makes absolute sense.
But they're like a CoreWeave.
Are they? Or they're renting out their computer stuff? Well, let's see what this says over here, Neil. Here, Netherlands-based infrastructure company operating in technology, engaged in developing portfolio of artificial intelligence-related technology assets, involved in creating artificial intelligence-centric player to integrate essential elements and of artificial intelligence development with the infrastructure, data, and advisory. That does make sense.
Maybe not the exact same business, but I guess
Close.
I guess it's close.
Let's go on here, Neil, to the FCC approving the Paramount Skydance merger. It's finally over. Adara's going to love this when she's back. She's been following this. Dude, she knows everything about this. She knows everything about Sherry Redstone, what kind of lipstick she wears, everything. Everything. She's ready to go. Adara knows all about this. I know.
She just doesn't forget anything. No, she doesn't forget anything, so she does know it all. If she reads it once, she knows it. It's crazy. I wish I had that talent.
The FCC approved, guys, that $8 billion merger between Paramount and Skydance Media, clearing the way for the media shakeup involving CBS, Paramount Pictures, and Nickelodeon. The deal marks the exit of said Sherry Redstone with her family's National Amusements, selling its controlling stake to Skydance, which is owned by Larry Ellison, son of Oracle, David Ellison. So good luck there. The FCC chair, the new chair that is, Brendan Carr, praised the move, saying legacy news media lacks public trust and Skydance's commitment will bring ideological diversity. Don't come at me. That's just what's being talked about here. Skydance has pledged, don't come at me for this one either, has pledged to avoid DEI programs, appoint third-party bias watchdogs, and promote programming from a wider political spectrum. The commissioner, Anna Gomez, was a dissenting voice. She's a Biden appointee. She voted against the deal, citing concerns over a recent $16 million Trump settlement with CBS regarding that 60-minute interview with Kamala Harris. Critics argued the settlement and the FCC approval reflects improper political influence from the Trump administration. They cite the cancellation of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. They say the abrupt cancellation drew scrutiny just 1 week after the Trump settlement amid pending merger approval, and Colbert had publicly called the payout a big fat bribe, which is intensifying the speculation about the retaliatory motives. Hey, I'm not taking a position either way. I'm just reading it out, and that's what it is. Do you want to say anything about this, or should we just move on?
No, we could probably move on. We don't need to get political.
I like it. Let's do it. Let's talk about Tesla.
Before we get, can we? I just want to get to a couple super chats.
Absolutely, no.
So just to break it up, because I know Kelvin, TS, we really appreciate these comments. Absolutely. Thanks, guys. I can't day trade without this channel. Great work. I'm riding that HIMS back up. That's the beauty of the market. Like when that buying came in, like you can find that support level and it can bounce off of it. You could have shorted it off VWAP and you could have a scalp trade that worked. That was my approach. As long as you have a plan of action, it's like one person can be one way, another person can be another way, and everybody can win. And ultimately, we're just all trying to beat the market makers, right? And shout out to Roger Mex. Thank you for your super chat as well. 5% plus today trading SPY option. Let's go. Absolutely. And before I throw it back to you, just to point out, we've been in a very distinct downtrend in Tesla. This could end up being a situation where we get the old patented, let's just go right down on into VWAP on trend and try to bounce right off the volume.
Feels like that way.
It's 315, not the time of day, but that is the price. A trend break off, for it to trend down into VWAP and bounce would almost be like it's too obvious, but I think that's one of the places I'll look for. SDAT broke the low of the day, but I told you guys I'm holding through the low this time. And I'm probably eyeballing this VWAP to see if we can bounce there on Tesla.
The chat is undefeated. That's all I'm going to say about that. The chat is
the community's undefeated.
Exactly. Well said.
Undefeated.
Well said. Let's talk about Tesla facing a triple threat. You know, I don't like to crap on Tesla. Okay.
Yes, you do.
No. I don't. It's like one of my positions, Neil, in the long term. I don't like to crap on Tesla. I don't. But you know, there's some stuff to talk about here. So let's do it. Second straight quarter of declining sales, sadly, highlighting the demand pressure, especially, I should say, in Europe. Market share fell. Down to 2.8% in June, down from 3.4% year over year, marking the 6th consecutive monthly declines for Tesla in that continent. In addition, obviously, the Trump administration plans to weaken the clean vehicle mandates, obviously by removing fines for car makers who miss their emissions targets. Now, that hurts Tesla how? Because that will eliminate the need for the traditional automakers to buy those regulatory credits from Tesla, which is going to cut off a key revenue stream. These regulatory credits have been buffering their margins, I don't want to say, for like almost a decade now. Additionally, to even hurt Tesla more, that $7,500 federal EV tax credit comes to an end at the end of September. It's already come to an end in this country, and it was never $7,500, it was $5,000. Really effectively raising Tesla's prices and potentially hurting demand further. So if the car was $50,000, it's going to be $57,500. We'll see if Tesla drops prices, but if they do, you have to assume the margin compresses. We'll have to wait and see. Also, more bad news for the Cybertruck owner. The Bitcoin holdings here that Tesla has, valued at a healthy $1.25 billion. But believe it or not, they sold off 75% of their BTC back in 2022.
Whoops.
When the price was 19,000. No, Elon, no. Bitcoin now obviously near 125, so Tesla missed out on billions in unrealized gains. A costly strategic misstep in hindsight, or did they take that money that they were holding in BTC and invest in production? We won't know. Despite the regulatory hit, Trump said, I want Elon to thrive, suggesting he is not targeting him in his move. Whether or not that's the truth, whether or not he's even forming part of the calculus, your guess is as good as mine. Any comment on Tesla? Sorry, I didn't see you chewing there. We'll get back to you on that one. Piper Sandler tagging Palantir as a top AI winner. You good?
I actually just punched in Tesla.
You got long?
No, it was bottoming tail. Excuse me, the bottoming tail candle here on Tesla at 318. If you look at this parabolic move at 11 or so, that was right into the same 318. So I essentially just took the curl.
Okay.
And there's a lot of ways that you can break a trend. And one of them could just be a trend line break. And obviously, this is not like a clean trend line break, but the bottoming tail candle can be a reason to get in, especially if there's good volume. And in this particular case, there was a big volume candle, at least the biggest one so far in this lunchtime session for Tesla. So really, the only thing I really had to add was that I had just gotten in, but I was looking for a curl around here on Tesla. Let's see how far it can get to the upside. I want to respect that 320 because it was an absolute battle of wills the first time that it got there, and I would expect maybe you could see that again. As far as the whole Bitcoin thing, I mean, I understand, like, you want to put like pie in the face because Elon sold Bitcoin.
They love to do that to him. They want to point
That's the only reason it's a story.
Exactly.
At the time, let's not forget, at the time, like, everything was risk off. And the market was getting flushed.
Yeah,
and they probably wanted to get some cash out there. And at the end of the day,
do you remember
I think it's like a good add-on to pile on against Elon, and that's all I see it as.
Do you
Lots
remember
of people
the
probably sold
Meta earnings in 22 and the Netflix earnings? Do you remember the $100 drops that we would see after the bell? That was 2022.
I remember distinctly.
Yeah.
No, I remember very distinctly. Meta was at what, $300?
Something like
that. Going into earnings. And I remember the number of people that said this is the #1 company in the Mag 7. And half a year later, it was at $100. And look, ultimately, it's right back. That's my point about dollar cost averaging.
Doubled. Yeah.
Like dollar cost averaging.
There you go.
So it's like, there's probably people that sold these great companies at massive discounts as well. There obviously were sellers down there too. So anyways, I feel like it's one of those like items that they're making more of a story out of it than it needs to be. If you want to criticize Tesla, then criticize Tesla for their further declining sales. Criticize them for underwhelming us when it comes down to giving us an economic and smaller model. Criticize them for not meeting their timeline on autonomous driving, even though they're making some progress there.
Yeah.
Criticize that. But the Bitcoin thing, like, get out of here.
Couldn't agree more with that.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more with that. Thank you for stressing that point because it was bothering me as well. Let's talk about Piper. Piper upgrading, or they're actually initiating coverage on Palantir. I guess not a minute too soon here, Piper. initiating coverage on Palantir with an overweight rating and a $175 price target, basically implying a 13% upside from yesterday's close, not from where it's currently at right now. I know it's up on the day. The stock's already up again from yesterday's close, 105% year to date, but analyst Brent Bracelin sees more room to run based on fundamentals and long-term positioning, he says. He highlights that Palantir's rare blend of 30% revenue growth and 40+% free cash flow margins is an industry top player. The company has grown into a $4 billion revenue run rate over 22 years, and Piper, for their part, they project a $24 billion run rate by 2032, so less than a decade. The firm calls Palantir's model one of a kind within the high-growth software and AI cohort, and they see plenty of AI tailwind left for them. They see a secular win. They see Palantir, as a secular winner in the overall AI revolution with catalysts across both the commercial and the government verticals. And that's what I've been talking about for a long time on Palantir. I'm very pleased to see them expand away from government and into commercial. Number one, because it's just, you don't want to be relying too much on the government. That's kind of my belief there. It always changes. You got a government today that's pro-you, tomorrow they're anti-you, and you have no way of dealing with that. Piper also believes that their 30% CAGR, which stands for compounding annual growth rate, is achievable to supported by two $1 trillion plus total addressable market TAMs. So according to Piper, they have two markets, each of which has a $1 trillion total addressable market. So $2 trillion TAM combined, according to Piper, for Palantir. They do talk about the valuation, how it's a little rich. The firm acknowledged Palantir's rich valuation premium and the high risk profile, but that says that the upside justifies the risk, at least for long-term investors. And the companies, I like this part, Neil, the unconventional leadership and culture are seen as potential strengths in a rapidly evolving AI landscape. I don't want to point any fingers, but I wouldn't consider our very good friend there, Alex Karp, to be a conventional individual.
No, it doesn't seem like it at all, but I think you want that.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. You want him to be unconventional because at the end of the day, if a company is going to grow into a valuation like that, it needs to continuously innovate and look for other revenue streams. I'm with you. You don't want to be totally reliant on the government.
They're good with you tomorrow, they're bad with you the next day.
But
business.
I got a big but. But I firmly believe if the foundation of your business is consistently getting government contracts, if there's one thing we know about government, it is always going to spend more money.
Yeah.
No matter what anybody tells you, the world is addicted to debt. Politicians are addicted to debt. And if you have a strong foundation of getting those contracts, whether you like it or not, I understand if you don't like Palantir for being in the defense business, fine, fair enough. But at the end of the day, it's going to print them money, and it gives them that great foundation 100%. To build from. So it matters, man. It's great.
Can we honestly talk about like we saw with the big beautiful bill and how they were trying to cut money and just cutting money for these guys who are in 2-year political cycles is a lot easier said than done because if you cut too much, you're just going to lose your job, and that's the way it is, you know. So to say that the government is always going to spend money, I gotta agree with you on that until there's a marked change in our society, and I don't think that's
not going to happen. Yeah. No, we're like the entire world economy is built on a foundation of debt that we couldn't get out of if we even tried.
Let's talk a little Apple here. Apple doing basically nothing. They report next Thursday, guys, with Amazon. The Katina Man and I will be on the market recap show next Thursday. Big earnings report, Apple and Amazon. The two A's in the Mag 7. Let's talk a little bit about this iOS 26 beta that's now been open to the public. I've had this going on a few months now. I have decent things to say about it. Maybe I would like it a little bit more if my phone was newer. So this is the 13 Pro Max. Obviously, it's a little dated, back from 2021. So I will buy the 17 when it comes out. I buy these usually every 4 or 5 years. So maybe it'll run a little bit better. So my experience is a little bit biased right now. But Apple did release the public beta. Before that, you had to be a developer or classify yourself as a developer like myself, allowing users with recent iPhones to test the upcoming operating system. Users can enroll via Apple's website and install the beta through the general settings. The final version will roll out in the fall alongside the new iPhone hardware. So what it introduces is this liquid glass, if you haven't already heard about it. It's Apple's biggest UI upgrade since back in 2013 when they released iOS 7. I happen to remember that very vividly because I downloaded the beta of iOS 7 off a torrent website. That's how long ago this was, Neil. Buttons and menus now appear as translucent as well as animated, mimicking fluid motion. Apple relies on public feedback to refine the design before the final release. So if you're going to download it, tell them what you think. Despite the hype around this iOS upgrade, iOS 26, Siri's AI revamp will be delayed until next year, 2026. iOS still does add some AI features like real-time iMessage and FaceTime translations. I can speak to this. My parents are in California, so I've been FaceTiming with them the last little while, Neil, and I just gave this a try. It actually works quite well. It's very good. It's real-time. It's not delayed, so not bad. They also add visual search via screenshots, example, highlighting a product in an image, and then you find it online. So there's already some Apple Intelligence stuff built in, just not the Siri. Now, it's going to be on all their platforms. So your Macs, your iPads, your phones, your Apple TV, your Apple Watch, everything is going to have this new iOS 26 kind of liquid glass. So this liquid glass UI extends across all their platforms, unifying the design across its ecosystem. Developers are already experimenting with the system-wide refresh following WWDC back in June. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that. But you kind of feel, Neil, that this is an Apple Intelligence as well as a China story. And until you're going to fix both those things, we're going to be locked in this price range like we've been for a while.
Yeah, and well, also the other side of it, I think it's also a matter of preference. Because at the end of the day, you've been able to choose. And we've seen this change in the Mag 7 where there's nothing about it moving, none of them are moving together anymore. And the Tesla's in its own bucket. Apple's in its own is in its own bucket. Microsoft was doing its own thing for a while. Yep. Meta kind of in between, but almost as strong as Softy. Amazon and Alphabet, like just there's nothing. They all have their own individual moments. Exactly. And right now, outside of the performance in Tesla, Apple's the hardware name that no one's excited about.
No, exactly.
You know, I know what Meta's trying to do, and I think there's a huge opportunity for them in multiple fronts for Meta. They're the new face of the advertising game.
Absolutely.
They can possibly change the game when it comes to devices. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. And they're spending aggressively in the market's been rewarding them for it, and they still print money. Microsoft has a huge moat around them, obviously with cloud, because Azure is amazing, and then on top of that, of course, connect with ChatGPT, and they've got to some degree they've had some failures monetizing with their Office products, AI, but they have more of a moat, and they've been rewarded for that. Like we can talk about Google as well, but Apple doesn't seem to have that going for them just yet, because everyone talked about a super cycle that didn't happen, and that's where the focus is. And it didn't happen because there was no compelling reason for people to do it.
Was a joke.
My family, everybody except for myself and my family uses Apple, and nobody cared that much about the new releases.
Well, because they didn't have what they promised, Neil, which was an upgraded AI. Apple Intelligence. New traders, listen up, baby. First month, it is absolutely free. That's right, we're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, all by upgrading to that elite experience where you can analyze, strategize, and then hopefully after all that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. Infinite data, instant trading, and lightning fast market insights and game-changing charts. can also predict better with their back testing tool. You get reliable, real-time data, global markets at the tips of your fingers. It's an all-in-one platform, baby. So don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready and only if you're ready to elevate your trading. Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal. Let's go on to the next topic here. Meta to ban political ads in the European Union starting in the fall. So they will stop allowing political, electoral, and social issue ads in the EU starting in October 2025. This applies across all their platforms, including Facebook as well as the Gram. It was a regulatory move here. So the move is in direct response to the EU's new transparency and targeting of political advertising regulation. Meta criticized the TTPA for imposing what they call unworkable requirements and legal uncertainties into their business. The operational concerns here are that, Meta claims the regulation presents major operational and legal challenges. It argues that it limits the advertiser's reach and diminishes content relevance for users. Despite the ad ban, they will continue, meaning Meta will allow political discourse and debate to still be allowed on their platform, and they reiterated their commitment to political speech and fair elections, just not with advertising. Look, I'm not a big fan of the government getting involved in business, but the fact of the matter is, Neil, there has been a lot of disinformation, and Meta has been the vehicle for a lot of that disinformation at times. So I personally don't like this. I should be able to advertise if I want and make my speech, and then the person reading has the duty to figure out whether this is BS or not. But in Europe, they don't see it that way.
They don't. And I don't want to get too political with it.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's just the way it is.
No, I tend to not be much for the hand-holding type either. So, it's unfortunately that sort of is what it is, and not everyone. One of the most beautiful things in the world is that not everyone has to agree with each other. It's a boring place if everyone does agree. But I kind of believe you should have the freedom. And then, the whole buyer beware and take responsibility for your own actions.
There you go.
But the second salvo into Tesla into 317 didn't go. The first one did press. It went 18 and 19, reloaded it, and it just lost a bit again. It doesn't, it's not going mean crazy, and it didn't really break out that downward trend without still taking some lows. So we might still be headed toward the 315 after all. I'd like to see us close above that 318 if we could on Tesla. And, it's the thing. It's always fun in the chat. Some people agree, some people disagree, which is perfectly fine.
Let's talk a little Carvana, though, Neil.
Oh goodness!
Nice little upgrade.
Can we all agree that fundamentally that company doesn't make sense?
I don't want to touch his company with.
Hold on a second. Before Sharif reads, I want to see how many people in the chat think that Carvana's valuation is fair, is good. And put it in 1 if you think Carvana's priced correctly. Put in 2 if you think it makes no sense at the price that it's at. Just let me know in the chat.
Yeah, well,
because I'm going to put in all of the 2s that I can.
Well, you're disagreeing with the Oppenheimer analyst here, Neil. His name is Brian Nagel. And he gave them an outperform from a perform. There we go. Now it's coming in. Hey, there's a 1. I saw it. Drago. Block him, Neil.
No.
Block him. No, I'm playing.
I respect it. I respect it.
I'm playing.
I don't agree, but I respect it.
Oppenheimer upgraded and Carvana from outperform. So to outperform from perform. Brian Nagel setting the price target of $450, which implies a 38% upside from yesterday's closing price. Year to date, this thing's already, again, from yesterday's closing price, up 60%. Not a bad look. Nagel called Carvana what he's terming digitally driven disruptor in a fragmented U.S. used car market. He highlights Carvana's business model now is humming, according to him. Do they sell Hummers? Post-restructuring, generating solid cash flow and scaling efficiently, his words. Carvana's management as well, he cites, has cut costs aggressively and restructured the balance sheet, positioning the company for sustained profitability. And the operational leverage, according to him, is kicking in as customers demand rebounds in the used auto sector. So that's what he sees there. And then with respect to market share, he's like, their current market share in the used car market in the United States is actually quite low, creating opportunities for market expansion. And the company estimates 3 million Keep it down.
Bless you.
The company estimates 3 million used units, Neil, used unit sales over the next
Be
5
nicer
to
to
10
me.
years.
Don't be rude.
Do you see how she treats me sometimes?
Because
How come you take her side all the time?
Because Ramin is always bringing me treats when she has them.
Ah, of course.
No.
there-
It's not, there's nothing to do with that. But it's a little bit. And anytime I need allergy medication, what?
Yeah, she's
What
there.
up, Fabian? Don't act like I don't see you. I see you. No, Ramin's good peoples, man.
I know she's.
I know. We're just having.
Man,
We're just
I
having
gotta
fun.
give her
But
a
be
hard
nice
time.
to her, seriously.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was that?
Absolutely.
Say that again.
Never. All right, let's do Deckers. Last one here.
Just don't. You can't tell people that you don't like to have to repeat
I
yourself.
knew exactly what you were going for there, but I thought you wanted to like reassure that I was going to be nice to her, which I don't really want you to be quite sure about that because I probably won't. Oh, what are you eating over there? All right, let's talk about this one. Assassino, last one. Q1 earnings for Deckers, guys. These are the guys that make Hoka and Uggs and stuff like that. Q1 net income, guys, about $140 million or about 93 pennies per share. That's up from $116 million last year or about 75 pennies per share. So a good beat on the top and bottom line. They did beat the analyst expectations of 68 pennies per share. Revenue rose a healthy amount here to about 17%, up to $964 million, again topping Wall Street's estimates of around $900 million. And here's how they did by segment. So their Hoka sales jumped 20%. Brendo says these are good, not like I know. 20%. They're selling about $653 million worth of these shoes. Their guide, their forecast anyway was about 610, a little bit less than that. UGG sales as well climbed 19%. Ram, are UGG still popular with you guys over there? Yeah, they're popular still. Climbed about 19% year over year, up to about 265 million. The forecast there was about 237, so an easy beat. Here's what caught my attention though, Neil, and this is what we've been seeing a lot. Their wholesale revenue, meaning selling to stores like your Dick's Sporting Goods, your Foot Lockers, surged 27%. So they're going back to that, while their direct-to-consumer sales rose less than 1%. Well, isn't direct-to-consumer a better margin way to get to sell your product? Sure, but you also have less exposure. So that's what we heard from Nike. Nike is kind of dropping or reducing their direct-to-consumer footprint in favor of going back to that wholesale, like again, the Dick's Sporting Goods and the Foot Locker, so they can get, that three-wall exposure. And so it looks like Deckers is kind of doing the same thing. It seems to be an industry trend over here. So we'll see how that continues into the next year. And just to give you an idea of how they did domestically versus internationally, international sales are up over 50%, while domestic sales fell 3%. So a bit of, Did everybody see that? And now you're wondering why I don't like her? You're wondering why I'm always giving her a hard time? So this guy's just gonna eat chocolate in front of me and I got a salt pack.
Bruh. Bruh.
All right. We gotta say something.
Welcome to the Trader
guys.
TV
No, I'm not
mukbang.
fasting, Nick. She just doesn't like me. She didn't bring me anything because she doesn't like me.
It just goes to show.
How's that chocolate doing?
Oh, it's delicious.
Yeah?
It's awesome. Thank you so much for me, and I appreciate it.
Is it milk chocolate or is there any
appreciate you.
caramel in that bad boy?
Well, I mean, you'd be able to find out if you could have some.
Can you look at the wrapper on that?
One.
Have a look at the wrapper. Roll it. Yeah.
Oh, word.
Yeah, I can
What does it
read
say?
that. This chocolate will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
Does it melt in your mouth? Does it melt in your mouth the same way SBET is melting right now?
Oh!
No, but this is actually delicious. That was you guys couldn't tell. This is actually, it's Arabic.
Of course, it's from Saudi.
So this is from Saudi.
She brings everything from, she smuggles it in from Saudi.
If I'm being honest with you,
paying
Sharif,
tax.
it looked like
your name.
chocolate.
I know your full name over
I
there.
opened it and I ate it because that's how I roll. But no, I'm just saying. Ramin is absolutely the best.
Love you guys, man.
And
okay, yeah, exactly.
hopefully I'm not making a mess.
Exactly, Havana. She's like my younger sister. I'm gonna give her trouble all the
You
time.
should.
That's just
We got a super chat from TD Baker.
Get
here.
it, TD.
What up, TD, first of all? What up, TD stock finally coming back? Guys, can I get your thoughts on Hood for the end of the day with earnings coming up? I would normally expect some profit taking today. Well, I tend to agree with you when you have a stock which has performed the way that Hood has. And it's been, look, it's on a tear. I think all of that, so a lot of people were disappointed that they didn't get added to the S&P. But really, it didn't seem to affect the stock too much. On the day the announcement happened, it was flat. It only really sold off after that because the rest of the names sold at the end of the crypto week. It's still holding on to its upward trend, if only so. There you go. It's still holding on to the upward trend. I want to say barely because really it came within like $5 of it. Unless it breaks, I would not be terribly concerned until it breaks this trend line. I think that's around the time that you can expect to see some maybe bigger downside days. But when valuation is through the roof like it is with Robinhood, the slightest miss or whatever excuse they can come up with is what usually ends up taking it to the downside. So as far as this afternoon goes, it's hard to like the fade when it's holding a gap fill. And it bounced right off this gap fill into 105. So as long as it's over 105, good under 105, I'd be a little concerned. Might even be an afternoon breakdown trade, which we only have 12 minutes to go, and then we're going back on over. I'm going to save a little bit of this because I didn't even finish my lunch yet. I haven't touched my salad. We had like, did you do what's for lunch, Sean? Did you do what's for lunch? Did you do what's for lunch? So it was like spaghetti. It was like spaghetti and like meat sauce or whatever. But then we got like Sean and I, and then when they did the salad, we had like just like chicken, little bits of chicken and couscous. And I've been munching on it while Sharif was doing the news. So thank you, Sharif, for doing that. Because I realized when we started the show that I'm like, when am I going to eat my lunch? So I've been trying to get it in. Anyways, I'm only still in SBET, everybody. And at the end of the day, I'm not seeing a terribly good reason to get out. Down 8%. The other side of this bad boy is it's losing the 50 period. One of the reasons I like it short today is A, it's trending down. B, when it broke the prior day low, it's losing the 50 period moving average, which is also under this gap at about 22, which is more or less exactly where we're short. So at this point, I did have a reload. I was still in it when we got this reload, but my plan when I was short here and here, the plan was to hold some through the low anyways. So that's all we're doing. If we get to 21 even, if we get to 21 even, that's where it goes SSR. Pretty much the penny. I think it's literally $20.99. So I expect this stock to bounce in front of 21. If it gets there, I will be out of it in front of the 21 level. I'm expecting a bounce on SBET. Just because it'll be around that 10% level. Let us know what else you guys are. Oh, Kumar, what made you choose SBET? Whoops. You know what? I really don't like Edge. There's something that I'm hitting which resizes it every now and then.
Edge, I don't know, man. He's just different.
Like I click something and sometimes it'll like resize and it'll condense the chat because I clicked the wrong place. Anyways, what made you choose SBET to trade today, and what is your outlook on SBET for next week? Well, it's okay. What made me choose it? I didn't short it till it was consolidating off the bottom. So here's why I chose SBET to trade.
Okay.
This is what SBET did yesterday. Tried to break, flushed, and then trended down. And when it bounced off the lows in the morning, it was a pop and then fade for the rest of the day. So what did it do today? Popped early, flushed. So when I'm looking for something to do, because I wasn't in much of anything at the time, well, yesterday, when first bounce, you shorted it and held it the rest of the day, more or less to a new fresh low. Well, let's see if it does the same thing, bounce, fade. So I'm just doing what it looked like it did yesterday. So that was the reason. My outlook for next week is, it seems to me like a short till it's not. I don't have a reason not to look short on this stock, but the pattern says it gets bought up on any strength in crypto, specifically ETH, and then you can look to have it resume that trend line to the downside. So until it starts behaving like it's not a short, I'm not anticipating there's no big levels in here till you get to like $13. So it's not an outlook, it's just a preference of looking for the short until the trend breaks. That's all. So Yeah, that's my plan of action there. Ooh.
What happened?
No, I just saw Vin S. I forgot to look at ASTS. You know what I almost called it. ASTS is dropping again. Traders call this Astus.
Of course. It's actually a requirement to call this Astus.
Tell me algos aren't in control. Tell me algos are in control without telling me algos are in control.
Well said.
Look at this price action
Beautiful flap
on ASTS.
Yeah, that's
it's almost, forget about the flat bottom.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's actually, that's
Look at that.
bear pennant. That's a nice look right there.
That's a bear pennant?
Yeah, compression. Lower highs, higher lows. Right,
Well,
but flip it.
This is a fun thing. Like, I don't know what any of these are called.
It doesn't really matter what the hell they're called.
It's what it
though.
means.
Exactly.
It's what it means to me at the end of the day. It just means the price is compressing, and when it breaks either way, you kind of like it. But ASTS, they did report, and suffice to say, obviously, it was disappointment. I do believe it hasn't gone to the lows from last night. That's down around 52.5. And if you really take a step back, this is still very much at the highs. The space names have been flying, for lack of a better word. I actually have a button on mine for this, but I can't hit it.
Oh, are you talking about this one over here?
No, there's one that's like to the moon that I like to do for the space names. No, whether it's Rocket or ASTS. I
like those.
They've been absolutely blasting, and I guess they just got to a bit of a top and running out of steam, but it's right back into these prior highs here at 53 that it seems to be holding, which does matter.
All right, Neil, can I just cover something?
Yeah, go for it.
We're
I'm just
doing
gonna
it
add some more
freaking, I don't know what's going on with the position board. We're long 205 here on SMX. It's flying to the high side. We're at the high of the day, 18s. This is really going, I don't want to have too many shares left, so I can't. I'm going to post up here at 21s. So let's see what happens here. SMX has been rocketing up. I punched in at 205. As it showed me, it defended the 10 EMA yet again. Look where we've been involved in this one. Obviously, we took a little bit of a hiatus here as Neil and I started talking and doing the news, but this one didn't take a hiatus at all. There's 18s. There's another high a day. Here we go again on SMX. Be careful, though, because we know what these ones do. They'll flip the switch on you in a hot second. 19s now showing up. 20s, Neil. Here comes the squeeze. Boom! Into the high side on SMX again. Good strength on this name. Shout out to my man Bovin, who's been in this thing since a $1.27. Bovin printing up multiple storms on that side. Go, SMX, go. This has been a good one on the day. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. I pull into two guys, and I'm a buyer again. Simple as that. Allow this one to come back, and we're going to take it out. Now it's really getting crazy. Now it's above 100%, and I haven't seen it squeeze like this basically all day. That's a 30-penny move that we got quick as you like. To get 10 pennies out of this piece of you-know-what, it took a long time. Just look at the price action. This is the biggest candle, in my humble estimation, on the day. And this guy, it doesn't have a short float, guys. At least not one from at least 2 weeks ago. It's got a 21.7 million share float according to Trade Ideas with a 0.21% short float of that 21.7. Let me just juxtapose that to my thing over here, SMX, to make sure that the float is kosher on both my platform and the other one. And this one is saying, my platform that is saying sub 1 million. It's giving me an 881,000 share float. So sometimes I hate that. I hate that. Let's see what Perplexity has to say. Show yourself, Perplexity. Here it is.
The float? What's the
float on SMX? And, oops, what's the short float? Go. Come on, Perplexity. All right, so it's doing its search, public, okay. Represents a number of shares as of July. The sources significantly range. Yeah, don't I know it. Some sources show a float of approximately 216. Others specify 533. Additional outlets have recently cited 3.31. Yeah, so that's the thing about this one. The short float now. 3.7% as of mid-June, equating to about 23,900 shares. When I look at SMX on my platform over here, there are no shortable shares on it. So I always kind of use that as an informal gauge to see whether or not it's easy to buy or sell. So SMX on the warpath, good look. But I want to give you guys another one here because LIDAR, LIDR, sure, it has that 80 seller, but look at this. We are making yet a third higher low. So this area into VWAP, this 420 area that we came into at noon, we pop back up, reject 480. We knew about that. We drop back down into 440, make a higher low. Pop back up to 480 again. Look where we going here now, 445. So it's higher low, Katina, man. Possibly for that 480 break here on your boy LIDAR. LIDR, so exuberant were the buyers that they didn't allow the price action, Katina, man, to drop into the volume weighted average price on the last two troughs. Only this trough over here at 12 noon actually hit VWAP. So keep your eye on LIDAR. It's up 59.5%, could get going. But look at SMX, man. This one's still going as we speak. Into the high of the day again at 34s. Great strength here from the small cap gappers midday. This one continuing to go, guys, despite the fact that it was trading. Oh, the SMX started trading in the aftermarket yesterday. It started going at around 5 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so this one's still going, guys. There's another high of the day. There goes 240 on SMX. So great look on this name. Good continuation, and I love to see it. I hate seeing these ones, pull it, all the buyers in only to have that Christmas tree retracement where one side is green and the other is red because it did an upside down V retracement. Those hurt the most, and they really make traders hate these small cap gappers because you end up getting burned on them and you don't tend to forget it. So SMX, Neil, going to keep an eye on that one. But there goes LIDAR. It took out the 480 sellers now. It just weaseled into about 5, a little bit lower than 5, but it took out the key sellers. Now, the micro pullbacks could be on here on LIDAR. Let me flip to my 5-second chart on the top. Let's have a look.
5 seconds.
Yeah, that's how I spot the micro pullbacks. I'm a buyer. Oh, wow, look at that. Flips right back down. Look at that, Neil. Oh, that's ugly. That is ugly. That pulled everybody in, and now it dropped from 495. It dropped in 1 5-second in 1 minute candle, 457. Now it's found a midpoint here in the 470s. Be careful with LIDAR, guys. Use sound risk management, and don't fall in love with these pieces of what. They're around for a good time, not a long time.
That is 100% true. Look, if it can drop 10%. Just by a few bids pulling in like that, you also have the risk of a halt. There's a lot can go wrong very fast. I just realized it's 2 o'clock. I actually have to switch on over, which is going to be it's a small amount of work, not a heck of a lot.
Do your thing, I can hang.
But just very quickly, NVIDIA had this drop. See that drop? NVIDIA, there was nothing specific that was going on, but I saw a bottoming tail on volume, broke the prior day high, and once it did, I jumped in. I'll run a tight stop on this. I looked over just to quickly show you guys.
Yes, sir.
The first thing, when I saw that candle, I'm like, well, did AMD do anything? No. So that last push that you just saw in NVIDIA, AMD dropped about 10 cents when NVIDIA made that little bit of a candle. So it is worth noting this weakness that came in, it might be specifically just in NVIDIA. Bob the Dog, we're going to get to I want to get to your super chat, Bob the Dog, because we don't want to miss them all. What are the chances Rigetti fills the daily gap at around 13 in the next few weeks? Is there a chance for another leg up before? Thank you. And Sir David Smoosh-a-lot, is this heaven? No, it's SMX buying the dip 101. So shout out to you. Appreciate you there.
I like
good look. SMX looking fantastic. No questions asked. When it comes to Rigetti,
These are heavy?
I know you. I like it. That's right. Knees are heavy, mom spaghetti, all that fun stuff. Well, you have to ask yourself what the next catalyst is for these bad boys, because the gap on the daily, would I expect it to get filled based on what I see? Well, I don't know about 13. Isn't it 14? The only thing I would say is I would expect based on this pattern to fill it into about 14. Maybe I guess you're looking down here to fill in the gap all the way. I tend to think a lot of times you'll check back up and slow down in and around a prior high, kind of like it did here. It doesn't mean it holds it, but at least checking up there. So I'm thinking maybe closer to like $13.8 to $14. There doesn't seem to be anything new happening with them. So until you get a catalyst, resume trend until you get to a liquidity replenishment point, and when it does, that's when I'd look for a bounce. It's in an uptrend, but it's in a very steady type of uptrend where there's been lots and lots of pullbacks that pull back into prior support or prior resistance. So that's what I'd look for. I just think it looks like 14 more than 13.8 to 14 more than 13. So I'm gonna mosey on over.
Mosey.
I'll have to log out and log back in over there. You'll see me in a couple of minutes, and we'll take you on into the close.
All right, guys, we're gonna do top one, guys, futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the S&P, or even Bitcoin? Well, Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. And the best part is you choose your own route. You can choose the instant funded route, the challenge route, or even a pro account and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. And in the last 90 days alone, they paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders, guys. Use the discount code TTV, as in Trader TV, to save on any account, or scan that QR code and head on over to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Good luck for them. And a very, very good day today, guys. Hope everybody had a fantastic day on the markets. And market at all-time highs again. All 4 major averages, as you'll see in a second when I go up to the green screen, are green for the moment. Bitcoin has recovered a little bit. We'll get to that. And the Mag 7 save and accept for Amazon and NVIDIA are all green on the day. And let me submit to you that Amazon and NVIDIA are barely red. So it's been a good look. We'll keep an eye out for these small cap gappers. It really is, though, the SMX show assassino, as this one continues to make higher highs and higher lows into that 242 area. Send it to you, Katina Man. Good to go? Okay, so it is, without further ado, the Katina Man locked and loaded and ready to look at these tickers. Send it over. Get it?
What's up, everybody? Yeah, no, I was looking over at Neil. He switched over his plate and his fork. His fork fell. Yeah, better go get a new fork there, my guy. Welcome, everybody. Got some black action behind us right now as we paint up our Studio 8 renovation, ready to go. We actually got and I just sent out a tweet right now. I don't know, I don't want to say the individual's name, but we have a gift right here for Neil and myself. And it just says, if you sent Neil and I something in the mail, we're opening it during today's afternoon show. I'll give you a tip. Your name is David. So shout out to David there. And he just said, Edimus wants me to make sure it's not ticking. Ticking? No, it's not. Well, I mean, what do we I feel like it's I feel like it's some sort of merch. So we'll look at that. But thank you.
What I was hoping?
Thank you for sending.
Someone in the chat.
No, you have your mic on, yeah. Neil, get your mic on. So yeah, no, right now we're excited for this closing show. Andre, come on, man, you can show Neil. It's fine. I want to trying to show this package over here. There it is, right here. As Neil getting ready. What are you looking for? One of these things?
Where's my magnet?
Where's your magnet? Oh, right there. There's a bunch over there. Joe always stealing stuff, man. COD, cash on delivery. We had to pay for this? No. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, but we'll open this very, very shortly. Right there. Thank you to David. I do hope that you are watching right now. It's a Detroit Lions jersey. Oh no, better not be. Detroit Lions jersey for. Yeah, I mean, whatever. It could be anybody. I mean, as a Packer fan, yeah, he should be able to do well. Amon-Ra there this year as well. I mean, all those guys. The Lions will be fine, but they will disappoint everybody. So, no, they might not even make the playoffs. I think the Bears are a good team. Obviously, the Packers are better than the Lions. So,
you don't think the Vikings will do it?
Vikings? I mean, about their quarterback. I mean, it's just aren't they going with McCarthy?
I think you guys win the division.
Yeah.
I still think Detroit's going to get second. You don't think Detroit?
Maybe. I mean, they're off of 15 wins, whatever they had last year.
Yeah, I think they'll come second.
I'm just saying, like, lower than last year.
It's a
I'm not
good
trying
division, man.
Yeah, it's a great. I mean, it was the best division in football last year. I think with Washington, not to say, problem is Philly is still the cream of the crop, and then you have then Dallas in that same division, which Giants, and then Washington much improved, right? Washington's got to get McLaurin signed, and when they do that, then they'll be fine over there. I don't know who's running the ball for them this year, but probably somebody good. They probably got somebody. Okay, so just real quick, man. Tesla went up, and we still have a very, very small piece. We were supposed to get out if it did cross a view up, but 322. Wow, I don't think any of us expected that kind of a day there for Tesla today. Palantir, I heard Neil talking about that as well. What a good trade that was, up near that 160 marker again right now. So some of these stocks starting to fall back in just a little bit here as we get ready for the closing trade. And we also had written down on our sticky note that we like this TQQ break. So that was just another one of the trades. And, you know, I've only traded 1, 2, 3, 4, Google, Palantir, TQs, and Tesla. So as we look about what we've been trading today, I said we've been trading Google, right, Palantir, Tesla, and the TQQs. So everything that we're in today is as it was written right here on the board, including the Palantir 156 long, the Tesla 308 long, we have that. The Google long as well, we're in that right now. We'll talk about that in a minute. And the TQQ, there's the 89 long break for the NASDAQ, worthy on a weekly break. So, I mean, right into there, most of the trades today, we're just getting excited and, you know, looking for a nice positive day. There's the 89 break right there, about as smooth as possible. And it fades back in, then does this move. So, yeah, the TQ's working out so far so good here. 20 cents in the money over there. Palantir doing its own thing. But, yeah, it's going to be a good one. We'll talk many different names other than these ones, of course, as we continue to go. It's Friday. We should be having a lot of fun. We'll open up this gift there today. Sharif running around, which is always good to see as he gets the board ready to go for everybody.
Who takes number lock off? That's weird.
Joe took number lock off?
Yeah. I'm like trying to type in my password to log in. I'm like, what?
Yeah, and up there, caps lock is always on the after hours shows.
Right?
So that's, yeah, people are always putting on. I think that's Sharif putting on the caps lock. That's the desk.
But who leaves caps lock on?
Joe does.
No, he took off the number lock, which.
Oh, number lock.
Number lock, but like you put orders, I'm typing orders in there.
I sometimes hit it by accident, and
okay.
it is what it is.
I'm just trying to get all logged in here.
Joe.
I gotta get in the chat.
Yeah, Joe, what a guy that Joe. Sharif just said he was done on purpose, so there you go. There you go, Neil. I mean, Joe wasn't actively trading too much.
Do you do that? Do you leave caps lock on purpose up there, Sharif?
No.
Oh, no, okay.
No, no one would.
No, because it is always on. I know you notice the same thing too. And then I'll sit there and I'll try to log in to YouTube so I can get in the chat for the aftermarket show. And I'm like, why can't I log in? Why can't I log
You're
in?
like wondering what's going on.
Oh, there it goes. We can get to the rundown.
Damn you, Joe. All right, we're going to get to the rundown very, very soon. Sharif is ready to rock and roll. Interested to see what some of these names are going to be. Bitcoin hovering around 116. We'll see if Ethereum's on there. We'll see if Bitcoin's on there. Let's go to the number one requested stock. It's the rundown. It's Sharif.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are back, they're locked, and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to get into that chat and vote for them. Super simple. Throw in that $ followed by a 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Automatically registers as of I think last week. Here's a look at all 4 major averages, and all 4 major averages are in positive territory. Let's start off with the NQ up 1/3%, with the Russell 2000, the IWM up 1/4%. The ES and the Dow leading the way. They're both tied right now for first place, up 0.43 each respectively. Good luck for all 4 major averages. Here's the first ticker, as cited by you guys, TSLA. Couple of headlines. Let's start with the bad one. China Renaissance downgrading Tesla to hold and announcing a 349 price target. The good news is we're trading higher, at least for the moment, on Tesla after Business Insider reported that the company plans to roll out their robotaxi in San Francisco this weekend, boys.
Apparently here, David was in the chat earlier and wanted us to open this up on Monday.
Because he couldn't watch it.
Because he's not here.
He can't watch
So we'll wait for Monday, of course. And thank you, Neil, confirm that. Not that it needs to be confirmed, but I saw Lena in the chat as well had mentioned that. So no, he's likely, there it is right here. So shout out right here. Thank you, Liana there. Left a message this morning in chat for you to wait till Monday. Okay, so we'll do that. No, we'll wait. I'm not super. I mean, look, I'd love to open it up. I am kind of excited to see what
now
it
it's
is.
just anticipation.
Yeah, we want to thank everybody and David for sending that through. But
whatever it is,
someone sends us something. I mean, I think it's just more appropriate to look at it as we go. But right here, there goes. Oh, we're doing this. Sorry, there goes Google right now, breaking higher. We just put Google on right here at 192.80, trying to get up now. Now 30 cents in the money right there. Look, we're running a perfect day today. Tesla was absolutely a rocket, right? Yeah, this morning it was on here as one of the #1 trade ideas for myself here with Tesla. All we did was follow our rules today. Pretty simple stuff. and it was just bang right there to the upside for Tesla. Could never have expected us to get up to 324, right? I mean, our long is 308.50. What we wound up doing was just a day two play. We saw yesterday relative strength into the afternoon as it just kept on bumping up higher and higher and higher before eventually fell down into the close, but that's okay. I was more interested in the fact that we were well off the bottom. So then today, when we didn't get any negative notes, we didn't get any downgrades extended through into today. Maybe we did, but nothing of significance that we even talked about. So I was like, let's just take the pre-market high. That pre-market high at that time was 308. It turned out to be 309. We took that break. It also came back in and gave us 308, giving us our 308.50, which is what we wanted. And then, as they always say, the rest is history. Most of them out for $4 or $5. Then this one, we actually had a keystroke error back down here at the 50-period moving average, where we went long again, and then it just kept on blowing up. And then I was like, I'm not going to get out. We held it all the way to the upside right there with a nice out on Tesla, but up 4%, almost giving it all back as if they didn't even report. When they did report, though, they were at 330. That move goes up to 322, so you're still going to be down a little bit there. We'll see where we wind up closing. Would be nice to get over that 320 marker again. I think Tesla's here for a while now. We've already got their bad numbers on their cars, on the car business. We know that's a fledgling business, not one that we all want to be invested in. So what we're invested in is the future, and the future for Tesla apparently is pretty bright. The streets, there's calls on this. We saw Cathie Wood's $5 trillion market valuation on Tesla. That's like pretty much 8x from here or so. I don't think that we have to worry about this getting to 2,400 anytime soon, but at the end of the day, there are a lot of positivities for Tesla. I like the stock. It's an absolute banger, but not my best one today. That's Palantir, which did not make the list.
Dan Ives 500. We know he's a raging Tesla bull, but he says 5.
It's been there before.
It's been there before. I want to shout out to Trade the Pool, allowing you to swing trade with their new swing trading programs. You can get access to up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares and not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight over the weekend and enjoy limited risk thanks to a one-time evaluation fee with no monthly payments and no hidden costs. Take Vicente J, for example. One of Trade the Pool's swing traders. He's already locked in 23,000 plus in profits, and his top performer was NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in a $6,774 gain. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off. Link in the description as well. Yeah, if you're looking for a swing, you could do worse than an out in front of 300 in a swing on Tesla. Now that it's had its little sell-off, you're going into after the earnings. And that's what it feels like. It bounced. This is now a second time off the $300 level. And, well, I mean, it did it in the pre-market, but it's the second time off a $300 level. So you have a double bottom after earnings, which is usually a pretty good setup. And we have lots of room till the resistance at 360. You're sitting in 5% worth of risk here in Tesla. So a lot of people put bets on before earnings. They're not really that bad if you were putting it on, but you're slightly out of the money. Now you can have it off a 300 level for a little bit of action as well. So, I kind of like that look myself. This afternoon, I thought we'd bounce off VWAP, but we're bouncing off 315 exactly, which is weird, because I would swear when I was doing the afternoon show, I told you guys 315 in VWAP, but I log in over here, my VWAP's in a different spot. So the 315 is the key level. The volume weighted average price is a line in the chart. The bounce right now is off 315, and it's finally breaking the trend. I tried it the first time it broke trend. It's breaking the trend a second time. 4 longs and 1 short, and the short is the one that stunk, I think. Because really, that's one of those flips that you shouldn't flip. That's the worst time to do it, but at the same time, it's broken the trend line, and if it can pull back into VWAP, that is the break of the trend on Tesla. Let's go talk about something that Tesla does not use, LiDAR.
No, and they will insist on doing that. Good point, Neil. So LIDR, the name of the company is AI. Their shares are trading higher. It was moving yesterday as well. Trading higher after the company announced they filed an amendment to update its maximum number of company common shares to an aggregate of about $23.25 million, guys, in a placement share. The market liked that, and it's up again.
Just making sure that everybody, if you're on Google with me right here, we did get out some at VWAP, and we just touched the 200 period moving average again. So we're just getting this out here as we put in the chat. 4 for 4 today with these ideas. We did not trade LiDAR. We had LiDAR yesterday on our note, and it wasn't doing much, but today is the day that it wants to do something. I mean, yesterday was a huge move up, but today really off the close there. That's 8:15 this morning, 8 o'clock. Yesterday, we really jumped off of that $1.40 area. And then just yesterday's trade alone, this is what I was talking about, where it wasn't doing a whole heck of a lot, and then the bump up happened. And now you're just sort of consolidating, looking at that past top of 480. So trying to get through there makes some sense. Time is it 2:17? Okay, lots of time left today to break higher here on LIDR. So I would say that you want to get involved with this. How many hundreds of millions of shares today? 280 million shares. We're at 2.8. Sorry, as I look at this now as a 1 minute chart, we're at 480 right now. So it's kind of already been at this spot. I'd say we need a clean 5 break. So I'm going to wait actually for $5 to break. When and if that does happen, then I do like the LIDR break long on there. So we'll wait for $5, a pretty key level. And you know, if you zoom out, you're not going to see too much here. I thought maybe there might have, I was going to say, and there might have been a past level there, but that's where we took that out right there at $3. So looks like if you're going to dip by something, maybe $3 might be the play. But for me, $5 today on the breakout. I'm just slowly getting out of everything here. TQ's just made another bump up. We got out of that. We got out of some more Palantir right now as well. We're still holding on to that Tesla, but it's really Google right here that I think has a good chance to get back over up into this 193.50. But yeah, that's it. LiDAR, Hood, AMD, and Open. I know you traded a lot of names today. I don't know if LiDAR was one.
No, LiDAR was not one of them. Sharif was all over LIDR, and I think it was great off VWAP, but when I was looking at first off, have a look at the weekly chart on LiDAR, which is tells you a little something about the history. Like it looks, I mean, obviously that's, this is what it looks like when you have delusion and when you have failure and all that kind of good stuff. But it does give it a lot of room to squeeze, which is, I think, what you're seeing here. So you got to break resistance if you're going to squeeze. It's got this algo look going to it here, which we've said a couple of times, where you know, every single dip is sort of structurally bought up. The second it starts, it just goes trending, and then once you've found support, it's putting in these nice higher lows, but holding a channel. Usually what you want to see is it break away from some kind of a channel. So, you know, you're looking for these tops to break out, which does mean a $5 break. So if it gets to the bottom of the channel, that's 460, maybe look for a bounce in and around there. And if it breaks $5, then you can have a test of the high. Great volume on this stock. Just absolutely great volume. Robinhood is up next. Ooh, we got a lot of questions about Robinhood, one of the frothiest stocks out there.
Ooh. Good day today for Robinhood, though, Neil, breaking out, but a little bit off the highs. No major catalyst for today, but I want to let you know that Robinhood's acquisition of that former WonderFi that Kevin O'Leary was involved in, which is a DeFi company in Canada, has been approved by a BC court. So WonderFi will go ahead and be acquired by Robinhood if all goes well. But Robinhood having a nice day after multiple lower days, guys.
Yeah, I think you want to just respect Robinhood. It's up over 200% from those lows. I mean, this was $30. Forget about the $30 mark, but that's 30 up to 105. You're talking about a 3 times trade right there if you have the bottom. I mean, more likely to take a breakout in and around here, $60 still gets you a pretty sweet move right there back up into the high side. Look, I mean, more accounts, more assets under management. I think Robinhood continues to be a winner here. I really like that gold card idea. Obviously, as crypto is going to be a thing, we've already talked, I mean, crypto's been a thing now for 7-8 years, right? And so it's like finally some of these names like a Robinhood, like a SoFi, Sharif mentioned WonderFi there, that story's already baked in now. So, you know, there's going to be some more love for Robinhood. You have cheaper plays in the option spots, you know, with day trading getting even more and more popular. I mean, honestly, this show is about to go 24/7, so get ready for that announcement. Oops. But we're going to be trading now more and more and more as we wait for, you know, these exchanges to be almost 24 hours a day. So what do you think that means for Robinhood? Instead of me sitting at home doing nothing, you know, probably be sitting at home watching stock, and you're going to be looking at the account that you're trading through. And right now, Robinhood gaining more and more momentum as we move forward. It's gaining momentum like VinFast. If you do scan that QR, you'll find out that there's big news for Vietnam's green mobility shift and a major win for VinFast. They're under the NASDAQ ticker VFS. Starting July 1st of 2026, Hanoi will ban gas-powered motorcycles in its city center, kicking off a nationwide move toward electric transport. VinFast is in prime position to benefit with major investments in EV tech, battery production, and charging networks. It has a strong head start in the game. While others scramble, VinFast is ready, and this policy only sharpens its edge. So get your VinFast today before it gets too, we're giving you this before everything happens. That news is happening in July of 2026. Do you know that those electric scooters are actually banned in Toronto? Does it mean that people aren't running them around like
they're
crazy?
everywhere.
No. So yeah, those electric scooters, even I think electric bikes, it's those scooters, because my daughter wanted one. My wife looked it up. They're actually banned. And so she doesn't get one of those. But all right, so that was it.
My daughter never rides the one we have.
That was it for Robinhood. Yeah, my daughter does.
She got one, and it's like she rode it for, I don't know, like a couple of weekends, and
Which, an electric one, or?
yeah, and
okay.
yeah, and then after that, like,
They don't have one.
and then she just didn't care for it anymore. Anyways, which is fine. The other thing that's happening is, remember, and probably has a lot to do with the 24-hour market, is, I didn't even put my makeup on, so I'm all shiny.
Same.
No, is the fact that the PDT rule is going to be loosened. The minimum's going to go, well, this is a talk. The minimum's going to go from 25,000 to 2,000, so that you're able to not be pattern day trading if you have more than 3 trades in a single week using margin. Which I think for a lot of traders, let's be real, if you're going to do a push of 24-hour markets, you can't have an archaic rule like that in place. And this is another reason that's going to be great. Well, I don't know. Sometimes the regulators
lucky
are
enough
slow.
not to have it here.
We're very lucky. We're very lucky
Did you
not
just
to
say
have it in
sometimes
Canada.
the regulators are slow? That's a good one.
I'm trying to be nice about it. Sometimes the regulators are a little bit slow to adapt to what seems like obvious for us. And I think that's another good thing for Robinhood. I think it's good for Webull. But what is weird about Robinhood is what is happening at the 105 level or just above it. Just complete sideways action. If it starts to accelerate in one direction or the other, probably worth a look, just breaking away from this afternoon consolidation on Hood. Let's go talk about the advanced money doubler. Came in this morning, and it was the chip name that was up. Sometimes it's like, just, if you're not having bad news, then you get a bounce. And Intel was down, so the company they got compared to just had to be up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, AMD is almost at the high of the days, guys. Those implied balance highs are coming in with those lower highs. No specific catalyst today for AMD on its own, but likely another running in counter sympathy. Is that a thing with Intel posting earnings yesterday? Intel down substantially today. The other look for AMD.
Look, I saw someone during the midday show say something about how we hadn't talked about NVIDIA or AMD or anything like that. And it is probably one of the very first times that this has not been on my board at all. I don't have an AMD trade. I don't have an NVIDIA trade. And I'm having my best day of the last couple months today, going 4 for 4 on other names. That doesn't mean you should have ignored AMD. Look at that move right off the jump there today. There wasn't much news as far as I was concerned. Neil just sort of nailed it maybe with the Intel fact that they're so bad. Maybe everybody else is so good. But, we wait for next week. Wow, this might break out right now again of 167. This could be a great trade here.
Are you still on
into
Wall
the end
Street
of the
bets,
day? Fabian is not still on Wall Street bets, no, Sharif. But there it goes upside there through 167. Again, great move right back into VWAP. We really, really love that spot. Anytime you get a dip buy into the 200 period or into VWAP off of a strong stock, those are buying situations. So again, I've just been sort of chilled out right now. We're on quite the heater, and we should have probably looked at AMD, but the focus was where it was today. I really like the stock moving forward now. You know, it broke above that 150. We weren't here when that had happened, but you know, that was the key thing right there. I mean, you sort of filled that gap up, you gapped up through it, you didn't break back down below. I think that right now, if you're long AMD, you're long at least until it breaks back down below 150 right now. And yeah, that's Advanced Micro Devices. I always pick NVIDIA. My largest holding in my personal account now, although it's probably a stock, something starts with a P, ends in an Allen tier. But NVIDIA definitely number 2, followed by, I think, Google. AMD doesn't really hold its part in my portfolio, but I don't blame anybody that picks this. I think they're all going to win. I really love the space. I like AMD. It's holding that 150. Giddy up, man. This may go back to that 220 level.
Someone's got to be number 2.
Yeah.
You know, and someone's got to be number 2 in a big market, right? Well, yeah, Broadcom's obviously better than AMD. Well, you know what? I shouldn't say obviously. That's opinions are opinions, right? So people are entitled to it. What AMD is right now is a really good momentum vehicle to the upside. We have to wait a week and a half until they report. They're on the 5th, so that's when we'll actually get some real data to come behind it. It looks as if there's every good reason to think that it's going all the way back to the October highs, which is just 174. Before earnings. Maybe it could even get to, like, it's entirely possible. I mean, it's not going to, look, it's not getting back to I don't think it gets back to above $200 at that 213, but you could easily get back to the July top, potentially before earnings. Those are levels on this trend that it can do, especially with what we're seeing here. Like when NVIDIA dropped under VWAP, there wasn't even a candle on AMD you couldn't even tell. Like here's NVIDIA at about 151, sorry. And at 151, AMD did absolutely nothing. It was this little tiny candle in here. So a lot of strength happening here in AMD. I'd like to see NVIDIA participating and being green before you start thinking breakout through the highs. Seems a little daunting to take a breakout trade in the afternoon on AMD when NVIDIA just lost VWAP for a second time. But if NVIDIA can continue to show strength, then that'll make me like it a little bit more. I think you want this one in front of the volume weighted average price for sure. Open is open for business.
Yeah, it keeps going down though, Neil. I mean, it hasn't really had an outsized day for a little bit now. So Open Doors, one of those ones that was mentioned on the Wall Street Bets subreddit and was really going last week. Today, a little bit more dormant, guys. So Open off the lows, but not exactly moving like it was.
Getting at some more Google. Yeah, no, I mean, what's the same guy? What's his? No, it's not Nick Jackson. It's somebody there that made the same kind of a call. He made the same post on Open Door that he was well known for his Carvana call, and apparently CVNA. Yeah. I know it's the same guy. Just the name has left me. But anyways, he made this call when it was about $1, and Carvana made its way to $330. So that was quite the call. So getting some credibility back in on that with Open Door. And yeah, we talked about this with Trump last week and some of the talks of the capital gains and whatnot hitting, and you know, Open Door then kind of opens its door and rips to the high side. The thing about this is not going to last. All these sort of things do have eventual end games, unless you're, of course, you're Carvana. And maybe this guy's right. Here's Open Door Technologies right here. The short flow right now, 22%. You should never short a decent company if it's near that dollar mark, and that's sort of what Open Door was at here. Maybe I can find it, sense of FOMO, rally. So this is what, I was trying to find the guy's name.
It's Eric Jackson.
Eric Jackson. Okay, I was saying.
Or is it Johnson? Jackson.
It's one of those. Yeah. Anyways, so there it goes, man. I mean, you know, you see a PE here, you don't, because they're not making any money. So this is a negative. The revenue growth minus 26%. You know, but this gives them an opportunity to make something work out. They do report in 11 days. I mean, maybe this individual knows something. Maybe they don't. I don't know. But, you know, we're going to have to watch out for Open Door, up 2.5% today. Again, this is one of those names where you just sort of go in for it and you try to see if you can make something of the stock, right? And I mean, right now, there it goes, man, 230, nice little bottom there for Open. Let's just figure out if it holds it or not. Today, not too much in there for me. 200 million shares. Like I said, we're doing it other places, but Open Door, congratulations if you got to short off the open. But other than that, there hasn't been much unless you somehow played off that 225.
Yeah, agreed. This is the only day that I didn't even really look it up. And the volume's still fantastic, but it's just, remember yesterday it just wasn't really moving. Outside of, there was one push at the open, but there was no continuation. Whereas most days, once it started trending, you, like especially break whatever direction it broke at the open, it continued the rest of the day is the best way to think about it. And yesterday it didn't do that, so I wasn't looking for it to do that today. But maybe you just go right back into it. I do eventually think it's going to catch another bounce because there's one point, like I think that hedge, like if anybody shorted this thing at $1, like doesn't it seem idiotic? Like I don't know, maybe he was just saying that to be, I don't know, he was just making some kind of a weird point, but I can't imagine anyone was re-shorting this at $1. That just seems psychotic to me. Like you've already won so much if you've leaned on a stock like this short, then you let it bounce from 50 cents to $1 instead of waiting for it to get higher. So but the accumulation, you could see it on the way up, and then it finally exploded. The fact that it cannot get back to where, like volume exploded on this day, and your high is 150. So the fact this has gone nowhere near that price level, yikes. That retracement, they have to load back in and be short the you-know-what out of this on that flush. It started at about 450 to 350, so call that like $4. So if you were shorted on this day, that's like 130. And then if you just tripled up or something at $4, like maybe you worked yourself a price close to 3, I would suppose. Like you start making these guesses as to where they might be at. Well, that $3, that looks like a pivot spot to me. This takes out 3 next week. Maybe it goes a little mini squeezing again. Yeah, it's not the automatic short every morning that I thought it was 2 days ago. And I think next week we're taking a 3 break. The only, by the way,
it's not hard to borrow. It's someone put in the chat. I think that's
it's free for us.
I think that's and free for most. I think that's the problem. Yeah. If it was harder to borrow, the shorts would be in much more trouble. Potentially, because people would not be able to, they'd have to pay for the shorts. There's not as many shares out there. There is a decent float on Open Door. So that would be the only thing that I would sort of cautious there. It may not be one of those ones that exactly goes parabolic. I mean, it's already sort of done that. So we'll wait to see it. Good luck to everybody, man. I hope everybody that's long that name has that lottery ticket and is ready to scratch it. So yeah, good trade so far. Someone in the chat, congratulations to you. Said you made $28,000 trading that stock last week. That's perfect. Great number there. 2,800 is a great week, of course. All right, so just looking at Google, man, I mean, we bought this just as we went live on the show back at 2 o'clock off some of these bottoms. And again, like I said, man, simple man I am right here. And the simple trades have really worked today. That's I hope that you guys are sort of following some of the trends that we're talking about here. And, you know, yesterday Google was hot, so today it is as well. And that's kind of just how it works. There was the move there, upside. We waited for 194 to break, and that's where we got involved. That was a mistake for sure. Falls back in, we're able to take some profits. And since then, it's really just been upside. We did bounce off the 200 period moving average. But once we failed out right there, we kind of waited for, again, another level, 193 to come into play. I mean, that was right into there. Day 2 off of earnings. Again, I really like this stock. It held the support. We went long again, and the rest is history, man. Nice upside play. So, like I said, simple trades for a simple guy. There it is right there, 193. Well, we're in a little bit lower than that, 192.84. Out right now, 40s and 50s as we run right back into a very, very easy to spot resistance level one more time. So that one is a winner right there, a chicken dinner winner, which I saw Neil talk about on the midday show. Chicken was a little bit dry, that is for sure.
I'm still trying.
Today I am, I've already made the request for the tuna salad, so that'll be happening next week, so you'll be able to see some of that. How's it going, Russell? Please be careful of Sharif's chair there, as he has the obus form there. He's very, very specific to people and the obus form, which I might just go get and use, actually.
We got to get Joe a new chair.
Not Joe, Joe anything. Joe can get himself a new chair.
Joe's chair is terrible.
Same chair as Sharif.
No, but like there's something, the wheels are constantly stuck.
Well, if he wants. Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying, it's not that we're not going to get Joe anything.
No, there's like a million other chairs too.
I mean.
Like I was sitting in it, I'm like, what is, I'm like, really? You sit in this every single day?
Well, I mean, I have this gangster chair. You have a different chair. You got the obus form.
Whatever's in comfortable.
Oh, no, not the obus form. The Herman Miller right there. Neil's kind of frou-frou like that. We also have those, I'm just joking. We have those leather chairs as well. That
no, those are our old chairs.
Yeah, and then this one's not bad. This is just a little gangster gray chair over there. So, yeah, okay. It looks like this is still going higher here. You know, the Palantir trade's original. The Google trade's brand new. We'll have to watch out for, I was about to say Tesla right here, 318. That looks like a good little spot. We probably should have got something out right there. I think we'll maybe exit our trade if we can get back up into this level right here, 318.50. We'll exit out of this Tesla trade. We'll take $5 and then we'll work on that. But it's basically 10 to 1 is my net on Palantir compared to everything else. So this was an absolute rocket ship of a trade. We took it with, I mean, my max default is way higher than anything I would have traded here. I don't use all of the buying power, obviously, that I have, but we put on, you know, a really good position on Palantir, breaking the 52-week high. I let it break the high first and then take 156. So the past high was 155.70. It takes that. We wait for 156. We were watching it as the market opened up. I was pounding the table. It's on the sticky note. We were telling everybody that this was the trade that we are taking. We took it, and boom goes the dynamite. Huge trade to the upside on Palantir. But, you know, that was just an initial early trade. We'll see if we can make some more here as we get into the close. It's 2:37. The hour of power will be upon us at 3 o'clock, although, you know, like I said, at any point we could hear anything here. It's Friday. It's been pretty slow, right? I mean, like I said, the drive-in was been a jam all week. We have Sharif is now gone. Joe's gone. Brendo's around, but it's a pretty light day overall trading-wise as the weather probably everywhere is gorgeous right now. And,
so it was a little hot outside.
Exactly. So I think that's perfect.
Well, the weather was kind of nasty yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was really humid. Today it's okay. It's like 85
well, we got
degrees.
Stupid humidity, and then we got a thunderstorm last night. So.
Yeah, that was fun. It cooled everything down.
No, it did cool everything down.
We didn't get to play, though.
Well, we didn't get to practice. So.
Oh, you didn't? Why not?
Well, remember I said, like, once
our game went on from 6:30 to 8.
Well, the problem was once the radar showed the rain was going to come at the end of practice, couple that with the fact that it was 45 degrees with the humidity, and a bunch of parents just, you know, they didn't want their 7 or 8 year olds in that heat, and they're like, it's going to rain at the end anyways. And once the numbers get down to a certain thing, like the other head coach, his 2 kids weren't going to be there because they're away. And so, like, the numbers would have been too low. I'm like, look, I can if Aaron wants to practice, we can do stuff in the backyard. If only 2 or 3 kids are going to show up, you know, we'll just call.
We have 3 kids showing up tomorrow for practice, but we're still doing it, of course.
When it gets to that point, because it's just myself, the third coach, and our kids, I'm like, you know what? At the end of the day,
especially if it's going to rain,
I'll just throw it because Aaron likes. We'll just go to the park and do our own BP, which we do anyway.
Lightning. You don't want these kids holding these metal bats.
Or metal cleats.
Hanging out there.
You know they didn't have that rule when we were kids?
Yeah, we don't allow metal cleats.
They used to when we were young, you were allowed to have metal cleats. And I remember when I was a kid playing with metal cleats, and this was also back then they didn't always have the rule with 1 lightning strike and you got to stop play. I distinctly remember being at a tournament in metal cleats where we saw a lightning strike that was, I don't know how far away it was, but we kept playing until the rain came. And like nowadays,
No. Now there was lightning there, and they canceled it immediately. I was just like, whatever, man. It was too bad because it was guaranteed win night. I have fun like that.
Guaranteed what? Oh, the team you're playing.
No, not really. I was just trying to motivate the kids. I was like, this is guaranteed win night.
Oh.
And we would have won, but
I thought there was there was that team in the league. You know.
No. They're actually pretty. I think they're 2nd or 3rd place. Anyways, we played tonight again. Tomorrow is family movie night. We're doing pizza, we're doing nachos, and we're watching Happy Gilmore 2. I also want to watch that John Cena movie with Idris Elba, State of the Union.
No, Heads of State.
Heads of State. Did you watch it?
No, not yet. I added it to my list a couple of days ago.
We're waiting for
that. Looks hilarious.
My kids haven't been home much. Now they're home.
I also thought that somebody told me that other movie that Cena made wasn't going to be funny.
Every John Cena movie.
No, what was the name of it? The one where he pretends to be. The one where he's pretending to be. There's a group of friends and they have a buddy who they always talk
hilarious.
about.
Ricky Stenicki. It's literally
somebody told me, it was like, don't watch it. It's stupid.
Who is that somebody?
I don't remember who it was. It might have been somebody in the chat one day when I was like, I'm gonna add it to the list. That was freaking hilarious. I loved Ricky Stenicki. He was great. He was great in that. My daughter loves Cena. Look, I'll tell you right now, there was something I was saying in the midday show.
He got hair transplants because everyone was making fun of him at WrestleMania. Really? Yeah. Or at Hell in the Cell.
Embrace it, man.
And WrestleMania.
You got to be okay with it. I'm okay with it. Be comfortable. Be comfortable in yourself. I'm never going to color my hair. I might go bald because I actually do like it, but No, I mean, I might shave my head because I like the
To
look.
each their own. I mean, there's obviously people around here that
but
do
that's fine.
opposite of that. Yeah.
It's like whatever, just be comfortable with whatever your choice is and don't do things because other people want you to do them.
Except for trading.
But the other thing is, we were talking about patterns. I can tell you right now, the morning was the number of times, like I'm used to a certain, like it's weird. It shouldn't matter that much in terms of.
I know what you're going to say. It does matter.
No, it's
Where
in
you're
terms
sitting?
of no where I'm.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
No, it was also. You guys can't see we don't have that camera where you guys can see the layout anymore, do you? Because when everything is flipped.
I think people understand, like when you're looking one way.
like
For me too, I'm always looking this way at my screen.
But you know what I screwed up? I have level 2s connected to charts. Level 2s here connected to charts here. And when I flipped them on the other side, I didn't transpose them properly. So I would go over and I'd have like the chart, like this chart should be for that level 2, and I didn't have that correct, and I kind of messed it up. And at the open, I was all over the place, and I was like, I need to have this set up properly before I actually get into any trading. And the only trade that set up for me right at the open that I really liked was actually the Intel short. And the first thing I did was keystroke it. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Let's just get everything set up and be okay with it. Because once you have a pattern, and I probably sat in this chair on the right side for like 2 years straight since the last time I had to sit in the left desk, and I didn't have a layout. I had to make up the layout, which was kind of annoying. But I can tell you right now that Tesla's pulling back into the volume weighted average price. This is what we're waiting for. It's 316, not 315, by the way. Like I said over at the other desk, I think my VWAP was just wrong over there.
Yeah, we have.
Hopefully we don't lose him.
Google, you won't lose Steve Austin for a while there. I mean, I hope not. It's too bad about Hulk, that is for sure. But there it goes, man. There's Google. Let's go, man. Money. Again, man, the 4 for 4 day, like I said, man, just continues to go here with Google, with Palantir, with TQs. The TQQ trade was a great one, too, breaking right there. But there goes Google near the high of the day again. The high of the day is that 194 break, but we're going to wait to see if we can get back into those levels. Hopefully we can, and we'll be able to celebrate with some kind of a victory there. But for right now, we wait for Google to get back to that 194. What's up with Love the Trade? AMD broke 167. Yeah, okay, so shout out to you because did I just get filled on something? No, okay. All right, AMD, just really quick, make sure I don't have any orders out. The only order I have out right now is Google stop order. And I just, our Google stop order was breaking that 192.50 part. So right now we are well in the money, 2 or 3 to 1 on that trade. But yeah, there it goes, Love the Trade. We actually had mentioned that break right there of 167. So if you like the trade, you like the trade and you're probably in it already, but it's right here right now. And I did hear what Neil said about maybe waiting to see if there is sort of any kind of follow through or anything on this because it is the middle of the day right here at 2:40. I mean, we're getting close to the end, but not too actionable trades right now, especially with the futures doing what they're doing. I mean, obviously being long right now, we're hoping for a continued break higher right there on the NASDAQ. But, from yesterday, the big story is obviously we're Intel as we go. I mean, okay. It's funny because I have Intel written down here. If we get a pop, we want to fade, but there was no pop today, so there was no fade, and we're at the highest spot we've been at all day here today, just watching the stocks that we're watching, right? I mean, did I put that order out on Tesla? No, I did not. 318.50 is where we want to get out on Tesla, so we're going to put that out right there. Because AMD's ripping, probably NVIDIA's also heading.
Really.
No, not really. Okay, so it is an AMD day. We talked about that on the rundown, up over 3% is AMD when NVIDIA's down. To me, that's just a buy opportunity for NVIDIA because it shouldn't be anywhere down compared to AMD, but again, sometimes it's the rally in Reddit and some of those other names, some of those other websites to get going. Traders look at certain names, and there it goes. But wow, this Google is now a Dollar Club member. We've probably taken, again, I don't know, man. It's a trading show. I'm going to talk about trades. And sometimes people say, well, all you talk about is winning trades. I'm 4 for 4 today. And this trade we just have on right now is another dollar. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty good one. And we're going to take some profit out as we get closer to 94. So there's another out for us as we approach a key level of 94, and it's just coming out right there again. I don't know if we have any index rebalancing or anything today, as it is a Friday. We'll double check our notes. Maybe I can do the Shreve thing and ask ChatGPT. But for right now, we're just looking for mild gains here in the broad market. The ES up, actually pretty good gains. ES up 0.44, NASDAQ up 0.34. I mean, the chart on some of these things on the daily is just absolutely ridiculous. You want to talk about a bull run. A lot of these things that happen on Open Door, on LiDAR, on COS, we're in such a bull market where there's a lot of traders that have made a lot of money holding on to long, so they're putting this money to work, influencing, yeah, but getting these stocks to go, and it's just a lot easier when the stock market looks. Can you believe this is the market? Like this is ridiculous right here. Like you're talking about when Trump was like, guys, buy the market. That was right here. That was down at 434. You're at 567 on the NASDAQ right now. I'm just giving it halfway up because you're obviously not going to buy the very bottom when he says that. But even if you got involved an hour in, you're long down here, 450, something like that. Look at this market just continue to climb higher. First of all, why is this candle red would be the question I have to ask. But there it is, a nice move to the high side right there, just kept on going. Every single major red day has basically been covered up the very next day by a green candle. So, I mean, the market is long right now. People are buying it up. The NASDAQ new intraday high. S&P 500 new high. Dow new high. Deckers, I mean, the retail side of things this morning, hot, right? Hookah, Uggs, everyone buying everything. This looks a lot like Intel today. A lot of the earning plays actually didn't move, but Newmont Mining moved. NEM moved. We didn't trade this one, but this was a good mover on the day. We started off down here, nice little bump up. It's kind of been hovering around. And then Paramount, I don't know if that's, is this buyout-worthy trading? I don't, no, it hasn't moved down.
Well, so the thing about Para is it's like a weird deal, and it was PARR.
RRR?
PARRA, I believe, is the other one that was PARAA. So there's like two symbols to look at. PARAA was the one that was.
I'm tired.
Yeah, like that one was the 23 cash. And I think it's one of those, like, it was good news, but there was no trading whatsoever to be done. I looked at it, it just sort of faded on the day, and then PARAA didn't do any volume, so there wasn't really anything there. Tesla's at VWAP, which is about the only thing I'm looking at right now. Outside of SMCI is about to break 54. We talked about that on the midday, and it never did, but it's trying to right now. And SMCI sometimes move like it's a 3x daily leveraged name, but it's not. That said, if you are a Canadian trader, guess what? You now have the opportunity to boost your exposure by looking at NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 3x daily leveraged ETFs with Beta Pro by Global X, everybody. They're aiming to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. They've got built-in FX hedging, which is a fantastic feature for anyone wanting the stabilization between the currencies, which is important these days. So that way, whether you're bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for the active day trader ready to take on the markets. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Shout out to them. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. So as I said, Tesla's at VWAP. There's Tesla bouncing on VWAP. It's about 316 and change. If it loses 316, I am going to want to get out of it, Austin. Oh, man, goodness. I was watching some videos last night. And
oh, yeah, you said you were going to do that.
Yeah, on the train home, like take advantage of the free Wi-Fi on the train and watch.
You never run out of data. I mean.
Yeah, watch some Hogan stuff. Whatever. I'm reminded of just how fun it was when you're a kid and enjoying. Like, you know it's fake, but I remember how much fun I had watching, like, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, and I ended up watching a bunch of other wrestlers.
I mean, Jake the Snake Roberts didn't have like a deadly snake climbing all over everybody?
I love Jake the Snake. Jake the Snake, not just because my last name is Roberts, but I loved Jake the Snake. So I'm going to take a shot at a 54 break on SMCI. I just want to quickly show you. He's the man. The other day when people said, what's your favorite finishing move? And I was like, I put it in the chat. We weren't on. It was the midday show was on. I was like immediately DDT because of Jake the Snake.
I like the Randy Savage elbow off the top rope. It's pretty sweet. The frog splash.
But I just wanted to point out one thing about this break. There's overhead resistance at 54.25 on SMCI. So this could be a situation where I get in. If immediately it fails the first quarter, I might want to jump out of that trade rather quickly. But I think this looks very, very strong. Jimmy the Fly Snuka as well. Oh my goodness, there's so many you can get into from that era that I just absolutely loved. But SMCI, we're talking about what was moving and what wasn't in the chip space, and NVIDIA wasn't going and AMD was. SMCI is going as well. I don't think there was a particular story with regards to them, but good little bounce. It's wanted this breakout for a while. There you go. 54 has been a huge, huge level. I'm just looking for the break. 54. Once you get through the 25 or the first quarter, I think you have room to give yourself that $1 or $2. No, Tesla just cannot hold on to VWAP. It was so good at the volume weighted average price earlier, but just not this time. So we had it early. It does look like it's giving it up. Tesla just doesn't want to go. We had it a couple times in the midday. Yeah. It gave one bounce for me, and then I tried it a second time, no moss. What happened here? Oh, yeah. I'm like, why didn't I go long here when it retook VWAP? That's because I was resetting myself up over here. That was, you know what, that's the time. The first time it goes through VWAP, but then whatever. I wasn't ready to trade at that point, so that is what it is. Tesla losing the bid a little bit here, but my order is out on SMCI. Next week.
Position board.
Oh yeah, the position board just went down. Next week, if SMCI makes that, if it doesn't break today and it breaks next week, I still want it. This feels like, whoops, this is the wrong daily chart. SMCI has been making micro moves to the upside. It just feels like it's ready to make a bigger one with this consolidation. Like we're going to finally get that, give it a couple of days and it goes 10 to 15% instead of these smaller moves on SMCI. It's just coiling and coiling and coiling. Like you can't tell me when everything is going meme crazy that SMCI isn't due for a little something special.
Right.
So that's why I want to take a shot at the 54 break, and I want to try it next week as well.
All right, so yeah, a couple shots there on Tesla, and we get out as well as Tesla there breaks through VWAP. So we'll conclude, again, a pretty good day on Tesla as we'll wait to see, what comes of it now. Looks like we may fade back out, but I mean, Tesla, big time trading today for me. It'll be P&L number 2 on the day. We'll have Palantir, then Qs, and then our good friend, Google. And we just actually talked about getting some out there on Google. Just some points here right now. ServiceNow yesterday had a big day, giving some back a little bit today. It's a $1,000 name, so it's not something that we're going to be looking at, but that's now down 2%. They had a decent day yesterday, but nice move. What just happened there? TQs. We got out some more of the futures right there. ServiceNow had a deal there with Google last night. And $1.9 billion server deal or something like that. So we're going to watch out for ServiceNow and see if that can keep on going. If we're going to have a quick little broader look on everything, let's reset this and give you guys an opportunity here to get your votes up in. So we're going to fresh start this. Type in the chat. Get this chat going a little bit right here. So thanks to Fabian for building this up. All right, so everybody in the chat, all you have to do is type in $BBAI. There it goes, and they start, basically producing. I don't know how. Obviously, there's some way to do this, but shout out to Fabian there for getting all of these symbols in here. Like there's Big Bear AI. They're all just sort of coming in right now. So as you start to put different names in the chat, make sure I want to say a big shout out to everybody that's part of our mobile stream as well right now. Thank you so much for supporting that. The mobile stream's been hot lately, so we want to give a big shout out to everybody watching on their mobiles. Ethereum there, IBM a day 2 play. We like that. CoreWeave, interesting today as well. Down 4% CoreWeave. Okay, that might be worth looking at. Rigetti. Not only did Fabian do all of this, it also shows current trading data.
That's
so if you click on Palantir, it's going to show you the chart. It's going to show you everything, the high, the low, the volume, all of that right into here, man. This guy, great work so far, Fabian. Thanks for building that. And I mean, it's mean a lot to us for the visualization of said stocks. So get your answers in there and let us know what you guys want us to look at. Oh no, we're covering the computers up. We got something going on. I think they're doing the floors again over the weekend, right? Is that what's happening, Russell? Yeah, so they're getting the floors ready to go. There we go, covering it all up. Because that OBIS form, make sure you cover that up, Russell. We don't need any sort of problem with Sharif, man. This guy bench press us over our...
Or you could cover everything but the OBIS form up. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, then you'll be responsible for that one, Neil. But
I can run again. I can run fast.
We'll get that covered up right there. Yeah, eat some salad, Neil. But yeah, for right now, that is ServiceNow, another name there. I'm going to have a quick look at everything in a couple minutes. I just wanted to review also some of the stocks that have been going back and forth here today. As sometimes we don't go over all of the names, we just go over some of the names that you guys want to look at. But let's just see what's going on in the overall market here today. So, yeah, I guess a good day overall, right? I mean, you don't see too much red here across the board. If you do see anything, maybe the health technologies had a little bit of an up and down spot there. We saw Eli Lilly bounce around today. There was that HIMSS news, so that could be a play there somewhere regarding HIMSS. But Eli Lilly makes the move up. J&J. J&J's had a great run as of late, right up there to 170. We talked about trimming some of that off. As you know, 170 has been the high for J&J. As you know, traders looking for some dependable stocks. J&J's been pretty consistent over its lifespan with a decent dividend and not a tech name. So maybe a little bit of a switch over into J&J, giving back a little bit there today. Other than that, consumer non-durables not having great time again. And these are just the easygoing stocks. They're the ones that aren't necessarily ripping and tanking every single day. We wait for earnings on these plays. Pepsi, Coke down, Procter & Gamble down. Again, as we get some more deals going through here, we wait to see what that next shoe to drop is as far as China and EU, right? A lot of these names playing hard. Colgate, they're playing hard in the EU. So watch out for that as well, Philip Morris. So that's what's going on a little bit in some of these stocks. The tech space just continues to be hot. Microsoft, Google, Meta, Broadcom, Apple, Nvidia just keeps on going and going and going. GE, Cisco, they're all pretty hot today. Even our guy Tesla over here up 3% with a nice move. Amazon's the one maybe to look at. Amazon's had a huge run. We got a question earlier about Amazon and heading into earnings and, you know, what was sort of the thought there behind those kind of plays. My thought about Amazon is if you like the stock, here's ServiceNow. Let me just call it up for you on Amazon. I just think you buy more on dips, man. I mean, always nervous hands heading into earnings calls because you never know what they're going to report or what they're going to talk about. But if AWS was a good driver for them last quarter, you sort of saw the number from Google, you know, their cloud was strong. I know Google's cloud might be a little bit different because of some of the offerings that they have with Gemini and their pro accounts, and they're giving more space and more storage. And some of that storage has come at a discount for many clients as well. So we'll see if Amazon has any takes on that. But I really like the stock. I think if you're looking at a daily chart here for Amazon, any kind of pullback into 225, they report, most of these stocks are coming through next Wednesday or Tuesday, AMZN. I'll get that for you exactly. 11 days. So they're in 2 weeks Tuesday, so August the 5th. So they're not coming next week, but that's going to be a big report. Is that right?
Same day as AMD.
Hold on a second.
AMD's
in 6 days. Sorry, that was Open Door. Was August 6th. Sorry, in 6 days. So it is next week, Thursday, July 31st. So a day after Fed, we'll get Amazon. I think you could wait for it, man. Any pullbacks into this area, great. Anything into the 215, another great spot. But you're well off of, I don't know why the 200's not populating, but you're well away from the 200 period moving average. That's always a little scary. So I would say hold your horses on Amazon. I don't necessarily know if I'd buy more up here, but a great run for AMZN. Let's see if it continues into next week. Thursday, earnings call for Amazon. I know you picked up some Google yesterday. I'd wait for Amazon.
After earnings, I'd agree with that. Yeah. I think it just, I was waiting for a little confirmation.
Names, really.
It was just fine.
Unless you're taking a shot on.
Well, the difference between it with Google was that its valuation is nice, so that makes it a little bit easier to pull the trigger. Like, my concern would be like the disappointing first move that Alphabet had on what was the great quarter. It wasn't quite as strong initially as you would have liked to see, but maybe that'll bode poorly for Amazon. I have no idea. But my real concern with Amazon has nothing to do necessarily with Amazon. It's that at the very first sign of CapEx spend going down between them, Google, which didn't happen, and Microsoft, and there's some stuff that I'm looking to sell. And I will certainly I'm going to be a seller of at least 10% of my GE Vernova if one of the big three hyperscalers decreases their CapEx, and I'll probably trim some SMR as well. Like those nuclear names, once any of those guys say we're not spending as much on AI in the data center, that's just carte blanche to take some profits in things like GE Vernova. So we're getting real close here. SMCI is about to break. It's got a consolidation level of the, oddly enough, 53.76, which means the quarter level is the area to watch. There's overhead resistance at the quarter, and you've got a little bit of a shake level here as it just held 53.74. Well, that's right. I can't have my stop in until I actually get the position because I'm using an edge A stop. What I like is there's certain stop orders we use where I could have both put in, but I'm going to have to wait till I get filled on the breakout and then put my stop to cover me. I think we got out of Tesla. That's now back into 315. Looks like it's running out of steam just a little bit. There goes SMC. Oh, Google also went to Google just bounced off 193 cleanly. Got to get my stop order in there on SMCI and see where this one can go. Now, if you weren't paying attention before, SMCI has 54.25 as overhead resistance. If it can chew through that, there's almost like another wave that it has potentially to the upside. That goes from the 15th, so that was like a couple of weeks ago, or like last week on Monday, I guess, or Monday or Tuesday, when it made that high. So that's what it's trying to press into. I want to make sure I should be taking it out in front of that level, and we'll see how far that bad boy can go. But Google just bounced off 193, even almost. Ooh, that was one heck of a trend break. I kind of stopped trading this at about noon when it lost VWAP and then didn't get back into it when it gained VWAP, right? Because we were in the rundown and I was setting up. That's kind of silly, but that's the only chance. It was right here. You could have had it off VWAP. This morning, suffice to say, I liked it at 93. That's kind of obvious. I was buying in front before. If we get a chance to dip in front of it again, I think I will take that opportunity. I love Alphabet, and the only thing that's maybe not the best, that big trend line that it's doing, it's back underneath the trend line. That said, not terribly worried about it. It's green today, and it's stronger than the market today, so there's relative strength in it, despite the fact that it kind of snuck underneath this trend line that it's been respecting, but it's really holding the top. Like, I know, technically speaking, it's not closing above that trend line, but I still feel like it's breaking out because that's what it's telling me with its relative strength. So I'll try to get those 93s if we can. We'll see how far SMCI can go, and let's know what else you guys are watching here. As far as Tesla goes, it's trying to bounce 315, but that's been in such a downward trend. You know, this was your one chance. The first time off VWAP was the best chance to go. And you gotta, I always say this, I always like it best the first time off a level or a setup as opposed to the second or third time, especially with like a reversion like that. Feel like, you know, you try it here and you win, you try it here and you lose, whatever. But you don't get it here, and then you try it the second time, that always sucks. So a bit of a fail to have not gotten it at 2 o'clock when it bounced off VWAP. 3% for Tesla is good. It just felt like it was going to hold better than this, like a few hours ago.
Yeah, Tesla, yeah, exactly. I was thinking that we weren't going to break that. I don't know why I was muted there. Like we were going to break some kind. Oh, I was going to sneeze. That's why I never did it. Break VWAP. But I mean, this is why we talk about Google, right? We talk about simple trade, simple man. You know, you get up to those highs and you got to get out. So we have now we have 10% left now of Google as we get into there. So, all right, let me just check out the stock visualizer. And what you guys want to talk about. It looks like Big Bear AI will get there. Tesla also on the watch. Palantir, Rocket Lab. So let's go over some Big Bear AI. We actually haven't looked at Big Bear AI yet here today. This name, of course, is the Trader TV Live family, which is all of you. I think I'm the only one around here. I think that's long Big Bear AI. But you know, we talked about this name at $3, $4, $5, and we also talked about it at $8.50. That was the last time I got some out. Now it is going to look like yeah, $8.50, but we got out live on the show at $8.50 when we were telling everybody it was actually $8.53 is where we got out of some Big Bear AI when it was starting to pop through. We also got some out in and around here too, $6.50 once we took out that level. We actually didn't get an opportunity to get any out down here at $6 because once it popped through, it was this day on this candle where we said, you know what, we've broken back down through here. And you guys have asked me, because I've been talking about Big Bear AI for months, what was the bull case? We gave it to you, broke it down. I hope it was, again, taken, or if not, that's fine. I mean, it's not going to fit everybody's. I don't have as much money in this as I wish I did, so now we have to wait for it to pull back down a little bit. I actually think it's pretty constructive what it's doing right now. Those of you, or those of us, who knows who did it, but bought up in and around here, $8, that's probably a mistake. We only spent about 7 or 8 days above $8 in its lifetime. So we're gonna have to now wait to see what happens the next time we get in and above this area. Remember, you're gonna wait for big short floats. This has one. This is a 25% short float on Big Bear AI, if not a little bit more than that. So on earnings, this stock has a great opportunity to go. All they gotta do is report some kind of profitability, and this thing is moon. So again, hold whatever you want. I'm out of about 20 to 25% of my position. I think that was a good call. We talked about that earlier. How much of this do you hold versus how much do you not? I got a question on Palantir. That stock has been like almost the first 10 plus bagger that I've ever actually held with any kind of conviction. So, I mean, Palantir, again, another one of those names. Like, there we go. Okay. Wow, that was really weird. My whole order log just disappeared and came back. I've never even seen that happen before. All right, so Palantir, I was like...
That doesn't seem good.
The whole order log disappeared and came back. So I don't know what it's trying to tell me. Maybe I should just log off right now. But
you know what they say, log out and log back.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do that. But right here, maybe I should. Palantir, anyways, great movement to the upside. And it is to toot our own horn because, again, this is another name that Prad got me this hat when Palantir was like $20 because all I could do was talk about it. And there it is, Palantir Investor. So if we're talking about it at $20, it's at 160 right now. I just think that, hey, with this kind of a parabolic move, we always feel like real bad when this kind of a move happens and you're always questioning life and what have you done. I would just say that if you are, I like that, Fabian, or Andre, if you are looking at Palantir right now and thinking, A, the 350 PE is a little too frothy, check, agreed on that one, face slap on that number for sure. But at the same time, that has been the case for this whole move up. That was always the case on Palantir. It was never valued as a value stock. It's the whole point of this is it's a shot, and the shot's already been made. And if you've taken it and done well, I would say just either keep on riding it, trim something off. Like I said, man, take a vacation, do something. I'm going to try to hold Palantir for $2. I still think we can get to $200. And again, that's just a psychological level. We're not holding this for any other reason other than momentum. It's really playing. And again, you know, with Trump and all this talk about military spending, I think Palantir continues to win. It's the reason why I like Google. It's the reason why I think I'm going to be buying some more CrowdStrike. Maybe I have been. I like this stock. I like Palo Alto. I mean, I like the business of cybersecurity, and that's just another one of those sort of themes that I think you want to play here as we look for more opportunity heading into the second half of 25, because Neil,
it's huge.
They're not stopping interest rate. Like interest rates right now, we already looked at the odds. It's around a quarter of a chance, or about 40% chance that we get that quarter point high, cut in September. So we'll wait to see. Nothing's going to happen in July. It's like 97% chance of nothing. Then we'll wait. And there was a 40% chance that we get 2 cuts by the time December's here. So that's 50%. That's good for Open Door. It's probably good for some of these. Can't believe we're saying like Open Door like that, but could be good for them with interest rates.
Well, the thing about Open Door, why I think you have to keep an open mind, is exactly the Carvana thing. And we had this question. It was joking around in the midday show, but does anyone actually think Carvana is worth that valuation? But I could have asked that question when Carvana was at $150, and it would have been still a stream of 2s instead of 1s, myself included. It's still doubled from there. The stock market can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent if you decide to bet against something that's trending to the upside. It's that simple. And I guess it's the other way too. Like, you just keep buying something that's trash then that you think is valuable, then you can still get burned. Although I would say this, if you are dip buying something that you think is undervalued for fundamental reasons, that is, in my opinion, infinitely better than blindly shorting into something just because you think it's nonsense. Because one of them is far more likely to destroy you than the other. Dip buying on something that you think has value in the long run probably isn't going to kill you, even if it means you could have had your money somewhere else in opportunity cost. But it's very unlikely to ruin things for you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Intel caught a bottom, and it's not you're not losing money buying Intel's low. But if you short open and it goes to 40, you're finished. You're not a hedge fund with billions that can just keep on holding it forever. That's how they win those things, because they can hold it literally forever, knowing eventually it's going to come down. We can't do that. That's why I do not short things in my personal account. Just one other note here. The Google Alphabet just came back to 93s and was nice enough to bounce off 05. So thank you. But it's struggling to get through the volume weighted average price here. There was a halt that I'll get to in a quick little second on, I don't know the name, MCVT. So I haven't traded it, caveat. When I pull it up, it'll be my first time looking at it today, which I always like to say. There's a difference between names that we do in the rundown or we've been talking about or I've looked at the chart. But if it's the first time I'm looking at it, you guys should know. SMCI is like slowly climbing in. Remember, first resistance is at the first quarter, that 54.25. So I have an offer out in front of that. And now we can go to MCVT, which looks like it's halted for the second time this afternoon. No, it's the first hold. That's weird. It shows, whatever, my scanner it unhalted. That's what's showing up on my scanner. So MCVT up 220%. Yikes, what is this thing all about here? Mill City Ventures? What is going on? There's literally isn't a story other than that it halted. Nothing on my news.
Circuit breaker to the upside.
Yeah, circuit breaker to the upside, and the other story is from 2 weeks ago.
I mean, it's probably.
I'm going to just check the fundamentals because it's probably just a low float name.
Mill Street Organic?
The float's 2.7 million, so that's about it.
It's probably done.
Yeah, and it's done, well.
70 million?
What is that, like 30 times?
Okay.
Yeah, so it's done 30 times its float.
Has it done 7? No.
87.
Oh, wow, good guess.
So 30 times its float has been turned over on no news that I can find. If somebody knows what the news is on this stock, that'd be great, but I can't find it whatsoever. So just be a little bit careful. Probably some kind of a soak the float situation where there's a limited amount of shares out there. So if they all get bought up early and then it gets pumped, guess what? Anyone that shorts it intraday, if the people that were soaking it up early on big volume don't release their shares, anybody shorting this move when it breaks out again is trapped. So, and that can move the stock the same way an already high short float can. It's a similar mechanic, but it just usually involves a single firm or a group of people or maybe even one person with enough buying power where they have such an accumulation of the float and have such a big position that there's just nothing out there for borrows. They've gotten everything that they can, and then that usually can make it run for a couple of days. So that could be happening on MCVT. That is a monster move that it is now on. Monster. But the market's not doing a heck of a lot here today. I wish I could tell you that the NASDAQ was more than this 1/3 of 1%. Kind of a disappointing day, but I think it's a good sign a lot of times when we...
I mean, the thing is...
No, but when you look at the NASDAQ, at the end of the week, okay, we're not doing much, but look at the chart to end the week.
Exactly.
We're consolidating over the highs. What more can you ask for?
I mean, that is literally exactly, that might not be the same.
You can, yeah, you can say
but
that.
I guess you could, yeah. This is why we wrote this down on our sticky note. And again, it's not, well, I'm going to talk about some more macro stuff in a minute, but there was a TQQs, and we just wrote down exactly that, was the long breakout of NASDAQ on the weekly break. Like, if there was going to be momentum today, we wanted the 59 long on the TQs. There's Palantir again. I've just been getting some more out. There's another out on Palantir. I'm slowly getting out of everything. See if we could put on some new positions, but there was the 59 break right there. Look, I'd love to find something to put something on. Let me know if there's anything in the chat. We've already sort of looked at many of these things. What's up, this guy b-balling? Neil, do you care about monthly and yearly resistance lines at all? I don't, but we can ask Neil that in a minute. I just look at, for me, it's really just 20-minute charts, 5-minute charts, dailies for breakouts.
If I was swing trading, I would, for sure.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I think that's another part of the question, right, is that we don't know
exactly. What's the time for a day trade?
What time?
I don't think they matter on a day trade.
No, I mean, we'll have Michael Noss, he talks about doing research over the weekend, and he looks at weekly candles and closes and stuff like that. So I do think that there is some relevance. I want to thank you for that question.
The only way I would use it is it might give me a bias in terms of direction. Like, so when, like, I'll give you a perfect example. Maybe, like, if you look at the load, if you look at the trend, like these trend lines on the daily in Palantir, this gives me a direction. The second it bounced here, directional bias till it gets to the top of the trend line, because it's an upward channel. And when AMD had a downward channel like this, probably last year, AMD had a downward channel like this. Every time it got to the top of the channel, directional bias to the short side until it got to the bottom of the channel. But that just meant you went into the day looking for a day trade. You still had to figure out where you wanted to short it. Like the other day, when Sean was gone, it was almost hilarious. There was which day was it on Palantir? I feel like it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
The point is, if you looked at Palantir, it's been all up days. Up, 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 up. And then the one reversal of this pullback day was probably the most obvious indicator that you had to be in the long, like the 23rd. And I think it was one of those situations where, like, I had it, I took the reversion almost every single day on Palantir, and then it was this day in here. It was like the 21st. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was this day where I had it, and like that was that was like the one day where it didn't really follow through the whole buy the dip because it's an upward trend. The next day was a wipeout bottom and literally the best day to have bought the reversion. But sometimes you get wrapped up in the it didn't work the day before, you don't do it the next day. But if you had just gone back to the trend line tells me I should be looking for the buy the dip reversion every day while it's on the way to the top of the channel. So it's so easy to get wrapped up in, oh man, I did this 2 days in a row, one worked, the last one didn't, don't do it on the third day. Nah. Palantir's pattern is usually, unless it does one of these breakout days, it's buy the dip. Buy the dip, but you have to be patient doing it, because sometimes it has a heavy candle like this where it drops down $6, but there's almost always someone in there buying it. And when I say someone, you know what I mean. I just mean like the market in a general sense, like not an actual person, although maybe it is. So SMCI is very, very slowly grinding. It just got to the quarter, has not really bursted through. 54.24 is the high. That was the high from a week ago, so it makes sense. That's the first place as well. I see a few people saying MCVT faces NASDAQ compliance issue.
Oh, maybe that might be part of the rally.
Really? Not because it's a penny stock, though. It's got to be some other reason why it would have a compliance issue. It's been it has not been below $1 ever. Although I've heard something about Open Door getting close to regaining compliance. How many days in a row has it been? Yeah, I guess so.
How many days does it have?
1, 2, 3. I think it's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it's not yet. It's not 10
I guess
days.
assuming it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see 9. I think it's a day away. That's big, by the way.
Only a day.
I remember when Mullen was like at 8 days or something, and then it was dropping underneath $1. Yeah. And then in the afternoon, you would see buyers try to push it to $1 late in the day.
So we'll see if we get that.
No, but Open's not going to get there. If Open gets to $1 and it's within a day or two of regaining compliance, there will be buyers. Somebody always tries, but it's not going to get there. It's been too strong. I don't think it gets to $1. Any chance, but whatever. If you see a penny stock in that situation, where it's on the last couple of days to regain compliance over $1 and it's within 90 cents, if I see a buy program or any big bid, because that's what happened on Mullen, someone showed up at like a million shares at 90, you just go long 91 and hope they push it up there. And I hate to use the word hope, but if you know exactly what they're trying to do and you can risk 1 cent, why not do it? So, all right, SMCI went to first resistance, and it looks like first resistance is winning. So this might end up being a 25-cent move after all. And it's 320, so if it breaks down underneath 54, I'll just get out flat. It's kind of weird that I got 99s and evens when it broke, which doesn't usually make a lot of sense, but every now and then that happens. It's just the dark pools. And when we use keys, we have the ability to use routing keys that can sweep multiple books. And every now and then you'll get a breakout price that's like flat, which just means in the liquidity vacuum as it broke, someone probably stuffed a last-second sell order that you interacted with, and you get lucky. Oftentimes, you'll get 1s, 2s, and 3s. I think I just got fortunate there.
All right, Marcus. Yes, Marcus. Yes, we will look at Datadog. So again, like this has been a good name because it was added to the S&P 500, right? Or was it the Nasdaq? It was one of them. But there's the gap up there, and you know we talk about where do you want to get long on names. It's like, okay, so we didn't know it was going to get added, took everybody by surprise, poor Robinhood, poor everybody else, et cetera. But Datadog gets it, but then look what happens. Whoops, comes right back in and gives you that exact long again. That matches up here with that January low. So I really like this stock. The fact that we bounced off of its gap there and didn't even really think about filling it. I mean, sure, okay. We got within $1 of filling it, that's fine, but we didn't really back test anything. We didn't test down into here, into 130s. We basically got right to that gap, and then we shot right back up. So yes, with 2.4%, again, these guys are the integrity of data, making sure that, all these AI models are being run properly, sourced out for power and everything like that. I like Datadog. I think it's in the right space. I'm not really sure what some of their competition is or anything like that. I don't know if it's Snowflake, or I'm not sure, but I don't know a comparable, which is what I would look at. But for right now, Datadog, huge move to the upside, and I just think it continues to work. Again, I like the name. I like the fact that it's now in, I believe it's S&P 500, right? Yep. So I really think that that's a good sort of strong reason to be in the name now. It was added because of its strength. So I like Datadog right there. LLM driven workflows and things like that. So Datadog, again, good space, good name. And if we're going to talk about AI trades still being for real, we had ServiceNow, we had Google. All of these names really came out pretty strong over the last little bit, giving us some of these move higher, right? That GE Vernova, another spot right there powering all of this stuff, and they continue to go higher. So these are not plays that are here just for a minute. These should be plays that work for a while, so yeah, I like Datadog. I did get out of Snowflake at $200, but maybe we should be buying some back in, as that's 10% higher right now. Was right into here, just kept on bouncing its head, so eventually at some point we got out there. Their report, I think, was the very next day or something, went up to 224. And look at this back test again as well, back down into 210, and now going through higher and higher and higher. So some of these plays definitely, have a spot in everybody's portfolio. That is for sure, I believe so.
You know what, Snowflake?
Anyways.
This is where I covered my swing on Snow, but not this time, the last time. I'm looking at a monthly last year. The fact that look at that double bottom, double top. This is a monthly chart, everybody. Just wanted to be able to, look at that. Double bottom essentially at 120, double top. Well, it's not a double top yet, but it's going to be at 240 when it gets there. This could go. You want to play some names that are catch up. I know the valuation's a concern with them, but what isn't, man?
Yeah, they're all.
If you get so hung up on valuation, you would have never had Amazon for years. You would have never had Tesla for years. You wouldn't have Palantir. I wouldn't have GE Vernova. If it was about valuation, I would have sold GE Vernova $300 ago. But although I'll tell you right now, I don't know what. I can't look at that chart and be like, it is GE Vernova. It's not Palantir. How could I not be taking profit? It's not the kind of stock that I expect to do the moves that it's doing. It's trading like it's SMR, which is nonsensical to me. I love the space, and I think they're going to win long term. It's just, it seems a bit much. I can even be someone to tell you that. When I pull up a chart of SMR, I expect it to look like this when it goes, or NNE or Oklo. I expect that. When I pull up CEG, Vistra, GEV, I'm not usually expecting charts to look like that. But hey, bull market, you ride the wave till it breaks the trend as far as I'm concerned. But I do like that Snowflake. I might get back into that one.
That's right. I think it is about trend riding, Yeah. You want to make sure that you're in the right names in the right space. SMR is a great example. We talked about SMR. I could message my friend here where we were along SMR $11, $12 and still are, and that continues to go higher. But again, to the point is that we don't talk you guys know the position on Palantir is quite large. We've talked about that over and over again. But like I was saying, stocks not always are all traded with the same defaults or anything like that in your long-term portfolios. So it's like, depends on how much exposure you have in some of these plays. Like I was trimming some individual names and buying indexes. I think that that's pretty important to do, especially when you feel like stocks have got a little frothy. I'll probably do that with Palantir coming up pretty soon. Let's see what happens next week, because next week the big earnings are in the building one more time next week, man. I mean, it's Meta, it's Amazon, it's Microsoft. They're all here and they're all ready to go. So we're going to be excited for that into next week. Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta. And then, not only that, next week we also have Fed, which
will be a nothing burger, but still.
Yeah, will be a whatever.
Well, this is the crazy thing.
Flush down your expectations, because
the tour was more exciting than the Fed day is going to be.
Oh yeah, way more exciting. Way more exciting. Well, the Fed day, again,
if you haven't checked out the tour, watch it.
The only reason it could be exciting is just you're going to get the question and answer period. There's always some movements there. I really like trading Fed days. If you guys have watched Fed days,
oh, you got to be.
And you think that I trade a lot, you'll see me on Fed day. By the way, I trade the least now out of all four of us. So most size, but least amount of names. Joe, I think, probably, and it's just about fixing up your style. Trade whatever style is best, but I'm trying to fix up that and get more into specific trade plays. So on a Fed day, though, I know we'll be trading names like Apple and the futures and things like that. So pay attention for that. But that's July 30th. There is a more important day, and that is the extension. It's taco time. It's August 1st is trade deadline.
Yes.
So trade deadline. What is this, the NHL or something? Tariff deadline. It's your NFL trade deadline day.
I know what you meant.
Where's Shefty and Shams and all those guys? But no, tariff day. And I think that's going to be something that's really exciting to watch out for. For a name, you just mentioned Tesla, for a name like Tesla, for a name like anything right here, as we wait to see sort of where the market will take us on said tariff day. Yeah, what is going on with Tesla right now?
Tesla just
Reuters cites California. I have the news story right here. I don't have it in my ear yet, but this is it right here. Reuters cites California regulatory saying Tesla plans charter transfer service for friends, families, and employees selected members. Tesla is not allowed to test or transport the public, paid or unpaid, in an autonomous vehicle with or without driver.
Rejected by California.
Rejecting California, saying, right now to Tesla. So watch out now. I think that is the catalyst that you're looking for to go short right now. Yeah, that's a monster market. If California's not playing nice, not that that means that other states will or won't, but that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to see that happen to your stock.
Sure, none of that's political.
Yeah, well, Gavin Newsom hasn't been a fan of Donald Trump. He's obviously a Democrat. Tesla, although obviously known as, I guess, a conservative stock because of Elon Musk's affiliation with Trump, but that is sort of kind of gone by the wayside right now.
You know when you have to hate?
I don't know.
Bad. Anyways, look, it doesn't.
I'm going short.
It's hammering the stock right now.
I don't know.
It's not good news because that's a major state. That's like the size of. Well, I'm not going to punk us, but yeah, it's the size of Canada. It's a huge.
The population.
Yeah, it's a huge market. And that's just not good for them whatsoever.
What is California's population, anyways?
I don't know.
Canada's 42 million. Something.
It's got to be close.
It's got to be close. Here it is right now, man. We talked about trading, and we're not going to ruin our day with any sort of a trade here on Tesla, that's for sure. But we put it back in. Oh, we didn't put it back in. We put a trade on right now. It just bounced off 80. I'll bid 80s to see if we can get 50 cents on. Let's take out a third if it does drip down inside a little bit here. Again, we're going to wait to get some clarification on that. Paid or unpaid autonomous vehicles with or without a driver. Tesla is not allowed to test or transport the public, paid or unpaid, in an autonomous vehicle with or without the driver. So, I punched into basically 10% of a position that I normally would there. We talk about purple being short. It's the only short that we've had all day. As far as giving money back in Tesla, that's just, I'm not going to do that, right? Like, hopefully this holds out. I'll wait until it retakes the 50-period moving average, but other than that, man, I'll just puff, pass and wait on this. So right there, 315.40, willing to take this all the way up there. 315.40, is that what I said? Yeah, 315.40. So we'll average it in. If it comes back up to 314 and change, we'll take a little bit more there. But right now, let's let this settle down. We can't go red on the stock. We're not taking any kind of a position right now. Just a small one on news. It did go 50 cents in the money, but that's about it. Let's hold out that Tesla does something for us. Right now, it's kind of just cruising around. Palantir back to $3. Google not doing too much. And the future's kind of going downside on this news.
Yeah, I think that Tesla's, the futures weren't moving, but Tesla's enough that when you're going sideways, it's going to bring the market down.
There could be more to that story. That's it.
I was just, yeah, like there isn't more. Like I'm waiting for there to be like an article or something more in depth than just that headline that we just got. But what is going again after I got out flat was SMCI. So SMCI is still above that 54. It did break it ever so slightly. And I got out at 99s, but that's kind of where our last entry was. But this is really starting to hold. I'm going to look for another entry back into, I hoped it would give me 54s again on SMCI. If we can't get that in the next couple of minutes, then I'll look for it to hold these quarters. And once I can see buyers above the quarters, just jump in here again. But obviously, there's only about 30 minutes left in the day. I'm just going to have this up. There were there's nothing expected at the close. I know it's a Friday, but there were no index rebalances or anything that we should be looking forward to specifically. I do see early look TSLZ is there for $1 million to sell. You don't always see that. Maybe it has something to do with the news. FCX is a buy of 1 million shares. That's about it. Nothing else. HIMS is a sell of 500,000. I suppose that could be something. They had a negative news story earlier in the session. Yeah, HIMS has been under a lot of pressure, but it actually recovered pretty well off that. All right, here comes SMCI looking like it's coming right back in to that 54 level. We'll see if we can't get 54s again as we did before.
I'm literally just piecing everything out, man. I mean, Palantir's trying to go. We got out some more Google right here as well. We got out some more of the futures here as well on that move down. Maybe we got to put another offer. We're pretty light on everything. Let's go find out who made all the money yesterday. This is brought to you by Real Trading, so we get that money in there. And then also, as we run through all of these gifts, you get stacked up right there. Stack up your cash and get. Where's Ozan these days, my guy? Where's Ozan? Used to always want that cash cow. What's up, Ozan? If you are not here, I guess you won't hear me. Okay, this is who's making money. So it looks like these are real stats, right? I mean, you know, we will read stuff from Trade the Pool and stuff like that. Those are reads. This is, I have no idea what these numbers are before we call them up. This is brought to you by Real Trading. We do have a system here called Trader Information Portal where you can get trader alerts, research notes, the calendars here, the economic calendar, our LMS, which is our training protocol. That's here as well. Market guides, the manual for our software is here as well. So if you are part of it, we'll just scroll down. These are the top 10 traders today, meaning yesterday. So yesterday, at the end of the day, we run all the numbers, comes through, spits out this lovely chart or whatever this is here. Table is a great word, what I was looking for there, table. So yesterday someone, and these are the markets that they're traded, and all the dollars that you see here are denominated in US dollars. So, okay, so someone yesterday in the NASDAQ 11, I mean, a great day. These are, you know, obviously funded and, you know, traders that have some sort of buying power behind them. $11,000, $9,000, $9,700 for this individual trader trading both the CME, NASDAQ, and New York. Amex, all the way down. Remember, Amex could be many different names. SPY is over on .am as well. So anything that's traded on NYSE American, that would be the Amex. BMNR is another one that is traded. So those could always be. And we always try to like reverse engineer. I don't have any of the stocks. We actually don't publish the stocks on here for the ones that we don't want. I mean, I know the reason why we do that, and it's just
it's an old reason.
Yeah. Anybody that has any questions about what stocks are popular to trade, speak to your trading floor development team. They'll be able to, which was the sort of what I was running before the show, and that was to help trading floors get developed. Good name. Okay, so Amex, NASDAQ, New York, Chicago, CME, right there as well. And we should give a big shout out to O Canada because they're coming in here right at the rear. $4,700, the first Canadian name that we see on here. And yesterday, of course, the top 3 names were all Canadian markets. So we don't have any Blue Ocean on here, anything like that. That could be very, very popular again here. at Real Trading. So we want to say thank you to Real Trading, and that's what money is being made over here at Real Trading. We do have, it's a little loud in here. I want to say thank you to everybody who continues to support the show, despite us going through all the renovations. And you can see it's starting to happen.
It's going to be big this week.
Right there, yeah. This weekend they are starting to, again, sand the floors. We'll get the real floor put in, I guess, at some point. And then after that, man, the desks come in. Randy's building one or multiple, I guess. Hopefully they'll come out, put back in there, and then you start to see things get set up. And then slowly, the new studio
That's the plan.
will
Studio 8, everybody.
take place. I just want to show you one thing here, and this is not, I'll learn that from Pratt. I'm not going to dox myself. There's nothing to do that with. This is the keyboard setup here that we have on P8, which is the platform that we use here at Real Trading and on the show. I just want to show you, these are all the regions we have: North America, EMA for Europe, Asian, and then Australia and New Zealand. But let's just say you stay in NCSA. Well, this is what we have, man. Bovespa, CBOE, CSE, Canada, a whole bunch of Canada, Forex, Crypto, Chicago, CME, Mini Forexes, NASDAQ, NYMEX, New York, OTC Pink. And then let's just say you say, okay, I'm going to set up my keys to trade NASDAQ. So as you set up NASDAQ, these are all, and someone asked about what hotkeys do we have? Well, these are all the hotkeys I have: NASDAQ, EDGX, SEL, FREX, anything. This is a routing key up here, right? We have different cancel abilities. And these are all the gateways that we have, including Alpha, Arca, BIDS, Block, Bank of America, Citi, Citigroup, there's Fox River as well, Fidelity, IEX, Jane Street Capital. I mean, there's a bunch, JP Morgan, Knightsbridge. All of these are all, some of them are liquid marketplaces, are lit marketplaces. Some of them are hidden markets as well. Some of them have different routing capabilities, Morgan Stanley. They're all here, and they're all of this. So there's so much different options for you to trade with. That's why we always say, like, depending on your style of trade, how you're, and they're all keyboard based. So all these keys are F8 or Shift F8 or Control F8. And we even have all these cancel. Look, cancel your oldest, your newest, your furthest, mass cancels, everything. So it's hard for us to sort of discuss what hotkeys we have, but for me, the setups are pretty simple, man. The cancel keys are easy to remember. Most of the keys that I hit don't involve here's just the keyboard. They don't involve, what's up, Neil? They don't involve shift or escapes or anything like that. Just real simple. And that's why we have, you see how these, they are higher up? So there is an indentation there. So for me on the keyboard, it just allows me to, while as I'm talking to you guys, you'll see sometimes I look over, make sure I'm on the right stock, and then I'll just start hitting keys. And I instantly know where my buy keys are, my sell keys are. So sometimes we'll be in and out of trades just like that as we sit here and watch the stock market and talk to you at the same time, able to get in and out super quick. And that's why this platform is built by traders like us. I mean, Neil and I have been using this for over 20 years. So as we think of new ideas, basket orders, stop orders, all of that, all implemented into the platform. It's Real Trading. Go over to realtrading.com and start your journey today.
Yeah, shout out to Real Trading. But you know what? I can tell you a lot of traders at Real Trading, including many on this floor, use eSignal for a fantastic one-size-fits-all platform, the ability to do backtesting, forward testing, level 2 data, level 1 data, imbalance locator, every single, all the indicators you could possibly imagine, all in one place, all intuitive. It's a reliable place, and it's 1 month free, like we've been saying this whole time. 1 month free. You try it out, you like it, great. You don't like it, fine. It didn't cost you anything except some time, which you're putting in anyways if you're in the trading game. Let's be real. If you're trying to make it as a trader, then you're putting in the time and effort to test strategies. You might as well try to level up your game with a platform that's there to help you. Everything in one place. Whether you want to execute directly through the platform, it hooks up to multiple brokers, or if you just want to use it as a resource to test your strategies out and hone your skills, eSignal is a great one. So scan the QR code you see in front of you. Take advantage of that first month being free over there at eSignal. Shout out to them. I did dip my toes into Tesla, but the buying really came in there. I got to zoom in so you can see. The thing about tight stops is if you use a tight stop, I got to zoom in so that you can even see the exit. No, it tried breaking back down through 314. There's your topping tail. There's your break of the prior bar low. There's your break of the prior bar high where the stop would be, but it's continuing to go up. What's the other direction of what Alphabet is doing? Oh, come on, Alphabet. Sometimes it does go right to the volume weighted average price and turn around. Sometimes it isn't just a line on a chart, resistance exactly at VWAP while it holds the 193. SMCI, I didn't get into SMCI, everybody. Close to, it didn't pull back into 54 the other time. We took the breakout, had a break-even stop. It came right back in, ran to the highs. We're getting a bit later on in the session, so I don't know if I'm going to get back into this before the imbalances come out. And they are about the same. TSLZ, 1.3 million to sell. That's the biggest one. FCX is still 1 million to the buy side, everybody. So that's one of the things that we like to look at the close. Sometimes when you see those big numbers, maybe it's trades at the close here, real trading. Nothing that we're anticipating that'll be huge. But on a Friday, for obvious reasons, with options expiration, it being the end of the week, sometimes you will get bigger than normal imbalance numbers. And Merrick's, QuantumScape. There's a name we kind of forgot about. I shouldn't say we, I'll just say me. A different preparation for myself this morning because I spent probably more time than I needed to setting up my station over there. I mean, twice as much time as it should have taken, but that was on me because I kind of mucked it up trying to recreate this layout over there. QuantumScape, this is the definition of barcoding in the afternoon, but like the futures, this is almost like a good barcode. And when I say it's a good barcode, it's barcoding above resistance. So nice recovery day, in a sense, on QuantumScape because it's well off the lows and it's trying to make their bounce play. Obviously, it was disappointing on earnings for them. Everyone wants this to work. I think so. I think everyone wants solid state to work. But at the end of the day, going into earnings, this had gone so far, so fast, it would have been hard for it not to pull back and have there be profit taking. Earnings give you fundamentals, but it doesn't necessarily mean you don't have that whole sell the news still. You can still have quality earnings and then have a sell event or even just meeting expectations. I'm pretty sure, these guys lost less money than was expected. It just didn't make a difference because the stock had quadrupled or at least tripled up from some of its recent lows and was going meme crazy. So a lot of times you run into that kind of a wall of profit takers, and at the end of the day, it's holding on to a double bottom at 11 bucks. So I still think this bottom actually looks really good what happened today. Still have to have this hold on Monday when we come in next week, but I like the look of that. It's a wipeout bottom that held a prior support level, and if it doesn't make a fresh low after its report, that's usually one of the signs you can head back to the upside. So more sideways action for Google. That's disappointing. Tesla, yeah, it's probably the right thing to get out. I don't know. I don't know how big of a story that news might be. It could have just been an algo type event, and now you're just headed right back in higher. Not really sure if the sellers were in control going into that story, and it had already dropped $10. So that could be part of it. Like you would drop 10 bucks from the high when you got that story, and maybe it was just an opportunity for shorts to be like, ha, we can get a good cover in here. I don't know. SMCI's probably got one more chance, and that's about it, because we only have 7 minutes till imbalances.
I'm going to get some more out here on Palantir as we get ready to go. So I got up, got some water, so shout out to Hydration Nation. We did get stopped out there, breaking through 315 on Tesla. I just heard what Neil said. I was like, okay. So we'll actually wind up giving back about 5% of the day there on Tesla. Oops. And that's what I was saying. Remember we talked about going blindly into some trades? I mean, that was one where it's just like we were.
But there was negative news.
Yeah, there was news. I mean, I guess it wasn't super negative, but yeah, there's that move that we talked about. The move probably happened already. So I was actually going to say, like, man, I don't know. We really hit the long on Tesla early. It is. I don't have a problem switching up my opinion of a stock. I mean, that's which way the wind blows, but. Underneath VWAP, that's probably a decent spot there. But heading into the close, as the market goes this way, Tesla's not. So there could be definitely something in and around there. where Tesla does have some buyers in it against this market. So, okay, more outs there. You know, you just saw me getting out on the TQs up here. So we have a very, very small piece left, but heading into these closes, heading into the imbalances, you know what? Let's just whack it all out right here at 12. So there it is, or 13s actually. There we go. We cancel that trade. That's going to be a good one, man. Again, we're going to go 4 for 4 today. Google, Palantir, the TQs, and Tesla, all sponsored by your completely free sticky note. Again, every single trade that I took was not just based off of that, but those were what I was looking at. And then we got our location correct on what we were doing there with our direction correct with most of those stocks. I mean, thankfully, Palantir broke at 156 and just kept on going. And that was like a trade that I'm going to remember for a very, very long time. LiDAR, I mean, wish we could look at this. It does drip down into VWAP. We talk about always respecting those kind of plays in the middle of the afternoon, especially as we get closer and closer into the close. Join Steve Tileman tonight and myself as we'll talk about different, you know, movements this week, what he's looking at for next week. He liked a name. I'm going to talk to him about SoundHound. This was a name that when we had talked about Big Bear AI ripping and going crazy in the last couple of weeks, he brought to our attention SoundHound. So I'm going to ask him. Oh no, one of these stocks again. He's probably out again, but we'll figure out. We'll ask him what's going on with SoundHound. He might still be in again above the $10 mark, above 200 period and the 50 period moving average. A name that he had liked for AI reasons, so we could definitely have a look over there with Steve. And anything else, questions you may have for him, let me know, and we'll be asking that ASAP of Steve and whatnot. All right, so Google again, just in the same sort of vein of getting out of position as we head into the moving into the end of the day, into the imbalances, not moving averages. We'll get out. This is at right now the 50 and the 200, so we'll get some out there. Let's look at Amazon 231. Not doing too much, but does look like it wants to break out. 232, a great look for Amazon. Again, earnings all next week. Meta, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft coming through. Should be a big one.
Biggest mover of the 4?
Meta, I think. Meta, and the reason why I say Meta is it has a lot of room to go to the upside as well. If they can actually come up with a big report, this 760 is in danger, in my opinion. 750, 760. That is a high that we've already had. So if they can have a good report and they come out on, what was it, Tuesday or Wednesday, if they're anywhere near 700, I think you get 10% easy day upside, breaking through that 750 and then continuously gone. We still want to wait to hear about their Ray-Bans. We still want to wait to hear about what Oculus is doing. And then, of course, what is their plan moving forward with CapEx? They're trying to do all these hires and everything like that. So I would say Meta, probably the biggest mover.
And monetize WhatsApp. I was going to say Amazon.
Okay, yeah.
I put Meta number 2. I feel like the one I have the least confidence in being fun is Apple. That's the, I don't know, like Apple, every time Apple's looked like it's going to go, there's been brick wall sellers, like whether
remember, these can be disappointing as well. Like Google moved 2%.
Yeah.
You know, like Apple, I think Apple will move, and I actually want to get longer Apple, but I think it is good to wait.
But it's like where?
Until the end of the day, until the end of the report. Yeah. Well, where I already bid. I have to check my account where I bid Apple, but
I feel like
I do have a bid at Google 180. I don't think that gets filled, but
the only bad part about bull markets, there's not much bad about a bull market, is that your stink bids just don't get filled.
Oh yeah.
Every time you try to get in, you just don't. You just can't. You can't do that. Sometimes you just got to pull the trigger. Like I find I'm more apt to just buy in the middle of the day and the stuff that I missed. Like MP was the best example of that. Like remember, it was so silly because I could have pulled out my phone and bought MP at like 3 o'clock live on the show, but I was like, oh, I'll just put a stink bid in. Mm-hmm. And instead of buying
it, to be a little extra stinky though.
No, instead of buying it at like $30 or whatever it was, maybe $31, I literally bid that day like $28.42 or $28.69. I don't remember which one, but trust me, it was one of those two. And then the next day, there was just no chance to get it. 2 minutes till the imbalances come in.
Now it's a double, right? Now it's like $60.
Well, if I had known the DOD was going to come in with a deal.
Oh, you did it?
How much you want to bet? I should have asked Joe this. Yeah, you know what?
He's a betting man.
No, but I'm just saying, that day
cost me 2 beers.
I'm just very curious what the options activity looked like on MP the 2 or 3 days leading up to that DOD announcement. I promise you, there is no way they had news like that that moved it and someone didn't scam it.
Right.
It's like when there's a big buyout deal. Like all the heavy bets that happened in Activision, when Activision was priced at such a low probability the deal was going to go through, and you had some whales buying it like it was a sure thing. And then, of course, the deal ended up going through, which not many people believe would happen.
That was a Warren Buffett play.
Well, Warren Buffett
right?
tends to, I'm going to get out flat on.
Tends to know what he's doing sometimes.
Well, it's every now and then he seems to have a sixth
Every
sense.
now and then.
Like when there was the banks were going to get bailed out.
Oh, yeah. That's a story of him and BAC. He took some warrants, took everything, took BAC at $5, and the rest, as they say, some say, is history.
Good for him.
Oh, Bush is talking right now. I just see in the chat. 47 is talking. What's up, 47? 456 is talking. All right, so someone in the chat was like, what do I mean about, I don't know if you're talking about what I was talking about with Apple or not. First of all, these imbalances are coming out in 10 seconds. We'll do that just for you. No, I'm just looking at Apple right down here, and I think that they have a good chance to do something. And what that something is just make an announcement about AI and see how that is going to be into iOS. And then if they like it, we've seen the market really move off of that news, right? We saw Google go, or Apple go from broke through 200 right up to 209 or something that day, that there was in talk with either Anthropic, or I can't exactly remember if it was Perplexity or something, that they were either going to buy them or get a deal going with them. All right, so into the close here, it's very, very muted, unfortunately. NVIDIA just with a $700,000 bid, 700,000 share bid. Intel with a 1.8 million bid. We finally get a little bit of a bump up there. I said fade all the pops, and I said that earlier today. Well, there's one. Every single fade would have worked. You don't do it now with only 10 minutes left, but that was good. So we'll keep that in our mind for potentially Monday as we see what happens with Intel. Then day 2 play should be good on Intel, man. It was great on Google. It was great. I mean, Tesla and Google are 2 top stocks today. So, and those are both day 2 plays. We'll see if Intel can have one on Monday. Microsoft, whoops, downside play there again. But again, with their report coming, wow, Microsoft, remember I said what the market looks like? Look at,
Microsoft is.
I mean, come on. Honestly, I love Microsoft. I'm in Microsoft. My father and I went back and forth. We talked about this, not this last weekend, I didn't see him, but the weekend before that, I was talking with him, and we were joking around about how Microsoft used to be $40, $50, and he and I used to go back and forth about what to do with the stock and blah, blah, blah. And now this stock just straight up, man, just boom, boom, boom. Huge move there for Microsoft. There it goes, at all-time highs, heading into earnings. These are those plays where, hey, you never want to sell all-time highs, as Neil had mentioned there before.
Well, that's not my
but I heard you mention it earlier.
Someone kept saying it to me. Michael Noss kept saying it to me because I do it off the time because I have a rule. Well, I have a self-imposed rule about stocks that get more than 5% of my personal holdings. And once it's up there, I'm like, well, I should probably trim. Well, that usually happens when it's at the high.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. We got a question earlier about what are you guys nervous about the market? And the thing is whenever my new strategy now that I'm getting closer to retirement is to get into indexes. And it's just as we see profits, if you see something in Microsoft, see something, say something. Well, I'm saying something. You're at the all-time highs right now for Microsoft. It seems really frothy to me. I don't think there's anything wrong with trimming a little bit of this, even right now, or Monday, Tuesday, whatever, before earnings, just in case. I mean, if you still have a full position on, let's just say your position's $100 in value, put $20 in your pocket, man. Take out 20%, something like that, like I said, and buy a popsicle or something and just enjoy it, because you never know where these stocks are going to go off of an earnings call. So that would be something there where be careful with it. If you have a lot of money invested in it, that might be a strategy. If you're playing it for a swing trader, playing it into earnings. We used to have Danielle Shea on the show. She always talked about options leading up weeks into the earnings call. So it might be a little late right now to play options because of how much volatility, and
you're going to be paying up.
Yeah, you're going to be paying out the nose for that kind of a volatility. Because remember, the implied move on Tesla, we extended past that. I think that was about 9%. But Google and all that, some of these stocks, they're not necessarily moving super fast off of earnings. Sometimes it does take a day or two after that before you finally see some sort of a play.
I'd say 8 out of 10 stocks, it seemed like this week, were underneath the expected move. At least.
Underneath, the expected move.
It was probably even higher than 80%, to be honest.
Well, actually, it's funny you just said 80% there. 80% of the S&P 500 that have reported so far have beat.
Yeah.
So good job there
I think it'd be
if you are
sandbagging
a
a little bit.
believer in the market. All right, one last position to go here, man. We got out of the TQs. That was a good idea. Boom to the downside right there. Before imbalances, right? Take the long right there. TQs again, good position. It's actually P&L number 2. It was Tesla. And imagine that this is P&L number 2 and we only took it at 11 or 12:30, 11:30 right there on that break. So pretty good trade there to end the day on TQs as it's falling back in. Google, nice little bump up. Let's take advantage of that and just get out right now. Offer 37's out there, 37, bang. We go diamond hands on Google today. We held that for a little bit. We now do get the bump up on that. And then Palantir, I mean, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Palantir. Thank you, Sticky Note and everything, and thank you to everybody on the chat as well. You guys have mentioned that you like that play there on Palantir, so I'm glad that had worked out for many of you. Again, just like that break early, and there it goes, man. I'm just glad that we put on a little bit more risk than usual on that trade. So really panned out for us. Palantir making it a good weekend, regardless of whether or not you're green or red. Hopefully everybody has a good weekend, that's for sure. But Palantir right now, might as well get out at 159. We're long at 156.
And for everyone out there, it's the end of the week. Sometimes you're thinking about swing trading at the end of the week. So why not have a look at Trade the Pool, everybody? Because, hey, they have a new program over at Trade the Pool, and it's a swing trading program where you can get up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares and not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, enjoy limited risk. Thanks to a one-time evaluation fee, no monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vicente J, for example. He made $2,300 as a swing trader, locking in profits.
Ooh, boom.
The top performer he had was NMAX. He was short from April 20th, 420, to May 30th and pulled in $6,777 in gains. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Just at 355, there were no imbalances to revert. That said, Intel's actually grew. So I can't remember the last time an imbalance on Intel actually held without flipping, but you know, it's down a bajillion percent today, so a big buy imbalance, I guess, is somewhat logical in that profit takers could be just rolling into the auction. 3.4 million. Intel's done 223 million shares, everybody. So I wouldn't exactly be running the hills to expect this to continue to go that much further. But hey, you got a pretty decent bounce. 25 pennies here on Intel. So it's only down 8%. This will be under the uptick rule on Monday because it ticked 10% to the downside. They only had to make money to beat expectations. The expectation was 1 cent per share, and they lost 10 cents a share. That said, Lip Bhutan said some things that could make you believe there's going to be a turnaround, but if you like the foundry play, that's not going to make money for another couple of years. So, you know, this is one of those names where, like, you can just probably sit and wait in it, or you could just be in NVIDIA. I think there's going to be upside here. I just don't know when it's going to happen for Intel. But on Monday morning, when it's SSR and does a lot of volume, I'm usually looking for some kind of a long somewhere. We know that can happen. KK thinks it's going sub $20. 19's been a great place to buy this thing. So I guess we can all hope to pick it up at 19 if you want to make a trade. But right now it's got an imbalance. I'm suspecting that's going to pair off, everybody. It's already down to 3.1 million with only 2 minutes to go. Usually does, tons of volume. It's the reason they put these out here so that they can pair off. That's the reason this is published for sure. Looks like SMCI is still going 54.50.
34.50.
See, that's what I like.
54.50.
That's the best part.
34.50.
Well, I feel like we have all the same, we're around the same age, you have all the same jokes and references, so at least I'll be able to say that and know what you're going to say.
When Obi was uncertain of what team Michael Jordan had played on, then I stopped.
I still don't believe I don't know. I think some of that Obi's just playing around and trolling us. I know he trolls me with like, what's that again? I'm like, no, you know what this is, or you know that song, or you know that movie. There was something really obvious the other day.
No, man, I don't think he's trolling at all. I think he's a man of integrity. I think if he knew it, he would say it.
Maybe.
You know, and then he called the Buffalo Bills the Buffalo Bulls, which was really fun too. I mean, we just.
But that's why I thought he was trolling me. He did that.
Maybe it was that one then.
No, but it was fun. But SMCI, I think this breakout's real next week. So we'll try some more longs in this next. Like this could go. Once 55 is gone, SMCI, I don't understand. It's been so boring for so long. Like, where's the last 3 days have been good, but where are the big up days? I feel like that could be coming in. 1 minute to go, everybody.
So,
Obi does love his sports, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. I'm not sure what this means. Mark Zuckerberg posts on Threads, just shared internally that, I don't know, I can show it to you here, but I guess they've announced somebody's accepted the $5 trillion that he's offering. Zhao Shengji will be chief scientist of Meta Superintelligence Labs.
Okay.
So shared on Threads. Ooh, on Threads, trying to get Threads going. I see you. Right there, 4%
Anyone
hope
still use that?
rise. I don't think anybody uses Threads. I actually was talking with my daughter yesterday. We were just having fun with her about social media. And we got the countdown. By the way, Fabian.
We still have time.
Yeah, wow, we have 20 seconds. No, I really love the fact that that countdown was automated. You know, and now all of a sudden we've got to hit it again here.
What, at the close, we have to hit it?
I mean, it's not up right now, right? So there it is, man. We've got to hit it to put it up. I don't know what's happened to that thing right now. Ramin, what happened to the countdown timer? Oh, she doesn't know either. Okay. With only 3, 2, is she using her head here? What's she doing? Oh, we have that thing underneath. 1, there it is.
So why do we even have the mallet then?
I forgot that I was like, Ramin saying there was no mallet. So I didn't know what we were.
So there basically is no function for the mallet. This entire time, we've had no reason to have a mallet.
Yeah, they have that. By the way, the story behind that cowbell is that is actually straight from Switzerland.
You gotta tell the whole story.
That cowbell is straight. Watch out, Neil. Boom. Straight from Switzerland. Did you see? This is actually pretty heavy.
First of all, that's not the light mallet that wouldn't have hurt if I got hit with it.
Why did we buy this? This thing will destroy something.
No, that's an actual mallet. The other one is like this little wood thing you could dick around with or joke around with all you want. I can say whatever.
Yeah, Richard, you meant. Yeah.
I can.
Wow, this is quite the.
No, like that's no joke.
It's quite the like.
No, but the story.
Fabian.
No, but why do we even have that? That's an actual tool.
Supposed to be a prop to hit the hammer.
Yeah, but that would actually break that. Dent it.
Randy drilled it to empty out the sand, and it turns out the sand isn't in there. And it just
I was wondering, I was like, why are there drill marks in that thing?
Yes, Randy.
Hopefully this is not the same kind of a prop like, this might not.
Randy was here.
What was his name there? The guy that shot some, I mean, she died. It's a
Oh,
bad
no,
thing there.
yeah.
The guy, the fake prop that was loaded.
Yeah.
Alex.
It was Alec Baldwin.
Oh. I was like, that prop reminds you of that. Like, I was going to hit Neil over the head with it. That would knock people out.
No, but you would expect. Here's the thing. The whole reason we have a mallet it's so it won't dent.
I know.
It.
I didn't even say. But
why we even have one that would dent the bell doesn't even make any sense.
We used to have a lady that worked here as sort of one of the assistants to the show, and she's from Switzerland.
Yeah.
And when she traveled back there, she had got us because, you know, the owner of all of this wanted to be pretty unique there. Not a normal bell. That won't do. We have to have a cowbell. So we got an official cowbell from the great country of Switzerland. And that's...
But you're missing my favorite part of the story. And that is the first bell that got bought.
I'm going to get over there.
Was ordered off Amazon.
Oh, yes. And
it was, you know, when you order something in the picture off Amazon, I don't know where it and it's around here somewhere, but I ordered it with a picture and the bell was like this big. It was literally like a bell
that's why I thought it was like a lunch bell. Just like one of those little things that you would attach to like a dog or something just for fun. It was like literally.
No, it's supposed to be here somewhere.
There you go. Waterfall Swiss side.
We wouldn't have thrown it.
Roadrunner knows what we're talking about. Yeah. No, it was not Miss V. She's Ukrainian.
No, it wasn't that.
But all right, I'm gonna go. All right, good day. Thanks for
great day there for sure.
I know you put in.
Oh no, we forgot to. No, we didn't have any brews today. We'll do it next week.
I thought we were going to wait for Joe.
Oh, we're going to wait for Joe to come back. That's right. So we'll get the brews next week for sure. Why do you have to hit the fail for everything? We're making sure everybody on the team. Obi will be back. Joe will be here. So that's when we're going to celebrate, and we'll have a little bit, we'll probably get some food. Maybe we'll get some talk. Well, the tacos we had last time.
We're gonna get
I guess
wings
maybe we'll
for
get some
sure,
burgers, some brisket. Stop hitting the fail. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, you know what? How about this? Big shout out to everyone in our crew, everyone in our community, like we always do. Big shout out to Andre, to Ramin, to Sean, Brendan, to who else we got? Oh, we got to shout out Obi and Joe and Daru's not here, and of course Sharif. Fantastic job as always. Basically everybody. Fabian, who keeps hitting the fail in front of me. No, we love you, Fabian. Even though I'm just messing with you. But
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
You know he's actually, so that phrase, the pity the fool, that's his phrase. Like you can get sued for saying it apparently. I didn't even know. Like I remember I saw him in an interview. Whatever. Like what I actually legitimately admire the guy. Like most people, you wouldn't know this, but he's a very quality human being. Family man, godly man. Just not necessarily. If you watch the A-Team, you wouldn't suspect that B.A. Baracus is that kind of a person. But just see him in real life, and it's like, wow. Or see him in interviews, and he's just a very, very wholesome dude, which is really cool to see, given what you might expect. Really, listen to him as a public speaker too. Very positive, a good motivator, that kind of a thing. So he's really cool. Anyways. I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button. And I pity the fool that doesn't stick around to watch the Market Recap show brought to you by Beta Pro by Global X. And that Market Recap, hey man, it starts now-ish with Mr. Katina. Go get him.
The desk right now. Welcome to the Market Recap Show. This is your recap show brought to you by Global X and their Beta Pro. Go check them out, betapro.ca. Go figure that out. Yeah, that's that 3-time levered. Go over there, check it out to all of our Canadian traders and investors. Yeah, welcome to what was a pretty interesting week, that's for sure. We had some big earnings come through. We watched Netflix slide to the downside this week. We watched Google sort of absorb that $10 billion added CapEx number. So we want to say shout out to you, Google. Thank you for keeping the AI trade alive for now. Next week, we've got big earnings. We're going to go over those in just a couple minutes, see who's reporting what and where and when. Next week, we got Fed, we've got tariff deadline day, trade deadline day, tariff deadline day. They're all coming through next week. That was hilarious yesterday when Trump sort of toured around the Fed. We'll see what happens on Wednesday when Fed Day is upon us. And that should be a lot of fun. Make sure you do join us all next week because we're going to have a Dara back. We've got a full board ahead of us as well. Let's just quickly, I actually wanted to look at some of the earnings into next week before we go over what's been happening this week. Shout out to Earnings Hub right here. This may or may not be hard to see. I mean, I can't really zoom in too much. Maybe Fabian, I don't really care about this part. I can't get rid of all this. Look at this is what's been motoring. Like all these little AI symbols up there, that's all Gemini and stuff. So we'll talk about what that means for Google moving forward. But on Monday, we've got Domino's and Verizon to start the day off there. Probably Neil getting some pineapple pizza this weekend. So we'll see what happens with Domino's right there after the close. Another big report there from NXPI. Wait a minute, that's the 21st. This is not the week I'm looking for. I'm looking for this week. This is next week. We've already had Domino's, man. There it is right there. Waste Management next week. We've got Tilray after the close, so puff, puff, pass on that one. Nucor coming in on Monday as well after hours. The largest steel producer in the United States. That could be a very interesting name. Shout out to Canada and Celestica, the #1 tech name now in Canada, them and Shopify. And then on Monday is where we really get spicy, man. Thank you so much, Fabian. That is beautiful. We got SoFi, we've got PayPal, we've got Spotify. Those are bangers right now. You know what? We have something for this. It's called Stock Blitz. Let's go over some stocks right now. Procter & Gamble, good movement there. Boeing coming through. Wow. Lots of names on Tuesday morning. UPS, Merck, Royal Caribbean, JetBlue. Look at what we have for you next week. Shout out to Carrier. HVAC is in the building right there. Then we go into after the close, right? A lot of us have been worried about Visa. What do the stable coins mean for Visa? We all like this. Next week we'll be getting some Starbucks. We like some Starbucks. Mara, let's go find out what digital coins are popping off next week. Has Mara made a mistake? They had the offering. We'll figure out if they can spark more movement to the upside. Mara had a rough week. We've got EA Sports. Is it in the game? We'll find out next week right there. EA Sports, it's in the stock. So we'll figure that out. Teladoc, stock and Teladoc as we rip and rhyme right now. They come through as well. Cheesecake Factory. I don't think I've ever been to Cheesecake Factory, so shout out to everybody there. Ramin, don't look now. Guess what we have on Wednesday before the open? It's Wingstop, and she just guessed it right there. So we got Wingstop coming through. I promise you I will trade that for her on Tuesday. Hey, Wednesday, how does wings sound? Let's do wings on Wednesday. We'll get some of those, whatever. I mean, I like the mango habanero. Okay, pass, right? Fabian likes that. So we'll get Wingstop there. Kraft Heinz, GEC coming through as well. There's Vertiv, that should be a good one coming through. And then after the close, the big day that you want to be here is going to be Wednesday. I'll be doing the show Tuesday and Thursdays. Neil be here Wednesday. We've got Monster Days Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Pick a day. What day do you like better, Wednesday or Thursday? Wednesday, we've got Microsoft, Meta, Robinhood. Oh boy. ARM, maybe we need Obi for this one. We've got ARM coming. We've got Carvana next week, Ford, eBay, so many into the close. But look at what Thursday's got in touch for us. We've got Amazon, Apple, and something called Coinbase. We've got MSTR. We've got Reddit. I think that's a pretty cool logo there for Reddit. Shout out to you. Roku, First Solar coming through. Riot, another blockchain name coming in there as well. Lumen's coming through, let alone what we have in the morning time. We'll see what MasterCard shift up a little bit here if we can. There it is. You can just leave it on here if you want, Fabian. We're done. MasterCard, Race, Ferrari right there. We'll get that going. Russell, if you had a Lamborghini, which color would it be? Yellow. So there you go, man. Race and Ferrari, of course, not Lamborghini, coming through there. We have Roblox as well on Thursday before the Open. It's going to be a great day. Nothing like joining us here at Trader TV Live, where we will review them all. All right. Hey, everybody. Tron Katina, this is your market recap show, again brought to you by Global X. We just did a little bit of a review of what's to come next week. Now let's talk about what we just went through this week. Here's our nice new layout. We just built this. We spent some time to building this. This is our new symbol list. We have all the sectors down here. Might be a little hard to see. I can't really change these fonts. Maybe we can make them bigger. We'll try to figure that out. But right now today, the materials sector was the highest, up 1.18%. I've got the trade rate on here. Anything starts popping. We've got Qs. We've got Tesla, but this is a Tesla daily chart over here. Yeah, don't worry about that, Fabian. I do appreciate all of that. We're not going to be going into too much detail. We do have right here the Tesla 3-minute chart. We can call up any sort of charting here on Tesla. What a good day it was today. We topped out at 323, a nice move higher there on day 2 of earnings. Tesla leads the way today, up an amazing $10 into that close. Nice move there for Tesla, closing in at around 316. Shout out to Steve Austin as we get that close right there. Tesla on the daily looking pretty healthy back in. The only thing I got to put up here is the percent change on the day, because Tesla right there up $10. Nice move there for them, up just over 3% there today for TSLA. We actually have it down here. And we can also call up any sort of a name we want up here as we continue to go. Remember, we do have the Benzinga Pro platform to get going today as well. Today, the SPY goes out at all-time highs. So a big congratulations. You'll see the daily chart up here as we continue to climb higher and higher. Where'd it go? On the SPY right there. Nice move up to 637, taking out brand new highs as we get 80% of the reported names so far in the S&P 500 have outpaced expectations. So 80% beating on the green side of things. Nice movement there for the SPY. The NASDAQ, I think I heard this say yesterday, S&P up more than the NASDAQ this week, so that's nice. Led by such names, again, NASDAQ, all tech names. We had Procter & Gamble, we had J&J with nice weeks as well. Some of the healthcare names got a little bit hit near the end of the day as Centene, CNC, came out with not great news and a not great report as you see them falling off there. Obviously, this is back in July. The last few days there on CNC, nice downside plays there as we continue to go lower on CNC. But today, bad report. Fed up well at 8:30. We get the call. Bounces right back up. Is not able to take down $29. UNH, a completely other side of this whole thing. UNH down to 280. Again, yesterday gets that DOJ notice, or not DOJ, maybe it was DOJ, notice there that they're going to be looking into more of their operations. So UNH downside play into that as well. SPY, good movement. We just talked about that. As far as the market overview goes, today we had Decker's Outdoor. Good name. Those Hoka running shoes, obviously doing well for them, as well as Uggs. Those were two of the brands that they cited for positive momentum upside on Deckers. You see Deckers today goes up 12%. Nice move there. And just looking at what they're up to, there's the move on the daily chart. So we do sort of scan about a little bit higher there as we can blow. Whoops, let me just blow this up. Whoops, we don't need to do that. We're not adding anything to this. You got to bear with us here as we get these charts going. I want to actually pop this out so we can detach this window and show you what this looks like on a daily chart. There it is right there. So Deckers, nice play upside again. And if we sort of coincide this with a play like Nike, Nike also holding out well above the 200 period moving average right there on our daily chart. Nike, $76 and change, trying to get through this $82 mark. We'll see if Nike can do that. Nice game by them on their last earnings report through $70. We'll see if we can fade back out. But again, I like Nike. I think there's a little bit more to go on that as we go. Let's reattach this back in. We are waiting again. We will have Steve Teilman coming through for us later on today. So this is the daily chart down here. I'm just sort of flirting around with various different aspects here to show you guys what's going on. Newmont Mining had a good day as well as gold stock continues to make a new high right now. Newmont Mining 65 and change, coming out with a decent report, 6%, up 6% there on robust earnings, higher gold prices, and a $3 billion buyback sends Newmont higher and higher. We already talked about Centene, surprise loss, but they come out better than expected off of their earnings call. So boom, there it goes. Bad number, they like to call, nice upside move there. All right, Paramount gets that 8.4 deal stamp for approval, so we'll watch out for Paramount. Neil said PARAA was another symbol. Paramount Global. Okay, so again, not much going on here as we'll watch out for that. The sad story of the day, womp womp, we'll hit a fail on this one as well. Maybe we'll talk to Steve, think what his opinion maybe is on Intel, but Intel, not a good one, man. If we sort of zoom this back in and check out what it looks like on the daily chart here for Intel, there's the gap down right there. It's kind of funny because Intel looked like it wanted to break out, and then of course today, down 9.3%. Revenue beat, yes, but adjusted loss. And again, if you're beating on revenue, but you're going to lose on EPS, that's not great. Some extra expenses added in there as well for Intel. Layoffs, 15% cut in their workforce, and they also had some projected cancellations on some of their order flow, so that's not great there for Intel, trying to hold out for 20 bucks. Tomorrow's trade today, let's watch Intel on Monday, especially if we get down near that $20 mark. It was a great week for the NASDAQ. Let's see if we can hold some of those gains into all-time highs again. This is what the Qs look like. We can also look at SMH, I mean, led by, have we seen AMD lately? Have we seen NVIDIA lately? Broadcom? Many of these names are at all-time highs, including NVIDIA today, taking that out. Look at the SMH as opposed to what Intel's doing. So if we do get a pullback here, probably giving us another opportunity to buy Intel in and around $19. So we'll have to look to see if that can come out as well. Modest gains today in XLE and whatnot. I mean, these have been sort of choppy for a little bit here over the last little while. You know, really choppy near the bottoms as well. This is energy names. So XLE down here, $75. Not really too much movement today, kind of stuck in the middle there. USO, United States Oil as well. As we get clarification, again, like, I thought President Trump was coming in and getting this Ukraine-Russia thing sort of resolved. That doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon, so we'll have to wait for that. Yeah, within the next 24 hours or so, we'll get that solved, but not to pass. That's not a funny thing. I mean, there's lives being lost all over the place. We hope for that to get resolved. More important to oil is this move right here. That was that day when, or over the weekend there, where they bombed Iran, and then all of a sudden, President Trump came and said that, you know, we got to try to watch out, let oil prices come back in, and then try to support them a little bit. So we do get that bounce off right there at $73 on USO, roughly $64 on light sweet crude. So that's trying to hold the 200 period. I still like energy. Still think there's a lot of play in that, right? JP Morgan, relatively flat week for financials. We're already through earnings season for the big banks. So as we continue, I want to still thank all 3,000 of you for staying late with us here tonight. I know it's been a long week and we want to get out there to have some fun. But JP Morgan right now going out near $300. We are ready for Steve. We're going to bring him in just a couple seconds here. Just want to go over XLF. Look at XLF. I know, Steve. We talks about momentum plays. Look at how strong right now, Fabian. Let's just go over to the screen and then I'll bring him in. Look at XLF right now, breaking out, man. This is a huge breakout, I think, anyways. The banks aren't the sexiest as far as like, let's play for a 3% move, 10% move. They're just grinding, man. They're grinding higher. Look at the 50-period moving average. It's really been respected pretty much the last 3 or 4 months since May. Nice move higher there on the XLF. It's about that time. It's Trader Talk. Let's bring them in. Oh boy, here we go. It is Steve Tileman coming at us from Trade the Pool. Thank you so much for joining us one more time here today. How was your week?
Oh, I'm doing great. Doing great. It's been a fun one. A lot of good trading action. How about yours?
Pretty good, man. We just got back. We had a nice trip. We were in Boston for about a week there, traveling around. The family had some business to take care of. My daughter plays competitive hockey, and there was a tournament down there in Boston. We had a great time. Whale watching. Have you ever been whale watching?
You know, I can't say I have. Is that watching trains?
Yeah, that would be, yeah. The Bitcoin whales. No, we actually went out into the
whale.
Not Bitcoin whales or anything like that, but actual physical whales. Yeah, we went out there. It was a fun time there in Boston. It was fantastic to see you, Ramin. Fun times. Have you ever been actual whale watching?
You know, I have been whale watching. Sorry, I misheard you there. Yeah, awesome time out on the water there.
Awesome time.
Sounds like a blast.
I love the water. I don't know about you, but I could spend all time. That's one of my retirement goals, is kind of to sit there, you know, basically in a cottage on a lake, loving life as much as we can. But yeah, no, what an interesting week, because we had Google earnings, we had Tesla earnings. Any of those, you got to trade on any of those? Any ideas what we're looking forward on Tesla? Did you put anything on, anything going on Trade the Pool on those two names?
Yeah, so for Tesla, I did take a small long position going into it. That was on TSLL.
All right.
I took half of it off at 13. I got stopped out half at break even. Pretty boring trade, to be honest. And then Google, I'm still long, but we're just waiting. One of these days, it'll break 200.
Yeah, I think Google actually took a lot of people by surprise. I think, what's your reasoning for Google? I mean, for me, I talked about this before earnings, and its market multiple, the PE, is actually still underneath the S&P 500, right? The S&P 500 right now going out around 22 on a PE. Google's now off the earnings a little bit higher, but we're at about a 20 multiple for Google. So I feel like if you're thinking about buying the market, why not buy Google? I mean, there's a lot of tailwinds in that name. What's the story that you like the best with Google, thinking it's going to break 200?
Well, you know, just in general, this trend of software over hardware, I think that Google is still a front runner in AI. They are my placeholder for the Mag 7 as a whole. I think they have a lot more upside than a lot of the other names. Maybe them and Amazon are my top 2 picks there. In general, I just think it's a great company with a lot of upside left from this point.
Yeah, I guess the demise of search well over exaggerated, as they put up a better than expected number on that search. And it's kind of cool too, because I think a lot of people are still using Chrome, right? You just get that little search bar at the top, and then it gives you the Gemini answer with the links below it as well. So lots of opportunity to sort of get it both ways, whether or not you want to use the LLM for an answer or some of the links. So I'm with you on that. We really like Google, but that also helped NVIDIA break through all-time highs as well. So is there a play in the chip space? I keep saying, man, just play with the king. That would be NVIDIA, but AMD's had a nice run. Broadcom's breaking through the tops as well. What do you think about that overall sector? I know you're an ETF guy. You like SOXL, SMH. Give us some thoughts from your mind on the chip space and AI in general, maybe.
Absolutely. So the chip space is interesting right now. I think that the AI trade in general, we're starting to see the middle innings of the trade play out. So the shiny stuff like chips, maybe not so strong in this part of the sector rotation. Maybe we see more excitement in terms of infrastructure and supply chain for semiconductors. So I'm looking at Teradyne, TER. I think they're very interesting. Amcor. Those are both on my focus list. And then ALAB is doing amazing things this week. So that's my basket.
Yeah, we saw ALAB doing some things there. I like Marvell. I think there's good. We have NXPI coming, or they actually came last Monday as well. So some of the semis finally starting to come through as well. NXPI, a decent name. We got a question on our afternoon show about SoundHound. I think I had talked to you about this before, and here it is right here. Let me see if I can just blow this up a little bit here on the daily chart, SoundHound. You and I talked about Big Bear AI. We talked about SoundHound. We talked about C3 AI as well. I said I'd ask you again. I believe the viewers you are still here in the chat. I like SoundHound. It looked like it was trying to break through some of this 13 level. We're pulling back just a little bit, but to me, still pretty constructive, Steve, here, holding the 200 period, holding the 50 period moving average. And that's why I sort of want to talk to you about AI. You had some good picks for us. You just gave a couple more as well. We still like SoundHound, or is it maybe taking its time here and just figuring itself out? Maybe it needs a couple more days before we break through that 13 mark.
Yeah, I still like it. I think it's acting a little slower than intended.
Right.
I kind of picked it up. I picked it up as one of these squeeze plays, as like a momentum trendy basket name. We got the initial move of like 10, 15%. I just booked a small runner. So for me, I'm just letting it do its thing. I think as long as it stays over, I'll zoom in here for you. This key daily trigger here that it's tested twice and held on the way up. I think as long as it stays over about 11.25 or so, we're good to go. I'm also keeping an eye on that 20-day moving average as well.
Yeah, I think that you and I are very, very similar to that. I love the 50 period moving average, the 200 period moving average, especially on a daily chart. All right, I'm going to give you obviously an opportunity. You mentioned, I just heard you sort of slip a name in there, and it's going to be a big name for next week. That was Amazon. I mean, next week we have reports from Alphabet, Apple, and Microsoft. Let's throw Amazon to the, not Alphabet, we're talking about not Alphabet, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon. Out of all of those names there, is there a big cap? Let's get rid of Amazon, because I think a lot of people are picking Amazon. But if we could go Apple, Microsoft, and which one am I missing next week? Maybe it just is Amazon. But let's just talk about Apple then. I saw Apple, and if you come over to the daily chart for me on Apple, we got that report when we were sub $200 that maybe there was some talk about Perplexity, Anthropic, all of this, either tying up with, and it could be Gemini as well, but as we work on Siri, as we work on iOS, and we finally get that Apple Intelligence play, I don't know if it's going to come with their new phones. We thought it was coming with 16 last year. It doesn't look like they've done much as far as Apple Intelligence is concerned. Is there anything interesting about Apple that you're looking forward to with this report, or is that sort of just a wait and see? I always told people, you might as well wait for the report instead of digging in right now. If you miss the first 5%, fine, maybe you'll get the next 5. What do you think about Apple?
Yeah, I think it's at a really pivotal spot. It's not my favorite in the mega caps, just in terms of exposure to supply chains and its reliance on hardware and the consumer. So I think that we should just watch the technicals for this one. Me, I'm not going to try to infer too much, in the first 5 minutes of the earnings report. Right. I'm more of a wait and see until after kind of guy. Right now, I just see us pinning at a key level into a key event. So that's my stance. No strong opinion.
Right. Okay. I think that's probably fair enough. I mean, for me, I was just looking at it and thinking, like, if you're trying to catch something that really hasn't gone yet, Apple still, to get back to its high of 260, that's a lot left in that name. We could get that rally. There's the high rate there, 260. So I feel like it's coiling up. Would be much better breaking through that 220 if we can get above that 200 period, because then we say giddy up and we get back up there to the upside. All right, man. We've talked about a few different names, but what about Intel? Intel, I feel like it can't get out of its own way. You want to talk about, you quickly want to talk about a chart? Come over here to the daily chart, Fabian. I mean, look at this. I'm no chartered market technician or anything like that, but that looks like a pretty good level there. So does this, and so does this. So anybody that's long down here, you stare $5 or $6 in the face, you don't get out. It comes back in, you're like, okay, maybe I'm going to get longer again. Well, did I learn my lesson? Maybe not. Up to $27, falls right back in again. Oh, we get a new CEO, it bumps right back up to 26, but then he can't solve the problems, and that comes all the way back into $18 again. Well, guess what? That's a new low. Not only did we take out those lows, we made new ones, and then we climbed all the way back to $24 again, where there was an apparent wall there around $24, and then now they report, and then whoosh, right back down to the bottom. Steve, I am one of those guys that have been holding this stock, waiting for the ultimate breakout, only to get slapped around in this thing. I feel like my money is just dead money. If I was in Broadcom, AMD, any of those names that you gave, we'd be laughing right now, but instead, we're holding it with Intel. Tell me some good news about this. You think this stock goes any higher here? What are we doing with Intel?
You want me to give it to you straight, or you want me to tell you what you want to hear? I can do both.
Probably straight is probably fine.
So we call this a pain box. It's just chopping in this massive range. It's painful to be a long-term investor. Let me switch to the longer-term chart here. It's painful to be doing much of anything besides just swing trading from level to level. So I got to wait and see what happens. Right now, I would consider this a broken chart in the middle of a range, and it's not a name that I'm particularly interested in. So I got to pass on this one. I really hope the best for your shares, because I know a lot of people are stuck in this, and it's hard to watch up and down like this.
Thing is, Steve, if you pull up a monthly chart on that thing, you'll notice it's at the same levels that it was in 1985. So I mean, I don't even know what to do, man. Like, I feel like if let's just say like you just had a kid or something and you're like, I'm gonna buy shares in something, and you somehow are debating between like an NVIDIA or an Intel, you don't wanna call that up right now, that is for sure. Okay, before we go, what are you up to? Do you got a stream going on after this? Tell our fine viewers where they can find you.
Awesome. Yeah, I will be doing a webinar on Bollinger Bands, Keltner channels, and how to use them to find volatility squeezes and enter right before the big expansion move. So we'll be doing a webinar about 10 minutes after this, so about 15 minutes-ish, and that'll be on Trade the Pool's YouTube channel. Come on over and check me out.
Give us, why don't, I'm gonna put you on the spot. How about that? Why don't you give us a little bit of an example of something that you're going to be talking about? Because we had a great squeeze in Open Door. We had LIDAR making those moves as well. We had costs going. So for those that maybe can't join you or just want a little sneak peek, how can I find, I mean, Open Door went crazy. We got a tweet, the same guy there, Eric Jackson, that called Carvana, also put out a nice base case there for Open Door. But yeah, help us. What can we look at? You talked about Keltner channels. What can we look for here in your webinar, in your live stream? Give us a little taste on what you may be talking about.
Awesome, absolutely. I would love to. I'm just popping them on my chart right now.
The name I was looking for, I want to thank Roadrunner in our chat as well. The big mega cap name that hadn't reported next week, Meta. For some reason, I kept stumbling on Alphabet, but yeah, it was Meta. But anyways, okay, let's go. Give us a preview.
Absolutely. So this is a coin chart, and what we see is a couple sets of bands here. What matters is this lower band. This is our Bollinger Band, and then this dark gray band is our Keltner. So what we're basically doing is we're taking two indicators which measure volatility, compression on different time frames. We are kind of using their relationship to each other to pinpoint a location on the chart right here, where this light gray band goes inside the dark gray band, and that'll identify a window of really tight compression where you can catch these big explosive moves. So if anybody's been trading with me this year, you know that coin has been one of my biggest trades, going quite nicely. And yeah, this is the exact strategy I used. So I just want to share the wealth there.
Perfect. And that's what we're all about. I know your community is the same as ours, man. Trying to get as much information into the hands of many that we can do it. So we want to give you a big shout out again. Steve Tileman coming through, an analyst over there at Trade the Pool. At Steve Tileman, I can see we've got that going now on X. The bumper is now corrected. I'm sure they can go find you over there. And I'm sure that's where you'll be posting also at Trade the Pool and over there on X, these links. So thank you so much. Again, promise me you'll join us next week.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right, great. That's Steve. Thank you so much from Trade the Pool. Go find that guy. That's Trader Talk. Have a great weekend. I just stepped on a screw over here, Russell. Come on, man. What's going on over here? But yeah, shout out to everybody. It has been a great week. I'm glad to be back. It was fantastic. We had some great earnings calls. One of my biggest trades in a while was today with Palantir. Let's see if we can get some more love into that. Fabian, any plans this weekend? Dentist. Sounds like fun. That's great. What? You're getting braces. Okay. All right, well, hopefully that's pretty painful for the first couple of days as they get all tightened up and everything. Like, are you taking time off or? Okay. So yeah, hopefully people are having more fun than Fabian this weekend. We've already talked about it. We're having a big family night. We're going to watch Happy Gilmore 2. So let me know if anybody's watched that in the chat. I was actually watching the original Happy Gilmore. That was 30 years ago. It's unbelievable how young Adam Sandler is in that. So that should be a lot of fun. No matter what you're doing this weekend, I want to thank everybody for joining. Hey, I still got to get to that computer. 1 second, Russ, and I'm going to come over there and shut everything down. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you guys on Monday. It's Trader TV, Sean. Trader TV and Daryl will be back with us. Thank you to everybody. Joe, I hope you're having a great weekend as well. Sharif, Ramin, Fabian, Brendo, all of us, Neil, everybody involved with Trader TV Live, thank you so much. We're back on Monday. I got to get out of here. Ciao, I'm coming home, my wife. You found the best trading show on the planet. So what are you going to do now? Simple. Hit the like, subscribe, and share it. It's Trader TV Live. We're here, baby.